they're very interestingly named. I'd love to know why they're called Power Rangers Racing, but all things considered, a scary moment there. Linked up against the barrier coming through Cheetah, but don't think their car is too terribly damaged from that. But yeah, I always put myself in a mind of where we are, and it sort of helps me cope. And one thing's for certain, with a lot of the recent endurance events that I've been doing, it is very jarring to run on European time and end a race in the evening and it still be mid-afternoon. I'm ready for bed at that point.
Oh, yeah, right. So that was my point, right? I got off. It was dawn in the race. We had been at night in the race for 10 hours, 12 hours, however, because it stays really dark here at Kyalami inside ACC. I got up. I went in. I opened my door. Why is it dark?
All right.
And then realized it's like 11 p.m. In the middle of February.
But yeah,
and I it took my brain almost 30 seconds to
Okay, I'm gonna go to bed.
Why it was dark? Because it was actually
I'll catch you later.
When we were in the dark for so long and then got into the dawn, and we, if you guys have watched an RCI broadcast before, I can't speak to as many of the RaceFace broadcasts normally do, but on the RCI broadcast, we really do like to make this a spectacle of hey, we're out at the track. We're in the comms box at the end of the pit lane. You'll hear me and Jesse refer to that many times, I'm sure, over the next 5 hours. We're at the end of the pit lane in the comms box. The stewards are in the other room, right? We're out at the track, and we like that because, that's that immersion element that, this is a simulation, and realistically, that's what we like to add that in as well, but we're really not. Obviously, Nick and I are out in California, and ooh, bit of a wiggle there from the Lexus after the Audi. I think almost tapped him there. That was weird. But and Jesse's out on the East Coast, out in Virginia of the U.S. here, and that's quite a bit of a distance from 0:50 a.m. ZA time when it's 3:45 in the afternoon here. And about 95 degrees, which is close to about 40 C in Celsius math. Bright and sunny and hot versus 12:50 a.m.
Well, I've learned something already, Mike Jones, and that was that you don't know where I'm from. Moving on, the number 13 All-In Racing
yeah, you're
team
right. I did say that wrong. Didn't I?
You do know where I live. You just momentarily forgot. I feel like it's a weird relationship you and I have. I don't think you ever listen to me. Why won't you just listen to me?
Yeah, this discussion yesterday, Jesse. Do you want to have it again?
We did. Listen, I'll be waiting in the car. Number 13 going well indeed. You know who else is going well? The 367 locked in a battle with the 97, which is the Side Max sister team. And going well, I should say, the All-In Racing 367. Chartier, Kevin Chartier, I should say, hailing that Bentley in a sea of Audis holding their own. And folks, if you're in the top 10 and you are not in an Audi or a Bentley, well, I don't know what I can do for you, because looks like those two manufacturers, barring an Aston or two perhaps, have shown themselves to be the dominant ones. And what about Simon Keeble in the 962? Can we declare that they just have something special today in that Aston?
Yeah, I mean, I wish. Would you be surprised if I said it didn't surprise me as they dive into the pit lane that the 962 is doing so well? And we recognize these guys, Keeble, Milton Steele Vasson, and their teammate, it will come to me, Jason Kellaway, are fantastic drivers, especially Steele Vasson. He's I think definitely the fastest out of the three. But Keeble and Kellaway are amazing drivers, and they're another one of the teams that are doing this with three drivers here at the Kyalami circuit. And that's a tough one to do 24 hours with, but in the end, that 962 is such a good and consistent team, no matter where they're driving, whether it's an endurance race, whether it's a sprint race, whether it's a mini endurance where you're doing 3 to 6 hours or something like that. They're just quick, and they grind their way up the field. And that's where it is. I mean, looking at it right there, they just got passed for a position. So that means that they've got a position up the road, maybe about 30 seconds. And I wouldn't be surprised if Kellaway, as he gets into the car, is going to go chase down that 192. The 192 just pit a few laps ago. So we're going to catch the timing here in just a moment when it does update again. Because 10 seconds, I do not believe is correct.
If it is, that means that they gained 3 seconds in the pits.
And they could have. The pit time between the two of them was almost equal. Kellaway had a 0.9 seconds difference. He was slightly slower in the pit versus Sancio's pit. Yeah, there it is. 17 seconds. That looks about right. Let's check in on that in about, say, 30 minutes and see how that looks. I would not be surprised to see that maybe down to... I'm going to make a call here. I'm going to say 12 seconds and 30 minutes.
12 seconds and 30 minutes, Mike Jones, and we have a stranded Audi now coming into the mine shaft section.
57.
And I believe, excuse me, that is the 57 lead. Of course, the 57 has had... We'll call it a rough race, but this one's not going to be their fault. A complete tag in a NASCAR-style takedown into the corner, and the 57 goes flying. The Aston with the tag, and which Aston was that? Looked like two digits. It's going to be the 85. It's going to be the 85. The 85 tags the 57. 85 just lost it, is what happened. 57 happened to be coming through and got tagged. That 57, after this race is over, is going to need to be retired after all the shunts and hits that they have taken and given in this race time. And it's unfortunate, and it's not funny, and I'm not making fun of the 57 at all, but you know that old saying, sometimes you got to laugh to keep from crying? I think the 57 and Richardson's going to be that after this race. They have just been in the wars ever since the drop of the green flag.
So I'm looking back at what happened to the 85, by the way. They were coming out of Leo Cop, and a slow car ahead of them, the 42, really just didn't have a great line, and that compromised their exit, and he really tried to save it and just didn't. And that's what caught the 57. So he was already losing it as the 57 came across, trying to save it. And unfortunately for the 57, he kept going, even though the car was having trouble ahead, trying to get around him. But the 57, or not the 57, the 80, the Aston Martin, kind of cut back across the track as he was trying to catch it, and that's what threw him off. So really just nobody's fault there. In the end, a bad exit from a car spun him around. The 57 gets thrown over, but you can't say enough about that 57 team, the Richardson team, Nigel and Gary, who I believe somebody said were brothers, and then Chris Brewer driving with them. They have, regardless of whether they've caused incidents, because they have absolutely caused incidents today. That absolutely were their fault. They've had tons of incidents that weren't their fault as well, like that one, and they got a lot of heart. You got to tell them that, because they're still out here driving. I don't think they care what happens. They're going to come through and make it happen. As well, Jesse.
Yeah, Jason Kellaway receiving a drive-through penalty for the MSV Racing team. Getting a drive-through penalty, and I don't think Mike Jones' wish is going to come true, as they have to come down the pit lane, sort of drive-through. That was not a steward penalty, of course. That was a track limits penalty given by ACC. So that will put a damper on their party for just a little while, you would have to imagine. But I don't think that's going to deter them much at all.
They ran high crocodile, by the way.
Oh, I see. Well, Killian Ryan Meenan strapped into the 96 Sidemax Motorworks car. Ryan Gill and George Smith interviewed them just a little while ago. Killian Ryan Meenan, such an interesting individual to talk to. He talks about, his racing with his brother, which he does on occasion, and I've asked him before, Killian, how is he just so fast? And he always sort of jokes about it, but bad fast is Killian Ryan Meenan, and that whole Side Max team. I joke about it, but I'm serious. Somebody needs to give them some added weight or something. It's almost a super team.
Ooh. Well. Okay, a little bit of a hiccup there, it looked like, but
don't adjust your television. We saw that too, but everything's okay. It's okay.
70 and 77, 70 and 777, I think, went off during that time as well, and so they had a bit of an issue. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we do know that there are a lot of bad connections into the server, and that was causing some issues early on. The unfortunate experience of internet and computers, and sometimes there's some issues, and obviously the stewards and race control are monitoring in case something truly bad does happen. But that said, we will continue watching for the moment. Killing Ryan Meenan out of that 96 Side Max car, as you said, Jesse Lee. Every single one of those drivers is quick, and very quick, and really quick. And that is about how much you can describe them for the most part. So that about sums it up and finishes it.
I told Killian once, I said, you guys, speaking about Side Max and him in particular as well, I was like, you are so fast, it's just disgusting. And he laughed at me.
I mean, that does sound like Killian. If you'll remember, during our 3 hours of Bathurst, or 3 hours of Donington, I think the entire Side Max team, as well as the FFS racing team, found themselves in our box while they were out driving and making fun of each other live on air, because that's what you do, right?
They whenever, again, back when Ryan and George were on air, I was hanging out in the chat, and I was listening to a lot of the drivers talk about, like, oh, how's the race been going? This is what we're dealing with. It's very, a lot of these top teams, they may be rivals on track, but they're friends off the track. They all have a common interest, a common hobby that they just happen to be really good at, and that doesn't keep them from being friends. And you know how sometimes in the corporate world, stuff like that, battle lines are drawn, and it would be, but it's not so much in esports and sim racing. So they were talking and going back and forth, and it was very much like that. But whenever we had some of the actual racing teams talking to one another, it was all very boisterous remarks, but it was not meant to be inflammatory in any way. And I find that very funny. They all chat to each other a certain way, and but they all know that it's all just in good fun. And as much as you want to win a 24-hour race like this, there's still an element of, I am here to have fun, and that's the right way to do things. I wouldn't be involved with a sport, let alone an esport, that I wasn't having fun at the level that I'm competing at. And I feel like no esport exemplifies that more than sim racing. Most, if not all, of the people that do it are doing it to have fun. I don't know if I can say the same for other sports, that is.
No, definitely not. I don't think so either. I think that, for the most part, the drivers that race in sim racing, they're more of them race for fun than anything, than any other place, I think, in esports in general, maybe even sports, right, as a whole. Granted, there are some serious races. Obviously, there's a prize pool this race, right? Because of the sponsorships, they've been able to bring in the prize pool. The driver entry fees, of course, getting donated out to the Quadrapara South African charity. I'd be saying that slightly incorrectly, but the driver entry fees getting donated out to charity, but the sponsors have provided a monetary fee. So, in the end, it's something that they, they're definitely fighting for a prize here, but regardless, especially in the back of the pack where you're getting those silver and AM drivers, especially they're here for fun. They're here for the experience of driving a 24. and that is not an experience that you get all the time. I mean, a 24-hour race is that's not an every week thing. And while they're definitely becoming more common in the sim racing world, as people are really embracing endurance racing, because it really is a blast every step of the way. It's something that it's something that still is not as common as, say, running a 6-hour, running a 10-hour, or whatever it is. And seeing the Lambo there out in front going way off. I think he managed to catch himself before he threw it into the wall. Did that 23 car, but he's Zarzecki was having issues last time we were in the box, Jesse, and he's
common theme going on. Well, who's not having problems is Cartier. Cartier has caught Fuzzy in the 97. That's them in picture now. And word from the pit lane, we have lost a couple of cars. And we're on to 39 still running. And one of the runners was running inside the top 10, Jan Honorati in the 192. They have had to retire the car after being involved with a battle for a top 5 spot. And that is very disappointing indeed for the 192 to have to retire. Jan Honorati confirming that himself in our chat. Sorry about your luck, Honorati.
Yeah, the RaceFace Motorsport team, of course, favorites around the European circuits. Maybe not quite as known in the ZA circuit, but very favorites around the European circuit. They're very common to see at least a couple of their cars out on the track. In the 192 and 194 are their general car numbers, if I'm not mistaken. And great guys. Jan Honorati, of course, their team manager, who was taken over from Stefano Cinapi a while back, as Stefano had to step away to deal with a little bit more life. Unfortunate for him, as I know he really enjoyed managing the Racing Line team. But in the end, Jan has done a fantastic job with them, and they've had quite a bit of a good time recently as well. In some of the races, of course, they are leading still our World Tour Championship as an example. After the last race, if I'm not mistaken, Jesse, you might correct me on that. Because seeing that 999, by the way, out in front of the elite pack car here go a little bit off circuit. That 999 again continuing to have a little bit of issues after they've had their driver swap as well. So yeah, they're again, that fatigue is really coming into play here. But we are having a battle for P2 at the moment, as the 367 has finally caught up to the Sidemax 97 team. And that is that Audi directly in front. And we're going to see this battle continue for at least the next 20 laps or so before these guys have to pit again. They did pit on lap 432 and 439 respectively, P2 and P3. So they've got quite a bit of laps in them before they're going to have to come in again. And it's just a question of, can Fusey hold off Chartier, or will he lose it and, Chartier start, well, I don't think he's going to catch Ryan Meenan on pace, but at least get out ahead and put a little bit of distance before the pit stops come up.
Well, that is the question. Ran up to the back of the 97 and now in traffic has fallen off. Just want to go back to our previous conversation talking about Stefano Cinapi. You want to talk about a guy who just, we talk about love of sim racing, but just a love of life. That particular man.
Oh God, that guy.
He makes me happy just when he's around. So, Stefano, I know you're not watching tonight, but if you do end up having this on at some point in the future and in the background, we love you and we miss you and we wish you the absolute best of luck. I miss your golden perspective on life. I absolutely, the light of the room. You could plug him into a lamp and he would glow. That's just how in love with life that man is. An absolute inspiration to me personally. So, obviously, Racing Line in great hands with Jan Honorati as well. But still, that just reminded me how much I miss having him around. But all things considered, though, not going to work out for the 192 today with that team. An absolute powerhouse of a team. But back to the task at hand, Chartier trying to close in and has done by 0.2. This lap actually make that 0.3. He was 1.1 down. So 3/10 up is the 367, but he won't be now, going incredibly wide into Cheetah and hitting the dirt. And that is going to lose him seconds, not tenths, and will once again release the pressure on Fuzzy in the 97 in front of him. Little mistakes like that, trying to dig a little bit too much. You got to be careful, Mike Jones. You don't want to make the ultimate mistake and get it into a barrier, and that could have been that mistake.
Yeah, you really got to be careful. I mean, even these pro alien drivers, mistakes don't. What's the word I'm looking for here? Mistakes don't matter as much for these guys because they're more in control than us plebs are. So even when they do make a mistake, it's less likely that they're gonna, throw themselves into a wall. But I mean, in the end, especially here at Kyalami, we've seen it time and time again today. Even that, sometimes it just don't matter. Sometimes the car will just shoot at a 90-degree angle if you catch a curve wrong or you catch the dirt or whatever, and it may not matter for them. If they make the mistake at the wrong time, if they catch the curve at Cheetah, run a little wide at Cheetah, coming out of Sunset, as we saw a few cars do. I was going to name a certain car, and then realized, wait, there's a few of them. That catches that curve or catches the dirt out of Sunset and throws them sideways. And it doesn't matter if you're a pro Alien Silver Am rookie, you're going to go into the wall at that point. And Kyalami is punishing towards that, and they got to be careful. But Chartier has been able to pick up those few tenths again, as Fusy's going to kind of be stuck behind a lap car here for just a moment. That's going to lose him another tenth or two. He's going to have to go around the outside of Ingwe as Triple Eight gets on the hammer to slow himself down. But that didn't look like it was too much. But there's about 2 tenths. I would, if I had to guess. Let's see when he crosses the line. There it is, 2 tenths, tenth and a half that he caught up through there. So if the Bentley can get behind the Ferrari quickly, he can continue gaining. I think he might have to wait until after the sweep here before he's going to get by. He kind of caught him in an unfortunate position, but endurance racing, that's what you deal with most of the time, is traffic. And navigating traffic is a lot about skill, but a lot about luck. He's getting a little sideways coming out of there, and the Bentley's finally going to get past that 888 Ferrari into Sunset, and not too much time lost there for the Bentley. Still doing good. You can tell he's just got the pace. I think he's definitely got the pace over that 97 team.
Well, you can tell that Fusy doesn't necessarily have the grip that they would want, perhaps pushing extra hard to try and stay in front of the Bentley of Cartier. But I think it's only a matter of time. I think the fact that it's taken this long is credit to Fusy and the 97, and just how consistent they are. But a little wiggle off some of the corners, and that kind of tells you where the handling is for the Side Max 97 in comparison to the 367, though 367, got to be careful in the Bentley not to throw it off of the track again. But nearly a lap or so later, most of that time has been regained, just showing you how quick the 367 is in comparison to the 97. I reckon they got about 15 more laps or so, Mike Jones, before pit stops.
That should be about right. Yeah, I mean, looking at it again, the 97 pitted on lap 432. We've been seeing these guys make about 40 lap runs, give or take a couple laps, depending on the car. So that should put him at about lap. Math is hard today, Jesse Lee. About lap 470. So about 15 laps before he'll come in. And then the Bentley out behind is about 5 laps behind him or so on the pit. 7 laps, in fact, on the last pit stop. It was lap 439 versus 432 for them. So they'll be at least picking up the position, having a bit of clear air at the end of the pit run. But also, this is that point where we have not seen a lot of yet. There's probably a couple people that have, but we're going to keep an eye on these pit stops here, Jesse Lee, as something we hinted at a few hours ago. Brake changes will come into play, and that can really make a difference here. For example, if the 97 comes in and does their brake change now, and the 367 doesn't, that means that they pick up 45 seconds just in the pit lane. Because a tire change is 30 seconds, a driver change is 30 seconds. So your standard pit stop is 30, plus any damage if you do have any. Brakes, add on 45 seconds to that, up to 1:15, which means you can get plenty of clear air. And if that 367 is quicker at this point, depending on where they're at in the pit stops, when the pit stops are about to come out, it will behoove them not to change their brakes yet, get further into clear air and not have to fight with that 97 side max team, because they think that they can go ahead and do that and outpace them, as they're seeing another drive-through come through for track limits, this time in P5.
Yeah, Centurino would not like that. Newly promoted to P5, the number 11, and only 22 seconds out behind Lewis. But I'm afraid it's going to be a drive-through, and that's going to put them the better part of a 3/4 of a lap behind the 100 Audi now, as Marco Centurino is going to eventually have to serve that. They're not going to do that now. Most drivers will sort of lunge down the pit lane to get it done as quickly as possible. Some teams won't do that. Rigorelli Racing, EGA, probably strategizing, I would assume. Sometimes it's best not to immediately dive down, make a plan, figure out what you would want to do, because this may alter your strategy a little bit as well. Question from the chat asking how far Lewis is behind Chartier in the Bentley. Well, as best as I can make out, they are the better part of 2.5 to 3 laps behind. Sometimes the
one and a half, give or take.
Oh, they're only 1.5. Okay, so the timing and scoring is scoring them for me 2.5 laps behind, but that's incorrect. It is actually 1.5 laps behind. So Lewis is 1.5 laps behind Chartier, and now it's telling me it's 4 laps. So I don't know what's going on.
55. So they're on lap 455, and P3 is on lap. Wait, hang on. 450. Oh, you jumped in the wrong car. 456. Yeah, it's a lap and a half. So the easy way, Jesse, is on the just so you're aware, on the broadcast tool that we have, the initial thing that you're seeing there where it says 2 laps on Brian Lewis, if you look at that, that is to car ahead, and if you hover over it, it's to leader. So I think that the 4 laps is the leader.
Well, there you have it right there. And a very special hello to Tortellini, who's in the chat right now. I'm curious, is that the same Tortellini that hangs out with Random Call Sign? I wonder. I'd be interested to know if you're that Tortellini or a different kind of pasta. Would like to know that. And I'm also being told that there's been another disconnect from the race, in fact.
Yeah, people still having those technical issues. As we're going to see Mufin Charrier here go along the left side of the sweep onto the 97. 97 went just wide, and that's going to be done and dusted, easy peasy. Or will it be?
Or
97 keeps it to the right, coming down into Mineshaft, hard on the brakes into Crocodile. And there's the 97. He might get up past a little bit of a touch there, a little bit of a touch, but the Bentley keeps it steady and does not push the Audi around. Small touch happening, and that Audi is so quick out of Leo Kopp and down into Mineshaft that he was just able to make that look easy coming down the straight. That big old Bentley just not enough of a run coming off the inside line, and he's going to have to try it one more time. He got the look of freedom there for a second, and he's going to look one more time, I'm sure, coming through Sector 2, as that's where he's been gaining a lot of his time versus the 97. But here in Sector 1, you can see that Fusey's doing pretty good keeping it out. But what happens once we come out of Sunset and into the twisty bits where that Audi is doing really well? Well, we're about to find out, Jesse.
Super defensive move there. Excellent. That's all that Fusey could have done, but that's all he needed to do. And now it's going to have to be a rethink for Cartier, though a little bit wide in Sunset, and all of a sudden 367 back on the rear bumper, but you don't want to make a pass right here. You want to get clear of this section, get as close as you possibly can, and that's exactly what Chartier is doing right now. Could it be a Leocop pass? Maybe. Looking to the outside, trying to go the long way around, nothing doing there, but is going to shortcut the second apex of the corner and be right on the back, trying for the same move again, it would look like, for the 367 coming down mine shaft. Will he be close enough this time? I don't think he is this time. And a little bit of a defensive line from Fuzi, and that's all it's going to take. Excellent driving on all accounts, and excellent defensive driving from the Side Max 97. And that is, all that's doing is making the 96 happier, because that's more time that they are getting, or Killian Ryan Meenan is getting. Teammates maybe helping teammates, though I suspect the 97's just thinking about the second step of the podium right now more than anything else. But a little defensive move into turn 2 there as well. I think clear intent there from Fuzi, Mike Jones.
I've got great news, Jesse Lee. He's only going to defend for 10 hours and 46 minutes.
That's a long time. That's a very long time. Though I will tell you, I have seen some drivers defend for 10 hours. It's all. I don't think in this case it's going to work, but you know, it may happen.
I'll always go back to kind of one of the more recent ones of that, like long-term defending that I saw was when we did the 12 Hours of Bathurst back in November, and Jimmy Broadbent defended for Darren King on the back end of his night when he was already kind of done, tired. He was done. He just wanted a nice, easy stint. Darren King gets all over the back of him and pushes him for about 45 minutes across the mountain in his GTR. And Jimmy, to his credit, he held it steady. I don't think I've ever seen a wetter person that just came out of a car after that, as the man was drenched in sweat. But yeah, that was one of the more recent ones I've seen of like long-term defending. It's not easy.
I gotta tell you. No, it's not. I gotta tell you something about that particular. Jimmy was tired, but he absolutely loved that. We were talking in our private chat about whether we thought that was going to work or not. I thought Darren King would have forced the issue a little bit more, and I thought that Jimmy would have probably given up or let off at some point. Neither one of those things occurred. Darren King stayed glued to the back of Broadbent, and Broadbent remained steadfast in his defense. And it was such. We don't talk about defense a lot of times. It's all about the offense making passes, but that was some of the most captivating racing I had seen. Respectful racing as well. 45 plus minutes of solid defending at a very difficult track, much like this track, like you see between Fuzi and Chartier right now. That was brilliant stuff. But I said that I didn't think the 97 could hang on, but so far, another lap and still no move. Way to the outside now, the 367, but can't get the run. I think now Chartier is just trying to fill every mirror the Audi has and potentially force a distraction or a mistake, I think.
Yeah, just a mistake is what he's looking for, and it's not happened yet. Not happened yet again, rather. Of course, the small mistake happened earlier where he ran slightly wide. Tried to capitalize on that, but not again yet for that 97 Sidemax team. They are approaching their pit window as well. About another 8 laps or so is going to be when they come into the pit lane. So we're going to see how that kind of shakes out as the 367. And Jesse Lee, why don't we, while we're watching this battle unfold, why don't we jump on board with the Bentley for a lap or so and watch him attack that 97 car as they crest over the Kyalami circuit. I'm going to have Nick clear the hood off. Oh, never mind.
No, we're not going to watch that at all. We're not going to watch that at all. Commentators curse the 367 into the wall, and Mike Jones did it to you.
Yeah, let's catch a replay of that. So he's coming through the sweep. He's going to approach Barbecue here, and you're going to see him come out of here, catches a bit of the inside curve, throws himself wide, and there it is right there. We talked about this earlier. Catches the dirt, throws himself into the inside wall. That's going to be, if I had to guess, about 20 seconds or so of damage repair. and on-track loss of about 10 to 15 seconds, all said and done. Actually, not quite that much. He did good getting that car going, but I'm sure he's probably going to have to come in for an early pit now.
No.
Of course, he was ahead the pit by about 7 laps. Now he's not. Oh, that is heartbreaking for that 367.
No.
Big hit.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And all jokes aside, that's devastating. We saw him do this 20 minutes ago into Cheetah, where he nearly lost it, trying to get everything he could to catch up to the 97. And we talked about it, that's dangerous whenever you're willing to go that far to try and make up time. And you got to be wary in this early hour of the morning. And well, it wasn't Cheetah again, but it was even more devastating. The wall very close there, just going over the curb, hooking the curb hard into the wall. And right as you wanted to go on board, we got to see that from the onboard perspective. You knew it was coming. Mike Jones, are you unlucky or just, I think you might be a mind reader.
Apparently. Probably not the mind reader that the team wants in the booth, but the 367, I mean, you know, they obviously have the pace. They decided not to come into the pit that time by as well, so maybe the damage isn't quite as bad as we think it is. Well, I have to keep an eye on his pace over the next couple laps here, see how they get down, and maybe they're prepping the pit stop. Maybe they need to do a driver change, and they're prepping the driver change a few laps early. Of course, sometimes that takes a couple minutes to get ready. Everybody's got to scramble, get their helmets on, and get out as the 23 has cleared their drive-through for track limits down towards the back of the pack. And we're just seeing so many of these drive-throughs start coming through, which just isn't surprising. By the way, Lewis was in the pit lane for the 100 Audi. That is now Wessels coming out in that South African mobile Audi R8 Evo. You can see him there on the right side of your screen as he's exiting the pit lane. They came in for a standard pit stop, about 1 minute to the in and out. So just a tire change on their end, has not done their brake change this time around. Looking back across the field, if we look at just the pit stop times, I think we may have seen our first brake change, unless this was massive damage, out of the 520 on their pit stop on lap 445, 20 laps ago, as they had about 45 seconds more in the pit than is standard. So some of the cars are at least potentially doing their brake change, and this might have been our first one for the Logistical Nightmare Team number 1, 520 in their Aston Martin.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Vermeulen did not hit anything. He's not showing up on any of the reports for the past however many laps. So I think you're correct in that assessment that the 520 for Logistical Nightmare Team 1 team has done their brake change for the race. Not a bad time to do it, out sort of in space, in 12th place, and over the halfway point. You're going to have fairly decent brakes at the end of this race, all things considered. So go ahead and get it done. I think a lot of the top teams are going to wait a bit longer. They're going to wait a bit later in the morning before they do that. And of course, that will just mean that they have a little fresher brakes at the end of the race, should they need them. And I know a lot of the teams in the top 10 are absolutely going to need them. You want to hear the crazy thing? That accident with the was it the 367 or the 369, whatever car that is, the Bentley chasing down the 97. They're back to being under 4 seconds behind the 97 after that crash.
Yeah, I mean they've actually 3.5 now, so they're catching up still. I mean, Fusey's really, I don't know.
How do Mike Jones? How do?
Fusey is losing pace. I think that Audi is struggling with tires. That wouldn't surprise me a bit. It would not surprise me a bit. Perhaps Tortellini might have a little bit of insight, as obviously he's even though he's not been able to stay connected, unfortunately. He might have a little bit of insight into the 97. Also, he was just saying that both Sidemax teams have also done their brake changes earlier when we were out of the booth taking our break. So they changed early, in fact, which is interesting because in our 24 hours of Kyalami, we saw teams push right up to the limit. And I think that we had a couple teams go out for about 22 hours on their brakes. They lasted fine, and then they switched over to pad 1 so they could get a little bit more braking power. Here, of course, in Assetto Corsa Competizione, for people who might not be familiar, there are 4 brake pads you can use. Brake pad 1 is your standard sprint race. You can last anywhere between 60 to 120 minutes, depending on the track and how aggressive you are with them. I've even seen them last a little bit longer than 2 hours, though you're definitely going to start losing friction after that 90 minutes or so. Brake pads 2 are your standard endurance brakes, so you get a solid 16 to 20 hours out of them, as long as you're comfortable with them and not abusing them. Pads 3 are kind of like pads 2. They're a little less aggressive, made for the wet, but honestly, most people intend to use pads 2, I think, for the wet as well. And then pads 4 are just more or less for show. You get about a lap out of those things before they're done, but they're even quicker than pads 1 if you can make them last. Tortellini disagreeing with me, but Tortellini, I'll disagree right back to you, as I have the facts from what happened during our race. There was definitely quite a bit of people out there on their brakes up until about the 20-hour mark or so. So, if that's true, he did just say in the chat, he's not hearing me yet, by the way. He's going to hear me in about 15 seconds when the latency picks up. But it could be that people were using pad 3 because of the rain, but there was definitely people that changed their brakes pretty deep into it. I think one of the lead cars we were theorizing, I think it was me and Ryan in the booth, we were theorizing that they switched on to pads 1 because they made their brake change with about 90 minutes left in the race. So it's been it's interesting strategy, but in the end, if you haven't made your brake change, it's about that time. So as these guys come into pit on around 10 to 15 laps, we're going to see pretty much the entire field cycle in if they haven't already. And it will not surprise me. By the way, Chartier has lost about 2 seconds since I started talking here, Jesse Lee.
Yeah, he has. Swizzy in chat's confirmed 10 seconds of damage for that car, the 367. I'm surprised that it's only about 10 seconds of damage. He hit that wall a ton, and that's a metric ton for those of you watching at this early hour. I don't understand how that's only 10 seconds of damage. It may have looked a bit more violent for us than it actually may have been in that case, but it also could have been the angle of which he hit. Maybe just got all front damage and not fender damage, and that would help with the amount of time that you have to spend on repairs. So all things told, 10 seconds, not the end of the world. That is going to be a setback for them, but it's definitely not going to be the end of the world, as it turns out, for the 367 bunch. And also confirm that is the Tortellini that I know from Random Call Signs chat. And in that case, Tortellini, all the things that I've said over the years, keep them to yourself.
So Jesse Lee hiding the secrets from Random Call Signs chat. Doesn't want to disclose any of that, and I can't say I don't blame you, knowing Random Call Sign. He, by the way, was a very happy boy on Twitter this morning and last night. Had a fantastic race yesterday. Did Mr. Ricardo, and I think he's very much looking forward to the rest of his season on the Friday Championship. And I'm looking forward to keeping an eye on him as we're, of course, broadcasting split 1, and he's down split 4, as he's one of our. Alongside myself, one of our resident slow boys. And, but he had a fantastic race. Came all the way up to P4, did that man. So Random's a good guy. He comes and commentates with us occasionally. And it's always a blast to have him in the booth. Seeing the Audi there slide on past. On the back marks here, Eugene Van Logrenberg. Logrenberg? How are we saying that, Jesse?
It's Logrenberg is how I would pronounce that. Back to Random for a second. I jokingly said yesterday I taught him everything he knows, but I don't think that's true. I do recall a time when I could beat him easily in any sim. So to see him progress is it's very heartwarming. Of course, he has fantastic. He's a YouTuber himself. He has some fantastic viewers. Tortellini being one of them, who has helped him a great deal as well, and with his racecraft and everything. So to see RC get quicker and to see him get more involved with competitive racing as well is heartwarming as well. And to see him enjoying racing, because, you know, I think we all have times where we get sort of burnt out and everything. We're all fighting the fatigue, and to have a series that he's passionate about. Well, you don't have to do much to get a Portuguese man passionate, though.
Faster car coming up behind you.
No, you really don't. I think passion just oozes out of Random Call Sign at all times. And he, you know, he might not be happy passion all the time necessarily, but it's passionate nonetheless, no matter what mood it is. And like I said, great guy. Really like speaking with him whenever I get the chance to. And of course, you've been around him and him for quite a while, so you're quite used to his shenanigans, as I'm gonna put it. That said, Lagenberg here still defending the 91 Aston Martin behind him there. That is Lucas for the Sonic Sim Racing team. Is making up that time up to the back of the Bentley as the car in front of this fight gets themselves a drive-through for pit lane or for track limits as they immediately dip into the pit lane and take that drive-through. Ross Webster for the Redline Racing League coming in, and we're really seeing again. It seems like about every 20 minutes or so, someone new comes across with the drive-through penalty for the track limits, and we're just going to continue to see that. I think for the remainder of the race, it would not surprise me. Chartier has dropped back further from Fusey. He's about 6.5 seconds back now. Definitely losing time, and he is, I guess, trying to ride out until the pit stop. At this point, I mean, they are within their pit window in about 5 to 6 laps. And, more power to them. They decided to keep the car out, lose about a half-tenth a lap or so on average, if not a little bit more, and keep the car out and just make sure they don't screw up their pit stops. I actually think that might be the right call there, Jesse. He's not losing too much time, but to screw up a pit stop rotation halfway through the race, there's really no need for it at the moment. He can make up that time. They've shown that they have the pace over that 90-17, and so they can afford to lose this time now and make it up later.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I don't hate that strategy. I would have probably panicked and came down the pit lane for repairs, but knowing it's only 10 seconds and knowing that, yes, you are losing a bit of time now as it goes in and out, but definitely trending into a delta for the 367, I gotta say, I don't hate that idea. Don't screw up your pit strategy. You may be behind by 20 seconds when you come out of the pit lane, but you've already ran them down once. You know, if you can do it once, you can do it twice. That's actually a complete lie. The 367 has ran down the 97 3 times to this point in the race after some of the smaller mistakes that they've had. So you know you can do it, and I don't hate that at all. It seems like the right call. Smart move by whoever is writing the strategy for the All-In Racing Bentley team, because kudos deserved indeed. And speaking of kudos to the stewarding team here at RaceFace, big hats off to all of you that are staying up late, making sure that the race is not only adjudicated, but all of the penalties for the drive time are being taken care of appropriately. Of course, that's not a rule that was intended for this race. Curtis announced that those would be cleared, and I've seen in the time that we've been talking, a couple of those have had to be cleared, and do appreciate the stewards staying up late and their dedication as well. So many moving parts, Mike Jones, to put on a production like this. They hear us, of course, but we're a very, very small portion of that.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously don't know how many people are behind the scenes at RaceFace, but just to give you guys an example of what it took to put on our 24 hours at Kyalami, we had, I believe, 11 broadcasters and commentators in through the race, as well as two guest commentators, of course, Paul Jeffrey and Gareth Ronda from ACCSS joined us. Paul Jeffrey of Race Department fame, amongst many other things at this point, including working for development company. Jesse, do you remember which one?
Studio 397.
Studio 397, which of course is one of the most famous game studios in the world, realistically. Paul Jeffrey is, so fantastic by him to be over there. And then we had, I think, 16, 17 stewards spread throughout that race, if not a couple more. And then the admin work on top of it and everything. Ryan having to design our race program, Fabian of course designing the spotter guide. you know, it definitely takes a lot of work. I mean, it takes an army to put on something like this. If you want to broadcast, if you want to steward, and if you want to admin this race, it takes a lot. I mean, I was up for about 40 hours, all said and done. I think that day, if not a little bit more, from start to finish. I caught a little bit of a nap during the race at some point with my phone number out to about 8 different people saying, if there is any problem, you will call and wake me up, and you will not think twice about it. But in the end, that's pretty much what Burtis was doing today here at RaceFace. He shot me a message, and I know a couple other people's got his number as well. You know, if anything truly, like the server truly goes down or anything, you know, we were under strict instructions to make sure that we give him a call and wake him up. So that is the life of the server admin, Jesse Lee.
Indeed.
But you know, it's a ton of fun. I mean, for us, for the stewards, you know, I know like the stewards during our event, you know, they had a ton of fun. You know, jokes and stuff aside, you know, I always say there are periods where, as a stewarding team, you're not doing anything. You know, when there's no incidents happening, you're kind of just joking around and you know, having some fun, having some laughs, and you know, that's really what it is, and that's what we do here in the box too. You know, realistically, me and Jesse are just kind of chatting with each other for, you know, the next 4.5 hours. What, 3.5 hours? How long have we got here, Jesse?
4.5 hours to go. And do you know what though? I sort of enjoy it, to be honest. It's just nice to sit and talk about just whatever comes up, and that's sort of what we get in this instance. Whenever the race is on and there's nothing going on in the race, we revert back to type and talk about many different things as Chartier continues to fall back 8 seconds the gap. But bear in mind, if they fall back to 10 seconds, they're going to have 10 seconds extra on the repairs that Fuzi will not have to do, or whoever takes over the 97. So they're going to be 20 seconds behind. If that were the case, they'll be 18 seconds behind right now. But again, they were chewing up the 97 to about 3/4 to a full second a lap. So in 20 laps, theoretically, of course, if I've done the math correctly, you know, as simple as they are.
Have you been doing the maths?
I have been doing the maths. They could be right back up there, and it's the long game. It's the long game. 10.5 hours to go. 1:40 a.m. in South Africa, if you are still with us from the host country. 18 degrees C the temperature, and that might continue to fall just a little bit further into the night as well. Got Mike Jones, I'm Jesse Lee, and Nick Setnick with you in the box, and I gotta say, it is going to be a long old night. I feel like there is, how much do you know, Mike Jones, how much nighttime driving there is in this race? Considering I think ACC models this after a race in January, does it not?
Gelukkig heb ik vorige ochtend aan de uitdaging gezien. Let's go nog na die tijd.
Sunset at Kyalami.
Ja, so basies Grant was in 'n bietjie van 'n daar's ek dink dit was King gewees, Bernard King. So by Hairpin, hulle ons was 'n penalty ghost gewees vir hulle. So toe sien hulle glad nie Grant se kar nie, toe pand hulle vir Grant en toe spin hy uit in die muur vas. So toe gaan hy nou in obviously om die kar reg te maak. So toe sy eerste stint nou net 'n halfuur in plaas van
So fairly significant nighttime driving.
So dit ons nou tyd verloor. Maar ek het nog 7 minute oor van hierdie stint, dan's ek klaar met hom.
Even though it's going to be about 2 a.m. So we'll be still here.
Ja, Reineke,
ek rook net gou klaar.
Yes, reg.
We will get that miraculous sunrise, but I tell you what's going to mess with me.
I'll be back now.
Oh, there's a car sitting in turn 2 there. It's a couple of cars. That basically tells you the tail. It was a 2-car tangle into turn 2. That's a tongue twister if you ever get bored. And Killian Ryan Meenan having to navigate it like a moving chicane gets through there.
That was the 89, by the way.
Yeah, I wonder what manner of drama happened there. If I had to guess, a couple of cars with a little bit of a spin there in the corner.
I'm gonna take a look real quick, Jesse, while you're discussing. Let's find out.
Yeah, it's
oh yeah, there it is right there. So yeah, both the Aston Martins. So the 242 came in for a very late dive on the 89, and just looks like he tagged him. He went a little wide and tagged the 89 in turn 2 and just kind of spun them both around.
Well, there you have it, a tag into 2 and a moving chicane for your leader. Navigated again, and the 96 has had their fair share of close calls in this race so far, and they'll be looking up at the time and be a bit worried that it is going to be another 10 plus hours of having to dodge all the drama on the track. They have been pretty drama free as the 96 and the 242 getting a 20-second penalty. Now that's interesting.
Yeah, let's find out what that's for. The stewards have not posted it to.
Oh,
no, they have.
They
They
indeed.
did
That happened.
Yeah.
That happened quite some time ago. I was not paying attention, but yeah, the 242, 20 seconds, causing a collision on lap 442. 20 seconds must have been a fairly significant one to warrant 20.
Mm-hmm. I would not be surprised to see them potentially get a penalty for that one going into turn 1 as well. They had a bit of a bad rejoin coming off as well when they were rejoining the track. Luckily, they didn't hit anybody, but there were a couple cars that were really forced to take evasive action. And then the 962, I'm surprised they didn't tag them as they rejoined the circuit. So we'll see what stewards decide on that, but we might see that 20-second move up here at some point. They're overtaking a car that was ahead of them, ran a little wide in turn 1. And of course, we unfortunately didn't get video evidence of that for the commentary team. But hey, the stewards have it all. That's what we have the replay machines for. And they'll take a look at it as it gets reported in and find out what happens. But Jesse Lee, I think it's about that. Oh, hang on a second. We have a drive-through coming out for speeding in the pit lane rather than track limits. The 42 team, who is all the way in dead last, and they've struggled today to keep it on the track. Have definitely had a ton of issues with setup or what, we don't know.
Kan jy net
Speeding in the
vinnig
pit lane,
check
that's
op die
gonna put
sheet
them back
wat
about
jou
another,
temps was vir hierdie
35
stint?
seconds or so,
Die baan is nou
all said and
18-18.
done.
Ek wil net
So
seker maak
they're
of dit
gonna have to
dieselfde is.
come through the
En of my
pit
net die
lane
nommer
one
gee
more
van jou
time as
stint
they just came out.
of van
Here
die
is the 962
straat.
MSP Racing. Jason Kellaway currently in that car, and Jesse Lee.
Ek nou nie reg teen 'n select want
We said we go on
die
board with the
mixing and
962
matching
and
het
watch a
ons
couple
nou
laps here at the Kyalami circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead
Dis 'n
and
straat
do
12.
that. But
Is
Mike
dit op
Jones, be wary.
18-18?
The last time you said we were going to do that, we crashed right
Yeah, it was
here,
op-
in fact. But folks, we're going to go a lap
was
or
toen-
so on board.
Mine
If
was
you
op
are
16,
with us
16.
This evening, feel free to stand
Right.
up, get a
17,
drink,
17, want het was
and we'll
27,
be right back with you as we're going to go on board with Jason Kellaway.
Altyd voor wiele en agter was 27-4 en 27-3.
Okay, so hy is fine dan net hoe hy is nou of wil jy ek moet dalk bietjie adjust of nie?
Ja, nee, het moet fijn te wees.
Okay, sharp. Ja, ek dink nie ek gaan nog 'n lap na hierdie ene gedoen kry nie. Want ek kom nou by die mineshaft af en ek het 2 minute oor, so ek dink ek gaan hierdie lap box.
Ja,
Ja, want dit gaan 'n bietjie van 'n tight squeeze wees om nog 'n lap uitgewrig te kry. Daar gaan Martin naby.
hoe is ek met die verkeerde fucking kar?
Sê weer?
Ek weet die regte fucking kar kies. Is hulle mooi goed dis as ek in die regte kar klim.
Ja, nee.
Ook al is hulle nog steeds is jy in die pits in.
Ek is nou net in die pits gestop. Al lig hulle nou die kar op. As jy drive klik, druk jy shift in die kant toe pyltjies as hy nie dalk op jou kar is nie. Ja, ek staan nou in die pits. 17 sekondes hoor.
Kom, goed.
10 5 4 3 2 1 go. Sy. Bliksem en nou so klaar hoor. Fuck it.
Ek sal so dink ja.
Ek het 'n paar klompie laps nou uitgepomp hier so hoor.
Ja.
Yes.
Nou jy gerus.
Ja, nee, ek dink ek gaan net so 'n bietjie 'n kort nap vat want my volgende stint is nou 6:15, so ek gaan net so 'n bietjie van 'n slaapie vat. Die posisie voor ons heiliglik is Meiberg hulle, Hansie. So dit gaan 'n bietjie van 'n chase wees om hulle te vang. So ja. My foon is aan en van silent af, so as jy wat jy vir Leslie agter jou. As jy my dalk nodig het,
Ja.
gee my maar 'n likeie.
Alrighty, maak so.
Alright.
Okay. Cheers.
Sterkte man. Cheers.
Dankie.
Well, welcome back, everybody. That was a couple laps around the Kyalami circuit. Audio up experience here at RaceFace Pro in solidarity for the Pure Storage 24-hour Kyalami. Riding along with Jason Kellaway in the 962 Aston Martin. And we're going to take a look here just for those guys who might not be quite as experienced with the Kyalami circuit. We're going to take an onboard lap with Killian Ryan Meenan here. And my name Mike Jones, Jesse Lee joining me in the box. I'm going to take you through a lap along the Kyalami circuit. Let's go on board with the 96 Sidemax Motorworks. This is your race leader, has been leading for about 4 hours at this point. He's hard onto the straight, coming across start-finish line through turn one, which is the kink, and then he's going to look for that 100-meter board on his right, brake as hard as he can, get the car turned in while he's braking in through Crowthorne, and then get hard on the power, try and keep it flat all the way through the sweep, get as far to the right as possible before he takes that left into Barbecue. Don't catch the grass there on the outskirts because that has thrown quite a few people, including some of our top 10, off into the wall. We just watched that a little while ago. Gets back on the power, comes through Sunset, which is an interesting corner. You just have to get a dab of the brakes on, and you get earlier on the throttle than you think before you come through it. And then back on the power for just a moment before you come into Clubhouse. coming out of Clubhouse and then into the S's here. And this is another corner that is deceptively fast. With all the elevation change here, you can really run wide on that left side as you upshift into fourth. Look for the Marshall board on your left side, and then one of the only triple apex corners in GT3 racing. Leo Cop is a very difficult corner, but very satisfying to get right. And then one of the fastest places on the circuit, the second fastest one, in fact, as they go down the mine shaft and into the Crocodiles, down all the way on the brakes to gear number 1. And then Cheetah, the most difficult corner outside of perhaps some of the corners at Laguna in the GT World Challenge circuit. You have to hit it perfectly. You cannot be too far left. You cannot be too far right. You catch the curb, you will get thrown. And then into Ingwe for the final corner and back out onto the straight. And that is a lap. That was a 1:41.661, one of the fastest laps that we are seeing on circuit at this time. There are a couple cars running a couple tenths faster than that, but these mid 41s are some quick laps considering in qualifying, Mr. Jesse Lee, they were down in the 39, so these guys are only a couple seconds off qualifying pace with fuel, race fuel, and endurance setup that had the potential for there to be rain as well. You've got to make those slight adjustments for the race to make sure that you're maybe a little slower on the dry just in case it rains, even though we don't have any rain on the forecast so far for the remainder of the race.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I can tell you 3 things that I learned from that onboard lap. Number 1, you apparently know all the corner names here at Kyalami. The second thing I learned is why isn't Triple Apex Racing a team name? As you see the leader trying to navigate lap traffic. And the third thing I learned from Killian Ryan Neiman that I've been driving turn 2 all wrong, and that may be where I am hemorrhaging some of my time in Sector 1. It's amazing as a driver some of the things you pick up just by watching some of the faster teams and sort of the way that they go about entering corners. And there's nothing fundamentally different other than the line. It is surprising just how much time using the wrong line can lose you around here. And his approach to 1 was completely different. I would say I approached turn 1 or turn 2, I should say.
Oh, that's the Lexus out in front. Let's find that car number for Mr. Setnik. That is the 344, Nick. Let's catch a replay on that if we can. Back in P32. And let's see if we can catch a bit of a replay. Here is the Lexus. He's going to come into Ingwe. Catches a bit of the inside curve, throws himself just a little bit. I think he was just a little
contact.
bit sideways. Yeah, I don't think there was contact with the leader there. I think that he just got a little bit sideways and the leader was coming past.
Oh, this is dangerous. Oh, that's man. So dangerous.
No further contact had, but that initial contact is going to be enough. Luckily for the other cars, they were cognizant of the yellow flags enough that they were able to avoid the contact. I think that was Milton Steele Vassen's team, the 962. Jason Kellaway currently in that car. Sorry, not Milton Steele Vassen. That was out behind them. And so that was, dangerous by them. And there is the 962, by the way, flashing the lights on the 344. Once on pass, he gets on past and sunset pretty easily. But yeah, we've unfortunately, Jesse, seen a little bit of that today of cars kind of backing up into the racing line when they shouldn't be, and that's an example of it. But also, it's very difficult here today because take a look at the right side of your screen. There's just not much room to maneuver. There's so many cars out on track still, as the 242 just got another 10 seconds for a penalty that I'm not very surprised for. The stewards haven't posted that over to us yet, but I'm going. Oh no, there it is. Hang on. 242. On lap 455. There it is. So lap 455. That was the incident that we watched a little bit earlier. That we were thinking that the 242 was going to get a penalty for. While we were on break, by the way, 2 other penalties that came out. The 999 received themselves a 20-second penalty, as well as the 13 car, a 20-second penalty for collisions that they've caused over the last little bit. And obviously the 999, I've noticed, Jesse, that Beamer has been falling down the order a little bit since we were on board with him for a while earlier.
Hello.
Yeah, they are ever so slightly. Or
Mike, you're still driving?
No, it's me driving, Martin.
Oh, Martin.
Yeah.
You didn't stream your stream.
Didn't I?
Nah.
Well, man, I did put it on.
Nah, it's not on.
No wonder why not.
I wonder. I don't know.
Let's try again.
Do it on the straight though.
No, I'm in the pitch now because the leader was right on my ass. And in the last corner, he didn't give me any space, so I went into the wall.
Ah, fuck. I had a few horrible incidents during my
for
stints as well.
Like a drive-through penalty.
No pit limiter.
It just goes from worse. Fucking second time.
A bit of a slow learner there, Martin.
And our pit limiter was fucking on.
Yeah, I think you just leave it on. If you push the pit limiter, it goes off, and then you think you've put it on. I think just leave it off. Well, just don't touch it when you come in.
Yeah.
I think that's what I remember from my stint.
Yeah.
Just leave it on and it'll turn off at the exit. You don't have to touch it. But where are we now?
32nd.
Can you put your stream on? Oh, you have.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And these fucking people can't wait. Why would you want to pass someone on the fucking turn?
Yeah, they can't.
Several hoods are, well, they're not fastened, are they? After some of those incidences, of course, Mike Jones documented some of the penalties due to the incidents.
It's a good place to let people pass there. Got no sound on your feed.
Yeah, I don't know why. The last time also. And I did press the audio thing, so.
Yeah. That's fine. I got the commentators in the background anyway, so the feed's getting the Americans talking a whole lot of shit. Welcome, pitcher. Oh, drive through.
Oh, the drive through.
The action has kind of died down on track.
So I'm just going straight through.
Pit stops coming through.
Hey, but we're 32nd. We were 35 when I last saw with Mike.
Yeah, but there's a few people disconnected.
Take a bit of the tour of the field really quick. So up in P1, killing Ryan Mean, and of course for the 96 side, Max Motorworks.
Oh, if we can get in the top 30, I think that'll be good.
Really?
And their sister team, the 97
fuck
Tico Vanderbilt, currently piloting around that sister.
Stop and go penalty again.
They are
Fucking just gets worse.
in fact,
And my pit limiter was on.
doing really well, keeping out ahead so far of the 367. The difference here, Jesse, that I think is obviously the 367, as we were talking about earlier, the Chartier had plenty of pace versus Fusey in the 97, but the Bentley has had damage and kind of lost time.
Have you got a button set for your pit limiter?
Yeah.
As well as just on the track.
Well, next time, push it on the way in and then leave it on the way out.
Yeah, that's what I've done because I've just drove through.
There, but they're going to hope that they can pick up.
Had you not turned it off?
No.
Wessels, our top Z8 team for the race at the moment, doing very well in P4. And then, of course, in P5, we've got the 962 Jason Kellaway, Milt Steel Bass.
It just gets worse.
And they're Aston Martin.
Oh, don't worry. You've got a few hours left still.
And looking back further, we got Centurino, number 11 car in P6. The Sagi, which is the 404. That's another South African team in the Bentley. They're driving with Rowe, Adam, and Grobler in that car. So great to see a couple of the South African teams up in the top 10. Then we go back to P8, which is a 666 Audi of BWR Racing. That is Kuski currently in that car. Back in P9, the 158 Carlo Barbera. And back in P10 is Alexander Runehart and the All-In Racing team, which we've had our eye on quite a bit, as they were involved in quite a bit of the action through
fuck's sake. Let's see, second time lucky.
It's a stop and go, huh?
Yeah.
They sure have
So, what, 60 seconds?
Top 10. Behind them, you got the
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but
the top 10, and they are competing sort of on their own. and so is Lagarde in the 13, just behind them. Kruger in 13th. Again, a lot of these cars on different laps back here. Webster on their own lap as well. And then Lorenberg in the 969. We talked about Van Lorenberg earlier. Some of the incidents and unfortunate events they have has knocked them all the way down to the 15th place. Isherwood in
we lost a spot.
730.
Yeah.
In
oh, well, you're still doing better than when I was. I was 35th, I think, when I handed over.
129, posting up in the 18th place position.
Let's see now.
Are on the same
yeah, get it. When I wake up just now, I want to see. You see across the line there. Was that not one of you got the penalty?
Earlier was
Can't cross that white line.
I didn't get a penalty now.
No. You were very close to crossing it though. Maybe that's what happened the first time out.
Yeah. I'm past, man.
The top 20.
And of course, even through the rest of the field here, let's flash the timetable up for a second next so we can take a look at the back half of the field as well. So the back half of the field, these guys, of course, fighting for their own rights at this point, as we kind of talked about. Let's see if we can get that scrolled down to the bottom, if it's possible to do so. I don't know if it will be Nick. So I don't know if it will be Nick. Yeah, Nick's thumbs it up for me. There we go. So we'll take a look at the bottom of the field here. We're seeing all these guys. We talked about this a little bit earlier. All these guys, they might not be fighting for overall, podiums or top 10s or anything like that. But all these guys back at the back of the pack are fighting for their own positions. And realistically, they're still right there, right? I mean, look at P16, 17. Second and a half there. There's 3 seconds between P19, 18. There's only a couple seconds between P21, 22. All these guys are fighting for positions down near the bottom of the field, and they're racing within their own class, more or less, right? I mean, most of these guys, Silver Am drivers versus the pro drivers in the top 15, top 20, they've got plenty to fight for still. And, just finishing a 24-hour race, of course, as we said, is an achievement.
Yeah, so all the top 10 guys are professionals.
Being able to say that, like, hey, I finished a 24-hour race, and did pretty well against all the guys that were racing around the same pace as me.
I mean, imagine doing sim racing for your living.
Here with the RaceFace.
These guys, some of them are sponsored and everything.
It's just nothing to write home about.
These guys are good skill though.
Rather, is what I meant. But big shout out to all the
So
sponsors.
the top GT, top in the world GT driver, sim racer.
Brought to you by Solidarity.
He's now racing real life GT3s.
Guys are just,
James Baldwin.
Here out and helping us put on these races, along with the sponsors NEC, Data Sciences, Oxide, Super Micro,
and Jimmy Brownbed is also driving real cars now.
Very
he's driving real cars too, but not.
No.
Sponsoring out the race for us.
No,
snap oversteer.
Are going to go over to the driver entry proceeds, going over to Quadrupera, I believe it's the charity name. I'll have to check on that in just a second. Out in South Africa to help out quadriplegics in the South African country and community surrounding that. And it's just fantastic to see, all the sponsors in here. They're wanting to donate.
All right, I'm going to bed.
All right, enjoy.
To the charity.
Just.
And Lexus around there again. Not surprising, unfortunately, to see him out on the side again. But again, big shout out to all the sponsors. Quadrupera Association of South Africa, by the way, is the proper name of the charity. So there we have it. Big shout out to all the stewards, of course, who are here. Big shout out to the commentary team. We've got Nick Setnick behind the cameras at the moment. Stewie was joining us earlier. Ryan Gill, George Smith, myself, Mike Jones, Jesse Lee joining me in the box here, and of course Greg Maloney and Clark King, a couple of the local South Africans out here joining us as well. They'll be back to take over for us in a few hours in the morning. And then Maloney and I believe George G. Mac Smith are going to bring home the race at the end, while us Americans come off our 6-hour stint and try to get a little bit of a nap before we jump over and try to teleport ourselves out to Australia, Jesse, for the morning.
Yes, indeed. Well, folks, we have got to the point, 10 hours left in the Pure Storage 24 of Kyalami here on RaceFace and Solidarity. 24 hours is the name of the game, and they've done more than half of that distance now. 10 hours, perhaps the longest, hardest part of the race, though. still to come just after 2 a.m. in South Africa now. It means we're only about 3 or 4 hours away from the sun coming up. And if you are still with us early in the morning, have a cup of coffee, because this is going to be very interesting why we are watching the 367 there. I was just thinking that gap is coming down. They did spend about 4 more seconds in the pit lane than I thought they were going to, but nevertheless, they ended up about 29, 30 seconds adrift. Well, now they have made up several of those seconds, and they are trending back in the right direction to challenge the 97, though I've been doing the maths, and I don't think it's going to be on this stint, though. I think it's going to be the next stint.
Unless there's, I agree. I don't think it's going to be the stint. They've got a lot of time to make up. I would be surprised they can make up 30 seconds across 2 stints, though. But they've definitely had the pace. Last lap, though, looking at it, they have lost on the very last lap 3/10. I'm curious to see what this one is. They're going to cross the line here briefly. So Vanderbilt came across the line running a 41.5. UTL is going to come across the line here in just a moment. I'm going to see him come across, and he's going to run a 41.5. So he lost 2 hundredths of a second on the last lap. So he's definitely not picking up every lap. It's just a question of, can he be more consistent than Vanderbilt, or will Vanderbilt make a mistake? We saw UTL make the mistake earlier. Maybe it's Vanderbilt's time.
Well, I've seen both these drivers in competition before, Vandervelde and UTL, but I think maybe Vandervelde will have a little something for UTL. But that being said, it has now gone down again. The gap, 367, is gaining. I think maybe the Audi is not set up perhaps for the colder conditions. Certainly, I feel like as the temperature started to dip, that's when the Bentley came to life.
There's the 57 sideways again coming out of barbecue. Can we cut over to that, Nick, because he's stuck in the middle of the track. He's back on. I don't think he caused any contacts with anybody. We're going to catch a nice long replay here. Sorry to interrupt you, Jesse, but I noticed the Porsche I happened to be watching on the replay was dodging cars. So 57 here, he's going to run wide, very similar to what we've seen multiple times. Doesn't bounce off the wall, so good on him. Parks it up sideways on the back of the track, spins it around in front of a couple cars. Good dodge by them, and that's that Porsche I was watching, by the way, that was out in front there. He barely got past, but Richardson again struggling with this and struggling with the with getting the rejoins proper and correct, and potentially causing some more issues. But no contacts that time.
Yeah, it's still a dangerous sort of maneuver. I know everybody wants to get the car going in the right direction as quickly as possible, but I cannot advise spinning the car around in the middle of the track. The safest thing to do is to hit reverse and try and stay as far onto the curb as possible. That maneuver leaves a lot of people guessing of where you're going, and then whenever they can't for sure know where you're going, well, that can cause problems. It didn't that time, but I was just looking when we were going through the field, Mike Jones. I was looking at the 57. There's a lot of cars that have had issues today, the 42, the 70, the 99, the 77. Actually, now that I think about it, the majority of the field has had issues at some point today, but I digress. My point being the 57, considering how many times we've seen that car punted and doing the punting, I expected them to be well near the back of the field, and they're just kind of not. They're up near the top part of the 30s and the back half of the 20s. So whenever they're not in the wall, they must be at least somewhat rapid, because they're not near the back of the field.
Yeah, but that's part of the problem is you get, this is an endurance race. It's you can be as rapid as you want. I think that, if they're out here against people that are as consistent as they can be, I think that's part of the problem is some of these guys, even the Richardson team, is just not as they're not fighting in cars that are as fast as them, so they're able to gain these positions even though they're losing that time. And, in a 24-hour race, what really matters is how consistent you can be. Speed obviously is a factor, but if you consistently make mistakes, people that you are as fast as, they're going to blow by you. handily they'll be gone every step of the way. I'm actually curious to kind of take a look, Jesse, over the next couple laps, if the 57 can keep it on the black stuff and point it in the right direction. I'm kind of curious to see what laps they're running. I think they're running low 43s, which should put them up into around P16, 17, if I'm not mistaken, based on pace alone. So realistically, that's how much time they're losing. That's where they should be. And of course, they're back all the way in P29 after when's all said and done. They've lost about 10 positions based on pace versus consistency at this point, and it's not doing them too well. We might see a bit of a battle shape up here in just a moment on track. In fact, two of them here near the top 10. This is Mohamed currently being chased down by Vermillion behind in the 520 Aston Martin, and just ahead of these guys up the track is Kuski and Barberi, who are going to start catching each other as well. And Jesse Lee, we might have a reprieve from talking about the back markers and the rejoins by a bit of a battle going on here very shortly, and we might be able to get loud for a minute.
Yeah, I tell you what I was doing. I was looking at the 88 while Nick Setnick was focusing on them, and I was looking at Mohamed and trying to figure out what Malik did to get a 5-second penalty. The stewards have an answer for us, though, as they always do. 5-second penalty for the number 88 running in 10th place for driving standards or driver standards. Now, that's a very interesting penalty. We don't see that very often, but says to me that the stewards have found that he was driving, outside of the norm of what you would expect. So that's very interesting indeed. I wonder what a driver in the top 10 could have possibly done to get a penalty like that. It's whatever it was, we didn't see it, but it certainly occurred, and the stewards did see it and decided to give him a 5-second penalty. So that's very interesting.
What car number was that, Jesse Lee, again?
The 88 is the one I was referring to. That's Malik Mohamed.
Take a look. Yeah, there he is. I'm going to go take a look real quick.
Yeah, it obviously was something. The stewards are not going to obviously give a penalty for nothing. So certainly something the 88 did warranted a driving standards penalty, which is a very serious thing. I would have no idea what happened. Perhaps a forceful overtake at some point, perhaps, or going off track, unsafe rejoin. But I suspect if it was an unsafe rejoin, they would put that in the penalty description and not driving standards. So very interesting indeed. Mike Jones is going to put on his Inspector Gadget hat and try and figure that out. Meanwhile, of course, there is the 20-second penalty for the 13, the 242. Also has a similar penalty for on-track collisions. And there was a car very recently near the back of the pack that got a drive-through for track limits. As you might expect, we've been seeing more and more of those as the night wears on. Keep in mind, you get 3 track cut warnings and then a penalty, and then it all resets as Vermillion comes into pit lane. Hits out of 11th place, just behind Malik Mohamed. And that will be a routine stop for the 520. As we look ahead to Barberi in the 158 Bentley now, circulating inside the top 10 in 9th place. Trying to run down the triple six of Kutsi in that Audi, doing a fine job of that. Less than 2 seconds the gap. This gap was, I think, 2.5 to 3 seconds a lap or so ago, as Barberi is catching Kuzi in front of him for the 8th place position. Looking like a Bentley on Audi battle about to brew. Let's see what the sector time is here as they come across the line. It was 2.2, then 1.9. What is it about to be now? And it is 2.3. So going in and out is the gap, depending on the sector, as you might expect from 2 different manufacturers.
I've been looking, Jesse Lee, through the replay a little bit, and I haven't been able to find anything specific as to what might have happened with the 88, but Yeah, I mean, obviously the stewards were monitoring something, which is what they're here for. So, you know, that's why they have all these. They have plenty of time to review these, where we, you know, obviously really don't. You know, I tried to pull up the replay machine a little bit to see if I can find something, but yeah, I mean, obviously they were monitoring, and they're definitely making sure that these guys are, you know, properly obeying driving standard rules, making sure that they're not doing too many dive bombs, making sure they're not, you know, doing bad rejoins, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, that's what the stewards are here for, and that's what they're going to do. We've got the 42 car off in turn 2 at the moment, it looks like. But he managed to get up off the track there. That's another one of the Lexuses. Sorry, the 420 car, not the 442. But he did manage to catch me in contact there. And, yeah, those Lexi are just, they're having plenty of problems back there in B33.
Lexi, huh?
That's what I'm going with.
All right. Well, that keeps you up to date. Again, the story of the race, the GTWR team that led much of the first portion of this race, the first third, having a disconnect on a pit stop, unable to put their new driver in, having to retire from the race, and that's when SideMax 96 comes in and takes over the race lead. George Boothby was in the car at the time, and they have led ever since. It's coming up on 5 hours that they've been in the lead. Their sister car, the 97, has done their best fending for the second place position. They currently find themselves in a bit of a battle with the 327 Bentley at that time, and there are several other battles going on through the field. And this is one of those. Coetzee and Barbary here for the 8th place position. Seems like through sector 3, Barbary loses a bit of time, but through the rest of the track, the 666, the Ada Pro Esports team catches a little bit. Overall, though, the gap is trending down, which is bad news for the 666. Good news for the 158. Got another 2 laps or so. I reckon we might have a fight for 8th on our hands. Car off in the background. That looks like an Aston of some variety. And is that the 420 again or the 42? I couldn't tell. Looked like there was a 4.2. It's the 242. I saw a 4 and a 2 in the darkness, but I could not determine which one it was. And another one of these incidents here with a car going straight on.
So weird.
Not just completely not going into Cheetah at all.
That'd be Crocodile.
Is that Crocodiles? Okay, that's Crocodile. It's dark and I cannot see. That's my excuse. Crocodile and Cheetah look very similar to my brain, but yes, indeed, that's the second car we've seen tonight just completely go straight in the Crocodile, and they will take the 242 to the pit lane for much needed care. And it's so strange to see it because they're not attempting to turn away or save themselves. It is straight on as if the steering broke, but we know that's not the case because they eventually do get the car turned. Either way, Carlo Barberi for Ada Pro Esports. Gap just about the same on the 666 as they come to the line, but this is the section that I reckon that Barberi is going to catch Coetzee a little bit, and indeed does by about a 10th there, the gap coming in. Got to be careful, though. We've seen several Bentleys put it into the wall, trying to get a little bit too much. Looking very controlled is Barberi, it must be said, in the 158.
Yeah, Barberi for the Ada Pro Esports team doing pretty well. I mean, they're definitely catching, and he's been kind of getting a 10th, getting a 10th, getting a 10th, getting a 10th. And, you know, it's really working for him so far. And this is really what you do in these endurance races. Is you just need that time. 10th here, 10th here, 10th here, and that starts adding up, you know, over a 10 hours remaining, or just shy of 10 hours remaining in this race. Plenty of time to make that up and get those passes done. Let me look at the pit stops real quick for these guys. they only pit 2 laps apart, so they're on the same pit strategy as well.
When did they last pit, Mike?
470 and 468, so they are approaching pit window in about 10 laps.
Well, there you have it right there. 10 more laps. That will be all that Barbary needs to catch Kudzi in front, I would assume. But, well, you know what they say in racing, Mike Jones, catching somebody's one thing, passing them, well, that's quite another.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I think at this point, I mean, with how slow he's been catching him, right? He's catching him, but he's been slow at it. I think he's going to catch him about the time the pit stops come up. So I think we're going to see a scramble in the pit lane between the two of these guys. They won't pit on the same lap, I don't think. But we're going to see who gets the better pit stop. We also do, well, actually, hang on, I can find out for sure if he has done. So the 88 did make their brake stop. Both of them made their brake stop, actually. They, on their pit on lap 390 and 399, respectively, they made their brake stop. So both of them are done with their extra 45 seconds. So there won't be any of that shenanigans in the pit lane to make up for it. They will have to make sure that they nail it. Or perhaps if you're running that wide, 666, you might find yourself in the pit lane sooner than later, driving through it and not stopping, as we've seen quite a bit of that. But so far, no drive-through for that 666, but that may have given him another track warning. Running real deep out of Ingwe. Kind of one of the corners you can run very deep out of here, though. To be fair, Jesse Lee, you got plenty of room. By the way, I am going to go wrangle myself a Milton Steele Vasson real quick to get him in here and have a chat. How about that?
That sounds like an absolute plan. And in the meantime, we are going to continue to watch this gap go down between 666 and the 158, catching all the time, and perhaps catching at an expedited rate now with the lap traffic. Will it get in between the two of them? Yes, it will, just a little bit, but around the outside is Barbary attempting to get alongside as they go into Leacop, and they will indeed. And that has certainly closed the gap down at an expedited rate as they go through Leacop and down through Mineshaft. I would say, I have to wait for them at the line, but I would say, yes, indeed, that literally cut the gap in half, and that's exactly what Barbary wanted. But Kudzi would like the lap traffic to not fight them at all, but even still, just having to modify your line into a corner around here is going to lose you tenths of a second, and indeed in some corners modifying your line isn't even, well, it's a demand more than a request, as the gap very well and truly under a second. If this is Formula One, it would definitely be DRS range, but it is not, because we do not rely on gimmicks to make passes in GT racing. We can do that with our engines and driver talent.
Yeah, man.
Well, we have been joined by Milton Steele Vasson now, one of the team members in the 367, I believe.
962.
962, that's right. He drives for his own team. Why did I say that? He drives for his own team. Anyway, Milton, I do apologize for that. It's almost like we've done this interview before, and but the 962, you are in an Aston. How's that going for you?
Pretty well at the moment, to be honest. We had a bit of a rocky start, but yeah, we're just trucking on. Putting in the laps at the moment. We've just been slowly climbing up.
Well, I got to say, credit where it's due. You're the only Aston in the top 10, and up until recently, with some penalties and some mechanical issues, you were the only Aston in the top 15. Well, now that's not the case. There's several Astons in the top 15, but you are, of course, the highest one up in the field. What's your outlook for the race? I mean, you're racing against Audis and Bentleys. Do you think you can crack the top 5?
I'm not really sure at the moment, to be honest. I'm just kind of taking it at each lap at the moment, considering the first few hours we had. We're pretty surprised where we are now. So yeah, we're just taking it as it goes. If we could get a top 5, that would be pretty mega, to be honest, against against the Audis and Dirt Bentleys. Because the teams and the cars got a lot of pace in the top 5. So if we can get even anywhere near them, we'll be pretty happy.
I gotta ask, this team, of course, much like all the other teams at this point, I think it'd be hard pressed to find a team that hasn't had a penalty of any variety. Did that change your strategy at all?
Not really, to be honest. No. The only thing that actually changed our strategy was a bit of a hardware issue, but that was only by a couple of laps. So yeah, so far we've been pretty spot on with our strategy. Yeah, it's not really affected us too much, so we've been pretty lucky with that.
How have you found racing around back markers clearly at the sharp end of the field? We've seen a lot of maneuvers by some of the back half of the field that haven't necessarily come off. How have you found it?
It's been interesting, to be honest. It's been a bit of a learning experience. I think it's kind of calmed down a little bit, probably after a few hours with a few of the penalties being handed out, but it's kind of taught us to keep an eye out in this race. We've just been basically almost eyes on stalks just to make sure that if anything happens, we're ready for it, and we've kind of, there's been a few accidents in front of us that we've managed to avoid by doing that, which has helped. And yeah, we've just got pretty good now at giving a wide berth when we're coming behind some of the back markers and just making sure that we're giving enough room.
Talk about your teammates a little bit. Jason Kellaway in the car right now. I mean, how is it peace of mind to have quality teammates like you have over at MSV?
Yeah, definitely. To be honest, it's nice to be able to just hand the car over and know that they're going to put in a nice stint.
Come on, man!
Not going to do anything stupid and get into any accidents. So yeah, it's pretty nice. I can just chill and wait until I get in the car, pretty much.
Grobler in chat, who I think they've had to retire their car. You were fighting them earlier, and Grobler says, I don't want to misquote it. Grobler says, tell MSV that he gave us a hard time in that car of his. You were racing them earlier. It was actually a really good scrap between the two of you.
All right. Oh, nice. I can't even remember what car that was, to be honest.
I mean, correct. Grobler's not out. They're in the 100 car. My mistake. I have written all the cars that were out of the race. My mistake. They're in 4th place right now.
Yeah, they've done pretty well for themselves, actually. We were fighting them a little bit earlier on, and they've moved forwards pretty well in the last few hours.
Brake change done?
Yes, yeah. To be honest, we went a little bit earlier than we wanted to because I think the rear brakes started to go. But hopefully we should be all good on brakes.
All good on brake. That's what we think. When did you actually do that change? I don't think we saw that. I don't think I was in the box.
I think it was about 11 hours 40 in. So we went probably just before the halfway point. But we found with the World Tour we had to go a little bit early because I think the warmer temperatures seemed to degrade the brakes a little bit more for the first half of the race. So yeah, we're just going to take it careful for the last 12 hours, and hopefully the cooler temperatures will help them last a little bit longer.
Well, we talked about the difficult track. I mean, do you prefer, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, Milton, do you prefer, by the way, we're talking to Milton Stilvassen, the team, I guess you're the team principal and driver for MSV.
Yes,
as well.
I am.
And I gotta say, would you prefer running a 24-hour race, like let's say at the Nürburgring GP or a place like Kyalami?
For me personally, definitely Kyalami. I've never really got on with the Nürburgring, so I kind of almost avoid it if I can. But I've always absolutely loved Kyalami since I started ACC, so that was partly why we did it. This will be our second 24-hour at Kyalami. And yeah, I've enjoyed every minute of it, to be honest. It's a great track to drive. The next one on the bucket list is Spa 24-hour, to be honest.
There it is. Well, here's Carlo Barberi, who has now caught up to Becca Kutzi now, as that battle has started to heat up for the 8th place position. This, of course, happening just a few positions behind Kellaway. Of course, the 962 Aston running well. And has Kellaway had any feedback from the driver's compartment, or is he very quiet?
I think he had a bit of an issue with the tyres on the last stint. We're not sure what happened, but they were extremely low on pressures. So I think something's happened in the pit stop, or we might not have done the set the tyres up properly. But yeah, he got on with it. But no, this stint he's pretty happy at the moment. So yeah, I've just left him to it, and I'll be in the car after him.
Oh, intense battle here between the 666 and the 158, and the car in front of you, Wessels, has just went into the pit lane. I can only assume, based on his last pit, that is a scheduled pit stop. And we are staying with Barbary, who is trying to do an outside move here in Leocop. It's not going to happen. Getting right up to the back of the 666, and now the run down the hill in mine shaft. Got traffic racing each other in front, all kicking off. We talked about how you had dealt with the lap traffic, but how have you sort of dealt with cars that you're racing? Like, who are your biggest rivals right now?
I think probably, I'm not entirely sure at the moment. We've been looking out for the 666 because they're kind of within range. Then there's the number 11. I think they dropped back quite recently. They kind of appeared on our radar, and then the number 100. They're kind of out of sync with us on pit stops, but I think we are still potentially within range of them if they have any issues or anything like that. So yeah, I think on track battles at the moment we're pretty on our own, but with pit stops and everything, there's a few around that we could be battling with.
Milton, we're actually just sort of curious. We've talked about all race, the potential of fatigue at a racetrack like this, one that you never get a moment to relax. There's not really even a real straightaway here, and there at one point was 45 plus cars. There's only 39 or 38 now, but even still, that is a massive amount of cars for a track like this. Is fatigue a real thing, and if so, how does MSV deal with that?
I think for me, I'm pretty lucky because I've done karting for most of my life, and that is a lot more physically fatiguing for me, so I'm kind of used to it. And then Simon Keeble as well, he's the same. So we're okay in that sense. I think Callaway, he's not really done quite as much karting, so I think he sometimes feels it. His steering wheel was on full force feedback earlier on. I think that glitched out, and he managed to do the full stint with full force feedback, which I was pretty impressed with.
Kyalami. That's nuts.
Yeah, I don't know how on earth he did it. We were trying to sort anything out we could, but yeah, he managed to finish off the stint and hand over. But to be honest, yeah, so far we've been okay with fatigue. I think in the early hours of the morning we might start to struggle a little bit. If I can get any sleep at all, I'll be impressed, to be honest. That might be tricky. But yeah, so far so good. We managed to survive the World Tour 24 hours, so that was a bit of practice almost for us.
Very, very quickly, we're going to replay you the overtake of Carlo Barbary in Leocop. It wasn't the cleanest overtake, but it was an overtake nonetheless. And here we go back. The position open for the 666, the door left open, and Barbary goes through.
Side max is off in Cheetah. Side max is off in Cheetah.
A little bit of a hit check there. The 158 goes through, and side max
they're okay.
Went off in Cheetah, but I can't see any damage.
No, they didn't hit anything. All of a sudden I looked up and I saw side max in the dirt.
So Milton, you're telling me you're not going to sleep at all. Why is that?
I'll be honest, I couldn't really get any sleep in the last 24 hours. I'm not one of those that can nap very easily, unfortunately. So I think this time I've just decided, screw it, I'm going to try and go all night. if I get that tired, I think I might have to go for an hour or two's nap. But I'm going pretty strong so far, so got a couple of monsters at the ready to keep me going. So yeah, that's my plan at the moment.
The night stint here, it's 11 plus hours. It's not just quite half the race. It's obviously something I assume that MSV, just like anybody else, has practiced for. But what's it like in these conditions? Is it very dark, or do you have enough light to get around? Is any of the corners sneak up on you around here?
I must admit, when it started to get dark, it took me a little while to adjust to some of the braking points, because they kind of weren't really there the same. Especially in VR as well, it can be a little bit different. But yeah, we've all adapted to it pretty well. I quite enjoyed racing in the dark. It's a bit of a different thing than karting for me, because I've never raced in the dark before. So yeah, it's quite fun, to be honest. And yeah, once I kind of get up to speed and get used to being in the dark, it's not really much different for me than in the daytime.
Well, there you have it. I gotta say, truly impressive driving out of the top 10. I mean, I think a lot of times we undersell some of the great things, especially teams like MSV, SideMax, GTWR, etc., and so forth, Racing Line, who are not actually here today. Now that I think about that, but how much practice went into getting to race day today?
To be honest, we actually didn't really have a chance to do much practice for today. We've had a few other races on with the Friday Champ and with the World Tour. That's kind of our main focus. We entered this more for a bit of fun, to be honest. So yeah, we kind of used our knowledge from previous races at Kyalami and from the 24 hours. So we used the setups, and all of us know the track pretty well. So we basically jumped in the server just to test what conditions were like, just to get used to it. But yeah, we haven't really had the time to put a lot of practice into this. So yeah, to be running where we are, I'm extremely happy, to be honest.
You probably shouldn't have told me that, because I am media, and I'm going to twist that into my own words. Milton Stilvatson says 24 hours, easy. That's basically what you've told me there.
Well, Milton, appreciate you jumping in. Obviously, I just have one more question for you. We've already kind of glossed over the subject a little bit, but I'm going to ask you the direct question. Where are you going to be at the end of the race?
Oh, that is a hard question. Well, I've just looked up, and we are 5th at the moment. So if we can keep top 5, then that'll be definitely a win for us, I think.
Well, I think you guys have all the chance in the world to get a top 5, if not maybe even climb up another position. So you got time. You got to let your lap down, obviously, behind P4, but who's also a lap down behind P3 and a lap down behind P2 and 2 laps behind down P1. So it's going to be a long climb up. But in the end, you guys keep up the pace. Don't make any too many mistakes, and I'm sure that you guys will get back up there. You're getting back in the car, as I understand, here in about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think 20-25 minutes, and then I'll be back in the car for a double stint.
All right. Well, 9.5 hours left, and we're going to have Milton Stilvatson back in the car about the 9-hour mark to start the 9 hours of Kyalami. Oh, wait, no, this is not a 9 hours Kyalami. This is 24 hours Kyalami.
I see what you've done there. I like
that. Fresh, refreshed, and ready to go, right? Yeah? Oh, wait, you haven't slept either.
Mike Jones here, hitting all the bad notes. I don't know, Milton. I'll just say you're an absolute joy to watch out on the track. You and your MSV team, and I know a lot of people look up to the MSV team and you guys, and it's impressive to watch you guys come out here and perform the way that you have, the way that you do most of the time. And I gotta say, I'm starting to believe you in particular and some of your teammates are not necessarily human.
He's gonna make you solve a captcha test just like you did Boothby.
Yeah. So far, Jardier and Boothby, Jardier and Boothby both pass. So either they're a supercomputer or they're human.
Yeah, I think I might have to start practicing for that capture test then.
Oh, there it is.
He's gonna actually practice for that one. He won't practice for the 24-hour Kyalami, but he'll practice for the capture.
we had those chess playing robots that were so very popular. Whenever a robot could finally beat a grandmaster, I think now we're getting to the point where we have sim racing robots that can now solve captchas. I think is what's happening here.
That'd be quite an interesting one. Racing robots.
Oh no, we don't give them any ideas. I love talking to the drivers. I'm not going to sit here and talk to a computer. Milton, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming in and talking to us.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for having me on.
Hey, good luck, man. We'll be watching you for your 2 hours on the car.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well, that was Milton Stilvassen, the team principal and driver for the 962. Some of the things he said, very interesting. He said, yeah, whenever the sun initially went down, it was semi-difficult to find your way around, having to refine the braking points. But says that considering his sort of stamina that he has, the actual track, the actual racing is not that actually difficult at all. So the concentration level and the fitness level is there. And a lot of people probably scoff at that and think, what fitness level could you possibly need to play a video game? Well, first of all, smarty pants, it's sim racing. And number two, have you ever used a direct drive wheel? I do. I know how hard those things can pull. It definitely takes.
Especially Kyalami. It's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, talking about his teammate getting stuck on 100% force feedback, no matter what wheel that is, you assume it's several Newton meters of torque through the corners here, even on a less than enthusiast level wheel, which I assume this was an enthusiast level wheel. So you're talking anywhere between 5 to 15 Newton meters, you would assume, and just to do that for an hour and go, I'll fix it later. Oh, that's well beyond me.
I mean, I've just seen Broadbent go out and do 20-minute races in them things, and he's about sweaty and sore as he can be. So, I couldn't even imagine, doing an hour at a circuit that's as difficult as this, where you're taking as many curbs as you are, where you're going up down the track, trying to wrestle that thing around for an hour. My arms would be done.
Mike Jones, if you had to pick no force feedback versus all of the force feedback, which devil would you pick?
So here's the thing. I think it's hard for me to say because I have never used a wheel stronger than my G29. So I don't think that I am educated enough on the subject to really make that call. I feel like I would probably go with full because at least you can feel the car. No force feedback, you've got no feeling and you're running incredibly slow, right? But I think it also depends on the race distance.
Yeah. I would say an hour's race, and in an hour's race, I would definitely pick all of the feedback, all of the strength. But if it was for a 4-hour race and you had to do it solo, I would pick no force feedback, though I would hate the experience. But all things considered, more often than not, it's going to be all the force feedback. We've had several drivers lose feedback, and they lose literal seconds on the racetrack. I don't think the same happens when you have all the torque. So I guess I would have to go with all the torque.
Yeah, I concur. By the way, we get another yellow flag here. Looks like the 344 is off at Cheetah. Let's see if we can track that car down. That is one of the Lexi again. He's not coming into the pit lane after he rejoined, so perhaps not too much damage. I think he just spun himself and just had to kind of sit there and wait for a little while. There is a little damage there out on the front of that car, it looks like, Jesse, but these Lexi are they're having a bad time. It is not their race out here, either the 344 or the 420. Yeah, he had a hard time getting that car fired.
Yeah, he's doing the smart thing, though. He definitely waited till there was a long stretch, he knew that he was going to eventually, because the steering lock on a GT3 car is not very good, he knew that he was going to have to come back across the track, but he waited for a very long time. He could see from his position the lights. That's one advantage you have here in the dark is from his perspective anyway, he could see back around the corner and down the hill of what was coming. So he was picking his moment, got the car going back around, and there's a car right in front that is sideways. Is that the 70? I think it might be. I'm unsure if that was a 70.
Flag. Yeah, I didn't see a yellow flag.
He got, they got all the sideways. It was a 70 indeed. They got very sideways, but saved it in front. I think we're going to get to see that right here. I thought they fully spun it from the onboard cam. I don't think they did. Was there contact? You bet there was contact, and that's why they didn't go around. That's the 969 Bentley who tapped them, and that was sort of a I'm sorry, my bad tap as well, where they tapped him back forward the correct way. You know what? I'm a fan of that. I feel like if you're going to tap somebody on accident, at least set them straight. Keep them from spinning, and that's fine. I feel like, you know, it's almost respectful at that point. Like, oh, I'm about to turn you, and now I've decided I'm not going to do that.
Unfortunately for the 969, I feel like that might cost them about a 5-second penalty if that gets reported up, which I wouldn't be surprised if it did, up to the steward's box. They're only about 15 seconds back on last check on the car ahead. So let's see. I'm kind of curious. So they're going to cross the sector line here in a second. Yeah, 15.736 seconds, which was exactly the same last sector, by the way. So they're literally tying the car ahead. If they get themselves a 5-second penalty, all the work they've been doing to try and catch up is going down the drain. Their last lap was a little slower, of course, but overall they are moving ever so slightly faster than the 738 ahead. Not enough that they're going to catch them quickly, but again, as we talked about a little while ago with this car right here, who has not been gaining time, by the way, that much, Jesse Lee. Tinko Vandervelde has been doing good and putting in good laps. 9 hours, if you know, a tenth a lap and 9 hours later, it's a lot of time if you can make it up.
Did you say a penalty? Because I have one for you. The 158 has been given a 5-second penalty for causing a collision, undoubtedly, with the 666 of Kutzi earlier when they made that pass for the 7th place position. So the stewards awarded the 158 5-second penalty for making that pass with contacting Leah Kopp. And I almost feel that's warranted, though, again, they have all the angles and they are better adjudicators than I would ever be. But they tend to agree in this case. Yes, a pass with contact and a 5-second penalty. Not the biggest penalty in the world, but still a penalty for a sort of the penalty fits the crime in this case, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the stewards are definitely making good decisions off the instance that we've seen in the adjudications they brought down. You know, they're definitely, like, the penalties seem to be appropriate for the incidents for the most part. There's obviously incidents that have happened that I don't think you've seen a penalty, or perhaps marked as a racing incident or something that, you know, they've decided on. But at least the penalties themselves that they've been putting out look pretty good. So the 367 that we were still on board with there, you know, they're trying to catch up to Tinker Vandervelde in the 97, but we're watching Byron Walker now come out of the pits. This is the White Rabbit Gaming Academy, who got that critical damage earlier and had to make an emergency pit stop. They've went back down to P22, but that said, I mean, they're definitely picking up positions after that damage. Of course, this White Rabbit Gaming Academy team, after having that major incident, dropping down so many positions, they were definitely faster than the cars in front of them. They're not. I don't think they're going to be fighting for any P15, P10s or anything at this point. But you know, I don't think after that major incident they're going to, you know, be too mad at getting up into P20 and fighting for further up the field if they can. And I'm sure either way, George will be disappointed that they picked an Aston Martin, but he'll be proud of him either way once he gets up in the morning and making sure that they were out here pushing as hard as they can the entire time. Of course, George G-Max Smith, the team principal over at White Rabbit Gaming. Here's another car, Jesse Lee, who has been pushing this entire race. This is Stephen Wessel to the Arashi Racing 100 Audi R8 LMS Evo, and they up to P8 at this point, or P4 rather at this point. Just a decent, good drive from these guys. Of course, there's the 70 car off again in the background, catching the cheetah curb, it looks like, throwing himself into the inside wall. Nick's going to catch a bit of a replay here, I think. Jesse, why don't you take us through?
Well, Michael Appleton here is going to go for a wild ride. How many times have we seen this? He's going to completely miss the curb there, but this is the one that gets you here in Cheetah, and it's going to be a little miss. Yeah, it's a little bit of a miss. Didn't quite get as close to the inside and goes a little bit over the curb, over the backside of Cheetah on the left, and immediately hooks themselves into the outside fence. That is unfortunate. And you were talking about the 100 as I see another car off there. Talking about the 100 earlier. I mean, good for them. Good for South African sim racing as well, to have a home race and have a team representing inside the top 5 as well as they're doing. That 100 is going very well indeed. Perhaps a little bit of a battle here between Patterson and the 89, and looks like position gained for PWSR in the 101 Porsche, getting up to the 24th place position. Not the most painful pass that they've ever had to make in the 101. The 89 made that a bit more commodious than some would have done. And now the 101 will set their sights on Warzecki in front, but I'm not quite sure they are on the same lap. As it turns out, they are not on the same lap as far as I'm aware. But either way, nice looking car. The 101, Kieran Patterson, I think, or PWSR, I think, has kind of kept their nose clean for the majority of this race. I certainly can't think of any particular incident that I'm aware of.
Unfortunately, PWSR has kept their nose clean today because they have had an absolute torrent of technical issues. I believe they've had 3 different disconnects throughout the race. So, haven't been involved in any incidents, but that's because they keep falling out of the race temporarily.
You gotta admit, to have those technical issues and still be 24th, that's impressive.
It really is. I mean, we just go back to, say, the 57 car, who obviously has the speed. Speaking of which, there's a 57 car getting passed up by some lead lap cars, or not lead lap cars, but further up the field cars at least, because the only one on the lead lap is the leader at the moment. The 57 is another example, right? They're way farther up the field than they really should be, because they have the speed to do it, but they keep having issues. Like, there it is right there. You see the 57 in the background there, just about catching the dirt. Maybe he's getting fatigued and not paying as much attention or something, but, that's those small mistakes that have come out of them. And even though they've had the pace, they've had the speed, they're all the way back in the back. PWSR, same concept, right? When they're out in here and running laps, they're quick. The difference is PWSR was fighting for a top 10 earlier in the race, which means they're also consistent. So there's another car off. That was one of the Ferraris. I'm going to imagine that's the 888 as they've continued to have problems, and it is the 888 off at Ingwe. He is being patient, waiting for the cars to come past. Should have an opportunity now as soon as the next car comes on by, which is the 404, to spin himself back around. And I'm going to take a look at that replay, but I'm going to assume that was a self-induced incident there by the 888, Jesse. But let's take a look, shall we?
Yeah, I imagine it was as well. Very patient to get the car going in the right direction. I'm sure everybody appreciates that, including us here in the booth and the stewards as well, making the right decision, not endangering anybody else. Of course, 888 down in 36th place has just had about the worst kind of luck you could ever imagine. I don't know if it's something to do with the vehicle, the car, the track, something not agreeing, and a lot of spins. Tico Vandervelde brought the 2nd place car.
It's off again, by the way.
Yes, indeed. Tico Vandervelde bringing the 97 Sidemax Motorworks car off of pit lane after a routine pit stop. Tinko doing a double stint. Yes, indeed. I had to check my notes there for a second. Indeed, 97 doing a double stint for Vander Velde. And Sidemax Motorworks, he will stay in the car. And I think
Util a couple laps go as well. Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Util in the 367 has done the same as well. So long overnight stints, cooler temperatures, no wind to speak of, and no bad weather. All things considered, a fantastic night, or should I say morning, as it is just about to go 3 a.m. in South Africa. It is a fantastic morning for racing, and of course, that means that we're only about 2.5 hours thereabout from seeing dawn. And that will be a very welcome sight to all the teams and the drivers. I'm sure, Mike, you know as good as I do, being the driver in the car when dawn breaks, it's reinvigorating.
It really is. You know that you're getting close to the end of the race. You know that you're on that home stretch and you're ready to go. Get back on out on the track and, maybe get in the car. If you're out in the pit lane, you kind of look at it and you wake up a little bit and go, all right, we're getting there. And we're ready to go. 80 Eastport in the pit lane. Carlo Barbera from P8 taking his scheduled pit stop. They last pit on lap 474. So that is a scheduled pit stop for them. This is the battle going on track at the moment, by the way. I've been monitoring this myself over here on my machine a little bit. Kruger is staying about 0.6 back, off the back of Moore, but has got the pace to get on up there at some point. Just waiting for that mistake to happen, and that's really what it's going to be. Of course, as we've seen pretty much through this entire race, those small mistakes is what's doing it. So Kruger getting ready to pounce on Moore, get P12 away from him, and of course these guys pretty far back from the next car out on track. They're 2 laps behind, or at least a lap and a half or so behind P11. So it'll be a long drive up to P11, but in the end, every position matters. What's your favorite saying, Jesse Lee, besides for I like maths? I believe it is racing drivers see a car ahead of them and they want past them. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, and I know that because all the drivers seem to disagree about everything on the planet. But all drivers tend to agree on one thing. I want to get in front of that guy in front of me. It doesn't matter if you're the leader of the race or the last car on the track. You want to get by the guy in front of you. Lap car, 4 position, out of your class, in your class, doesn't matter. And that's what Kruger is on about, and it's a little bit more important for Kruger, though, I must say, than that, because Moore is the 12th place driver, and nobody ever wants to say they finished 13th. They'd rather say, well, I finished 12th, though we are a long old way away from the end of this race, coming up to 9 hours to go. And we start talking about the hopeful things such as morning and dawn, and then you look up at the top of the screen and you realize it's still 9 hours to go, and it is ever so far away for all of these teams, and any mistake now is going to make for a very long old morning. And of course, to keep you up to speed, overnight we have had several retirements, all due to technical issues. Nobody has retired willingly from this race that we're aware of. All technical issue related retirements. As far as I know, we have 38 cars circulating as a Lexus has gone off again, coming through Cheetah. Hard contact with the outside wall in the background. And that, of course, is Martin Joubert in the 344. And I feel like this is going to be a very similar deja vu style incident here.
Well, let's take a look. What corner is that? Oh, it's Cheetah. Whoa, actually, that wasn't even deja vu, Jesse Lee. He didn't hit anything.
Well, he did. He definitely
on the inside. He didn't touch the grass. Oh, the 344 with the rejoin again. With these cars with their rejoins, just struggling with these. Sure, the stewards might take a look at that one again. The 962 slid on past, but he didn't touch the grass on the outside and didn't touch the curb on the inside, and that was a little different that time. But still the same outcome.
Yeah, he definitely missed the apex, and Cheetah has a 666 is off, and this is a very dangerous place. He's backing across the track, the lights flashing on the 40 Porsche, begging to not pull out in front. What has happened to the 666 here? Has this been a pass gone wrong in Leacop? Nothing there.
Yeah,
Nothing there. Just losing it. Hooking the inside curb to the exit is what's done it. And a bounce over the big curb and a crash into the outside wall and a reverse here that I thought was going to end in tears with the 40 doesn't. Very alert driving by the driver of the 40 and the Audi, the 666, getting it corrected. And what that's going to do is erase all error from Barbary, who has come in and pitted, by the way. Double stemming is the 158. Cleared that 5-second penalty for contact with the 666 in Leacop when the pass was made. And all that's going to do for Carlo Barbary and the Ada Pro team is vindicate them. They will now be well clear of the 666 and set their sights in front of everyone that they will inevitably be having to look forward to, such as the 404 and the 11. Now that is just how quickly, more to our point, that is just how quickly you can go wrong here.
Yeah, and majorly wrong too. At this point, he's going to have, I'm going to say, quite a bit of damage. Let me see here. Where are they? They are just coming out of the pit lane right now. So, that was Jesse. That was not a very long pit stop. So they must not have taken tires. Actually, that makes sense because they pit on lap 508. So they just pit. They were on brand new tires and full tank fuel. So they had a roughly 30-second pit stop worth of damage. But that is about a minute 30, give or take, that they just lost on track, given the incident time loss, creeping into the pit lane, taking the pit stop, etc. 90 seconds is going to be quite a lot. They are sticking ahead of Mohamed for now, but now they're under fire because he's only 6 seconds back on the road. 5-second penalty, granted, does that 88 have, as the 13 receives themselves a drive-through for track limits. We were just watching that fight heat up a couple minutes ago. Kruger now going to get the easy win on that fight as well. So some of these fights are just coming through and ending themselves off self-induced incidents, whether that is an incident as this 666 had or the drive-through penalty that the 13 for the all-in racing Aston Martin just got for the drive-through or for track limits. And, well, Jesse, what are you going to do?
Well, if you are the 87, you're going to celebrate because that basically removes an obstacle in your way that you had been following for quite some time. So Kruger's going to celebrate, and more is, well, he's going to say some things that we cannot say on the internet is what's going to happen there. 9 hours left in the race, just after 3 a.m. here in South Africa. Mike Jones, Jesse Lee, and Nick Setnick in the booth, bringing you the sounds and the pictures of the Pure Storage 24 of Kyalami here for RaceFace and Solidarity. And we are glad that you are with us in this very early morning. We hope you're well wherever you may be in the world. And of course, a big thank you to NEC Data Sciences, Oxide, AMD, Supermicro for everything that they supply and do for us here. And it has been there's no way to put it, Mike Jones, a drama-filled 24-hour race thus far. And I don't feel like it's going to be any different for the final 9.
That was close. More
case and point.
Coming into Cheetah right there. Yeah, he almost threw himself and lost even more time. But making it in for his drive-through, I don't think he sped in, even despite the little incident there. So we're going to see if he gets a drive-through at the end of the pit lane as well for speeding. And we're going to find out. But he's going to, of course, lose all that time. Here comes Jason Kellaway across the line. He should be pitting pretty soon here. He last pit on lap 480. We're on lap 523. That means that he's going to have to come in the pit lane here in just a couple moments. And, of course, Milton Steele Vasson will be taking over that car. 666 did not speed coming in, by the way. So he's back out on the track in P9. He is, let's see. Where is he now? Based on the timing. Oh, sorry, not the 666, the 13. He's probably going to be about, say, 30 seconds behind Kruger once that sorts out. 17 seconds right there. So he's not under fire from Fox behind, but he's got a lot of time to make up to that 87 at this point. And Kellaway, of course, should be into the pit lane this time or next time around. Taddy, in the 11 Audi will take over that position from him while he's in the pit. The MSV team will drop down to about P6 on the leaderboard. Luckily, not losing too much time since the field is still spread out. But in the end, it's going to be something where, the consistency will be the key, and the pit strategy is going to come into play. Most of the cars have went in and done their extra brake change stop at this point that we have found. So everybody should have that shaken out for the most part. We'll see a couple more teams, I'm sure, needing to come in and do that at some point. But Jesse Lee, the action isn't stopping, basically, is really what it is. Even if there's not proper on-track passing going on, there is drama. 9 hours left to go.
Yeah, that's exactly sort of what I'm on about. And just as you were describing the strategy for the 962, I was looking at Crocodiles and Cheetah, and the 344 Lexus had went off again in a massive off, and it took them quite a long time to get going. It's largely the same cars too, isn't it, that are having the bulk of the issues, and it's a bit perplexing to me as to why they continue to have these sort of issues, almost embarrassingly so. And I'd be wondering, and I am wondering exactly what exactly is the issue. And of course, some of their problems they're having are not self-inflicted as well, but more so, it's quite interesting. It seems to be a handful of cars that just do not have a handle. But that all being said, we talked to Milton Stilvassen earlier, and to your point, Mike Jones, he was running 6th when I started talking to him. He was promoted to 5th, and I asked him if he thought he could get in the top 5. He goes, well, that's going to be very hard to do with all these fast teams here. And his answer is correct, but in that conversation that we had, he did take 5th, or his team did, and now he's going to be given a car inside the top 5. And isn't that just fantastic for the MSV boys?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's not surprising, and I think that's pretty much where they're going to finish. Obviously, once Kellaway comes in for his pit stop here, it's still going. By the way, he's still out on the track. He hasn't come in for his pit yet. But I think that regardless of what happens here, they're probably going to make it out into P5. Ahead of Taddy back in P6, who's not too far back on the road, but of course they're a little a little bit out of the pit window between each other, about 15 laps between them. 999 picks himself up a drive-through for track limits. That BMW immediately coming into the pits. He's been struggling in the middle of the race here a little bit. Is that 999 Miller has been doing pretty well since he got in the car, but his teammates were definitely struggling a little bit through the beginning of the night stint. R24 Bentley that we're on board with now. He's got the 999 now behind him. So that's a position picked up by him. And now the 999 going to be under fire from the 23 Lamborghini here pretty soon. And the 87, by the way, coming to the pit lane, Jesse Lee, after he just took that position back from Moore. And look what he's got on his way out. That's speeding in the pit lane drive-through. So that is match for match there between the 13 and the 87. Both of them receiving that drive-through. They both pitted along the same lap as well, if I'm not mistaken. So neither one of these cars are really ahead of one another when all's said and done. And in fact, I think the 87 might fall even further behind. But that is a struggle by these guys, and not what you wanted to see. By the way, Jason Kellaway now coming into the pit lane as I was watching the start of it. We're going to see Milton Stilvassen in that 962 and see where he shakes out behind Taddy here in a few.
Well, in reference to the 13 and the 87, it was looking like 40-15 for Kruger over Moore, but to borrow another tennis reference, it's deuce now. because you had everything going your way in the 87 for Kruger. All you had to do was not commit a silly self-inflicted penalty, and indeed that's what's happened. So now you have given all that power back up to Moore. Moore will be absolutely thrilled with that. Moore will be looking at that drive-through, almost laughing to himself. Game back on for the 12th place, as it turns out. And if you are not familiar with this car, the 96 Sidemax Motorworks Audi, Killian Ryan Meenan behind the wheel. Well, there's good reason for that. That's because they are tucked away at the front of this field, a lap all to themselves. And they have been keeping largely
at this point now, by the way.
2.5 laps in front of their sister Sidemax team in the 97. And they have been keeping out of trouble. Long gone are the memories of them nearly being involved in 4 or 5 different incidents in the same hour. And now we are at a point where they have sort of found their rhythm. And I just saw the 87's penalty get cleared.
Yeah, that was he actually came in and served it, so it wasn't cleared by race control or anything.
Okay.
So that means that it was he just served the drive-through penalty basically.
I did not catch the bit where the little P came up on the screen. I was too busy looking at Killian Ryan Meenan performing his trade, which is an absolute treat. Like I said earlier, you can learn a lot from a good driver just by watching how they drive. Turns out I've been running into turn 2 here all wrong for the past decade or so. So interestingly enough, Killian taught me something mid-race that I otherwise wouldn't have known. Speaking of the leader, the 96 Sidemax car into the pit lane for the scheduled stop at the end of lap 527.
Yeah, it's going to be a leader in the pit. No, nothing untoward here. He's going to come in, get his tires, get his fuel, get back out on the track. He'll still be approximately 2 laps ahead of Tinko van der Velde in the 97. When all said and done, we're currently watching van der Velde come across Sunset there and into the S's. You can see just how far behind he is. This is 2 laps when all said and done, and he's still approaching Neocop. So it's actually a little more than 2.5 laps when I looked at it a moment ago, Jesse, apparently, as this is going to be about or over 2 laps still as Killian's pulling out of his pit box now. That means that we're going to come out of the pit lane about the time that he comes down through Mineshaft, and that's, 2 1/3, give or take, by my estimate there. And that 96 Sidemax team has just put in the work. Obviously, probably disappointed that the GTWR team not here to fight with. You never necessarily want the win handed to you by any means, but I also don't think that the 96 is going to look at it any differently than a pure victory, regardless of what happens. Mechanical issues happen. Cars fail, wheels fail, and in the sim world, internets fail, power fails, whatever happens to happen. Of course, the GTWR team did have a power failure early on. Simonini for the GTWR team had the power failure. Jordan Sherratt, who was the reconnecting driver, was not available to be able to get back into the race server, and as such, the GTWR team decided to retire. Sidemax Motorworks been out front the rest of the time. Tinko van der Velde took over from UTL about what has it been, Jesse? About 2.5 hours, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it was about the 11.5 mark. The 97 took over P2 again.
Yes, indeed, I believe that is correct.
And so we've had a 1-2 Sidemax this entire time for the last couple hours since Jesse and I have been in the booth. And of course, Wessel's back in P4, our first ZA team on the docket.
Yeah, and they're going well indeed. They have rarely put a foot wrong. They have found themselves in some dramas, though. They have recovered very nicely from such and not let that deter them. They've got all the way up to 4th place. They have climbed very well indeed. And for the Rashi Racing 100 Audi, with Stephen Wessels behind the wheel, who's been behind the wheel for some time now, they have had an absolute field day in the nighttime, and well-deserved indeed. And they need to only focus on the last 8 hours, 48 minutes, and they are going to be handsomely rewarded with a brilliant finishing position, but that finish is oh so far away. That pretty much covers the top 5. Util in the 367 now in 3rd place, hanging on to that position. Not a current threat to Van der Velde in the 97. And of course, our 5th place driver, Taddy, in the number 11 Audi, doing their level best. They have retaken the 5th place position from Milton Still Vasson, who has climbed into the 962 MSV Audi, or not Audi, excuse me, Aston. And they will be trekking down the Audi of Taddy in the number 11. So the 5th place position continues to change hands. And that battle very much alive for that position. And this is Milton Still Vasson making his way through traffic. We interviewed him earlier. He talked about, it's not the biggest deal to me, racing long races like this, racing in the dark. Not really the biggest struggle either. A veteran sim racer and karting driver racer himself, he certainly has the experience and the dexterity to go the extra mile, so to speak. He's putting it on display here. An absolutely fantastic run from MSV, who entered this race for fun, which is, I guess, what most people do, but for fun, but also doing very well considering self-professed didn't practice that much. And here is Romain Util in the 367, all in racing. Currently running 3rd on the road. We've documented some of their struggles getting over some of the curbs and collecting 10 plus seconds of damage. They were right on the back of the 97 and in front of them at one point as well. Well, a 14-second pit stop that put them to more than 28 seconds behind after the recovery from the incident has sort of put them in limbo in the 3rd place position. But luckily for them, the 100 behind them is not currently a threat to them.
Not currently, though, you know, with the way things are going here in this race, anything can happen. We're still dry on the radar. 18C out on track, 3:20 a.m. as Util's coming across barbecue on lap 530 for the leaders. And I'm going to do a little bit of a rain dance here, Jesse. My version of the rain dance is going to be a bit of a couple onboard laps with the boat, the 367, all in racing. Bentley going to take to the Kyalami circuit. Let's clear the board out, Nick. Set it to the blank. Crank up the audio and listen to the V8. Bentley take Kyalami.
And that was a few laps around Kyalami as we rejoin you here for the 24. Just riding around with Wessels in the ZA team in the number 100. And you can see it as well as I can. Just the faintest whisper in the sky of dawn, or a little bit more light. I know we are still a little while out from it, but the night sky is not as inky black as it was previously. And I've been told during the break, we have set up a few interviews that we're going to talk to some of the drivers and the teams. And it is very early in the morning as well. So those of you that are still with us, perhaps still awake, and we very much thank you for spending your time with us. We hope that you're enjoying the race as much as we are. As battle here for the 15th place. Very, very good milestone. Codes are getting that place without much fight from Van Logenberg, to be fair. And position gain for the 91. That was fairly mundane, to be fair. Not a whole lot of fighting at all as the 91 goes by the 738. Getting our guest mic'd up and everything. Gonna have a little interview with how the race has gone with one of the competitors. Sonic Sim Racing there up inside the top 15. And here is Kevin Taddy. Ragioli Racing EGA. Holding on to that fifth spot over Milton Still Vasson. And now we are joined by a very special guest, Michael Kundachoglu.
How's it going?
Well, I've asked you this about 3 or 4 times. Am I pronouncing your name right now?
No.
Of course I'm not.
It's Kandaxioglu.
No, you're screwing with me, Michael, and I'm not going to take that.
But you can go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How do you actually pronounce it?
Kandaxioglu.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, Kandaxioglu.
Ryan is lying to us, Jesse Lee.
Yeah, I know he is. Kandaxioglu. Anyway, let me hold on. This is not live TV, Michael. We can rewind. What's that, Nick? It is live TV. Oh boy. Anyway, moving right along. Like I said, joining us now, Michael Kundachoglu.
Yeah, good enough.
We'll go with that. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you not ripping into me like some people do. As you can tell, we know Michael, and apparently not good enough to know his name, but we do know Michael. And so tell us who you are and what car you're in.
Well, I am Michael Kandaxioglu.
Now he's just beaming on us.
In the SideMax Motorworks number 96. Been with the team for about a year now, and this is obviously our third Kyalami 24-hour race that we are leading. But this one's been a lot harder than the other two, to be honest.
Well,
because we're down to 2 drivers now.
Is that why? Where is Boothby? What happened to him?
Not sure if I should honestly say it on the air. Well, actually, I've been streaming, so everyone knows. His wife had a medical emergency, so that's all I know. But he's not going to be joining us.
Okay. So I did know that Tortellini was having issues. I did not realize that is why Boothby logged off early. So yeah, hopefully she's doing okay. We'll have to check in with him earlier or later on, hopefully. But so it's just you and Killian left then, basically.
That's correct. It's been us for.
Oh my goodness.
That makes more sense as to why he just told me he's jumping in for a triple here in about 40 minutes.
Yep. That's right. Yeah, it's gonna be a long one to close out. I haven't slept yet. Got up at like 5:45 for the start, and gonna stay up till 6 to finish it out. So.
Well, Killian, I don't think has slept either. I know he tried to log off for a few minutes, right? And then I assume he probably got summoned back. Yeah,
that's correct. Yep. I think so. Our plan right now is he's going to finish this stint that he just started. I'm going to do a triple. He's going to catch some shut eye, and then we're just going to alternate.
Taking a power down
for the rest of the race. Yeah.
Oh, you got to do what you got to do, man. At that point, I mean, obviously with Tortellini having the issues he's having. Malinowski not being able to connect, and then obviously Boothby with some personal issues popping up. Well, not much you can do, man. And I mean, you guys are out in the lead, so you can't give up at this point. And I suppose the good news is you're 2 and about a half lap ahead of what is your sister car, who is quite far ahead of Utiel as well at this point. So you guys have a lot of breathing room. It's not like you're really having to push. The most exhausting part, I suppose, is probably dealing with the traffic, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can really easily get into the routine at Kyalami. It's such a nice track to drive for extended periods, which is why it's always nice to have 24-hour races here. So driving the track's not an issue. Even when you're tired, it's kind of just like getting in the flow and the rhythm. But constantly trying to cut your way through bat markers does get, exhausting when it's 2 drivers driving for 13, 14 hours. So yeah, you're right. That's definitely the hardest part, and it's going to remain the hardest part. Hopefully that is the hardest part.
Hopefully that is the hardest part, because if there's something else, then that's going to, of course, cause other issues. So exactly. So Killian comes in at about 40 minutes, give or take. That means 8 hours left. You're in for a triple. 5 hours remaining. Killian, I assume, is going to jump in for either 2 or 3 stints after that, while you try and catch a nap. And then maybe you guys can alternate the last hour or something, so you've only got to run 1 hour stints.
Yep. And then we do at some point have to risk throwing Mache in the car with his connection, so that we don't get DQ'd for not having all 4 drivers drive.
Oh.
That's something that has to happen before the end of the race as well.
I mean, at least the good news with the stint limits, he only has to drive 1 lap.
Exactly. That's the plan.
So if he can get in, run 1 lap, get back into the pit lane, even if it's just a very conservative lap, you get back in the pit lane and make it happen.
All right, Bart, we need you in the car. All right, you done your lap, box this lap. How's that going to go?
Pretty much like that. Actually, Mache's been with us in voice chat the entire race. He's been totally in it with strategy calls and everything, so, it's nice to have the third person there to stay with you when it's 2 drivers for this long. But yeah, he already knows the plan, so hopefully everything works out, and then we just stick to the plan and drive it home from here.
Jesse, I feel like that was kind of our plan with when we started planning that 24 hours of Spa that some of us were going to do in iRacing for a little while. You were going to stay up the whole race in strategy for us, but obviously we didn't end up doing that because we stuck with ACC stuff. But that is what Jesse's used to doing.
I'm used to that sort of thing. It doesn't really bother me, but you've had so many dramas occur in this race, Michael. I gotta say, just to get to this point, like, is there any solace in the fact that you're basically 2 laps ahead of your teammate, or is it still all a bit stressful?
Well, I mean, with this much time left, anything can happen still. 2 laps, even on pace, you can catch up 2 laps in 8 hours, right? So we still got to be on our game here. We still got to put in the good laps. So there's still a little bit of stress, but the buffer is really nice to have, and we do think we can just keep the pace we're keeping right now, not push too hard, make sure we just stay out of trouble, and we should be able to drive it home. But so there's still pressure, but I wouldn't say it's stressful. But you still got to keep pushing.
But that sounds about right. That's kind of what I expected that answer to be. out of side max.
Well, here's what Michael just said. We're not pushing that hard. We're just sort of running our pace and staying out of trouble.
Meanwhile,
he says that.
5, 4, 5,
I was
1.
just going to say he says that, and then they run 41s lap after lap after lap in traffic.
I can tell you right now that Killian is literally trying to survive and keep his eyes open in this stint. We've got the car set up perfectly. Oh yeah, this is our 3rd rodeo at this track for 24 hours, so we've got the setup dialed in at this point. So it really is like our fastest lap there is a 40.9, I think.
Yeah, 920. Yep.
That we could go faster than that if we really wanted to yeet. But we don't need to, so there's no point in really pushing that hard.
So here's my question, because you just mentioned the setup. Obviously, you guys have 1-2 here. You mentioned the setup. Killian mentioned to me, and I think that he covered this with Ryan and George earlier, but I'm asking again because I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to take a nap myself for about 20 minutes, What happened on stint 1? I understand there were some tire problems.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure that out ourselves, honestly. Killian just had graining issues, basically. And I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe we were just pushing a little too hard for the first 5 or 6 laps or whatever, but something we possibly came up with, and we don't know if this is just total, like, theory, but in the practice session, we sat on those tires for about 30-40 minutes in the pits. And I don't know if the heat cycles are actually simulated or not in ACC, but we were wondering if that could actually have an effect on going back out on that same set that we just, didn't drive on, but had on the car in the practice session. But
I don't know. That sounds like something I'm gonna knock down Gergo's door with tomorrow.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I'd be interested in that too. But we honestly, we were just at a loss. We don't know what happened. So.
Well,
it's gonna be a long rest of the 8.5 hours here, I think, for them, Jesse, at the minimum.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just got one other question. It's something that's been bugging me. Can you confirm that your teammates are humans?
Oh,
no,
2.0 robot talk. Solving captchas with Jesse Lee.
What? No. What's that, Michael? Did you say you cannot?
I cannot. No.
Then you're telling me there's a chance. Well, that's very interesting. I joke, of course, but real meaning is I have never seen, and I don't think anyone else has either, a team dominate so much at a specific track. It's just, and it's not like it's all gone your way. Let's not sit here and say, oh, it always goes side max way, because it never does go to plan, does it? You always have something happen that makes you change your strategy or the way that you have to run a race. You were not the leaders today. You ended up being in that position, but then one after another, cars start crashing in front of you. I counted 4 at one point in 1 hour that you had to either hit the brake or take a massive avoiding action to miss. And then on top of that, the issues with teammates not being able to race or continue to race. And now it's down to basically the two of you, barring one lap by Bart Macha. I mean, how do you always...
Not Bart Macha.
Not Bart Macha, excuse me. Malinowski, excuse me. I am also tired, have you noticed? But my question to you is, how do you always do it?
I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. We've honestly been super fortunate in all 3 of these Kyalami races to, I mean, it's almost impossible to have a 24-hour race go to plan. I don't know if anyone on the grid can ever say that they've had a 24-hour race that went to plan. And to be honest, not a lot of people on the grid in any of these races have actually experienced a 24-hour race before, right? So I'm sure this being our 4th or 5th even, maybe even 5th, having that extra experience under our belt is huge when it comes to dealing with situations like that under pressure, coming up with strategy on the spot when things go wrong. So I think that helps us a lot, but I think we're all just fast at Kyalami. So, I mean, it's a combination of factors, and obviously, I mean, we would still be probably in 2nd place if GTWR didn't have their disconnect. So it's not like we're dominating this race, because we're actually not. It actually could have been a really good battle for first that unfortunately got cut short, but that's the way it goes, and that's what happens in these really long endurance races. So we're just fortunate.
So that's what I wanted to ask you, by the way. GTWR, obviously, Simonini had the power cut. Jordan Sherrod not able to get back in because he was out at the time. I mean, does it, or will it, let's assume that nothing major happens over the next 8.5 hours for a second, right? Is it gonna feel hollow?
No. I think no, it won't. A win is a win, and especially in a 24-hour race like this. I mean, you could ask the same thing in real life when a team has like an engine blow up or something. That's kind of what it's comparable to. It's just a random occurrence that, could still happen to us easily in the next 8 hours. So, no, it's not going to feel hollow. A win's a win. It's unfortunate that we didn't get to have the battle, because I think it would have actually been a pretty close one. We were within 10 seconds of them for 4 hours until it happened, and we think we were edging them out on a pit stop. But we'll never know. And you can't call a race with 16 or so hours left, or however long it was.
not even close can call it there.
Yeah, and in addition to that, you also can't sit and wonder if, and that's the thing. You either win or you don't, and that's how it was explained to me years and years ago, and that hasn't changed. And I appreciate that honest answer, and that's the answer I think we were all sort of hoping you were going to have. I mean, a win is a win is a win, and it doesn't matter how you get there. The first one to cross the line gets it, and that means that you were the first survivor. And that's what a 24-hour race is, as much as it is about. They argue it's a 24-hour sprint race, and it is in a lot of cases. But to finish first, you must first finish, and that is the first hurdle. And then past that, it's finishing as well as you can. I gotta say, I don't think anybody else is gonna touch you. What are your biggest concerns in the final 8 hours and some change?
Definitely fatigue at this point. There's not much else to really, we can't be sitting here and be concerned that there's going to be a disconnect or anything like that. That's just something that you can't think about. So the only factors now are fatigue and lap traffic. So those are the two things we just got to focus on, make sure we, do the best we can to stay safe out there and keep the laps where they are now, and we'll be good.
So last question I have for you then, Michael. The 97 car,
Yep.
your guys' sister team, Tinko Vanderbilt, currently piloting that car around. They're in P2, reasonably ahead of UTL after the issues that they've had and have fallen back pretty far at this point. If I'm not mistaken, they're almost a lap down, or maybe they are a lap down. Let's check real quick. They are, actually a lap down according to the time screen. So, I mean, Tinko and them, they're running with 5 drivers in total. So they haven't had quite as much of the fatigue as you guys have. Correct me if I'm wrong. How are they doing?
Yeah, that's probably true, but there's still the guys that got to wake up right now. Like Lucas is just about to get in the car, and he just woke up at, what time is it in Europe? Like 3:30 a.m.
6:30 plus 8 hours. That would make it 30.
So there's definitely still some fatigue there, but boy, would I kill to have 5 drivers in this car right now.
Definitely. Well, Tinko's been flying, man. He's done a great job.
Absolutely.
Through the night. So, I mean, good on him. I heard you. I was obviously in your stream a little bit earlier, puttering around a little bit, and I heard that Tinko was out there alone, just by himself in the voice chat, and you guys had to drag him in to make sure that he was staying awake. So.
Yeah, we look out for those guys. Love them, and they're doing awesome today. Tinko's been probably, easily on pace with us. Even he would be one of our fastest drivers. He was in our car, so he's absolutely flying. The other guys are doing great too. They had a drive-through, I think, and actually a crash too. So to overcome that adversity and still be P2 by a good margin, they're doing absolutely phenomenal. So kudos for them.
All right, well, Michael, I got one final thing for you.
Yeah.
You're Canadian.
Yep.
And your name is Greek, correct?
Greek. Yeah, / Turkish. It's like both, kind of.
Do you know what it means?
I've been told it means son of a smith, but I think that's just kind of like generational. It's both languages together, so it doesn't really have an actual meaning. It kind of like originated from combining other last names, so it could mean son of a smith, but that's all I know.
So you're correct on both accounts. It's a compound name, and that is what it actually means, because it's a compound word formed into a surname. Kondaksioglu it's all of those things, and I tried to I tell you what I did do just now, because I was trying to humor myself. I looked up phone books in Canada. The most concentration of your name is in Toronto.
Well, yeah, I would be willing to bet. So there's us in Toronto, and then extent like my dad's brother's family lives in BC, and then that's it. I don't think there's any other Kondaksioglu's in all of Canada. I think there is a Dr. Kondaksioglu somewhere in Greece, I believe. But like that's it. I don't think there's anyone else with this name.
Is there not a Mrs. Michael Kondaksioglu?
No, there's not.
Well, we're gonna have to change that. I gotta be at that wedding. I demand an invite. It's quite a thing. Well, here's the thing. I can't promise you I will pronounce your name correctly for long, simply because, well, you know how us Americans are. So moving swiftly along from that, you're going very well. I know your team has suffered some setbacks today, but you wouldn't know it by looking out on the track. Good job so far, and good luck in the final 8 hours and some change left.
Jesse, before we dismiss Michael,
yes,
I have fantastic news for you.
For me?
No, for Jesse.
This is going to be great.
Because you love when I say that. I have been informed that Michael is going to be designing us a purple Side Max Motorworks hoodie to send out to us.
I guess that's happening now.
Is that? I feel like Mike Jones. I feel like he wasn't doing that, and then you said that, and then he didn't want to say that he wasn't doing that. I think you forced him into doing that.
Figured I'd call him out on air for it. You know, we'll make it happen on air one way or the other.
Well, one thing's for sure, Side Max is definitely one of the names to beat. One more thing for you, Mike, before you go. Do you feel like Side Max is one of the best ACC sim racing teams out there right now?
I do. I think we can run with the best on our good days, as you can see. And yeah, we've got a bunch of good drivers. We're getting more and more good drivers every day. And yeah, it's just an awesome community to be a part of. I don't know if you're part of the Discord or not, but it's probably the most fun sim racing Discord channel, I think. So great place to be, great team, and I think we run with the best. So
you heard it here first. Michael says better than Racing Line, as it turns out.
Boothby's racing with them in the SimGrid Endurance Championship. I'd be careful.
I know. I know. I felt like I had to do that, but all jokes aside, I agree with you. You have shown time and time again you can hang in there with the best of them, GCWR Racing Line and all the rest. And you know, credit to you. You absolutely whenever Side Max shows up, I feel like everybody else's chances of winning go way down. So congratulations on your success up to this point, and well, hopefully we get to talk to you. Well, I won't get to talk to you, but hopefully somebody here gets to talk to you in 8 hours in a little while, and congratulate you on your win. So good luck.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thanks, Jesse and Mike. Yeah.
Good luck, man. I'll be sure to be in the chat memeing on you. Don't worry.
All right, sounds good. Good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thank you. Michael, by the way, or not Michael, Mike Jones, by the way, was apparently when he was away a few moments ago, was apparently memeing on the Side Max team's Discord or something like that, attempting to find Condesiego to get him in for an interview. So I'd hate to think that Mike Jones would pressure somebody into an interview, but I feel like that's just how journalism works.
That sounds about right. Oh, anyway, Michael, good luck, man. We'll make sure you tell Killian that if he falls asleep, Ryan Gill will be very disappointed. Ryan Gill specifically will be very disappointed in him. Okay.
All right, will do. Thanks, guys.
See you, bud.
Cheers.
Now that we're done with Michael, by the way, I'm gonna have him hand his microphone over to another driver that's out on the field here. Currently, car 23, number 23, Jesse Lee, our lone remaining Lamborghini driver out of the two that started. RCI community moderator Ted Edwards joins us in the booth. And Ted, why are you in a Lambo?
Because that's what the team wanted, so I said yeah.
Well, that answers that.
Nah, it's not too bad, to be honest.
That was gonna be my next question. So it's okay.
It's okay. So for the RCI 24, we ran the Audi, and it just feels the same. Because obviously it sounds the same, feels the same, so it's not too bad. But no, it's very smooth. Apart from we aren't running a dry setup, we're running a mixture, which is a little bit annoying, but it's working for us at the minute.
Well, I mean, you guys are in P23, and obviously you had some issues through the middle of the race. Jordan's currently out in the out in the car after you guys took a bit of a break to go do another race, even.
Yes.
About, what is it? It's about 7 o'clock here. That means about 4 hours ago, you guys were out in a very moist Nürburgring, out in different cars on a different track and everything, and then getting back out to Kyalami. I mean, did it take Jordan a minute to adjust once he got back in the car?
It seems like he's just adjusted straight away, which is pretty nice, and he's doing some good lap times straight away. So it's really good. Just gotta wait until I get in the car now.
And then we'll see the lap times fall. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. No, I think I'll be okay. It's just getting back into going from the 2015 AMG straight back into a Lambo is going to be a difficult one, but I'll manage.
Yeah, I think you need to jump yourself into single player for a minute and do it.
Yeah, I might do that quickly.
That could not be two different cars.
Yeah.
An old the non-Evo Merc versus the Lambo. By the way, just to step off this for a quick second, Jesse, sorry, Nick, can you go to the onboard cam for a second? Jesse Lee, look at that skyline.
Yeah, I know. When we came back, Mike, and you weren't here for a moment, I mentioned that somewhere around 3:25 a.m. the sky was starting to get just a bit light, and I thought that was a bit early, but this pretty much confirms it. The track is no longer dark, is it? At 3:52 a.m. You could actually you would want to, but you probably could get around here without the lights illuminating the way. It's actually gotten a bit lighter than we expected, so we're going to have several hours here in the daylight. It's only going to improve from here, and no change for the weather. The one thing that will likely change is the track temp. It's going to start to go up, and I'm quite curious what that is going to do for some of these teams that were really good in the night portion. Also, hello, Ted. First of all, at number 2, ooh, that Lambo's been in the walls, ain't it?
Just a few times.
Yeah, Nick Setnick disagrees. He has a list.
I think it's about 7 fingers he's holding up over there. What do you think?
Yeah, we've been in there a few times.
Which is about 5 more than Nick Setnick gives me when I ask him.
Yeah, well, in the end, I mean, the thing is there's been plenty of that, though, near the back of the field, right? We've obviously been monitoring, say, the 420, the 344, the 57, the 888. All 4 of those cars in particular are noticeable from our perspective as commentators as cars that have been in the wall quite a bit. And the 57, we've commented quite a few times on them, Jesse, about how even though they've been in the wall so many times, they're still in, what is it, P30 right now, a lap down from P29. It's been rough for that 57 car, and they, to be honest here, being real, they haven't had the best driving standards with their rejoins or anything, but all of their incidents haven't necessarily been their fault. But there's another car right here in the 23 that has had a bunch of issues, and is still up in P23. I mean, do you think you could potentially climb up even a little farther?
We're hoping to. We've got some fast people and we've got some consistent lap times going. So the only thing that really set us back was the DC from Daly. He had internet problems, but we got straight back in and straight back up there because we were running 28th, 29th at one point. So we've climbed back up and we'll just keep going.
Yeah, I noticed, Ted, that you were about 26 when I first took notice after you had that issue with Daly, and then about, was it 2 hours ago or so, you started battling for the 23rd position, and now you clearly have possession of that. My question now is, you're in the top half of the field now, just about, so how far realistically do you think you can go, or do you think this is just about it for you?
Well, we're ahead. We're one place ahead from where we started, so that's a good thing. But I would like to get top 20. That would be a real good goal for us. It's not too far of a long shot, but it's we just got to keep pushing.
It looks like P22. I'm just checking, by the way. P22 is about a half a lap ahead of you. It looks like maybe slightly more than a half a lap. So no, yeah. Just under a half. Sorry. So he's coming through Leo Cop right now. So they're not too far up, and I mean 8 hours. If you can get it into gear and get it consistent. I mean Jordan's running that last lap, 0.9 seconds ahead of Jason Luck in the car, and 2 seconds almost ahead of P21 on, like I said, just on the last lap. So, you know, I mean, there's plenty of time there. Even P20 is running in the 44s. Jordan out here running in the 42s, high 42s. So, I mean, he's got that potential there. And your guys' fastest lap is over a second faster than any of the 4 cars in front of you. So, I mean, there's potential.
Yeah, it's just we just got to eat away at them lap times and not really to think about who is 22nd. It's just keep driving, keep getting them laps in, and keep getting them corners on point. So that's all we're focusing on right now.
Well, so I think the last question that I have for you, unless Jesse Lee's got anything, is do you think you're going to take the Lambo again?
Well, when I first started ACC, I hated the Lambo, but after today, I actually quite like it. It's like we've got a decent setup, and I think that's all that really counts. It sticks well, and we all feel comfortable with it. So to be honest, I probably would take the Lambo again.
Race Ventura Season 5 Lamborghini Evo is what I'm hearing.
Well, just have to wait and see, won't you?
Yeah, we don't know what I'm taking either next season. We'll find out. It seems to be random in the Night Owl Championship as to what car we take, and maybe I'll talk Jordan into taking. Maybe we'll talk Jordan into taking a BMW or something just for the memes. Though maybe I'll get in love with the Lexus, of course, through the CHSR Championship. Wait a minute, are you racing in CHSR, Ted?
I am not.
You are not. No. Yeah, so you're not racing there. It's Tom and Cam that I'm thinking of. I was thinking you were racing Cam, but that's Tom.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll fall for the Lexus through the CHSR
You just confused Tom and Ted.
It's got a T on it. I'm tired, Jesse Lee. I'm also hungry and
listen. You do that. You go do that. I'm going to talk to Ted Edwards, and while you do that, Nick Setnick brings up a great point from behind the camera. The 23 car in the 23rd position. That's pretty magical. You've somehow managed to do that as well. But Ted, I gotta ask, since Mike Jones is gone now, who's your favorite as you nearly get collected with a backwards Bentley coming through Crocodile, and it's almost ends in tears, but does an excellent driving by Jordan Daly, getting through the accident zone and missing the accident there. We're going to watch a replay. Ted, I think you can watch this with us as well. And you're going to see a Bentley that's going to end up backwards right in front of your driver, Daly. And Daly is going to hit that Uno reverse card here in just a moment. And indeed already had. And Daly says, nope, not today, Satan, and continues about his way without damage. Ted, I'm going to ask you a serious question. Who's your favorite around RCI, Mike Jones or me?
Oh, it'll have to be you, Jesse.
That's right, and you only said that because Mike Jones is not here, but I'll take it anyway.
I better get running.
Yeah. Well, are you off?
Oh no, I'll stay.
Listen. You can scratch him behind the ears. It's fine. We are talking with Ted Edwards, co-driver of Jordan Daly in the Ambitious But Rubbish team. Can you explain a little bit about the name Ambitious But Rubbish? Is that Top Gear inspired, or is that more performance inspired?
I'm not too sure, because it's not my team.
You didn't come up with a name.
No. So the guys who I'm driving with, obviously, I brought Daly into the team, but the guys that I'm driving with, I found them in the 12-hour Bathurst RCI. They needed an extra driver because one of theirs had to back out, and they wanted me to drive because my team had to back out. So I drove with them, and we did a really good race in the Lexus. So they wanted me again for this 24, and so I said, I know a guy who does a night owl with me, and he would like to do one. So yeah, this is where we ended up. But I think the name suits us quite well. We are ambitious. Rubbish.
No, see, I disagree with that last part. Ambitious, perhaps. Rubbish, not. Rubbish would not have recovered from a disconnect as eloquently as you guys have. And I had to say, it was a treat to watch you get to this position. And through all the accidents, we were literally talking a few hours ago about teams that have had issues and had issues early that were on the rebound. And of course, the ambitious but rubbish Lamborghini was one of those that had quite a significant issue. The 85 also comes to mind. They've had issues overnight as well. What's the strategy for the 23? Sun's coming up and 8 hours to go. What's the strategy to the end?
So we've got Jordan in now, and he's going to do another lap. Then I'll be in. So that's going to be quite fun. But it's we've got a few more stops to go. We've got a few more changes.
Well, you have a better chance of doing that without me driving the car. But the 88 had a drive-through, got that cleared. Other penalties. Currently, the 221, a drive-through for track limits. The 129, the same story. 10-second penalty awarded by the stewards to the 420 for, I assume, causing an incident. I'll have to check on that for the 420, but that would not surprise me. For a 10-second penalty, that is, not for the car, of course. So, Ted, you work with RCI. You also are an avid sim racer. Favorite manufacturer in ACC?
Ooh, Aston Martin.
Morning.
Does that have something to do with what country you're from?
No, I just really like the car. It was the first car that I learnt with. A year ago is when I started sim racing. And it was the V8, which wasn't at all that fast back in the day for me. But since they've done the recent update with it, it's pretty nippy. And I got a third place in, I think it was third or fourth in the Snetterton race we did when that first came out. So I really do enjoy that car. It is a little easy, but it's I just like it. It's just one of those cars.
All right. Well, I gotta say, I am also a fan of the Aston, but one of our team members, who is known by the name of Fabian Schmedberger, said, "Yeah, no, don't drive the Aston." He said that's great for beginners, but you're never going to get anything out of that. That was ever so long ago, but he made me stop driving the Aston.
You might want to try it again, see what you think.
I might have to. That was a very long time ago. Ted, who? I actually don't have the team sheet. Who's with you in the 23 other than Jordan?
So we've got Jordan, we've got Wojciech, and we've got Camille. And them two are both brothers.
Right. Yeah, see, we had heard that earlier. I was confirming that. We had heard that earlier, and I don't know, Mike Jones sounded skeptical, apparently.
About what?
Ah.
Them being brothers.
Oh, those two. Yeah, I didn't, I wasn't for sure on that, but yeah, apparently they are, so that is what it is. Maybe it's not quite surprising, given that, double Zarzekis. If I'm not mistaken, it was Wojciech that was driving before Jordan here. He was obviously struggling a little bit, but his brother was doing real well early on in the race. So hopefully Wojciech, is he getting back in the car at some point? Is he shake himself off and get back in and get in some laps, hopefully?
Hopefully, because he is the one who did our fastest lap, and he was doing a good 41s. So he was the one him and his brother were the ones that pulled us back. So his brother will get in the car again, Camille, and then hopefully Wojciech will get back in. But we're giving him a rest. He's hurt his finger. So and he gets
what?
Yeah.
He's hurt his finger.
James.
I know.
Yeah.
But his wrist
I do
hurts
make
after a while, so we
another
don't
pit
want
stop.
to stress him out too much, just in case
that
we
is
need him
something
to.
that
Because
I
of these
understand.
aliens.
having broken my wrist
They hit
about
you.
a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get about an
And
hour
then I've
deep
got
into
him,
a race, and I go, okay,
stop, go
I'm gonna
penalty.
make it a second.
Speeding in the
Age,
pit.
Yeah, so-
age setting in for Mike Jones.
Yeah, not
Nick
my
Setnick,
night.
by the way. who
That's
is,
alright.
Good
Car's
friends
still
with Mike
going,
Jones.
so.
Yeah.
He
Then
he
my
jokes
wheel
about that
also
incessantly, your
start to
brother.
do wiggle.
Yeah,
Had to go
because
do
it was ridiculous,
stop out of-
and it
Yeah.
never really healed. So, what are you gonna do when you
Lots
break
of
your
technical
scapula?
difficulties.
Yeah.
Not technically your wrist, I
That's
suppose
alright.
you know a little bit more about that. Is that technically your wrist, Jesse?
Not really.
Yeah, it's wrist adjacent.
Is this the last? This is your second stint?
Anyway,
yeah,
we
2.5
are
actually.
here with Ted. We are here with Ted
Okay.
Edwards. Here's the
I'm
problem.
just gonna
Too
go and
much
grab some
RCI in the
coffee.
booth, I
I'll
think,
be
is
back in
okay.
about 5 minutes. Let me
It
know
was
when
bad
you want
enough
me
when
to
it was
jump
Mike
in the
Jones and
car.
saying, now we
Good
have
to go.
Ted
Oh, you can
Edwards,
first have
and,
your coffee, then you can
now
jump in.
chatting about normal
All right,
stuff.
cool.
We chat about
Alright.
about normal stuff. We
Okay.
chat about in general, but it is going well for you guys now. How would you rate this race on a difficulty scale, Ted?
Ooh, what, out of 10? Would you like a rating out of 10?
Yeah, sure.
I'll give it a 7.
A 12.
You want it a 12?
Don't,
Okay,
don't,
then.
don't listen to him. Don't listen. You're talking to me. Don't listen.
Yeah, it's about a 7. It's not too difficult. Everyone's racing really cleanly. People are adhering to blue flags in the right places. There's a few people out there, you know, don't want to move a bit, but we get past them. So
I will say, you're right. They are doing quite well at adhering to the waved blue flags, which is a bit refreshing. There are some races where teams just seem to ignore blue flags and race cars that are on a different lap than them, but it has been pretty nice for the most part.
Yeah, and I think that's what we need in this sort of thing is just people going by the rules, and it just because if you don't, you're just going to ruin someone's race, and you could cause a big crash. So it is really nice to see people just following the rules and just having a nice race.
Well, Mike Jones, do you have anything else for one of the drivers of the 23?
No, I think that's about it. Make sure you head on back. Wish Jordan luck for the rest of his stint. He's still catching the cars ahead, running. Slowed down just a little bit over the last couple laps. I think he caught some traffic on that last lap. Lost quite a few seconds, unfortunately, but like he's definitely quicker. And obviously, like you said, one of the brothers I think is going to put down some pace as well once he comes back up.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be in after Jordan, so you'll see me hopefully not in meeting Barry, so
Don't tell, by the way, Ted, do not tell Jordan that he's one of my favorite drivers. I'd rather him not know that.
Oh, okay.
He's only he's seen him in 2 night owl races, and all of a sudden he's his favorite already.
No, I've seen Jordan Daly a bunch of times. I've covered races with Daly in them before, Mike Jones.
Well, Ted, good luck, bud. We'll catch you here towards maybe towards the end of the race. Jesse and I got about 2 hours left on our stint, and you've got about another 45 minutes or so for your start and yours. So we'll see you before you take off.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Good luck to Ted Edwards, part of the 23 Lamborghini, the ambitious but rubbish team, as they continue their track. They're currently tracking 21st. Sequence of pit stops, I should say, underway, but they are up to the 21st position right now. They are running solidly inside the top 23. They're as low as 29th after Jordan Daly had issues earlier with his connection. We're able to reconnect and race all the way back up to the position that they currently find themselves in. An excellent recovery from a team that calls themselves rubbish but do not race like rubbish.
No, I mean they're definitely not rubbish. I mean they've had their incidents, of course, but everybody has pretty much in this race. You know, it's been a rough race for most. I think a 7 out of 10 about sums it out. You know, in difficulty rating, it seems like that's about the case for most drivers. Jesse, I think Ted kind of hit that one on the head, and you know, for the most part, people have definitely had their incidents. But as he said, most people seem to be relatively respectful. Of course, a couple cars maybe having a little racecraft issue here and there, but you know, for the most part, even these drivers here that are, you know, struggling maybe for, I was gonna say, and then he just about
were saying.
I was not saying anything, Jesse Lee, as the one of the Lexi just about takes out the 97 Sidemax car out ahead. That's the 344 coming in through Cheetah. You know, it's blue flags all around, and you've got to be respectful of them. Otherwise, like Ted said, you are going to get a big incident. With 8 hours left in this race, there's plenty of time for big incidents, especially considering that overall these guys are being lapped about once a stint, give or take, if I'm doing my math right at this point. And that's quite a bit of lap traffic that you're cutting through. Obviously, I mean we've talked about it a couple times. They do not get very many free laps. I think that this will be, assuming that he can get ahead of the 999 here into turn 2. This might be Killian's only clean air lap once he's ahead of the 999, which is going to be right now. He gets a pretty clean run through him. This might be Killian's only clean lap for about the next 5 or 6 laps or so, based on the space ahead of him. And only then, it's really only a maybe, And so it's difficult out here with 8 hours to go at Kyalami. The 87, by the way, received themselves another drive-through for track limits. Jesse, fatigue setting in here at Kyalami deep into this race. The 87, how many drivers are they racing with? They're racing with 4. But, that fatigue setting in 16 hours into a race, catching tons of track cut penalties, and that is just not good. Not good for them. They're going to fall down to about where the 13 is, and unfortunate for them, maybe end up losing that position eventually that they were fighting hard for. The 13, of course, got the drive-through penalty last time, and now it's the 87's turn to lose all that time. But hopefully they put enough distance to stay ahead. But these guys got to be careful. If you're sitting on track cuts, you got to be careful because, a 40-second drive-through, give or take, 35 to 40 seconds is just really not worth the trouble. When you all think about, pushing it that much, what are you going to gain? A couple tenths? A few tenths? That's a long time to sit down the pit lane to gain a couple tenths a lap.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, we were talking to Michael Kundak-Sioglu earlier, and he said that out of all the 24s here that he had ran, which again is a ridiculous 3 at this point, he said this is probably the toughest one. And that's part of the reason. Part of the reason is, the traffic, the incidents, and just the drama surrounding all the teams and the strategy. And I mean, it's starting to wear thin here. Less than 8 hours to go. The sun is going to rise at some point. The sky is lit finally after a long night period. And for Kruger, it is not going to help them past Lagarde as they had finally made that move. And, well, looks like it is going to be reset as Lagarde is likely going to get back by Kruger here. After that, or maybe not, in fact. I think maybe we'll have to see if it updates, but it's possible, I guess, that the 87, in fact, I think it's going to be so.
Do you know what?
I think
you know what pit strategy you're using at the moment?
That we did not catch. And
I think it's 13. What's your one?
Different lap now.
Yeah, they're
like,
what's your strategy number?
Yeah, they
14.
certainly are. So Jan Lagarde something has happened to this car at some point, because they were neck and neck for a good portion about an hour ago.
Yeah.
At 27-4.
They reset to not. Then all of a
Yeah,
sudden
but
this.
you'll
So
need
he
to
missed
decrease
something
those
with the
pressures a
13.
little bit when you have time.
Back
The
to
track
this
temp's a bit hotter
position.
than
Oh,
what
by
it
the
was
way,
when I said those. So
remember
on the next straight, no
troubles
stress, but
of
just
the
drop them down by 2 clicks each if you
158
can.
earlier. Well, now they're only 6.8 behind the 520 of Schooler for the final top 10 position.
Yeah, they want that top 10 position. Bauman in that car now, Ada Pro Esport. He's one of the faster drivers in that car, if I'm not mistaken. So we'd be surprised to see him get up on the back of it there pretty soon, out behind the 520 of Schooler, as Jesse was just saying. But that is pretty much about where we're at. Looking down back in the field, Jordan Daly is only cresting about 4 seconds ahead or so of the car out behind him, which is the 999 BMW after his penalty was served. So he picked up a bit of position with there. The 158 there flashing the lights a little bit as he comes into back of contact with the 24 very briefly. Trying to get around him, perhaps braking a little bit earlier than Bauman thought. He wanted the flashlights, make sure he got up out of the way.
Yeah,
no
I'm ready whenever.
On that track. But
if you want to drive the rest
we're
of the
looking
40
at the
minutes,
leaderboard, of course,
that's
Side
good.
Max
If you want
96
to
up top,
start soon
97
and get
Side
some
Max
rest,
in
that's
P2,
I'm also good for that.
367
Because it's
holding on
really
to P3 and the first ZA team on the leaderboard. Grobler in his Audi in number 100, and then of course Bill Bass that we spoke to earlier in P5, Jesse Lee, and these guys are just flying at this point. And this Arashi
11 seconds
team
damage
has been so consistent, and that's saying something considering that that they're being chased down by Milton Steele Vassen, but they've been so consistent that Milton hasn't been able to catch up with them yet. He's still gaining time, but if these guys can keep consistent, not wreck, not get any drive-throughs, Milton may not keep up or may not catch up with them by the end of the race still.
What I find most interesting about Grobler was that earlier he was just in our chat here on RaceFace talking to some of the other teams.
Don't know what was that guy.
The MSV
I don't know. I
well.
didn't see on the screen, unfortunately.
Very interesting, and that's just
I have to watch the replay.
Yeah, this is the second time blue and white
they are friendly,
still went into my S.
Of course, whenever you share a similar
How much
passion,
time is left there?
15
seconds.
You tend to gravitate towards each other anyway, and
so I was dashing with the other guy for 35th, and then this Mark Angel just takes me out, and he's a
Grobler, seeing him
5,
high spirit
4,
with his
3,
Arashi
2,
racing team,
1.
having fun.
Oh fuck! Okay, I have to go again.
That is why you do this.
Because I didn't request driver.
Oh shit!
Racing into the
really?
sun, or will be.
Is it going?
Just a short
I think.
while.
Okay. It's alright. Just make sure the pit strategy is the same, and then select the driver.
It's actually a few minutes
Sorry, I should have
earlier
reminded
than
you.
the real
I
world in
forgot
South
that
Africa.
bloody idiot.
Such is the time sync between when the race started versus
We just
when it was actually activated. The opening lap, of course, was delayed.
I forgot all about that.
Due to the grid.
That's right.
It is about 5 minutes
Watch out for this guy.
behind is the real world in comparison to in-sim time. So that all sort of makes sense to my head.
Remember, the pressures are going to be a bit lower than what you were driving with.
Continues to circulate as the leader as we give you a rundown of what has happened in the race.
It was 13.
GTWR taking a
14.
nice
14.
lead over 10 seconds over Sidemax Motorworks 96, and then trouble struck when GTWR
that looks perfect.
had a disconnect.
Don't change the
to
tires.
server, could not
Okay.
reconnect. That
Because
handed
the
over
correct tires
the
are
lead
already
to
on.
Gilly and Ryan Meenan, or actually I think it was George Boothby, in fact, who was in the Sidemax 96 at the time, and that promoted the Sidemax 97 into the second place position. Ever since, the 96 has led.
No, man, where you going?
2.5 to 3 laps over the field to just show you how dominant Sidemax has been. They are going
Just
for
unselect the
third
tires there, and then
24
it should all be good.
Kyalami win in a row. Absolutely unheard of stuff. The 97, though, and the 367 have been locked in a battle. That has been cooled off overnight. They nearly came together, did the 97 and the 367. The all-in racing Bentley attempting to overtake the 97, would lose it on the curb and have some damage.
Those tires are still selected to change. Yeah, there you go.
An extra 10 seconds
Alright.
or so.
Yeah, I'm
damage
selected.
on the Bentley,
Cool.
and ever
Second
since
time lucky.
they have been separated.
I tell you, it's not my night tonight.
It's alright. As long as we finish this thing.
The first ZA
There's only
team
38 people
on
running
the
at the moment,
grid,
so
number 100.
there's a lot of drop off.
Grobler in the car now. They haven't always been running in the top 5, has the number 10. They had to fight their way up the top 10, but they were absolutely flying in the late evening and night stints and have found themselves in the very prestigious position up inside the top 5 into the 4th place position with 7:45 to go. Be interested to see if they could potentially have a say on who finishes in the 3rd step of the podium. Right behind them, Milton Steele Vassen is currently driving in the 5th place position for MSV, doing a very fantastic job getting it done. Didn't know if they would be able to finish top 5. Said that
all right, good luck.
Result if they
Thank
could.
you.
They're there now, and they are battling the number 11 Audi. Centorino in that car right now. That's been a back and forth battle and still continues to be. Only about 11 seconds in it between the 962 and the 11 for 5th place. And behind them, the 404 Bentley with Adam in it, which I also believe is a all South African team.
Mike is taking over.
Again, indeed,
Up to you.
an all South African
cool.
team. That is the South African.
I presume he's going to get some
Bentley.
sleep at this point.
They are driving, and they have had their share of good fortunes.
Cool.
In
You're welcome
this
to drop off
race.
and get some
They
sleep
have
if you
been
want.
doing
I'm
very
happy to
well
drive
and
by myself.
capitalizing on
Are you sure?
others'
Yeah,
mistakes.
I'm all
Speaking
good.
of mistakes,
All
we
right.
talked about
Enjoy. Good luck.
Mohammed
Cool,
in the
thank you.
88.
Right.
Last time he was in
Cheers.
the car,
Cheers.
they were slapped with a penalty, but that, of course, has since been served, but that has dropped them down to the 8th place position. And in 9th, the 666 has also been in the wars, but also finds themselves quickly encroaching on Mohammed in the 88. A battle that I believe was on at one point in the night, but then cooled off. But now looking like it's going to come back to them is Facus and the 666 BBR Racing Audi team. And in the final spot in the top 10, the 520 of Schooler is hanging on to that spot, the beneficiary of a couple of cars behind them getting some penalties and taking them out of a running order for the top 10, though it is not all peaches and roses for Schooler. He's only 5.3 seconds in front of Bauman in the 158. The 158, who was knocked out of the top 10 earlier, finds himself just 5 seconds behind for a top 10 place. Behind all of them, the 13, who has just received a second drive-through penalty. We saw the 87 have a drive-through earlier. The 13 was re-promoted of Lagarde back to the 12th place position. This fight has been going on for hours between the 13 and the 87. Well, now the 13 has another drive-through penalty. Absolutely astounding back and forth, though it has played out in the pit lane, it must be said. Not on the racetrack, but it is looking like it's going to be a job of who has the who doesn't get a penalty. In that case, might be the person or the team that takes home the 12th place spot. And
that really too, Jesse, right? I mean, they've been fighting back and forth with drive-throughs more than they've been fighting back and forth on the track.
Exactly, that's absolutely been the case. And of course, behind them, you have the 738, the 91, the 221, the 969 that has had their fair share of excursions. The 129, the 777 as well, and the 714 is the top 20. Well, Daly is holding on to 21st place, but only just, as the 999 thinking about going the outside of Sunset. It might as well be called Sunrise now. Is that pursuit going to be a fruitful one? Yes, it is. And position forfeited by Daly as the 999 gets by Odin Racing, working their way up to 21st. And a nice pass around the outside. You don't see that around Sunset very often.
No, it's not one you see very often around Sunset, but if you can make it work, you can make it work. And in the end, he made it work. So that's good for him. The 999, by the way, has caught all the way up to the back of Daly at this point, and you know, has now passed him, obviously. So what did he gain, Jesse? Was that 4 seconds, I think, to check? About 10 minutes ago. So that 999 is moving in comparison to Daly here. And there's Cat Patterson catching up as well behind him for the PWSR team. And we know that they have the ability to get up on pace and get out here. So they might lose another position and be demoted back down to P23 here momentarily. But I'm a little surprised to see that 999 really moving that quick. I mean, that was a hell of a pass for one, but also just impressive that he was able to catch up that quickly when Jordan was moving pretty well.
Yeah, I didn't expect an outside. I thought that Daly had that done, the inside around Sunset, the old checkmate. But well, unfortunately, he left his king vulnerable, and he got checkmated there. Are any of these references landing? I wonder. Perhaps not. The 420 with a 10-second penalty. They'll just check that real quick. No doubt showing up in the box, and is 10-second penalty for the 420. For causing a collision. We talked about the 158 getting a 5-second penalty earlier. Well, just to reiterate, they did get a 5-second penalty, the 158, for causing a collision on lap 529. The 420's 10-second penalty took place on lap 502. But either way, those are the most recent penalties. And if you're wondering if I'm rereading a 158 penalty that was 5 seconds, I'm not. The 158 has received 2 separate 5-second penalties, one for a lap 499 incident and one for a lap 529 incident, just to clear that up.
Yeah, the 158 not having a great back half of the race. They're obviously, or sorry, the 420 rather, pretty far back in there. We've seen them struggle through the race as well, obviously, in both of those Lexuses, the 420 and the 344. Jordan Daly in the pit lane, I do believe this will be where he's going to hand off to Ted Edwards, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look and see if that happens or not. Jordan putting in a pretty good stint too, struggling at the back half of the stint there. Not quite surprising, maybe. The Lambo not known to be quite easy on its tires, all said and done. So, it was good by him to at least keep a hold of it and not lose too much time. Only that few seconds to the BMW, and then get on in the pit lane before the Porsche comes past him so that he's not losing too much time fighting there as well. If I'm not mistaken, by the way, looking at Ted's stream, I do think that Jordan is going to be doing another stint, as I do not see Ted ready to go. So it could be Jordan back out here momentarily. We'll see if the fresh Pirelli rubber on the car will help him get back out and punch that throttle a little bit harder and perhaps make up that time to the 999. And indeed, Jordan's coming out of the pit lane now. And there he is, and Bishop Rebus 23. Crossing the white line there a little bit. Luckily, I don't think the stewards are looking at that, but the 23 back out on track, and I am curious to see how that looks here pretty soon. Richardson back in P30. I see he's only a few seconds back off the Ferrari 274 of Gerber. And again, Jesse, this 57, obviously besides the fact he's been struggling with incidents, both induced by himself and not. He's, again, still just got reasonable pace comparatively to where he's at in the field. And, if the Richardson brothers can kind of keep it on the track, they can do well. We now have Nigel in the car. So we do have the other Richardson brother, which was Gary Richardson, out of the car at this point. We'll see if Nigel can maybe help out the team for that 57 Audi and keep that thing out on track perhaps a little bit better. And that is one of the lead Audis behind him. If I'm not mistaken, about ready to slide on past, and there he goes. I can't tell if that's a 96 or 97 because they look so similar, but that is indeed the 96. As I take a look over at what is now Michael name for Jesse to pronounce here in just a moment, as I do not remember.
Kundaksioglu.
Michael Kundaksioglu. I got to get that in my head. Ryan
yeah,
Gill,
I did. Yeah, well, I think Ryan Gill believed that was his name because something I said. I will come to Ryan Gill's defense on this. I feel like me and Ryan and George Smith all agreed that was how to pronounce that name at some point. That is, of course, despite the fact that I knew that that's not how that name is pronounced, and we just sort of stuck with it. But again, I've asked Michael 3 times now how to pronounce his name, and I seem to forget it every single time. He doesn't.
Maybe he'll come back with a different pronunciation next time, just to mess with us, right?
Well, here's the thing. He doesn't take offense to it. Very first interview I did with Michael, he said, "I don't care what you call me. I understand my name is very difficult. It's even difficult for me sometimes." Yeah. And that's very nice of him. But at the same token, I would still like to attempt to pronounce your name correctly, just out of sheer professionalism. But can tell you though, class act that Michael. And I went into the SideMax Discord, which was an instant mistake.
Oh, did you, Jesse Lee? I
did indeed.
And there were some messages shared that I don't think the sponsors would much appreciate. So I don't think we'll talk about what's on the SideMax Discord. But it's not surprising. Knowing
let's just say they have a lot of fun and they win a lot of races. So let that be a lesson to everyone that potentially takes it a little bit too serious to the point where it's no longer fun. SideMax wins and has fun. But that all being said, Mike Jones, it's easy to have fun when you win every single 24 you enter, which is what SideMax is going for here.
Yeah, that's really what it is, right? I mean, they've got 2 Kyalamis under their belt. They're deep into a third one at this point with the hat trick, and they want that hat trick. Of course, George Boothby, unfortunately, not with them anymore because of a personal issue, but he has had 2 race wins in a row this week, by the way. So he was going for the double hat trick, getting 3 race wins in a row, as well as the triple Kyalami 24 hours in a row. So it was, a reach by him. Of course, he did participate, so I'm still going to consider this a massive win for George Boothby as well, assuming that these guys come home in P1. Much celebration to be had by him, I'm sure, once he's back around and is able to get back online. So sounds like he'll be offline for a little while. But Terry Gaddam here, the Bentley Team M Sport 404, not BMW, Bentley Continental. And of course, this is one of our South African teams in the race. This one and the 100 team, the 2 South African teams in the top 10. And these guys are still trucking along, not really gaining any positions, but not losing any either. As we just kind of look down the board, Jesse, we're seeing, pretty much we go 1 lap down, 2 lap down, 3 lap down, 4 lap down as we go down the top 10. So all these guys have so much time to make up as they approach the next car, that they're really going to have to win the attrition battle over the next 7.5 hours. Make sure they're not getting the drive-throughs. Make sure they don't get the cuts. Make sure they, easily navigate the lap traffic when possible. And that's really what's going to win them the race. As I was just talking about 15 minutes ago, gaining a couple tenths by pushing a little harder is not going to do you any good when you get a 40-second penalty by having to take a drive-through. So that's really what I think those guys need to do in the top 10, and just hope that their opponents do make those mistakes and they're able to pick up a lap or 2 here or there. And that's really what's going to win them the race. Milton Steele Bassett, of course, in P6. We spoke with him a little while ago before he jumped in the car. He's only about a drive-through behind Marco Centurino in that number 11 in P5. So, he's got the time to catch him. He just needs to do it. Milton, of course, one of the quickest drivers that we see in RCI, and he's putting down some fast laps right now as well, running about as fast as the leader is. Granted, not all the cars in the top 10 are, but he's definitely up there, and I see him running some low 41s at times when he's not cutting through traffic, and that really shows what he can do if he's given clear air. He's just got to get that for more than a couple laps at a time.
Yeah, and the same that you're saying could be said about Nigel Richardson in the 57, and what an absolute adventure this race has been for the 57 Audi. And can I just say, I believe that is the 274 Power Ranger Ferrari in front of him, unless I'm very much mistaken. That's Gerber. And this battle here, think about how difficult a first half of the race was for the 57 to now have an opportunity to put their car into the 20s on the position board. 29th sounds a little bit better than 30th now, doesn't it? And right there is the battle. Battle's going all down through the field, and this being one sort of near the back of the field, but it will matter very little to them. This position means a lot, and if you are Gerber, you don't want to get put back to 30th. And the 57, of course, we documented it. Accidents galore, some of which, I'd say about half of which, in fact, not their fault. An innocent bystander when I think it was an Aston or an Audi crashed, leaving Leacop. 57 is just trying to get around them, gets tagged and absolutely destroyed. I don't think Nigel was driving at the time, but either way, that battle very much on for the 29th position. And here we go, 16th place. Antel has ran down Hennebury for the 16th place. Bentley on Bentley here, a little bit more pace in Antel's. As I promised you, the track temperature would start to rise a little bit as well. It has indeed done that with the early morning. 19 degrees C now as the mercury starts to move on the meter. And the pressure starts to mount for Hennebury in the 969 as they are once again under fire by a Bentley. Ooh, looking down the inside, a little bit of a defensive move by Hennebury there. and nothing doing for Antel into 2. Can't quite make the move, and now it's follow the leader here. That's unfortunate for Antel because this is the part of the track where Antel has a little extra speed. Could he potentially? Surely not the most sincere passing zone here, but ducking it down the inside, position not conceded through sunset, as they're going to continue side by side. Fantastic side by side racing, and I don't think the position's going to get conceded. A tiny little touch there, but it is going to go in favor of Henneberry, and they will successfully took them 4 corners, but successfully defend the 16th place position. Excellent stuff.
That would be a negative, by the way. That would be Ansel out in front, getting ahead of Henneberry. So Henneberry gets out in front, gets into P16. Henneberry not able to make that defense. And we're going to see if he's able to get back in front of him, though, or if Ansel's going to take off down the road. That 969 is looking like he's still all over the back of the 738. And he should be able, hopefully, to make an attack move coming in. There's no slipstream for Ansel at the moment out ahead, and the 969 has plenty of it. So if he gets a good run coming out of Ingwe, the question being, can he get down into turn 2 and make it happen? It does not look like it, by the way. Ansel, a fantastic run through Cheetah and Ingwe, and there is the gap already, almost a second as they cross the line. And that, of course, is a Porsche out behind them. No Porsches ahead of them out on the track, so that is going to be Rodriguez in the 48. Down in P27 is what that car is. There are some cars behind them that are going to come up and start lapping them in a moment. But, overall, that is still not enough for them. Jesse Lee, P3, drive-through penalty. What did I just say? What did I just say 6 minutes ago?
You literally said that you can't make mistakes, and if you do make a mistake, they are only about a drive-through penalty away. And for Grobler, they will certainly, his team will be telling him, 3rd place just got a drive-through penalty, and that is going to be devastating for this team. The 367 All-In Racing will... They don't serve it here. They're going to take an extra lap. They're going to think about it and strategize surely on what they should do. And that is absolutely devastating. You can't have that ever, Mike Jones. You can't have it when you're on a podium. And you certainly shouldn't have it after the fight that you have had to put up to keep and have this position in the first place. But nevertheless, it is the situation he finds himself in, and this team finds themselves in. And a brief moment here to talk it over with the team, figure out what they want to do. As I just noticed, Henberry just in the 969 has pitted after losing out to Mark Antel for 16th place. By the way, Antel just closed down on Webster 2 seconds in just about a lap. Absolutely rocketing through the field is the 738 right now for Webster. But for Sebastian now, Mike Jones, got to face the music, don't you? Got 2 laps or so, got to come down the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It doesn't matter what you discuss with the team. Regardless of what happens, you're going to have to pull off the left to Cheetah, make your way into that pit lane, and take the long 31-mile-an-hour trip down the Kyalami pit lane. Luckily, the pit lane...
What is that in Ks? Is that 60?
50, if I'm not mistaken. 60.
It's 50?
I think it's 50 in the pit lane. It's 60 on the formation lap and 50 in the pit lane. I'm almost positive.
That's so slow.
So slow. And that's the thing, right? Let's see. Does he pull over? It looks like he's... no, he's going for 1 more lap. So they just pitted 24 laps ago, by the way. So they are definitely not... they're in the middle of their pit window at the moment. And he's got clear air, so I think it makes sense that he's staying out for the moment. He's going to have to this time, right? He's going to have to. But he's got clear air. It makes sense to push as hard as possible at the moment to make up that time. I'm looking back at the 100 of Grobler, by the way, who lost about 6 tenths last time by any crowd, but we can see where he's at here, right? He's coming to the S's, and of course P3 is currently coming out of barbecue, so that's about 2/3 of a lap behind that he is, which means that even with that drive-through, Grobler's not going to be near the back of that 367 Bentley quite yet. He's going to have to make up more time. And I'm actually trying to decide if he's a lap down at this point, because our timing screen is, it always gets a little awkward 16 hours into a race, Jesse Lee, to see if they're properly a lap down or not behind him. But we're going to find out once the pit stop cycles out if Grobler's got a whole nother lap to make up on top of what it is. But he's going to cycle out. If I'm going to take a guess here, I'm going to say it's going to be 20 seconds down the road once that drive-through cycles out. Maybe not 20 seconds. It's going to be close to 35 seconds, I think. So Grobler, he's going to have to make up that time. And based on his lap times at the moment, he's not capable of doing so. Like, I've been watching Grobler, especially ever since the 367 got the drive-through. He's not capable of catching up to Sebastian Corral at this point. Not on pace alone, anyway. So, you know, he's going to have to try and make up a couple tenths somewhere down the line to make up that time. Running mid-42s is not going to do it, unfortunately, in this very quick field. And as we approach dawn, sunrise has been had here. And as we approach dawn, we are in dawn. Sunrise has been had here at Kyalami. Still pretty cloudy, so we can't see much of the sun. But sunrise did, of course, happen at, what was it this morning? 6:05? No, sorry, 5:20 a.m. So 2 hours ago, and you can see just how light it has been. Here's Sebastian coming out of the pit lane. I'm watching Grobler. He's coming through Leo Cop at the moment. It's about a half a lap behind, actually. He didn't lose quite as much time as I thought. But either way, it's nothing. There's nothing to be said there. Grobler's going to have to pick up the pace if he wants to get in and get up to the back of that P3 and get on that podium and celebrate this South African 24-hour, the first South African 24-hour with a South African team on the podium. Pure Storage, of course, bringing you this race, the Pure Storage 24 Hours of Kyalami, brought to you by Solidarity E-Race and powered by RaceFace, commentated, of course, by most of the RCI Racing Club International team here at Kyalami. Greg Maloney and Clark King joining us in the box as well. They'll be in here in about another 80 minutes, bright and early in the morning. ZA time to jump back into the booth and take over the morning stint and finish out the race with you alongside Brian Gill and George G. Mac Smith. Other sponsors here today, big shout out to NEC, Data Sciences, Oxide, Supermicro, and of course AMD for helping out with this fantastic race that we've had. It's been action-packed for over 16 and a half hours at this point. Even though we've not maybe had a lot of track action go on the overnight stint, we have had drama. Cars are separated out. Cars are having incidents, though, and that is really what's going to matter. We've had positions change all night long, all through the field. People making mistakes, people getting drive-thrus, as we just saw the 367 do. And the problem is, if they keep doing that, that's not going to work for them in the end. And again, Jesse Lee, I'm hoping for a South African podium.
Yeah, I think that would pretty much top this off with RaceFace and just have a South African podium. And don't take that the wrong way. I am not in any way betting against or rooting for any demise of anybody. But, I mean, it just feels right. And we've come so close in other 24s, and it just hasn't happened. This is about the best shot that we've ever had. But it's going to take some doing, though, must be said, from the 100. It's going to take some doing, still half a lap behind the third place car. I talked about Mark Antel for Retro Esports Alpha earlier, about how he was rapidly catching Webster. He was about 5 seconds behind him. Well, that was only about 3 laps ago, and he has absolutely caught him right on the back of the 221 of Webster now. Antel made short work of Henneberry behind him when he caught up to him. I wonder if the same is on the cards for Webster. I'm curious what has reawoken the 738 here, because I checked on them a while back, and as far as I know, unless the timing and scoring wasn't cooperating, they sort of weren't really going anywhere, and that could be very, very wrong. It could just be timing and scoring, but all of a sudden I noticed them wake up and absolutely start flying, putting in very consistent and very good lap times.
I think it's the key word right there, Jason. You said wake up. They've got 5 drivers on their team.
Well, there it is. And Mark Antel very awake at this early hour in the morning and getting it done right behind Webster here. We have to see, is there going to be a move down into turn 2? Looks like he's too far behind. A little bit of a shake by Webster and back into line through the corner, but right onto the back of him, almost like his tires are better than everybody else's. Turning very quickly indeed is the Bentley in comparison. Perhaps that is the difference. It is the rubber, but also don't count out the driver of Mark Antel. This could be the lap. You never know. I favor the move into Leacock. How about you, Mike Jones?
I don't think so. He's got the 96 behind him. He's going to have to let him by. So I think that he's going to have to let the leader come on past, unless there's a major mistake from the 221 in front. He's going to have to let that 96 Sidemax car go by. Let's see what happens coming out of the S's here. I don't think he's got enough of a run to make the dive. He's going to go along the right side. 221 slightly defensive. Let's get on the other camera so we can see what happens. He's got the nose there, but the question is, can he get the run coming out? I don't think so. The Aston does have the slide back in, and at this point, 96 all over his bumper, and I think, well, maybe not. Maybe Michael is playing very safe at this point. There's the dive coming into the Crocodiles. We're going to see him get onto the inside. The Aston runs a little wide. Doesn't get the traction down quite enough. They're going to go side by side into Cheetah. Will he back out? He won't. He's going to go for it. And there's the Bentley. The Aston catches a little bit of slide. Side by side action through Cheetah. And the Bentley comes out ahead. Mark Antel getting it done out of the Crocodiles with a nice move. Proving me wrong, the 96 being plenty patient, realizing that there's a fight out ahead and letting them fight that out before he gets on past. Now he's going to slide past coming into turn 2 of the Aston Martin, and Mark Antel is going to check out ahead of this Aston Martin. We're not that Aston ain't going to see him for another 20 laps, I don't think. Another drive-through, by the way, the 520 this time, which is the car the 87 and 13 are fighting with, Jesse Lee. By the way, after that last drive-through came out, look at that split time for the 13, 11 and a half seconds.
Yeah, it was about that it was about that in reverse. The 13 was about 11 seconds ahead before the drive-through, and now the 87 finds itself in that position. The constant penalties swapping the 12th place position, and now the 520 Sean, the Logistics Nightmare Team 1 Aston is going to have the indignity of having to come down pit lane at apparently 50 kilometers an hour, an absolutely walking pace. I'm not sure you could actually walk that fast, but it feels like you're crawling down pit lane. The only solace is that it's not the world's longest pit lane, but even still, it will not be very good for him. I tell you what, that will help Mohammed in the 88, who I think might be closing in on Bauman in the 158 for 9th place. I'm not entirely sure about that. My data's a little old there, and no, they're not closing in at all, is Mohammed, so scratch that. But anyway, for the 11, it is for the 520, I should say, it is a mistake, and it is not something that they wanted to have. Just look at that car. Very dirty, obviously been involved with some side-by-side contact at some point as well, but they will have to come in and serve this penalty. I don't think the 87 is close enough or indeed on the same lap as the 520.
No, I don't think so either, but he's coming in for the drive-through there, by the way. I was just looking at that two cars you were just talking about, by the way, the 88 and the 158. He did indeed close up on the last lap, even if he wasn't on that last sector. The 88 did run a second faster than the 158 on the what was the last lap. So he caught up on the last lap, just not in the last sector, and that could end up shaping up to be a fight here pretty soon. I'm kind of curious to see what happens when they cross the line again, to see how quickly he is moving up the field on this lap, but it doesn't look like he's gaining too much more time. Perhaps just a bad lap by Bauman on the last one. Maybe he needed to get in through some traffic. We're going to have to keep an eye on that 88-158 battle as we kind of finish out the last hour of our stint. Apparently, by the way, coming in from the chat, Kevin, which I'm looking for a Kevin on my roster. Oh, Kevin Tadee in car 11, driving with the absolute. So Jesse, you remember how we were talking about force feedback earlier?
Sure.
Let me add this to the mix. Full force feedback, no force feedback, or no sound.
I'd still take all the force feedback. I can drive without sound, and I frequently had in the past. You just drive more visually. Yeah, I mean, it's not something I chose to do. It's something that I was sort of forced to do. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it wasn't very good either. It was a very, very short, sad period in my later teenage years where I was sim racing. And yes, folks, I know I'm ancient, and yes, we had sim racing back when the Pyrenees were still cooling down. What's that? Oh, well, you know, he's only a few years older than me, so it's fine.
I don't know how you can do that, man. Driving without sound. I'm a very sound oriented person though. When I was obviously I did World of Warcraft for quite a few years, and I was very much a person who didn't have any notifications on my screen because everything was sound related. Everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's acquired. I mean, there's some people that would rather take no force feedback. We've had that conversation before, but for me, sound is very important to me because it keeps me from having. Whenever you know the car you're driving, for instance, the current car that I'm getting used to is it's in AC. It's that non-hybrid P1 car. I'm getting used to that, and I can drive that car by sound. And it's very important because it keeps me from having to look down at the LCD screen and figure it out. But there was a very brief, sad period in my teenage years where I didn't have headphones and I didn't have speakers either because my headphones had broken. So I was basically just racing without sound. And you default back to a more visual thing. So it's not. I could just, I can read a rev counter, so it's not that bad. You just have to be extra diligent. So that's why I would still take the more force feedback. I am curious why Kevin is not racing with sound. Is that by choice, perhaps?
Second time in 2 laps, by the way. So Richardson's struggling again. Oh no, I think that's just a. Nope, he is definitely out. He stopped on the track actually. Here and heavily damaged. So yeah, he got damaged. Sorry to interrupt you, Jessica. I noticed he got off on the track through turn 1. And now he is completely stopped on the track. He is still stopped on the track. I think I might need to get a hold of the stewards here if they're not actually paying attention. And I'm going to go do that really quick.
I wonder if that's some sort of connection issue or something. That's very strange. And just confirming in chat as well, we have Ragioli who is confirming, yeah, he doesn't know why Kevin is racing without sound either. And yeah, if you could find out, Ragioli, that'd be pretty fantastic. I'd like to know why he's doing that. Perhaps it's due to not upsetting people in his home or around his home, perhaps as well. I know some people have to do that. It is incredibly early in the morning, or incredibly late, depending on where you are. So you always have to be a good neighbor, of course. So perhaps that's the reason. I don't assume it's by outright choice. That don't know of anybody who would choose to do that. But either way, this is Michael Kundak-Xiaoglu, the leader of the race, the Canadian, I assume Canadian native, for SideMax Motorworks leading the race, and very happy doing it indeed. Says that if they win the race, that will be just about one of the biggest accomplishments, or very he'll look at it the same way that if they battled a team to the win. He said, of course, just like any team, you'd rather, as a competitor, you'd rather battle somebody out. But regardless, making it the distance is part of the challenge. And they've been going incredibly well, several laps ahead of the nearest competitor, which happens to be another SideMax Motorworks team in the 97. Malik Mohammed in the 88 now. Not really gaining on Bauman. I said earlier that I thought he might be, but Mohammed is not. In fact, the gap's pretty much just about the same. It kind of goes down a little bit, but I've seen it as high as 11 seconds. I've seen it as low as about 10.1. so not really going anywhere. Holding station in the top 10, though. A lot more difficult than it may seem, and decent nonetheless. I can tell you the 87 of King is starting to gap Lagarde in the 13. You'll know that the 13 got a drive-through penalty, and that put the 87 back out in front for 12th place. They're around 10 seconds the gap for a very long time, but that gap has started to go out with the 13. Has now lost another 5 seconds in the past 10 or so minutes.
And just confirmed, by the way, with the steward that's, or at least whoever's doing race control for RaceFace here, confirmed that they were monitoring the 57 and was just about to make sure that they got towed off track, and then they went ahead and disconnected. So I think the 57 indeed probably had some sort of a technical or mechanical issue, as they were, despite all the other failures, themselves causing incidents and other people causing incidents into them. They were really trying to push it home through the race here. So, yeah, it's a bit sad in the end, to see one of those cars go that, maybe has so many problems, but, is really pushing to get to the end, and they've, had to retire from the race. Unfortunately, that 57 does. So, but yeah,
Mike
Jesse,
Jones.
yes.
What do you say? Sorry to interrupt, but what do you say we do a little South African Good Morning, Crank It Up?
Ooh. Little South African Good Morning, Crank It Up. With who would we like to go on? We going for the 100, or we want to go for the 404?
Oh well, we did the 100 already, didn't we? No, we did the 404 last. We did the Bentley last year. No, we did the 367 Bentley. So we did the 100 earlier. So yeah, let's take it around on the 404. All right. Well, the leading South African team in 4th place, Grobler, in the 100. We're going to take a very short broadcaster break, but you're not going to miss anything. Go ahead and good morning, South Africa. Crank it up.
replay. All right, guys, welcome back. We're going to catch a bit of a replay of this. We just saw this 404 367 getting involved in a little scuffle. We're going to see them come out of Leo Cop here, and let's watch what happens coming down the mine shaft and into the Crocodiles. The 404 going to go in, try to get under the Bentley out ahead. He goes for the dive and is just not able to get it done. Connects with the back end of the big blue Bentley, throws him around, and that might be the unfortunate penalty that 404 did not need, Jesse Lee, because he was making up time, and it is not what he was going to need to try and make up the positions that he needs against that 367. That said, that might put Grobler a little closer to being closer to Corral at this point. It's not probably how that 100 Audi wants to make that done, but in the end, and actually I'm looking at it right now, Grobler is directly behind Corral, but just confirming 100% that Grobler is indeed still a lap behind. So he's got a lap to make up still, but little mistakes like that, little other issues, and that's really what brings it, right? We're talking about that, little mistakes, and really bring it, and they've got 7 hours remaining of mistakes to make. And a couple more like that, and we could see the 100 diving down the side of the 367 on the final lap for that podium.
Just confirming, that was the 404 and the 367 coming together.
That's correct.
Yeah, I was just making sure because I saw that as we were coming back to live pictures we were running on board during our Crank It Up, and I noticed that, and I was like, oh, that looks like the 367, but I hadn't quite settled yet, and you started talking like you were confirming what I was thinking, so that's unfortunate. That is not what you would have wanted to see, and it's such a difficult situation, isn't it? Rowe is trying to make lap time, and they've caught you, but they are on a different lap. The etiquette, obviously, is to usually give way. Speaking of giving way, how about a punt there for the lap car? But also, if somebody's faster, even though they're on a different lap than you, also probably give way a little bit. I just think it was a bit of a misjudge from Rowe, to be fair, in the 404. I'm sure the stewards will take a good look at that. And
Side Max just about came into contact into T1. Sorry to interrupt you, Jesse, but I was watching Michael Kondasoglu's stream, and it was very close. And Aston Martin sideways in turn 2, and instant reaction from Michael to save that car. Good reaction by him, as that could have been heartbreaking for the lead lap car. Sorry to interrupt you, but lead car having a bit of issue. Well, I suppose the lead lap car, if you want to think about it as well, because he's the only car on lead lap.
Well, I mean, that's part of the thing here. That's part of what, we talked to Michael earlier. He was talking about that you just got to stay out of trouble. And one thing that all the drivers of the 96 have done well is stay out of trouble. Well, very clearly there, that could have been perhaps not a day done, but that could have been a bit of, I'd say we're in the late race now, a little bit of late race drama there, and very, very attunely avoided by Michael. And Kondasoglu is still going around, and that won't faze him one bit at all. But back to what I was saying about Rowe, obviously the stewards will take a look at that. They'll know better than us. They'll have more angles than us, and be able to determine what they think needs to be done there, if anything. But 404 to me just sort of stuck his nose in there and caught the 367 by a little bit of surprise. Let's just say it, and I say this most weeks, but I'll say it again. Glad I'm not a steward and I don't have to pass judgment on that. Just I think it was a mistimed move there by the 404.
Jesse, you say that, and I never believe it every single time, because you join the steward's box when we do our endurance races, and you have some extra time outside of the comms booth, and you seem to enjoy it every single time.
I was rather relying on you not telling them that I also am a steward.
I mean, you try, Jesse, but I'm not going to let you lie to our viewership.
Well, here's the thing. I enjoy being a broadcaster, and it's lovely, and I love just being a broadcaster. But when I'm not here, I also enjoy making sure that the race is fair for everybody out there, and that's your job as a steward to do that and follow the bylaws of whatever series that you're in. And we have very distinct ones that are written out in plain English and several other languages too, mind you, and it's easy to follow, and we discuss things for 5 seconds.
Another drive-through, Jesse. Sorry. Another.
That's fine.
Another
well,
drive-through.
Well, I'd like to say that's going to end Lagarde's sort of challenge for 12th place, but considering how frequently the 87 and the 13 have been getting these drive-throughs, I'm not so certain it is going to. Lagarde wasn't catching King anyway and had lost a bunch of time. So this is going to be challenge denied for Johan Lagarde for at least a little while in the All-In Racing Aston. I'm not coming in to serve that just yet, but that is for track limits. We have not had a penalty report in quite a long time now, so all the penalties that you may see are all ACC assigned penalties and not RaceFace Steward assigned penalties. But back to what I was talking about, I enjoy being part of the stewarding team if that's what I am doing. But I tell you what, too, a lot of times stewards are sort of considered biased in some cases. I guarantee you most of the time that's all just hearsay. That's not true, because 99% of the time when I'm stewarding, I've noticed we don't look at who's driving the car or even what the car looks like. We're more interested in just what the number is.
Yeah, and you don't even need to look at the number until you decide the instant and then go, okay, that one gets a penalty, car 12. Okay.
Yeah, you know? so and it's a case, too, of a lot of the races that I'm stewarding. Me personally, I don't know who's in what car because there are longer races and the numbers are jumbled up. So I don't know who it is. It's completely irrelevant. It's not even something that's discussed. So I know sometimes it feels like stewarding decisions may be a bit biased, but in my personal experience of doing it for years, it just isn't. Never has been.
You know, I agree. That's basically, that's something that we instill, of course, in all of our stewards at RCI. Whenever we bring them in, when either me or Tom generally interviews the stewards that come in, and our entire stewarding team is stressed to and told, like, hey, listen, the only thing that will ever be the most important thing to you is the 13s coming in for their drive-through. The only thing that will ever be the most important to you is accuracy. And that's it, right? It is the accuracy of making sure that the decision that is made is the correct one. By the way, I think 13 is not going to serve their drive-through yet. They had to come in for their pit stop, unfortunately. So that means that they're going to have to come in for their pit stop and then do an outlap and come in for their drive-through. So that's going to cost them probably a little extra time, because now they're going to have 2 outlaps back-to-back and on cold tires. That means that they're not going to get their tires under pressure as quickly as they would like to. The 91 coming in for their scheduled pit stop as well. And that is last pitted on lap 541. Actually, realizing Jesse Lee, I don't think that was a scheduled stop for Lagarde. They pit on lap 556. No, that's about right. It's 40 laps. I was looking at Byron Coaster, who last pit on 541. So the 91 really extended their timeout on the pit stop that time around. Speaking of pit stops, we should be seeing this car right here come in at about another 10 laps as well. This is, of course, Michael. Kind of say it again for me, Jesse.
Kundak Xiaoglu.
Kundak Xiaoglu. Michael Kundak Xiaoglu. Kundak Xiaoglu. That's what we're gonna do, right? That's what we're gonna say his name, and that's fine. We'll get there one day, won't we? Have to educate Ryan and George on that one before they come in for the day. But we should see him come in for his pit stop here. Of course, he's doing a triple stint at the moment, relieving Killian Ryan Meenan from a bit to go out for a bit of a nap before he jumps back in the car. These guys duoing this race at this point to try and get their 2 drivers across the line in the final about 14 hours of the race. There is the 367 boat into the pit lane. There's Grobler, by the way. He's obviously still a lap down, almost exactly to that 367 as they come into the pit. Grau again, definitely No. Okay. Yeah, it's counting the last pit stop. So let's see. When did they come into pit last time? They were on lap 575, which was their drive-through, and 553, which was the pit stop. Yes, they're 40 lap stints down the road. 40 lap stints as well for JT Grobler and the number 100 team. They are 14 laps deep into their stint at the moment. So that means that they have about 25 to go. And Jesse, he catches the inside curb, but she had a good hold on him, gets out of the dirt, gets back out on the track, able to keep it onto all fours without hitting the wall. Is that Arashi Racing? But that is, again, Cheetah, it doesn't matter how good you are, you have to be consistent. Stewie was showing this earlier on in the race, Jesse. He was on the free cam. You were in here with me. On that free cam at Cheetah, and we were watching that. You have to hit that line. Every single car that comes past, it didn't matter how fast or slow they were, was hitting that same exact line. Because if you don't, you get thrown off the track, and that's what will cost you. Cruau finished his pit stop still ahead of Grobler. He's about a half a lap ahead still, so it really shows how much work this number 100 Audi is going to have to make up that time. Built Steel Vastin, of course, behind Grobler. He's a lap behind him as well, almost exactly, in fact. Almost exactly 2 laps down. So he's got quite a bit of time to make up before he's going to get up to the back of that 100. And it's really just going to come to pit stop strategy. I'm curious, Jesse Lee, if you can take a look and perhaps math out, because I know that is your favorite, where we will be in terms of pit stops with the 367 and 100 if the 367 is going to have to make an extra stop.
I can try to do that, but quickly before I do attempt to do that, I'm just going to mention one more thing about Cheetah real quick. I was taught specifically ways on how to take Cheetah, and funnily enough, the person teaching me this said, if you are going to miss Cheetah, it's in your best interest to miss it by a lot. What did they mean by that? Well, you notice if you miss it a little bit, you catch the curb, your rear tires come off the ground, and then you end up spinning into the outside wall. What happened whenever Grobler in the 100 missed it? Well, he missed it a lot, went into the sand. It slowed him down, yes, but what happened? He continued straight, and he was no longer on the curb. That's exactly what my mentor meant. If you're going to miss Cheetah, miss it by a lot. Or if you think you're going to miss it by a little bit, make sure you miss it by a lot. And you'll see a lot of the pro drivers.
Right.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of the pro drivers do that. They will get out of the gas and go ahead and ditch it, basically, is what they'll do on purpose. They're putting it in the sand on purpose as Ferrari off in the background, completely stopped in Sunset Corner.
He had the toe. That's the 888 again.
888 having issues there. But, yeah, that's sort of the point. If you are going to miss Cheetah, miss it by a lot. Miss it enough that you go into the gravel. At least that will save you. And it's all about where you hit that apex, Mike Jones. There's only one apex in Cheetah. And if you miss it, well, you definitely miss it hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's like you said, that's what you see a lot of the pro drivers doing. Grobler, played it out perfectly. He hit the curb. He straightened out his wheel. He shot himself off into the grass. He got off the gas. Didn't panic. And just kind of got himself straightened out a little bit after he got the car level, and then got back on the throttle, gets himself through the dirt, and gets himself back on the track, and that's the big difference there. And honestly, that's something that I didn't really like. It didn't click in my head that that's the correct action. I'm sure that I have done that before at some point or another, but realizing that is really what needs to happen to be there is something I'll probably instill into my head next time that I hit that curb or the outside line at Cheetah next time I race here at Kyalami. So, that's a good tip. And again, it's back to that thing that we were looking at with, Killing Ryan Meenan earlier. You were learning that you were coming into turn 2 all wrong. And that's something that I have picked up during this 24-hour race here at Kyalami. Pure Storage 24-hour Kyalami, brought to you by Solidarity E-Race and powered by RaceFace. Fantastic racing here for the past a little over 17 hours. we're approaching that 18-hour mark. Final third of the race is going to be up here very soon. Myself, Mike Jones, Jesse Lee joining me in the box, Nick Setnick behind the cameras. We've been here for the past 5 hours. We'll be joining you for the next 45 minutes, and Nick Setnick will be on the cameras for another 2 hours as well. A full 8-hour stint for that man, powering through the night before he goes out for perhaps a little bit of a break, gets himself some food, and then we'll be back, of course, RCI over on our channel, RCI TV, for 6 hours of Bathurst that a bunch of our teams are participating in. I'll be racing. Ryan Gill will be racing. not George G-Mac Smith, but about 7 staff cars will be over there. So come join us for that. Should be a fantastic race. We'll be showing the POV of our 7 teams. Jesse Lee, Nick Setnick will bring you that. And of course, the rest of our sponsors. We have, of course, Solidarity, bringing you this race. Pure Storage, the title sponsor for this. And of course, Greg Maloney spoke to a couple of the representatives from those organizations yesterday. A lot of interesting information coming out of there, and I'm sure Greg will come back with a bunch of interesting information here in about another hour when he's back on air. NEC joining us as a sponsor as well. Data Sciences, Oxide, Supermicro, and of course AMD helping us put on the very first 24-hour race in South Africa, the 24-hour sim race in South Africa here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. And a great one it has been, and a great one it will continue to be. Not a lot of on-track action going on for the moment, but drama, as we keep saying, happening all throughout the field. Lots of drive-thrus, little incidents, cars losing time, cars losing positions from incidents, and then gaining it back, getting it back over, gaining it back again. The 87 and the 13 have been trading drive-thrus about once an hour for about the past 5 hours or so, if not sooner than that. The guard in the number 13 back out on track at the moment. They had the last drive-through in that fight. And what is closing down is Mohamed has lost a little bit of time to Bauman in the past hour or so. He's lost about 2 seconds. But that said, I'm just looking up. Bauman now is only 8.6 seconds behind the 666. So he's catching up as well. And we might see a little bit of a three-way battle for the bottom end of the top 10 at some point before this race ends. And of course, Rao there in the 404 Bentley in P7. He's looking like he's gaining a little bit of time on the car ahead, but not quite enough to really make up enough time. Looking at the 100 car again, that's the South African team, the leading South African team in this race. He is about, what are we at now? About a half a lap behind Cruau in the 367 Bentley. He's trying to make up that time after a drive-through for the 367 cost him, but he still has another pit stop to make here in about 20 minutes. Jesse Lee is trying to help us out right now and do some maths on if there will be an extra pit stop for the 367. And Jesse, have you done my maths?
Yeah, so everybody at home, and Mike Jones as well, I've been doing some maths, and the sum of that math is not very clear, and I know you would wanted a clear answer, but here's why it's not clear. There's a 14-lap difference between the last time the 367 pitted in relation to the 100 car. You do about, what'd you say, about 40-some laps? What's that?
They're doing 40 laps exactly on a stint. For the past
so they're doing 40 laps exactly on a stint. It's all going to depend, basically, if Grobler can add an additional lap onto their stint over the 367. So if 367 does 38 laps, Grobler needs to do 39 laps or 40 laps, and they can even it up. But let's say they don't, and it stays a 14-lap difference on their pit strategy. There is about a 23% chance right now that Grobler is going to have to come in for a splash and dash at the end, which will add about 28 seconds, I think it is, to their time. So the point is that if they can work on correcting this, which I think they might be able to, that won't occur. But the further we get into it, for instance, as Taddy in the number 11 for Riglali Racing EGA comes in. My point is, if Grobler does not work on the deficit, the 14-lap deficit, if it goes out, the percentage goes up. If it stays the same from here on out, the percentage goes up. What I'm telling you, Mike Jones, is by the end of the race, there is almost an 85% chance Grobler will have an extra pit stop, but not a full-length one, a short one.
Interesting. All right. Well, so basically, status unknown, math unclear is what Jesse just.
No. My math was very clear. 85%. He's going to need to do an extra pit stop, but again, you can't say for certain because you don't know what fuel map they're using. You don't know what their strategy is. You don't know if they've been saving fuel. You don't know. Taking it at face value, there is a more than likely chance that the answer is yes, they are going to have to come in. They're going to get caught out when the timer hits 0. But there's other factors. We don't know if the lap difference between the 96 is going to play a factor into the cars that are 2 to 3 laps down. So for all those reasons, we can't say for certain, but 80-some%, yes.
Well, interesting. We're going to have to find
Extreme
out.
Math.
Extreme math. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we're going to have to find out, basically. I mean, we got 6.5 hours to the end of the race. Maybe they can extend out an extra lap. Maybe they're listening
around,
and they're going to get the idea that they need. By the way, the 888 off track again. That's what that yellow flag flashed there for a second. He was off, I believe, in Cheetah briefly, and he's off again in Ingwe. The 888 just struggling to keep this Ferrari 488 Evo on the track. It is absolutely filthy from all the trips that it has had.
Just
had
gonna
in the
say,
grass.
oh no!
He's out for a wiggle again. That looked like a mechanical issue.
Yeah, that's suspension
going out possibly. And I think he's going to have to. Obviously, he's probably going to have to teleport back to the pit lane at that point. But I think that might be a 57 car 57 part 2 mechanical issue that he's had. He's stuck out on the track at the moment, trying to see if he can get the car fired and get back out, or if he's going to have to call the tow truck. He is parked out on the grass, though, so he's in a good spot. He's not in the way of anybody, at the very least, so he's doing okay. He can stay there for a minute if he needs to. Just outside the pit lane there, yellow flag's waving by the marshal, of course, in the back. Warning everybody that there's a car out there, and they'll have plenty of room to make sure that they take a look at that car. Looking back up towards the top of the field, we're checking in P15. That is Botha in the Aston Martin V8 there. He's about a couple seconds now behind Antel. And Jesse, do you remember? I can pull it up and check, but do you offhand remember if Marc Antel got past Botha and he's now gapping him? By the way, the 888 has got back going again.
No, so the 91 was behind the 969 earlier. The battle you're remembering is Antel passing the. Yeah, so Antel had never gotten past the 91. The 91 was the next car to them. So that's what that battle ended up being, as Malik Mahmoud into the pit lane in the 88, and Bernard King for KSR Pulse in the 87 back out after yes, indeed, after a routine pit stop. King in. And, of course, that battle between the 87 and the 13 has long since ended for the time being. The 87 apparently at some point decided, I don't want any more drive-through penalties. And that pretty much ended the drive-through duel between the 87 and the 13.
I think we should give out so there's a prize, obviously, for some of the top drivers. I do not know what the exact prize payout or limits are for, like, who gets what. But I think there should be at least a let's say $15 goes to the person with the most drive-throughs for track limits.
I think that's a dangerous slope you're talking about there, Mike Jones, because I can guarantee you in a 24-hour race I can get more drive-throughs than you.
You do you?
I'm pretty.
You're not wrong. I'm actually, I have never. Like where is some wood? I have never gotten myself a drive-through for track limits before. Oddly enough.
What's that like, out of curiosity?
It's pretty great. I'm not a fan of driving through the pit lane if I don't have to. I got the 87 catching the curb there, and that's what he did. So you can see, by the way, he straightened his wheel out as he hit that curb. You saw his wheels kick back to being straight, and that's what Jesse Lee was talking about, 20 minutes ago or so. That if you can straighten your wheels out and make sure that you land and then turn, which is what King just did, you're solid, you're golden, and that's exactly what he just did and kept it on the track, even though he hit that curb like that.
It's counterintuitive that, but it does work. It is effective.
Yep. But yeah, I got good at making sure that I was lifting enough coming off track for the most part. I did get myself 2 track cut warnings at the spa race in Night Owl a couple weeks ago, but once I got the second one, I was like, okay, we're gonna back off a little bit here. And just not quite push as hard, because especially at Spa, that was the last thing you need to do is go through the drive-through. I will not pass go and do not collect $200 if you pass through the drive-through at Spa, because you can stop and get yourself some chicken McNuggets and you're still
Isn't that 45? Isn't that 45 to 50 seconds in pit lane at Spa? Something absolutely ridiculous.
Something like that. It is
It's
ridiculous.
absolutely insane.
And that's not even counting the in and out road. And the out road is so dangerous and bumpy. You have to, you're really slow through there, considering how fast you come through a Rouge and Rattillon at Spa. So even coming out of the pit lane and down the Camel Straight, you're losing so much time there just on your out lap.
Well, we had Tom in the Tom Edwards, that is, in the chat here for the 24-hour race, and he was bragging that they are in the 20th place, is the 23 ambitious but rubbish Lamborghini, and we last talked to them, they were about 23rd, and they had raced up to 21st in the sequence of pit stops. Well, the unfortunate events of the 101 and the 999 have been an absolute joy for the 23, who seems to have worked out their late evening foibles, and they have now cracked the top 20 in that car, so no longer 23rd position. That will upset Nick Setnick, who loves symmetry, but otherwise they will be enjoying this, as they were a bit joyful for that. And what a milestone in the top 20. We were just watching Christian Duploy behind him in the 999. They are only about 1.2 seconds behind, so that victory celebration for Tom may have been ever so slightly too quick.
Yeah, Ted Edwards and his teammate Jordan Daly is...
That is who that is, and I do apologize to both Tom Edwards and Ted.
I just want you to know, by the way, that I do believe his name is actually Tom, by the way. He said this semi-recently, and I think if I remember correctly...
We already had a Tom, and he didn't want to be another Tom.
He
did say that. I was there.
So that's probably why you're
that is what happened.
Everybody calls him Ted now. He's just Ted. Even like Nathan McConnell, who he races with all the time, calls him Ted. So he's just Ted at this point.
He literally said we have too many Toms, and I was like, that doesn't mean you have to change your name. That's
I think I'm gonna ask Katrina and figure out what she calls him. Katrina or Lauren?
I don't know, but that's very nice of him to want to change his name to benefit the group, but it's still a bit strange. The more the merrier, in my opinion, as 97, the second place car, putting another lap on the 23, but that's not what we're looking at here. We're looking on Duploy in the 999, who, by the way, has actually started to lose a bit of time, and it's now down to 2 seconds. Duploy losing about 0.3 in that last half of a lap to Jordan Daly. So they came in talking about being ambitious but rubbish, and I said, I don't think you're the rubbish part, mate, and they are definitely proving to not be the rubbish part.
No, and I've been watching Daly and Deploy's lap times, by the way, as we've been kind of talking about them, and they're the both of them are definitely, I think, feeling a little bit of that fatigue at this point, as they're definitely not consistently dropping the same laps. They're running anywhere between like mid 42s to 44s, and so that's why we're seeing that kind of yo-yo effect on the timing screen. We've seen Deploy pick up a couple tenths since the start of the lap behind Daly. He was at 2 seconds as he crossed the line out 1:8.76. And as they cross the next sector timeline here in just a moment, we will get that update again and see how he's doing. The BMW should be really good down this particular section of the track in that big motor. But the problem is the Lambo, as Ryan Gill will be more than happy to educate us on here in a couple hours. The Lambo has the best acceleration coming out of a corner, period. No matter what car you put it up against. It doesn't matter if it's a Mercedes, a BMW, a Jag, a V12. That Lambo will outstrip them all coming out of a corner. And so this BMW has really got to make it done through the remainder of the lap rather than through the through this section here coming out of everywhere from about Leo Cop down into turn 2, where it's mostly anyway straights. Comes across the line there. We're going to see what the sector time is here again. Oh, actually, sorry, Jordan Daly pulled off into the pit lane. I'm just noticing. Apologies. So Daly actually came in for the pit. So that means that promotes Deploy up to P20. And looking at Daly, he's fallen down, of course, a couple spots. Chris DeSantos for the 101 PWSR team, who have struggled quite a bit with connection issues today. They are out back on the track, of course, and trying to make up those positions again. We talked a lot about them early on in the race. They're very quick. They were fighting for a top 10. They've got the pace and the ability to do so, but unfortunately, technical issues have plagued them throughout the race, and they're having to settle with just trying to just make up what positions they can and have a bit of fun, I think, at this point, which, again, we've talked about quite a bit, right, Jesse? It's really just here to have fun in the end, and that's what sim racing is really all about. And hey, as long as you're having fun, that's really what matters. And Michael here in the 96, well, he's having plenty of fun, and he's in P1.
Well, we're here to have fun. We're here to enjoy the hobby that we all are so very passionate about. But of course, we are all also here for a more noble cause as well. Of course, this race raising money, part of the proceeds, of course, going to a very charitable cause as well. And that makes it all the sweeter, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. A little bit of prize money for the Side Max team won't go amiss as well. Here for the Pure Storage 24-hour Kyalami. That is really what, not really what you're here for, granted, but a little bit of prize money is nothing to shake your head at, especially when you're getting the triple win here at the 24-hour Real Race Club's 24-hour Kyalami. Was the first victory for the Sidemax Motorwork 96 RCI World Tour Championship, their second victory. A lot of rain in that race, about 12 hours or so of that rain, constant changing conditions. We had 7 full weather changes during our 24 hours of Kyalami, and of course here back out in the dry, but not the hot. It is definitely cool out here through the middle of the race. We're going to get a little toasty as we get back up to approaching noon, which is where we will end, of course, this race. But in the end, it's still going to be a little bit cooler than their first race was. They've got their setup dialed in. They've been plenty of speed, and they've really got it done. They've got everything to lose, realistically, by making sure that they're staying out on track. I did see Michael grab one track cut warning there a few minutes ago, so he's at 1. Now, if they do get a drive-through, Jesse, it's not the end of the world for them by any means. They are multiple laps up against P2, but still not what you need, right? You still have to be careful, because if you lose too much time, you're gonna get yourself ruined. And look at the 13 and the 87. What happened with that? 4 drive-throughs for the 13, I think, within a few hours. I mean, if that happens to the 96, we could be looking at Sidemax 97 breathing down their necks. So they're going to have to be careful regardless. This is Sidemax 97. It might look the same, just a little dirtier, perhaps. Of course, the team livery here, the sister car, Sidemax Motorworks 97, back in P3. Of course, that 367 Corral still sitting in that position. Grobler has not been able to catch up with him. The South African number 100 Audi did a fantastic job, but still just can't rein in that 367 Bentley. Gaining time here and there, losing time here and there. We're going to have to see what happens over the next 6 hours. And, of course, in P5, Simon Keeble in the MSV 962 AMR V8 Vantage. And again, same situation that he's got versus Grobler, that Grobler's got versus Kruak. He's just not able to make up enough time to really make it worth it at this point. But if we get another drive-through somewhere, well, again, a little drive-through, little action with some back markers perhaps, and that all could change. 6.5 hours to go. Jesse Lee, as we're kind of starting to wrap up our 6-hour stint here in the box, I mean, let's start making a little look forward for the moment. What do we think is going to happen over the next 6 hours after we take off here? I mean, looking at what we have, do we think the 962 can get up to P4? Do we think that the South African team can get up on the podium? What do you think?
Do you want the boring answer, or do you want the exciting answer that I normally give? Because I give you both. The boring answer is no. I think the 100. I think Grobler is going to come home in 4th place. I think they need to keep their nose clean and to stay out of trouble, though. And I think they are capable of doing that. The exciting full Vindaloo answer there is very simple as well. The 100 and the 962 are going to have an epic battle, and while I feel like that may be the case, I find it the less likely of the two. I think the 100 has proved themselves to be very formidable, and they've sort of stuck themselves in that 4th place. It is a pity. I would like to see them show a little bit more face and to have been up there with the 367. But I think primarily, and a bit sadly, I'm afraid, our top 3 or 5, I should say, are all fairly set. The thing with that, though, is behind them, it is its best guess, to be fair. I don't know if the 11 will get to the 962. They certainly haven't shown that they can, but I don't know too much about Rowe either. And what about the 666? And of course, Bauman is now actually closing the gap. The 158 is closing down on the 520. So you just don't really know. And then, of course, back in the field, there are an enormous amount of battles. And one, we talked about it all race. You talked about it just now. Any sort of penalty, any sort of slip up in concentration in the last 6 hours could change your strategy and the complexion of the race entirely for your team. While certain positions seem set, you don't want to rest on your laurels. You do not want to get too comfortable, because when you get too comfortable, that's when the mistakes creep in, and then all of a sudden, it's nothing to have a lap taken away from you. And even if you have several, any number of things could go wrong. And we talked to Kundak Xiaoglu earlier, and he said that, well, it hasn't gone brilliantly, to be honest. They've lost 2 of their drivers that they were supposed to be driving with. It's down to Killian Ryan Meenan and Kundak Xiaoglu to finish this race, and that is incredibly devastating. So they've been doing that for 12 hours, or they will have been doing that for 12 hours. They've been doing it for 6 hours by themselves. Now they've got another 6 hours to go. They said that they're not pushing the car, but even still, you know as good as I do, they don't control their own destiny. They're still sharing the track with 37 other cars. Any number of them could be the ticket to their downfall, and in several occurrences during our stint, it has almost come to that, sadly. And if you have too many of those incidents, well, then you're going to have a rather lengthy trip down the pit lane. And of course, 3 laps is only about, what do you think, about 5.5 minutes or so. So you don't want to lose time. And quite frankly, the long-winded answer is, yes, every position's up for grabs. Of course it is. You got to run the laps. The short answer is, if everybody holds station like they think they are, I think it's going to be just the way that it is. But everybody has to stay focused. This is the point where fatigue really sets in. Mental fatigue and physical fatigue for those that are running on a 2-car team. Very important that you get it right. Very important that you stay focused. And very important here, because a lot of these teams have been double stinting, mind you. Very important to take breaks and keep yourself fresh.
Yeah, and that is not what the 96 has been able to do. That's the problem, right? They've not been able to take breaks and keep themselves fresh. and they're still out here a couple laps ahead of the 97 team, just on pure pace and dedication between Michael and Killian and the side max team. Of course, Malinowski going to go ahead and he needs to give a run at getting a lap in so that he's at least out on the track. We spoke with, of course, Michael earlier, making sure that Malinowski would jump into the car. He's going to basically come in with the issues that he's having, try to do at least one lap, get back into the pit lane, and then get back out on the track, and or have a Michael get back out on the track rather, and finish off his triple stint in between him and Killian. Michael's been up for quite a while at this point. He's pretty much not gotten too much sleep. Killian is trying to take a bit of a nap at the moment, and then once he gets out and back up, Michael will dip out, try and take a quick power nap, and then come on back for the end of the race. So these guys are just struggling to make it through, but doing really well so far. No drive-throughs, no drama for them. Michael's reflex is still on point. We didn't catch it on camera, but obviously I saw him, barely dodge that car that was sideways as he came around turn 2 a little while ago, just straight off of reflexes, instant reactions from him. So, even though he's tired, he's still focused and ready to go. Crew out in the 367. Again, another team that has just been doing really well. I've seen Corral in the car quite a bit. This is another team that's only running 3 drivers for this 24-hour. And again, Jesse, that massive difference of keeping yourself hydrated, keeping yourself rested is more difficult. You've got these 3 drivers, right? So that's the thing, is looking at the top 5. The 97 car is in teams of 5, but P3, 4, and 5 all triple. They're all triple teams. So they are not giving themselves too much break, and that's probably
Morning.
play in, I think, at the
Good
end
morning.
of this year.
Sure, you're up early.
Well,
Yeah.
the stewards have been doing their job.
Having a nice
all
relaxing
night
drive
and
around
through until the
Kyalami.
morning.
Yeah.
Everybody that has got a driver's stint limit
P34, fuck,
penalty, they
that's
have
where we
been
were
very
last night
prompt
when
in
I
clearing
left off.
that, but there hasn't been
There's
a lot of
apparently been
issues
some
that they've
drama
had
in
to
between.
render
is
a
it?
verdict on. Well, this is
Yeah,
one of
Martin
them.
was saying he had a
This,
bit of
we're
a
lucky here in
bit
the
of an
101 for
adventure. He got hit off.
PWSR
Got
has
hit
received
by
the first penalty that I
one
think
of the
we've
leading
gotten in just
cars.
about 2
Got some
hours.
damage.
It's gonna be a
Got a
5-second
drive
penalty
through.
for causing a
Oh, shit,
crash on,
okay.
I think it was lap 520
Then
something.
Looks like
when
Oh,
I
excuse me, 569,
got
that
shot,
is correct.
um,
So that is the first penalty
you know,
that we have received in
switching to
quite
my stint, he
some
forgot to
time.
request me as a driver, and I forgot to remind him.
it'll be a 5-second
So he
delay,
goes into the
and
pits.
don't
And I had to go out and do another lap.
in danger from behind. What that does
So,
do
it
for
wasn't
Ted
exactly
Edwards,
smooth,
who's
but,
in the
you know,
23
Okay.
Lamborghini,
I
is
came out in
that sort of
P35.
alleviates some of the stress
I don't know
that
what
they
happened to
had
P34,
from
but
the
I
101
went
and
past. I
wait
lapped them a
8
while
seconds
ago.
back, and you're gonna add about 5 seconds
So I
to
don't
that.
know.
They probably had the
So
same
that
thing.
is a cushion back
Yeah.
to the 23rd place car, and no doubt Edwards will be aware of that.
So yeah, it's been a
as,
bit of an
Edwards
adventure.
Probably looking a bit more forward than backward. They're on a different pit strategy as the 23.
Yeah, I can
due to
imagine.
the early incidents in the early part of the evening, but they have run
Oof,
and
yes,
likely
tired
won't
now.
in up as high as the
What time did
20th
you finish
place
driving?
due to the sequence of stops.
About
course,
1
Edwards
o'clock, I think.
Has pitted, and they have only had about 8
Yeah,
laps
it's not an awful lot of
after
sleep.
the pit stop due to
No,
Clark,
no,
due
it's
to
it was.
and, Peters have
Well, I didn't go to
not
sleep
cars
straight away
already.
either.
Yes, indeed, they have not pitted. yet. So, they
So
will
I've
come in
probably
at
had
some
3 hours,
point,
maybe.
I think in the next 10 or so laps, and that will likely promote the 23 up those.
It's too early for a Red Bull.
again. And of course, behind
How long have you got left? You
the
51
penalty
minutes.
as well. So that's
Yeah.
where they stand.
Okay.
And I'm going to make a bold prediction, though, Mike Jones.
Is
because
this
I
your
feel
second
like
of a
I
double
gave the
stint?
milk toast option
Yeah.
of will there be drama in
Okay,
the top
so it's
5.
me
I'm
next,
gonna
huh?
give you an actual exciting one.
Isn't it
I
Mike?
think the
Is it Mike?
87-13 battle
You'll have to
for
check
Shelton
the sheets,
reignites
but
the
if he doesn't pitch
Oh,
up, then you
absolutely.
can drive.
Okay, done.
I don't know what time
I
he
don't- I
finished
don't- I
last
don't
night
think- I
either.
don't think that that's even a hot take. I think that's done and dusted.
Oh,
This
yeah,
has been
actually, I
so
saw him
long at this
finish.
point that if they are not at each other's throats at the end of
So
the
I've
race, I'd be
actually only
surprised.
just been sleeping through Martin's
But
stint.
in the end, it's something that we're gonna have to wait and find out. But I would not be surprised to see the 13 up on the back end of that 87 at some point. And by the way, just real quick, I went back and checked on the 101's penalty. It was indeed a incident that we caught on camera at Leo Cup where they came deep into contact into Leo Cup and hit.
Only 37 teams left in it, huh?
Quite a few laps ago.
There were 38 teams when I started, so someone else has dropped out.
So what you're saying is you managed to write someone off.
We refer to them in our arena as
Probably.
slam dunks, and I think they've all been slam dunks as far as the penalties are concerned, and good on them. Everything seems to just sort of make sense. To quote Hannibal from HE,
did you get any sleep?
Yeah, I probably got 5 hours, I think.
Okay, that's all right.
6 hours, 16 minutes, about 10 minutes or so from going 6 a.m. in South Africa in sim time, 5 minutes behind in the real world. If you're with us now, good morning, glad to have you, and you may be wondering what on earth you may have missed. Well, let's go ahead and rewind you to the start of the race. GTWR took the lead early and was holding a 10-second or
The
so
tire
lead.
pressures in that sheet now are all kinds of wrong.
Yeah, we were guessing with mine. Mine were running a little bit hot. And then Mike's were also running a little hot.
My first stint, my rears were 28.5 for about the first half an hour. It was not fast. This set, I think I took 0.6 out everywhere, or 0.7 out on all my tires just to get it down to a reasonable level.
We've lost 2 of our drivers. One of them couldn't connect, and one of them had a medical emergency.
At least compared to what was in that in the sheets.
Have you been driving by yourself the whole time?
Yeah, Martin was exhausted.
Yeah.
Race,
I think he slept.
A 4-man team becomes a 2-man team. The 97 has.
I just told him to go to bed. He was not sounding like he wanted to be alive.
Yeah. Fuck, why would we do this to ourselves?
I don't know. Always seemed like such a good idea at the start.
Yeah. And look, it was fun until it got tiring.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be. How long have you got there? 48 minutes. Okay. I will get myself a Red Bull.
Of the rest of the field.
And I should be alright in a few minutes.
Alright, cool.
Oh, just quite half asleep still. I just heard my alarm going off and I was like, oh no, fuck already. I think I got to bed at about 2:30.
Yeah.
And then waking up at 5:30, 5:45.
Any of them in a very, very feel-good moment, as it was absolutely glorious to watch.
I'll be back in a sec.
Up to that position. The 962 of Keeble has had their share of issues, but find themselves in the top 5. But it's not a sure thing, as so Santorino in the 11 Audi is only about 10 or so 15 seconds behind them, as the top 5 has been heavily contested. It's actually out to 20 seconds now as Keeble has picked up the pace, and behind them another South African team, the 404, currently piloted by Rowe. That Bentley has been going absolutely fast for the past several hours. They climbed up to 7th. They find themselves 23 or so seconds behind the 11.
Okay, Red Bull acquired.
Position. And quite frankly, behind them, it has been a melee. We've got a battle between Bauman and Mahmoud that's been going on for several hours. It's 13 seconds.
I had some coffee before I got in, then realized probably half an hour in that I was actually quite hungry. I probably should have eaten. And so during my pit stop, I quickly ran to the fridge and grabbed an apple and just been chomping that down the straights.
They have a shot to finish inside the top 10. They may do it. We already told you about.
No, I ate at about 1 o'clock this morning.
4 times, as I counted overnight. All of them due to getting
second half of my pizza.
Perhaps a record set for the most drive-through penalties in a single hour by the 13, which is not something we would normally brag about, but it was absolutely incredible, folks. It was one of the more insane things we saw. The 91 of both going well.
How was the sunrise?
It was light by the time I started driving.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's been like this basically my entire stint.
Oh, really? Okay.
Very interesting. We've documented the battle between the 99, the 24, the 23, and the 101. That's all fighting for the end of the top 20, the 20th place spot. And behind them, it has been a myriad of penalties, spins, blue flags, and resetting to pit lane, to be fair. And that is your race rundown here at the 24 hours of Kyalami.
The Americans still fucking talking, eh? They don't stop, eh?
Well, a nice little wrap. About 6 hours remaining in the 24-hour Kyalami.
Only 6 hours remaining.
24-hour Kyalami, even of course.
Nearly there.
Only 6 hours.
By Race and powered by RaceFace.
Amazing how 6 hours doesn't seem like very long anymore.
Not after 18.
Yeah. I mean, if you jump into your first 3 hour endurance, you think, sheesh, it's a long race.
Yeah.
People that are in those companies, I think we may have a couple more lined up for the afternoon here through the end of the race, making sure that we get them guys on air. We had a really interesting interview, Jesse. I think it was with NEC, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of interesting information about some tech that they do out for like the farmers and stuff like that. And they really hard promote some of the STEM stuff. It was really interesting information. And
Erasmus.
Re-listen to it just because that was a subject I'm interested in. So, but it was really interesting information. So glad to see all of them involved, and it was really great. That said, back on the end game here, PWSR, of course, Heineke out here in the 101. That 5-second penalty. He is kind of keeping on the back of Ted Edwards in that 23. But he knows that he's got that penalty to serve. Looking at the
little kiss there.
590.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think that was lag, but I don't actually know.
Of course,
I hate that ACC lag where the car just warps into you like that.
Yeah. That they are both going to be pitting here.
I don't actually know if that will register as contact or not.
And
I don't want to find out.
How that kind of lands out between the two of them, with Heineke going to fall back 5 seconds after pit stop. Looking up and down the field again, active track battles. Well, not a whole lot at the moment, just a lot of drama, such as this right here. You know, this is 5-second penalties, the drive-through penalties that we're seeing. There's a little bit of a catch coming up in P16-17. There's Barber there catching up to the back of Fox in the 2-2-1. A little bit, at least, only about 4 seconds back.
All right, let me put my race boots on.
At some point in the future, but so far has been pretty steady. Looking at the last lap between the two of them, just for comparison, of course, we have a 1:45.2 being ran by Gareth Fox and a 43.8 by Kevin Barber. That means he picked up about 1.5 seconds on the last lap. Whether Fox got caught up by traffic or whether Barber just had a fantastic lap, we don't know. He's gained a lot of time this lap again, though, obviously, as I'm just realizing. That's the 221 Aston out ahead, and he's run wide again. And there goes the Bentley. He's going to try and get on the inside, and I think he's going to be gone by the time they even get to turn 1 here in the kink. And he is sliding past in the kink and getting on past. So that is Fox struggling here at the end of the 18th hour, and that is the 969 getting on past. That is not, I repeat, a car for position ahead. That is one of the other Bentleys. That's the 88th Bentley, in fact, up in P10. So that is not for position at this point. PWSR caught up to the back.
This is important.
By the way, there's the dive, and Leo Cop gets on the hammers and gets it down, stopped, and does not, however, get the position. Watch the power of this Lamborghini deep in the slipstream. And do you see how that gap grows as he comes down into Mineshaft and then into Crocodiles? That Lambo is gone. The Porsche is going to have to work a lot harder than that to get him moved on coming out of Leo Kopp or coming out of Inkway, and he is not going to be able to get it done unless Ted makes that mistake that the 101 is hoping that he does. Hard on the brakes into Ingwe, and watch this. Unless Ted gets sideways here, and he doesn't. He keeps it on the track. Let's watch from the rear splitter cam here on the Lambo, if you don't mind, Nick. I want to see this gap just grow down here. Look at this. So he's already gapped him a little bit there. And you can see, even at the end of the straight here, the Porsche full on slipstream, still not gaining any time. He gets to the inside a little bit, but it's just not enough to get the nose under him before he gets into the sweep, and he's going to have to fall back across. The question being now,
okay, I'm waking up slowly.
Ted is going to struggle, right? The ambitious but rubbish 23 is going to struggle coming through sector 2.
No.
999 ahead.
Deploy.
Through penalty. Deploy after struggling to get back up and get ahead
That
of
team
these
with
guys.
all
Now
the Francis drivers is still circulating around.
Around the outside of the track.
Sometimes it's the wall as well.
Sometimes it's the inside of the wall.
Oh, he didn't let him by because here he comes. Here he comes again.
They're not lost. They're in
He's
P36.
got to back out, unfortunately, knowing that that's a hard place to pass at. Coming in through the left-hander into Essence.
They're probably, I don't know, 10 or 20 laps behind us, but...
and that is what's going to cost him. The question being, can this
Well,
Lambo with all of its grunt
ambitious but rubbish are miles ahead of us now. They're in 23rd.
Maybe make the move.
They're not that rubbish then.
No.
Sector 1. I don't think so. I think that 101 is done and gone. 9/10 between them already, and he is done with. That is going to mean that by the time they come into the pit stop, Heineke is probably going to be right on the back of Edwards when they come out of the pits. I think at this point, 48 gets drive-through as well.
It's all popping off.
All popping off again. This is what happened last time. Again, it's happening to go again.
Yeah. I gotta say though, that defense by Ted Edwards was a bit more ingenious than you might think at home. He knew that Heineke had a 5-second penalty, so slowing him up just a little bit more, he was trying to preserve that position. It was to no avail, and I think Heineke now will get away and be able to walk out that 5-second gap so that it won't matter too much in the grand scheme of things for the position. But Deploy getting that drive-through penalty was absolutely massive. How is that going to play into this battle for 20th place? Certainly Deploy is going to lose it to Peters, but what does that mean for the 101 and the 23? Could they also be big players in that as well? We're going to have to find out.
Track temperature heating up a little bit.
Tozy,
yeah,
Square Racing Team.
It is
20 degrees.
Hasn't quite gone to plan for them. They haven't been involved in too many incidents since the sun has started to come up, but even still, it has sort of come undone for them.
Okay, so strategy 16, that's what I need.
At this point, the number 100 Rashi Racing Team for Grobler coming in. I'd be interested to see if Grobler gets out of that car. They've been in there for quite some time. And here is Kondeksioglu coming.
Rowe, that's the idiot who's taken us out a few times.
48 has served their penalty. And we had an interesting question in chat that I'm not sure how to answer. Is the 5-second penalty on the beginning of the pit stop or the end? I think it's on the beginning before you do work to the car, though I'm not entirely sure.
I think it might be wording a little awkwardly for our vernacular.
That got crowded.
Yeah. All of a sudden there was lots of car.
Yep.
Yes, it certainly can be. Bentley
it was like 3 leaders there, but they're all in different laps, so it's not like they were racing each other exactly. They should could have been a little more patient.
That's the way the Bentley went. It looks like everybody else got away cleanly. The Bentley stranded on the outside of the corner, and the 505 having issues there for down into the P30 position. And well, you know what they say, there's no bad weather here in South Africa, but when it rains it pours, and for the 30th place car, it has not come to plan, or not gone to plan, I should say, for them at all. And the latest incident on the track, don't think he actually collected anybody, though some had to dive straight on through the dirt to avoid any action there.
For the moment, at least. I mean, Michael, of course, in this 96 Side Max team, he was struggling coming through there, but he managed to get on past it and cause any incidents, and that's really what matters here for him at this point, as we've talked a lot about. Of course, we're looking at this. Look at this, all the way down to P5, +1 lap, +2, +3, +4, right? That is really what we've been seeing pretty much all throughout. Is these guys just 1 lap apart the entire time, and it's really what we're going to be seeing coming into the final third of this race. Michael's going to start lap 6:26. Sidemax again still leading about 10 hours later in this race since the GTWR had their power outage mechanical failure. issues that they had. Mohammed, by the way, back in P10, is like catching finally up to P9 of Bauman a little bit. Only about 8.5 seconds back rather than 12 that it was. So we'll have to keep an eye on him over the next couple hours as well, see if they shake it out of the pit stops. Here is Ted Edwards again, by the way. He has fallen 2.2 seconds behind Heineke. Still not within that 5-second range from Heineke in that 101, and they are within their pit window here in 588 within the next 2 laps. So,
look at this behind them. Look at this. This is incredibly dangerous, Mike Jones, because for these cars behind them, they are all on different laps. I don't think any of the cars in that group are fighting each other in the 42 that I think is still running dead last. It has been a war of attrition for them, and perhaps an exercise in frustration as well, as we're going to see a dump here, and there's no other way to call that but an absolute dump and a continued pounding in the rear as he's just trying to get through. Now that was very unsportsmanlike indeed, but for the 42, it has probably been the most frustrating 24 hours, but if you make it to the end for Werner Francis and the
I'm connected.
team, you have to say it's a story
you can request me if you want.
And sort of laugh about a little bit.
Yeah,
I'll
set the piss up on the next.
Beat up.
Next lap. You just let me know what tire pressure adjustments I need to make.
Actually,
okay.
You know, that's going to cost him again, right? The 101. Realistically, I mean, he's now behind the Lambo again, and after that 5-second penalty, well, he's going to have to catch him and pass him one more time. I know Ted's got another stint in him. I don't know if Heineke's.
Did you go for strategy 14 when you went in now? 15 now.
15, yeah. So I'm currently on 15.
Approaching that 6-hour mark.
Okay, I think 6, and your tires are good.
I had to take a lot out. Like, I had to go 0.6.
Back on the defense, though. Look at this.
Yeah,
okay.
he's great.
And what's the current track temperature?
Nope, no, he was all right.
I'm not sure, but it should be around 20 or 21.
He's going good still. He's going to hold steady and keep that
20.
Should be able
going.
to check.
But before
20.
we get
Okay.
too deep into this hour, guys, obviously, if you're joining the Facebook stream, if it hasn't already, the Facebook stream will be ending here very briefly. As we do our little bit of broadcast.
I'm going to go then for strategy 16 should be good.
We'll put that link out in chat. Make sure that you guys are ready to switch over to part 3 and join us for the remaining 6 hours of this. Myself and Jesse will be signing off here very shortly. Clark King, Greg Maloney going to be taking over for us here within the next few minutes or so after we come back from the break. And so we're going to go ahead and go, let's go on board with, why don't we go on board with Roux in P7. Nick in the 404, one of the local South African teams driving Bentley Team M Sport South African liveried Bentley Continental GT3.
Those pressures are quite high. You're going to suffer.
Stream will go down briefly, and we will be back here in a couple minutes.
Strategy 16.
Yeah, so it's like 27.3 on the front left.
Yeah,
I think.
And then 27.1, 27.5. So you reckon drop them a little bit?
I would drop them by 0.3 at least.
Okay.
So the tires I'm on now, I started them on, I think my front left was 27 or 26.9 when I, that's what I eventually went with. I think it was 27 on my front left.
Okay.
And that was with, it probably would have been 19 degrees at the time. So, yeah, I would go with 27.
Okay, so drop them all by what, 0.2, maybe?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Okay, hang on a sec. So the sim time is definitely not right as far as the time of year. It must be like March.
Yeah.
Or closer to summer because it's not light here yet in Joburg. I know I normally leave for work, well, when I have to go to the office like this last week, at about 5 to 6, and it's dark for me to almost all the way to work. I get there at 7 o'clock, and the sun's only just coming up.
Yeah, this definitely feels like a summertime sort of
Yeah. Oh, also the fact that it was so warm as well. The track temperature was 36 or something at one stage.
Yeah, overnight in winter, I mean, the air temp in Joburg would get down to what, 5 or 6? I would guess.
Yeah. It's probably about 7 or 8 now.
Can you imagine what the track temperature would be like at that point? That would be unpleasant.
Yeah. I did one race with the Lotus guys. It was so cold that Saturday morning. The guys were putting tape down the front of their intakes on the sevens, taping up half of the air intake because it was so cold. Couldn't get the heat in the engines. I think it was -2 on my way to the track at 4 o'clock in the morning. And I don't think it got above 5 degrees the whole day.
Your Lotuses are open cars, right? They're not closed.
Yeah, it was fucking cold. But the fact that you're taping up inlets to your engine because the air coming in is too cold is just tells you how cold it must be if the engine can't get warm.
Literally starting a fire in the engine and it's not hot enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll never forget that day. Yeah, it was cold. I think it was -2 on the way to the race. I think if it got to 5 degrees at midday, it was a lot. Okay, I'm gonna go get my second energy drink.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
I watched a couple of sessions. I jumped in last night with Jesse and Mike from about 10 o'clock till about 11:30, and there were a few occasions where this car that we're watching right now, the lead car, had some very, very close calls, literally coming up on incidents that had happened just in front of them, just able to avoid incidents that were basically happening in front of them as well. They've had a very lucky run at the front end, and of course not so lucky for our initial leader, the GTWR team, who unfortunately had a technical issue and had to pull out. They couldn't get back onto the servers and weren't able to rejoin the race at all. So our initial leader has been out for about 12 and a half hours, I would say, after a bit of a technical issue. And speaking of technical issues, there's been a couple of teams that have really battled with their ability to link in and their ability to keep going through the entire night. Even the Sidemax team that leads out at the moment, of course, this car that we're watching, the 96 Audi, who have led now for a long period of time, and of course moved up to about a 3-lap lead in the race. They've also had some difficulties, 2 of their drivers having to pull out, one with a technical problem and one with a personal problem. So they've literally got 2 drivers to take them through. Michael at the wheel at the moment, and you know, opportunities here that could go either way. You never know what can happen in a race like this, and of course the race of attrition is now starting to be part and parcel. We're going to talk about that probably for the next 6 hours. We started with 47 cars, Clarky, and we're down to 37. We've lost 10 cars in total.
Started with 47 cars, down to 37.
Obviously having those problems during the race.
Yeah, there's been quite a few of the leaders had connection issues.
That
looks like.
Two-man team, because the driver fatigue is going to come into play, and that's something you never want.
This battle they were concentrating on for a while as well. Great to see it still continuing.
There's quite a few cars that were running like 15, 16, 17 when I left.
Yeah.
That are now up in 5 or 6.
Oh, really?
Of course, part and parcel of Leslie Oliphant's team. He's had a bit of a fight on here with Edwards the entire time. I heard our American counterparts there gesticulating as to whether it was Tom or Ted that's in the Lamborghini ahead there as well. So we'll go with Tom or Ted. I'm not quite sure which one to go with because they're not here anymore. But it doesn't matter. We'll just keep it as his surname Edwards, having a good run and a nice little fight on between these two as we saw for a couple of laps while I was jumping in to catch up as to what had happened overnight, and got a nice review there from our good friend Jesse Lee. Further back in the field, of course, Derek Peters still going really well too in his Bentley. Great to see the little fights that have happened, and incredible, Deploy still involved in this fight in the BMW. I didn't think we'd see the BMW all the way through to this, but a big surprise there for me to see the BMW still piloted and still out on track.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not really the best car to drive around Kyalami. The Bentleys and the Audis are arguably, as well as the Porsches, are arguably the best cars to take around Kyalami. But it's incredible to see he's still in the race, and to be in the top 20 is awesome, as he's going to be going on the outside. Derek Peters, he can't find the way through the triple apex of Luke. Now going down the hill, it's going to be a little bit of a drag race going down through turn 12 of Mineshaft. Let's see if he's going to try and pull out to the inside to do an overtake at the Crocodiles. He seems too far back, and I think Derek Peters is going to need to wait another lap. Oh no, he's going to probably have a look here. No, I don't think he will try a move. He's going to go into Cheetah, not really a place you would want to do a move. It's an anti-cut corner. I think Derek Peters will need to wait on the straight.
Well, I'm just looking at some of the penalties being incurred just behind those guys as well. The Porsche originally given a drive-through penalty, and then it was changed to a 5-second penalty. So it looks like Heineken might have to come in for that 5-second penalty on the next pit stop that they attempt to do. And of course, there's been a long period of time. Oh, big move there for Peters. Nice dive on the inside. Nice little battle here, actually.
And he gets the move. That was a great move.
BMW. Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah.
Being up to 20th place. I think what you're going to see here, Clark, for the next sort of 6 hours or so, is guys that are going to fight for the highest position that can possibly attain. And you know, getting into the top 20 from 47 cars is a really valiant effort from a team. Getting into the top 10 is also some of the battles we'll keep an eye out on, because there's a couple of cars that are relatively close to each other up there. And of course, if you're in the top, 37, you still want to get into the top 30. So those are the kind of fights we're going to see, and kind of things we're going to see for the next 6 hours or so of racing. And of course, you'll be with me for the next 2 hours. We've got a small break, and then I'm going to join the other team, the European team, to take us to the end of the day's racing. And it's fantastic to see that we've still got some guys joining us so early in the morning. Big welcome there to Rainier Williams and to Khalib Tais, who've joined us on the Facebook feed. So you guys have joined us on part 3 of the action. Unfortunately, with Facebook, we only get 8 hours dedicated to live streaming, and then you've got to reboot. But we should be able to get you all the way to the finish line now without any breaks in that proceedings. And everybody who's joined us on YouTube and have stuck with us on YouTube throughout the night, we do appreciate the support here from Pure Storage Kyalami 24 Hour.
I was just thinking, actually, just imagine on your LinkedIn portfolio racing the Pure Storage Kyalami 24 Hour and say like you finished top 10. It's a massive accolade, it really is.
Can you imagine that? That would be really cool. And you know, the one cool thing about it is that you guys will go, "What? You raced in a 24-hour Kyalami? I've never known about that." Yes. Well, it wasn't on the actual circuit. Actually, when I drove out yesterday afternoon when we finished up our stint, I had to go and collect some stuff for our wife to say hey, Happy Mother's Day this morning. And
yeah, it's Mother's Day today.
Drove past the circuit. I actually wanted to go across
Yeah,
there and
it
go
is.
live on the drive and say, "Listen, I'm at
I'm
Kyalami.
gonna go see
24
my
hours
mother
on, and
after
there's
the
no
race.
car in sight."
That's very good. Mehmet, we're on the
I'll have to
screen
phone
right
my
now.
mom. She's in Durban,
All-in
so
Racing, Bentley number 88.
I won't be seeing her today.
He's going to close upon the other Bentley of Baumann to try and cement a ninth place. But looking at the top five looks certainly cemented. There's 2 laps, 3 laps, maybe 4 laps between the top 5. But Santorino, he's about, what, 20 seconds behind Keeble? So action is not totally over yet in the top 5.
Yeah, I think another car to watch out for us. I heard Jesse and Mike chatting about it. Daniel Rowe in the Bentley. Oh, a little spinner there. I think that was Peters. Derek Peters getting out of shape, I think, just in the background. But Daniel Rowe in the Bentley there in 7th place. I know he's 7 laps down on Santorino. But he's made serious progression with his team throughout the night. And they've come up from where they were originally sitting in the 30s. They're up into the top 10. So continued progress and continued consistency may see them even get up into the top 5. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, this race is not entirely over yet. I mean, the hardest part of this race is arguably the final hour. Like, you're just hoping, praying and hoping that you can stay consistent because driver fatigue is coming to play. The American commentators did say that consistency may start to drop in their laps. Lap times may go down to the mid 42s, maybe low 43s. So you need to keep that car on the track, keep it consistent, and you may just get somewhere. Mohamed, right on the tail end of that Bentley, he is incredibly close to him in the final sector at Kyalami. I think it's the lowest point on the Kyalami circuit. Now going downhill now, a little bit of an uphill race through Cheetah, turn 15. I don't think he has to wait.
So are your tires a little bit cold or a little bit hot?
Get that place finished, done and dusted.
No?
Yeah, looking for the single digits there for 9th place, so he's certainly pushing hard to get through on Bowman.
27.8 basically on every tire at the moment.
Oh, that's perfect.
It's half a second in it. And,
it's been around there for most of my stint, hovering between 27.5 and 27.8.
Close that gap down again. Bowman matches him on the brakes, doesn't allow him any opportunity to get through. Certainly applying the pressure a lot more, realizing that if he can get through, maybe he can open up a bit of a margin. We spoke about the effect that at this stage of the race, there's definitely going to be some kind of fatigue amongst the drivers in those teams. They're going to realize that they've been racing for 18 hours.
I think stint 16 is probably about right because it should warm up a little bit. That was at 19 degrees, so I think it might be slightly low for 20 degrees, but 19 is probably alright. By the time I finish that hour, it's probably good.
You've got to try and get your concentration levels back up again. Not always
easy
to
so I'll go for strategy 16. I think that's probably...
Into the thick of it, all of a sudden, you find yourself in a side-by-side battle, just like we're seeing up at Leocopier. Absolutely brilliant stuff here. All-in racing, going at it. And Mohamed looking for a way through on Bauman. Bauman matching him at almost every turn and every breaking point.
Yeah, I love, as we talked about it earlier, the first 4 hours, I was going on about how the number 367 is probably my favorite car out on the track who I'm supporting, and guess what? They're in 3rd place, so I am incredibly happy. I should have put money on it, to be honest.
You should have put some money on it, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they're in the pit lane at the moment for a scheduled stop, so once they're into that scheduled stop window, of course, this is all part and parcel of their plan. Nothing to be concerned about, just a little bit of a refuel, probably a driver change possibly. We'll see if Sebastian Kronau comes back out again. Malik Mohamed putting the pressure onto the back end here of Bauman, and Bauman soaking it up with no issues. The problem that they are going to find is slowly but surely they're being caught by the Porsche trying to make up some ground there. So we may see a bit of a change up there if that Porsche gets into the mix between those two Bentleys.
Yeah, that would be incredible. And also, people think that, you know what, their drivers are 3 laps apart. I think they could get some fresh air. It's not you're constantly racing, you're constantly under pressure from back markers are just hoping and praying that they don't spin right in front of you and you T-bone and you damage your car. So, as I said earlier, it's basically just continuous rush hour traffic throughout the day.
And it's going to be traffic basically till the end as well. Literally, I think, that was very late. And there's a touch. Oh, a little tag between the two Bentleys. That was very late, I thought, there from Mohammed. I think the frustration got to him. He was trying, and eventually had to sort of force his way through. Let's have a quick replay as they get to the top of Leerkop. As you can see, they come up to the top of Leerkop. He's late on the brakes. He's got the inside line, and he's not at the B pillar. So that will be deemed as probably not a fair move. And if he doesn't give the position back, possibly going to get a small penalty there from the stewards. Let's have a look and see if that actually is the case. But he has made the move stick and he's got through. Whether or not he's going to be given a second penalty or a couple of seconds penalties for the move, being a little bit ambitious as opposed to fair and square. Listen, it's still keeping us in with a great bit of fighting here between these two Bentleys. And as I said, here comes the Porsche. Porsches might just throw a little thorn amongst the roses here in Bentley Motorsports plans.
And also second place has just dived into the pit lane, I think. Maybe going out soon. And also FaZe Cas from BWR Racing, a 666, is also into the pits. Let's see what kind of plan they have.
Yeah, coming in just for that scheduled stop, I would say at this point in time. Getting into a couple of the guys that will be jumping into the pit lane. Here we go to Benjamin Baumann again now. He's now the follower as opposed to the leader in this battle. But right on his tail comes Heineke in the Porsche. So Chris Heineke looking to lap things up here and possibly capitalize on maybe a little shaken man there, Benjamin Baumann, for 88 Pro Esports.
Yeah, he's gonna be a little bit worried for overtakes at Leerkop now, because obviously that little squeeze, not really a squeeze, but he just forced him a little bit off, had a little bit of a tangle, and now he's starting to drop back away from Ahmed. Look at him, he's 1.4 seconds behind, with pressure behind Heineke, about to unlap himself.
I'm going to take a lap back on these two Bentleys if he can, and you can see the Porsche is a lot quicker. He's definitely applying the pressure now to get through, and if Bowman, I think, would be in the right frame of mind to allow that Porsche through and possibly use the Porsche to bring him back into the battle with the Bentley just ahead there of Mohammed. So Mohammed into the top 9, into single digits, and looks like you see a little bit of a maneuver there from the top 10 cars as well. Further back in the field though, Daryl Mulder still continues to fight here with the BMW. Little fight out there between Sunarin and Mulder, and of course Nordia just behind that too. So a three-way battle that we're watching at the moment, coming down towards Crowthorne, coming up on some more back markers.
Wow, this is going to be incredible. Mulder just going to try and sneak past the BMW. We were talking about the BMW earlier, being in that top 20. I think they may have had a driver change. They've dropped down to 22nd. Being put under pressure from the Aston Martin. Looking for a move at Sunset. He does, not Aston Martin, Bentley, sorry. Tried to have a look at down at Sunset, but he doesn't seem to want to do the move there. Clubhouse as well, he had room, but I think he wanted to jump on the anchors a little bit later to try and make that move. Now through turns 8 and 9, the S's. Mulder's not only got pressure from in front, trying to get past, but he's also got pressure behind from the number, I think that is 51, if I'm not mistaken. One of the Bentley cars I know. He's going to try and go around the outside. That Bentley trying to stick on the inside. It's a 367, sorry. So that is the car that I'm supporting. Trying to get past him. He does get past him. Now blue flag's being waved for the BMW. Mulder doesn't seem to be happy because he's flickering his lights a lot there. He's tried to get past Sir Noreen. But you don't want to be in that situation where there's a race for position and you're coming across those back markers.
Getting awake yet, Grant?
There's a much riskier chance for a crash, and Mulder tried to have a look.
As wake as I could be, I suppose.
Mulder's trying to get a lead car. I don't think he realizes it's one of the lead cars that he's fighting with, and he's not really involved in that little battle. He should just let the 367 car through and let them get on their merry way and resume the battle with the BMW. BMW, I think, is going on the defensive to try and keep him out, but not also realizing that Bentley.
What we got
is
there?
probably a
8
bit better.
minutes or
There's a big
so.
move, and it forces the BMW wide.
That's 11 minutes.
11
What I
minutes.
thought might
Okay.
happen is a possibility that Mulder might be able to capitalize on a move if the Bentley went ahead of the BMW, and he's done that. He's retaken that BMW and taken the lead back between the two of them, and the fight now for 22nd and 23rd place continues down the back
Yeah, I'm
straight.
halfway through my
But
second
it's,
energy
BMW
drink,
looking
so
to come
if
back.
I'm not gonna wake,
Oh,
if I'm not awake now,
Nothing's gonna help.
Was inevitable, I think, as they went into Sunset Corner. So he comes out there, he'll get going again. But let's have a quick look at that again. They come out of Yuxke and Barbecue down that back straightaway. You can see BMW
599 laps completed.
not really
Here comes 600.
was at fault there big time.
Jesus.
The line was already cut off.
Yeah, that's a lot of laps. You should get 750 or so, I guess.
I think so.
The BMW could be in a bit of trouble there. So I think Sunaranan could be in a little bit of trouble there with the stewards.
Maybe 800 even.
He had his car placed perfectly, and he just.
Yeah, I suppose we've got almost a third of the race
really
left.
I mean, he was in his blind.
Almost a
blind
quarter
spot,
of the race
You
left.
didn't really see him. You can see his but it was like his bumper.
Yeah, we should get
was
close to
right,
800.
The front bumper of the BMW was right by the rear bumper of the Bentley.
Yeah, and unfortunately not far enough up the inside to make that move stick and to be deemed as probably a legal move. So we'll wait and see what the stewards have to say
Got the
about that.
10-minute thing.
Here with Santorino up in 6th place at the moment, the 11 car, and doing a superb job to just circulate in that top 6 all the time. He's a long way down on Keeble in the 5th place, so 4 laps to make up on that machine. Probably going to be a tough ask at this point in time, but you never know.
Have you picked the pit strategy?
There's still a long way to go, and
Yeah, I'll double check now.
There is still a possibility.
Your request as a driver, I'll double check the pit strategy on the straight.
Strategy 16.
How many cars have had issues.
Yeah.
We've lost 10 cars completely. We've lost a couple of drivers in each of the teams that were involved at various levels. So we'll keep an eye out and see whether or not there's going to be any changes here. But Santorino just keeping it smooth and steady at the moment, and consistency will get you to the end.
It really will do. I think that's a massive. That's a massive thing that's gonna come in play in the fun 5 hours. Just keep your car on the track. Don't drop your car on the grass too much, because if you do, you may just lose a little bit of grip. It's not. And I think it's the preferred position. You want to stick your car on the grass at every curb, especially around the corners of like Cheetah and Barbecue.
Just try and stay away from those big curbs that could be hurtful to the car, hurtful to position that you're in. You can see Bauman coming into pit lane now. Whether or not he's going to be involved in any of the incidents or given any penalties right at this stage doesn't look like it. And look at that. It's really nice to see the way that the graphics in this Assetto Corsa Competizione that we're using allow for what we see in a normal 24-hour event. We weren't seeing it too much in the first 6 hours or even the first 12 hours. But you can see battle scars and, of course, race wear and tear are now quite visible on those cars as they're circulating, as well as when they come into pit lane. And it's very similar to what you'd sort of see at the end of the 24 hours at Le Mans or at Bathurst or any of the big races that 24-hour races happen at. The wear and tear and track grime and grit is now all over those cars. So I was having a look earlier on at the Porsche. Sometimes when you see these cars, they look like they're still in pristine condition. But of course, as we get into the thick of it here, watching Gareth Hawkins in the Hawksey racing team come flying down into Sunset, it's quite nice to see that the graphics have now allowed for that grit and grime to be shown all over the cars as well.
Yeah, it's incredible how realistic video games have gone. I mean, it started off as like 8-bit cars just racing around. I guess you could say
should
like
be 3 more laps.
A random street, and now look, you can just see the small little scratches and dirt that is just being picked up on the car. It's incredibly realistic. It's really cool to see how graphics and technology has advanced.
Yeah, it's amazing. It really is. I love the fact that we're looking at race cars and a race circuit that we both know so well, and it's almost exactly the same as being there in real life. So the whole graphic package, and of course the ability of the broadcast aspect of this game is also incredible. for our director and producer at the moment, Nick, to have the ability to go to all the camera options that are available to him.
Doing good times, though.
Puts the whole production in
solidly in the 43s.
Yeah, it really does. It's incredible to see the producers
we're up a position as well.
helping us get this race safe. They've been working incredibly hard.
I've had a nice clear track for most of the stint. Our first stint was horrible. I just didn't get a clear track for about 40 minutes.
Yeah, me and my second one, and I was like that. I got hit from all over the place. Got hit by a car that claimed that I was a ghost car.
Yeah, it's been happening. There's been a couple of people who just go invisible.
I got hit right there where you are now. And I was, you know, I went wide, and he still hit me.
And the way things have gone there, of course, is they've had a couple of technical issues. They were out for a long period of time, which dropped them right to the back.
I've seen multiple people reporting it on Discord, where there's a car there, but it's literally invisible to them. They don't see it except on the radar. And then they get the contact, and it's like, what the hell happened? So.
And looking for a chance to get into that top 20. I'm sure they'll probably be hunting for a
I think it happened to Martin just before he put it as well, because the guy drove into him, like, just wasn't there, took the corner at normal pace, and
the PSWR team, or PWSR, sorry, team
like,
is
you know, it was through that fast right-handed kink, and Martin was there, and the guy just took it at like full pace, and he was like, I think third or fourth, the guy who hit it. And so his pace is, you know, significantly faster. And yeah,
21st place.
But
they've done incredibly
I suspect that Martin just wasn't there for him.
Yeah.
And having to work for another 5.5 hours still. So the work is not done just yet. They've lost a little bit of ground there to Edwards in the Lamborghini, so we're trying to make that ground up. You can see him pushing hard there. 4 seconds adrift into the top 20 possibilities are still there with a 4-second gap to make up. Van Zyl up the road, a couple of big maneuvers there coming out of Van Zyl up the road from them, and then of course the Aston Martin of Buck, he was involved in a couple of incidents last night. One of them actually nearly taking out the leader. So still Sean Buck.
I was trying to let that guy through, and I just misjudged my braking point.
Good to see as we go back to the front end. Oh, was that a close call there for our leader coming up? I think that's on Daniel Rowe's car. Yeah, I think that could possibly be the South African flag livery Bentley, and that I think is what Daniel Rowe is piloting at the moment. Lead car putting another lap into them, getting through and getting the job done. I tell you, Michael has had an incredible run at the front end, but of course he's got to try and do as much of the driving shared with the lone pilot teammate of the 4 that started. So it's I think Killian Ryan Eden is going to have a little bit of work to do in a couple of minutes' time, because they're going to have to share this next 5.5 hours.
Okay, I need a quick toilet break. I'll be back.
The unthinkable and make it 3 24-hour victories in a row for this team.
I think that this may just be the most special one, because they only have 2 drivers now, and it's incredible to see how hard they are working. They are working so hard. They're 3 laps ahead. They've got a little bit of breathing room, but they don't have too much, because they've obviously still got to get past all 36 other cars. So yeah, that's that. Hopefully nothing bad happens to them, because that it would be incredibly emotional for the team if they do mess up.
Dwayne Hall coming in for a pit stop as well, and making his way down into the pit box to get himself sorted out. And that's just a scheduled stop that he's come in for. He comes through, and of course sitting in 14th place in that bench.
Right, now I'm ready for my stint. I'll get us back into the top 10, don't worry.
Good to hear it, Grant.
Top 10 traffic.
The 100 car, and of course the 100 car is one we should be shouting for.
Alright, I'm going to box. I don't have enough time to make it around again.
Oh, okay. So we're ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crowthorne corner. They have really done a superb job to maintain just consistency throughout. Great to see some nice little driving there from our back markers, getting out of the way, realizing that the quicker cars are starting to come through, and will be coming through all the time. Staying out of harm's way, don't want to be involved in any incidents that could possibly bring the stewards into call. So you can see a couple of guys that are aware of the fact that they're out there, and they're out there to survive and enjoy the first ever 24-hour in South Africa.
33 seconds, we had some small amount of damage from something.
And of course, they're just probably proud to just be part of the very first one. It's an incredible achievement to have got this far, even if this is where you're going to get up to, you know, by the end of the day.
Yeah, and also the 21 car, or the 21st place car, P21 Heineken, 2.4 seconds behind Edwards. So I think he's starting to try and claw back in the gap.
5, 4,
I'd really like to
3,
see a battle from those
2,
two.
1,
very
you're in
soon,
control.
because, I mean, when we just jumped into the box, we had action straight from the beginning. From the beginning of the race and the beginning of our second stint here.
Traffic behind. Blue flag.
I just hope he catches up, because I love to see a battle in the final 6 hours of an endurance race.
Alright, you got a MTS for this track here.
With the South African aspect of those two teams. So heading up to the top of the hill there, you can see that there is a move here from the Porsche. Heineken is definitely looking to close that down. It's 3.2 seconds. It was 4 seconds. So he's ticking away slowly.
You guys behind you just took each other out.
Yeah,
there was someone coming up to that T37 and, well, it shouldn't go well.
And Lamborghini.
You're clear. Incident clear.
20th place. That's the battle for the top 20. They wanted to be in the top 20. I think that's
no mirror.
Their sort of short-term goal is.
Yeah, it's really annoying that.
To try and get into the top 15 if that's possible. Also got to see Kevin Taddy out there again in the Audi doing a superb job. A bit of a driver change on that car as well. So we're seeing a couple of driver changes here into the breakfast session. And with 5.5 hours or 5 hours and 25 minutes still to go, it's still a huge amount of racing to be done. You know, we're looking at the possibility of well over 800 laps completed by the time we finish this one up, and probably going to be close to the 900 mark, I would say, in terms of laps completed, because we had chat to the American guys last night. They were saying in the 224 hours that they've done here at Kyalami, with a very high rain rate, I think it was about 2 hours of rain that they had, they were able to complete 816 laps with rain. We've not had any rain. It doesn't look like we're going to have any rain at all either. So it's going to be optimum track conditions that these guys have got to play in as the sun comes up here at Kyalami. And as soon as that track temperature starts to pick up ever so slightly, you can see they're both sitting ambient temperature 21, track temperature 21. But as that track temperature increases with the sun coming up, we are going to be in for maybe some hot laps heading into the last part of the race.
Yep, just don't want to dip your car. We were here for the first 100 laps that
clear left.
About 1.5 to 2 hours is how much it took to do 100 laps. So I think that there is a possibility of getting over 800 for sure.
Coming back down into Sunset Corner, let's go back here to 8th place and a super run here as well out of Kutsi. The 666 Audi. He's also had a couple of incidents overnight. There were a few incidents that they were involved in. A couple of bumps and barges, but they're now trying to keep it as clean as possible. Getting into the 649th lap of this event, coming up to 650 laps completed within a couple of, or a lap and a half or so. But this is also another car that could potentially change things up. They're trying to close down on Daniel Rowe up the road from them. And Daniel Rowe doing another great job.
Just locked up a little bit on the way in.
He has won a couple of events for the RaceFace team and been involved in a couple of other races that RCI put together.
The S's is where I lose nearly all of my time to the faster drivers.
Yeah.
I'm losing 7 or 8 tenths a lap through there. It's insane.
Of South Africa's Volkswagen Motorsport brand and team, and has been involved there as
I just don't know how they carry so much speed through it.
South Africa in European championships in Golf Rs and Polos. He's also been involved in the Global Touring Car Championship here in South Africa, and is a seasoned
Morning,
veteran,
Mike.
you could say, even though he's only into his 20s, if I'm not mistaken. But also, just to give you a heads up, a qualified bike.
I'm gonna jump out the game now.
I can't remember the exact word, but a very highly rated young man and a very talented driver at the same point.
Yes, and Heineken's starting to claw in a little bit. About 2 laps
We're
ago,
in
it was about
P33, I think, at the moment.
And now it is 6:10, so he's
Yeah, I got a quick glimpse there. I saw 3
He's working that one-on-one Porsche to try and get past
yeah,
the Lambo. It would be incredible to see him get past, obviously.
Mostly due to other people
Car right.
retiring,
Clear
I
right.
think.
Obviously, we have
I certainly didn't overtake anybody for position.
one being
Yeah, I checked as well last or
Kruger,
earlier this
but
morning
we
with
want to see
my
another
last
one
stint.
for 20 for sure.
I think I overtook one car. But yeah, it was basically also like the gaps are so big there in the 30s that it's not really just you catch a car, but it's a lap down or a lap up car that you basically catch by 2 seconds a lap or whatever. So it's yeah, I mean, this
there's going to be any errors coming out of Heineke. Heineke, only about 4 laps ago, was 3.9 seconds adrift. Look at that, it's now less than 2/10 of a second.
34.
It's just absolutely brilliant stuff. You can see the lights flashing there on the Porsche, and I think he's realizing that he is quicker than the Lambo. Wants to take that lap back, wants to get back up into the top 20. If he gets into the
I'm
top
just
20,
going
it's
to
a
jump
valiant
off
effort there
for
from them,
a few
considering
minutes.
the fact
Be
that
back
1
in a
point
bit.
they were down in 46th place.
Yeah.
They made up 26 positions over the last 12 and a half
Yellow
hours.
flag, stay sharp.
And, that is a super effort there from Heineke and Olifant and the rest of the team involved in this Porsche.
Yes, also another thing
Green
is,
flag, you're clear.
Look at the lap times as well. Heineke setting 42 threes, if I'm not mistaken, and Edwards setting what, 43 eights maybe, I think. So yeah, there's a massive difference in terms of lap speed.
Grant, how much time do you have left in your stint?
And you can see it's
1 hour and 4 minutes. I've just got in the car.
Oh, okay, cool.
Not only the Porsche, but the Bentley and the Aston Martin behind that Porsche as
So
well.
after this one, I then basically run a double, right?
He has. He's gone into the pit lane.
Yeah, I think that would be odd jump distance, yes.
Yeah.
Let's just this Lamborghini in. Let's get a little bit of refreshment. Get some fuel in the car. Get maybe some new rubber on it. And then let me get back out there and not have to fence. So the Heineke is gifted 20th place there. He didn't have to fight too hard for it. He put the pressure on, applied the pressure, and eventually the man in the Lamborghini decided, you know what, enough's enough. I'm going to go in for a quick pit stop and let these guys fight it out on track. 221 about to be lapped. And taken back there from the Porsche. He comes up onto the back straight away.
Okay, I'm just quickly going to go take a smoke.
Cool. Fight there with the Bentley.
I'll be back
Bentley looking for a way
Cool.
through, but I think backing out of that, there might be a problem on that Bentley just in the background. Pulled to the sideline pretty rapidly there, and I'm not quite sure if that was just to let through the Aston Martin. Possibly was. Just to let that Aston Martin through, realizing that it's a quicker car coming up from the back end and doesn't want to get too involved in a fight that could spoil his day.
Yeah, I think it was actually a very good decision that he dived into the pit lane, because you don't want to have a lot of pressure on you. You definitely don't want to, because I mean, he was probably if he wants to stay out, he probably would have had cramps. His teammates would have been quite angry at him. So just get into the pit lane and just take a breather, refresh, and get back out there again.
Get any damage that you can get fixed on the car, sorted out in that pit stop. Take your time, because you're not fighting for the lead here, you're fighting for a top 20, and he hasn't lost too much ground. He has lost 1 position to the Porsche, but he's also lost 1 position to the BMW. But Mulder's still got a long way to go to try and catch up to him and see if he can spoil the day there for Edwards, as he's stuck in pit lane. He is back on track. Looking at Sean Buck now coming down the hill as he comes down into the mine shaft. As I said, we also saw a little bit of incidents with him in the late evening and into sort of the
okay,
early
Grant,
morning.
we're gaining on the car in front. The gap's now 19 seconds.
His way through on bits and pieces of traffic. He's just come through there on Sooner Rain in the BMW. Takes a lap back on him.
Also, we may have a little bit of a focus on Isherwood, because he's 5.2 seconds behind Lucas. So that may be a on-track battle to see a little bit later.
Well, you asked for it, and Nick will give it to you, buddy. There it is, Jason Isherwood in the Retro Esports Alpha team, hanging on for 15th place. And as you mentioned, looking to try and close things down there on Lucas. And Lucas up the road, also in a very similar machine. So we'll keep an eye on that little battle. You can see he's going to have to try and get that Bentley up to the Aston Martin.
Your last lap time was at 1:44.00.
Diving through on the inside, Isherwood giving him lots of room. and not getting in the way at all, realizing that the leader was coming up and allowing that car to just squeeze by.
Yeah, the blue flags are incredibly important. I mean, not just for the leaders, it's also for the drivers that are being left in the back markers, because you don't want to be penalized, especially when you're going to try and have an on-track battle.
I think it's not a bad plan that Jason Isherwood just did there as well. To allow the leader through, he can possibly sit on his tail.
Right side's clear.
On a few occasions yesterday.
Car
also,
right.
Of course, over the last
Blue flag, clear right.
Hours of racing. You've seen issues where guys are involved in a battle, but they can't quite get that gap to come down. And they sit and wait, and as soon as a quicker car comes through, they sit with that quicker car, learn a couple of lines and some special maneuvers that they're pulling to get those lap times in, and all of a sudden they're right up there with the battle and the guy that they want to catch. So they kind of use it to tow themselves up to the car that they're trying to catch.
Yeah, you always want to get a tow from the faster guy ahead of you. You can get some speed stream off of him, catch up just a tiny bit more, and it makes it a little bit easier for you to overtake the car that you want to battle with.
Trudeau still continuing his efforts to stay in the front of the top 10. But he has got a little bit of pressure starting to be mounted there. It's not from the Aston Martin on his tail though, although there is a bit of a fight on here between the two of them. But Anton Rideau is going to have to keep his eyes and ears on the rearview mirrors and ears onto the radio to warn him.
That was 144.00.
Who's now looking to possibly get into the top 10. So that's also another fight that we need to keep an eye on. It's only 19 seconds now at the moment between those two cars. It certainly could change up rapidly.
Wow.
Tom Edwards back out on circuit and straight onto the back of the Porsche he was fighting with earlier on. The role has resumed here, or has reversed I should say. We've now got pressure from the Lambo on the back of the Porsche, whereas only about 4 or 5 laps ago it was the Porsche on the back of the Lambo.
Yes, Heineken did.
The gap in front is now 17
I think
seconds.
He just got a little bit more feel, and now he's ahead of Edwards, and there's the pushing. He's trying to push and trying to get past because he's right in front of him now, but he's pushed a little bit too hard through Clubhouse, and that's caused him to light up his rear tires.
Yeah, amazing to see that with that little pit stop the two cars have taken. You would have expected it to sort of resume position, but it looks like the Porsche team were able to get their car out a lot quicker and with a lot less maneuvering to have happened down in pit lane, and allow them to maintain the position that they were gifted as the Lambo went into pit lane earlier on, remember? So incredible to see how that all works out. We kind of expected it to maybe go back into the positions they were in. So of course that all changed up now. So Edwards might be pushing a little bit harder here to ensure that he can get that position back, because he wasn't able to do it. The pit lane change-up.
Yes, Jason Isherwood was 2.1 seconds now behind Yuki, so he's really driving that Bentley. He really wants that 15th place, 14th place, sorry. He's already in the top 15, but I think he is hungry for 14.
There's no doubt about it, he's hungry. He's very hungry. He wants by big time. And seeing whether or not he can do that, we'll keep an eye on it. This little fight is starting to heat up. Isherwood now, also starting to get into a little bit of a mixture with some of the other cars out on circuit and try and find a way through there. I think it's on Vancel in the 777 Audi. Opportunity now to get through on him. As they come down on the brakes into Crowthorne.
Left side tyres are cold.
Inside there, and yeah, Vancel deciding, no, you know what, you can have that one. I'm not fighting with you at the moment. My battle is with Soonarain in the BMW, and he's nowhere near me. So if I've got to let you through and allow you to continue on your merry way, Jason Isherwood, away you go, bud.
Yeah, you don't want a back marker in your way, especially when you want to race, because you may just be much more faster than them, and then you don't want that, and you don't want to get into a situation where they get in front of you and they block you, and practically that's your race over. You can't get that position if you don't get past them. But obviously, the blue flags do help them a little bit.
No, they do. One cool thing is, and maybe what we can do is at one point where we get a battle that's starting to rage, it'll be quite nice if Nick can give us a little bit of onboard there, because the one cool thing that you do have with this game and the graphics that are available in this game is to have a look and see. Maybe if we can go on board here with one of these guys, Nick, possibly the Lamborghini, just to have a look and see what the flag situation is and how those flags are waving there. On the left-hand side, you saw Marshall Point 1 there. Now coming down to Crowthorne, blue flags waving. So the guys can't sort of say to you that they didn't see the blue flags or see the Marshall Points. And that's the reason I wanted to go on board, Nick, is just to show people that are out there that when we're talking about the blue flags and the yellow flags waving or any of the flags being shown to the drivers, that the visibility is pretty high in these cars, and you can see those marshals making and gesticulating to you that via the flag systems that work in motorsport, that you have to sort of obey what those flags are. Yellow flag, of course, means that you need to possibly...
You're gaining on this guy. The gap's now 16
even
seconds.
come to the point of stopping. That's what a yellow flag would be. Yellow flag waving, of course, means that's where the actual incident is. A blue flag waving on the side of the circuit is to tell you that a faster car is coming.
Robot is pitting from position 32. Expect him to come out a bit behind you.
Other flags that you would have seen out there, which we haven't really seen in this event at all, would be a yellow and red striped flag. That's a change of surface flag. Usually when somebody puts oil or if it starts to rain. We have got a rain flag that would be shown as well. It's kind of a white flag with a red cross on it. And then more importantly than anything else would be if there's a red flag situation, which is highly unlikely. Something massive has to happen in an online game for a red flag to be shown. But that's probably highly unlikely. So the main ones we're going to be watching out for today and for the rest of the 5 hours and 11 minutes of racing will be if something like that happens. Oh, what happened there? That was something completely... let's have a look at that Lamborghini. Let's have a look at the replay. Coming through into Crocodiles. All good. Does he clip the
Looks
curb
like it's
here?
going well, Grant.
I think it's
Yeah,
Blue flag.
no issues so far.
He's just got out of shape on his own. He just went through Cheetah too hot.
Mora.
A little bit too fast through Cheetah and eventually caught the Lambo, hit the back of the Lamborghini. I'm not quite sure why he didn't peel in there. Simply to have a look, maybe he's realised that there's not a lot of damage on the car and he can continue. But it has dropped him right out of that fight with the Porsche. So a lot of ground lost there, probably about 5 or 6, probably even
Got
10
P33
seconds.
about 10 seconds up the road, and you are faster than that.
Yeah, I've been catching them.
Yeah, you saw Edwards.
I think we were a lap down on them when I got in the car, because I remember unlapping us.
Skid a lot through there, so he wants that 21st position.
So yeah,
he's
catch him.
extremely hungry for it, but he's just pushing.
That's what I was gonna do.
Hard.
That's the plan.
Okay, Grant, you're reeling this guy in. The gap's now 13 seconds.
Shit. So the warning. No time going.
Speaking of battles, there's a big battle on right now.
I checked on the live timing link now. We are currently on the same lap as the cars ahead of us. So this thing shows about 12 to 14 second difference, or that they up the road.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You're right. Right side's clear.
Right now, to make up another position into 14th would be even better.
What?
He's now applying huge pressure onto the back.
Oh, Shazer.
Car right. Blue flag.
He needs that position.
Yellow flag.
He is
Fuck, man.
fighting
That
the
fucking
Red
curb.
Dragons team have been pushing so hard, and yeah,
Green flag, all clear.
Support for it to get through. Oh wow, what's happened there? Is that Alexis?
I don't think the walls around that curb is big enough to actually put all the names there that it's taken.
Unfortunately, the Tech 1 Racing Lexus. Let's have a look at it coming into out of Crocodiles. As we go on board with him. Let's have a look and see what happens here. Does he clip the curb? Yes, he does. I'm going to say every time you go into Cheetah, the possibility of clipping that curb and a mistake is exactly that. And if we stay on board, you'll actually probably see the two cars going through. There you go. The two we were watching with, Nikas and Isherwood, just able to avoid the spinning totals in the Nexus there.
Yeah, I hope I'm really happy that he didn't come onto the racing line as soon as he got his car spun around, because that could have been a massive danger. And now Isherwood, he's looking to get past Lucas through Sunset, diving into, I think it's turn 7.
So how much time have I lost now to
just staying behind.
P33?
Short straight.
air and track temperatures are rising. Air
shows
temperatures
now
now
as
21.
around
Track temperatures now
29,
21
seconds.
Celsius.
So there you
Fuck,
go.
I was down to 12.
Blue flag.
Yeah, so it's about 10, 15.
Abu Dhabi, I think
More or
he's a bit
less.
too far back, so I think he's going to think better, and he's not going to dive down the inside.
They seem to be doing 45s most laps, so you can
Yeah,
probably
the
get
last
like
lap
44s.
was 45.7. So yeah, 44s will definitely catch them. And now there it's back to 17 seconds. I'm not 100% sure what the actual back is.
But as you can see, Lucas saw him coming in. There's not going to give him any room to play. So nice little battle on here. There is a really good fight here for what is 14th and 15th place on track.
Lucas is making that Aston Martin as wide as possible. You don't
Car
want
left.
to the grass
Clear
is very
left.
long there, Cheetah. You don't want to get that dirty. You don't want to get your tyres dirty, and that may just make you lose some grip. So Isha was doing well to keep inside of those track limits. He is
The last
looking
lap was
for
a
a move.
47.6.
Going down to turn 2 at Crawford. Is he going to
So
go
we've got
for
about
one?
2
No.
seconds on that
He
lap
thinks
now.
better. He is still quite far back. He just wants to get right up against him, right on his rear end spoiler.
What he's doing is just applying the pressure there, Clark. He's waiting for a mistake to be made by Lucas in the Aston Martin. And as he applies the pressure, I want to say a massive welcome to everybody who's joined us on our live stream feed on Facebook and on YouTube. Big thanks for you guys for joining us so early in the morning. It's the breakfast show here with Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, and Clark King in the house here to take you through the next 2 hours of racing. Bernard Klaassen and Namzul Hussain, Lynn Fasaki, Mark Henry, and Dean Rehnquist. Sean Talbot and Sean Gradwell, and looks like Fadi Erasmus has just joined us as well, and has joined us with Herman Groenewald here this morning on our Facebook feed, and of course everybody out there on YouTube. A big welcome to you guys as well. Thank you for the support. Please remember to like and share these posts because we want to grow the footprint that we are making in South African esport racing here today, and of course to pass on that information to our valued sponsors, Pure Storage, the sponsor of Kyalami 24 Hour, along with our associate sponsors, NEC Corporation, the Data Sciences Corporation, and Oxide, and of course Supermicro and AMD. And
Of course, the broadcast had to hop in to my car for that spin.
They've done an incredible job here over the last 18 hours or so.
Yeah, a massive shout out to the broadcasters and stewards. They've been working throughout the day and night. It's incredible to see what we have and how privileged we are to have this kind of technology and people.
The technical side of things is phenomenal, but the people behind the tech is also very, very important. We can't do it without
That's probably the biggest offensive line I've ever seen.
And the whole team in the background that are bringing us all this action. And of course, as you mentioned, the stewards who are sitting tirelessly there, watching for incidents that could possibly happen. Like we're about to see, whoa, that was very close. A lovely bit of direction there from Nick to bring us onto the splitter cam as the splitter nearly went right up the tailpiece there of that Aston Martin. And it was nearly a splitter onto the diffuser there of the Aston Martin. Very, very tight stuff. And the battle continuing now between Jason Isherwood and Lucas just ahead of him. Brilliant, brilliant action. This is what we've expected to see. And of course, we didn't quite expect this so early on in the morning, but hey, we'll take it because action is what we love to chat about when it comes to motorsports.
Yeah, it really does wake you up. Like you fall asleep and then you realize, whoa, there's a battle. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to wish all the mothers a happy Mother's Day. Not just in the motorsport community, but all around the world. So yeah, a massive Mother's Day from the commentator box.
Yeah, I like that because at the moment we don't have any moms watching us. So if they are sitting and alongside the men that are in the bed next to them, or with their kids in the TV room, or watching it wherever they are around the world, I continue with that sentiment from Clark King, my young protege, who is doing such an incredible job here on the microphone. Remember that if you haven't ever heard the name of Clark King, it's probably because you weren't around during lockdown. He was found by yours truly and the Solidarity E-Race team on our commentary search.
Your last lap time was at 1:44.33. All right, Grant. That's good consistency. Keep it up.
His first 24-hour commentary stint alongside seasoned veterans like Mike Jones and Jesse Lee, George Smith, and of course Rai Gill, all the way from the UK. So a valued effort from your side, young man. You're doing an incredible job. Keep up the good work, and I love what you're doing out there. And it's great to see that you're able to pick up on all the information that's being passed on to you as we get into the thick of it here for the next 5 hours or so.
Yeah, a massive thank you for all the support as well, everyone. That from some of you, the get-go.
Mistake coming out of the Aston Martin.
Yep, that's the mistake that Isherwood was forcing to apply the pressure, and now he's gone right past into that 14th place. Great pressure applied there.
Yeah, it's exactly what I said earlier on, Clark. He's literally just putting the pressure on, waiting for that mistake, being very, very patient.
Left side.
Was Jason Isherwood.
Clear
and
left.
It paid off. There's a small mistake coming out of the Aston Martin, coming out of Sunset Corner, running wide onto the rumble strip and onto the slightly wider version of that circuit. But as you can see, it's now given the opportunity for the Bentley to get through. And now that the Bentley's through, can he open a margin? Can he get away from Lucas there in the Aston Martin?
You just got to stay cool, just race. Don't look back too much. Just focus on what's ahead of you. Don't back out. Look at that. Lucas right with the tail end of that Bentley once again on the main straight, but he has a horrible exit through Ingwer, and Isherwood's going to run away.
Yeah, what's my gap to in front now?
Okay, so according to this, 14 seconds. Okay, there it's now 42 seconds. Now it's back to 20 seconds. So I'm not 100% sure, but from what I would say, it's around 20. But you're still the last 3-4 laps that I've checked now. Every single lap you've been quicker than the guys ahead.
Of pressure from behind, but a couple of the quicker cars starting to come through there as well.
It's car number 76 we're chasing.
As we see,
those oaks.
Yeah.
I know it was 87 and I was thinking.
76, where they now on track. Okay, so they just went through Luke now. So
Lucas is not over. That battle is
not too far back.
No matter what, he may have made a mistake, but
now they're at the right hand.
Harder, even harder than before. So he could place that pressure on Isherwood, who was incredibly cool during that whole situation.
Lead car coming out of Cheetah. Coming up on a couple of back
I'm
markers
going
there.
to do the old-fashioned way with the stopwatch.
661 laps completed, about to make that 662. And he's into that little fight that we saw earlier on between the Lamborghini and the Porsche. Edward still hasn't bridged that gap to the Porsche of Heineke. Heineke just up the road from the Ferrari and Bentley just
fuck.
In the shot ahead of our lead car.
Fuck, I hate that corner.
Just mention once again, if you've just joined us, as so has Zach and Goro, and it looks like all the way from the other side of the world, we've got Oksana.
Heading for a decent lap, mid 43s.
Sure. Yeah, the gap's currently 22 seconds.
Watching Tosi go into the pits in the Porsche. So just to mention once again, our lead car is down to 2 drivers. 2 of their drivers in the Sidemax team, unfortunately, having some issues. One was a technical gremlin, and he wasn't able to get
even
back
that lap, you're
server,
quicker than them as well.
A family emergency, which is called
by
George
1.1
Boothby,
seconds.
Okay.
Other
And that was a
duties
45.3.
and he's left his 2 teammates to try and take this all
Yeah,
the
they're a
way
bit
to
all over
the
the
finish
place.
line.
Your tire temps are good.
Of course, the second Sidemax machine there, and Zach at the moment, Zach Royale doing an amazing job in second place. He's 2 laps down on his teammate, but they're not going to be too concerned about trying to bridge that gap. I think they're going to try and make it a 1-2 for Sidemax if they can, and keep up Kevin Chartier in the Bentley 367 car that my fellow commentator has kind of got a little bit of bias towards. So we'll keep an eye on that and see whether or not that's going to have any possible changes. 3 laps down on Chartier is Lewis, our South African team in car 100, the Audi. But an amazing job from them too. Got to take hats off to the South African team for
You're reeling this guy in. The gap's now 19
they were kind
seconds.
of up and down over the top 10 for a while. Actually got into that top 10 and they kind of cemented their position in the top 10 now, and even into the top 5, sitting in 4th place there, just ahead of the Aston Martin of Keeble. So a good run here from Brian Nurse and the team at this incredible Audi outfit that they put together. And they're hanging on for a chance now to possibly finish up in that top 5.
It's incredible to see the South Africans in the top 5. A lot of people didn't expect, probably, people in some people thought it would be hard to compete with them. Obviously, this is the world of motorsport in South Africa, and also some people thought it was going to be easy, you know. they may not be just as experienced, but look at them. They're in the top 5. They're fighting incredibly hard with the international lads.
They certainly are, and they are fighting hard. That's the thing. Right now, the fight is even harder than it has been all the time since the start of this race. You know, you sort of get into the start of a race and you think, yeah, we've got 24 hours.
That last lap, you're about 4 seconds quicker than them.
Under 5 hours. To
really?
Yeah, they did a 49.5,
strategy
49.6.
The whole outlook of the race is changing. You're finding yourselves in
They probably did a fridge on that kink in the second last corner.
I'm sure that's exactly what Brian Lewis is feeling right now, and the rest of the team behind
check
him.
the gap again.
They're saying, you know, let's just keep it together. Let's make sure that we don't make any mistakes. Let's not get involved in battles that we don't need to be involved in. Particularly here as an incident. Looking for those blue flags to help him out, to allow him to get through on the BMW and find a way through there on Sooner Rain, who should be giving way with blue flags waving to allow the Audi through.
The gap in front is now 17
that's always good
seconds.
To see as well. You know, the slower cars in the back market.
Crew chief saying 17 seconds.
47 in the start of this race. You can't have a race like this without the sort of 21st to 47th place cars being involved in the battle. Take nothing away from any of the drivers out there. We heard it from both Rai and from G-Max, as well as from Mike Jones and Jason Lee, stating that, you know, a lot of these guys are not pro drivers, or as they like to call them, the alien drivers who are just in another world.
That lap was at 144.48.
Yeah, according to the stopwatch mode, it's 18.9 seconds.
Yeah, I lost a second there.
John Carlos.
Yeah, okay, the game updated now to 19 seconds when you cross the line. So it's thereabouts.
Nightmare Team 1. 9.3 seconds is the gap between himself and Bama, so he's starting to claw in a little bit as well. I was talking about Sooner Rain. The gap between himself and Heineken on that 20th position is now 3.9 seconds.
And they continue to fight it out there. I can tell you that this is going to be all the way through until the checkered flag, because if they can just find opportunities that some of these guys have found over the last couple of minutes that we've been watching, and possibilities of little moves like that coming into Cheetah, there is going to be a couple of changes, I think, in that top 20, possibly into the top 30 as well. Gaps that we're going to keep an eye out, of course, is you can see all of a sudden the Porsche of Heineken has started to make some maneuvers to get onto the back end of the BMW. We're seeing Brian Lewis going to pit lane, so keep an eye on that too. A little fight that, of course, is about to start here. There is the Porsche, there is the BMW.
Okay, Grant, gaining on this car, the gap is 15 seconds.
As he came past him. But all of a sudden now, Heineken is looking for a chance to be, again, into the top 20. And the BMW up the road from him, and right in his sights, literally.
Yellow flag.
In the, what would be the windscreen. And
green flag, car right, clear right.
In that Porsche is now in full effect. And he started to reel that BMW in.
It's Mr. Hart again.
Also,
one
of the most important parts about endurance racing,
gap's now
especially
14
seconds. You've got to keep your nose
Okay,
clean.
cool.
Because if you keep your nose
I can
clean,
almost see him on the radar.
not faster
On
than
the
some
relative
of the
radar.
professionals that do this weekly, maybe even daily.
Yeah, they
You
did
can
another
keep your nose clean and you could get up
48.4 and
the
you did a
rankings.
44.2, so it's yeah,
Some of the
4.2
drivers have
seconds
been
quicker
doing
that lap.
it daily twice. I know that some of the drivers involved in the top teams have not only been participating here in
Blue flag.
Q4, but when they finish their
They
stints,
get
they've gone and
penalties
raced
for
in
that,
other
consider.
forms of sim racing. Here's the move though from the Porsche.
Yeah,
He's onto the back end of Sooner Rain, and the BMW under a bit of threat now from that Porsche. As you can see, Heineken looking for a way around the outside.
87 denk ek nie gaan
They're
penalty
coming
kry nie
into
omdat
crocodiles.
dit 'n
That's
ghost
a brave move around the
lip
outside.
was.
You can see the pressure there, maybe a bit of frustration. Problem is that if it is frustration, it could end up in a mistake, and that's not what Chris Heineken wants to do right now. He is right into the clutches of that BMW and possibly going to now look for a mistake and force the mistake out of the BM in front of him. As they come flying across the line and complete
Left side.
another lap of action here.
Hold your line, clear left.
Pure Storage 24-hour. Coming up under braking for Crowthorne corner, lights ablaze, telling me once through. Not realizing that he's actually now fighting for position on track, so the BMW does not have to give way in this instance, whereas if he was a back marker, he would have to give way to the quicker car behind. They're now fighting for position, so you'll see the blue flags won't be waving for this situation. Oh, it got real close. Porsche now right underneath that wing of the BM, looking for a chance now as they go into sunset.
Yeah, Sooner Rain, he's trying to make that BMW as wide as possible. He's holding the middle of the track here and there, not allowing him to go around the outside.
That last lap was at 144.23. Your lap times are pretty consistent.
That move was nearly certified there, that is for sure. Other instance, of course, looking at as a whole bunch of gentlemen join us again. I hope you guys have all wished your moms happy Mother's Day before you came and watched the 24-hour Derek van der Merwe, Bradley Dirks,
12 seconds at the moment.
and Neil Smith. And there's the move. It had to come at some point. Porsche diving on the inside and finding a way through on the BMW. And that now puts Heineke up into 20th place ahead of the BMW of Soonarain. So a great move there from the Porsche team. And I've got to take my hat off to them because if you have just joined us, you won't realize that this yellow Porsche that Chris Heineke is piloting at the moment, the 101 BWSR 24-hour team, were at one point in time stricken on the sideline for almost...
You're gaining on the car in front. The gap's now 12 seconds.
Gremlins on their computers. They eventually got them all sorted out and rejoined. And when they rejoined, they were down in 46th place. So they've made up 26 positions to get into the top 20 now in total. Brilliant stuff from them.
Gareth Fox, driver change for the Red Line Racing League. Gareth Fox behind the wheel of that 221, looking to see if he can kind of just keep his 17th spot. I think he'll be incredibly happy with 17th the way he's running.
No doubt about it. I think Gareth Fox is pretty surprised, and the whole team there with Gareth Fox for Red Line Racing will also be pretty happy that they're in the top 20. They're going to look to try and stay in that top 20 and maintain maybe position over Sean Buck. Maybe try and close down on Clue in the BMW, in the Bentley, I beg your pardon. That's kind of where he's looking to sort of.
It's another 2.1 seconds quicker that lap.
4 hours and 51 minutes to go.
Soonarain, I think he's still on the
we should see them shortly on the relative.
So
because Lewis is right by them now.
Okay.
But it's been, oh look, Edwards, I didn't even realize he's got Clarkson's on his tail.
Now, Quade Clarkson's has come out of nowhere there in the 777 Audi. That car at one point was actually up in the top 10, so Clarkson's and his team have had a little bit of issues there on the SRMC Division 1 team as they come up now onto the back end and look for a way through there on Edwards in the Lambo. Behind them, looks like there's a bit of a three-way fight here as well because one of the quicker cars coming through and Clarkson's gives him a little bit of room to play. Maybe going to try and use that Aston to his advantage and possibly get through on the Lamborghini unseen. A bit of stealth mode there.
Sculo's the one there. He wants, Clarkson's wants him to just tow him. Obviously, Sculo being a little bit quicker than him because he's ahead of Clarkson's, but no doubt both of them are probably equally paced. Clarkson's is just going to use Sculo's split train.
Yeah, I can see him on the relative now.
Maybe Dodge, yeah, because there's 4 cars in split train.
Go get him.
Outside of the dirty air if you can. That is an important factor to be brought into account, of course. And try and stay out of harm's way. You don't want to be involved in little fights that could potentially spoil your entire race. Quade Clarkson's is the man in the Audi that we're looking at. And there's a move on the inside of the Lambo. It's a big move. It could be cemented here. Could he find a way past? The Aston Martin could get in the way of the Lambo. Yes, and it has. The Aston Martin getting in the way. Then one of the back markers just getting in the way of
that was 143.88.
Lamborghini line, and that Lamborghini had
about
to just
2
tuck
seconds.
in behind Quade Clarkson. So
10 seconds is on the relative.
Yeah.
To Quade Clarkson's, because it'll change up on the timing on the left-hand side of the screen as soon as they go through the split. And there it is, confirmation. Clarkson's ahead of Edwards. Edwards down to 22nd place now. So a man who was sitting in 20th place only a couple of minutes ago, probably about 45 minutes ago, now sitting down in 22nd place. That's how quickly things can change up when you're into the latter part of a 24-hour endurance race.
Yeah, I think Edwards had to let some of the cars through because he looked incredibly slow going through Crawthorne. But he still wants 21st, he's still on the tail of it, didn't lose too much time.
Look, he's still going to try and keep Clarkson's within his
The gap in front is now 10
maybe
seconds.
Use Clarkson's to move him up. Back into the hunt there with the BMW of Soonarain and Heineke in the Porsche, who's now up into 19th place. A little bit of fights all the way through, and a couple of guys starting to make their way through from the slower traffic's point of view. It's kind of been that way from, I'd probably say, about half an hour into the race.
Yellow flag, stay sharp.
The Aston Martin's just running wide out of Crocodiles. I'd see who that car was, but a little issue there.
Incident clear, green flag.
Cars coming through as well, maybe just running a little bit too wide. They came out of the Crocodiles. Oh, 666. Lucci out of shape. Let's have a look at it. There's the replay. Coming down into Crocodiles. He's been caught out possibly by that car that ran off on its own. No, he comes through. It's going to be clipping the curb at Cheetah. How much do you want to bet?
Probably.
Oh no, it isn't.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, it's the Aston. Now the Aston coming back on track out of Cheetah, just tagging him as he came through. Possibly not watching the rearview mirror, and very lucky not to reverse back into another car that was oncoming. He hasn't lost position, but he has lost time. And the all-in racing Bentley team will be looking at that, going, okay, well we've seen a mistake out of Kuchi. Let's keep the pressure on. Maybe we can get ourselves a top 7 or top 6 finish.
Look at the damage to the front end of that Audi. You can see the bonnet lifting up a little bit. That was quite a hard smack into the wall when he spun around.
Let's see if he's going to have to go in for some damage repairs. If he does, that could potentially change up our positions for 8th and 9th place, with Antoine Rideau looking for a chance now to close that gap down. See if there's going to be any maneuvers there from the Bentley behind them. Behind that, of course, is Benjamin Bauman in another Bentley to top 10, and also not too far away. He could potentially change things up there, but of course he's got a little bit more work to do than what Rideau has got to do there in the all-in racing Bentley.
670 laps completed for the leader, with 4 hours and 46 minutes to go. Still a lot of action, in my opinion. It's kind of a time of the day where you just ultra spot, don't be too risky, but a lot of these drivers are working very hard to get up the ranks.
And that's exactly what's happening. You're finding that the drivers that are out there are trying to keep their concentration levels up as high as possible. We're on now with the Giancarlo Schooler coming down into Sunset Corner. Logistical nightmare. Aston Martin has had some nightmares overnight and a couple of close shaves, but still out and circulating, possibly looking to get into that top 10. Alman is the man that they've got to try and find a way on, and it's only 6 seconds up the road is the Bentley that they're charging down on. So he's probably headed down the hill as they head up to the top of the hill of Leeuwkop. And the Schooler now with a chance of getting into that top 10.
Yes, and also Claessens and Edwards coming up to Schooler as well, who's chasing down Barron.
Morning boys, how's it going?
Mora.
Well, those two possibly going to just try and take a lap back. Remember they don't really have to worry about what
they're doing.
Yeah, some beetje technical issues and lag van ander mense wat hulle sien nie eers ons kar op die pad nie, so ja.
Okay, but you guys are looking good. I'm glad you guys are still in the race and didn't give up. It's good.
Nee, ons oorspronklike mikpunt was om klaar te maak. Maar ja, is nie al die stront, ons is nog op pad soontoe.
Dis sad, want julle het so goed gelyk vroeër vandag. Yes.
Ja nee, gister ons begin het, ek dink op 'n call was ons 20ste gewees. En toe Martin in die kar klim, toe sy 2 keer gespin deur Daniel Roux en kar 520, ek weet nie wie hulle driver is nie, maar hulle het ook 2 keer wat hulle vir Martin letterlik net gepant het op byvoorbeeld in one waar die hairpin of wat ek wil, dis asof hulle worry nie oor die ander karre nie, hulle ry net deur jou. So, en toe Martin about, ja, want met die wat hy, soos daai tyd was die karre was nogal relatief, want dit was soos nie 3de uur van die reis. So almal was nog quite close gewees, so as jy nou uitgespin word op die buitekant van turn 1, jy gaan maar moet wag, jy het nie keuse nie. So toe ons nou basies about 20 spots verloor met daai mense wat nou uitkom snaaks, en is letterlik 2 laps of 3 laps later, dan doen hulle net dieselfde ding. So, ja.
Okay, ja, skool, maar julle lyk baie goed hoor. Yes, julle is...
Ek sien julle is in volle plekke lykend.
Ja, gelukkig het ons nog nie probleme gehad nie. So,
is alright.
Redelike smooth race. Maar ons is baie laps, ons is amper 4 laps agter gewees, en nou is ons saam met Claessens hulle op dieselfde lap.
Ja. Nee, ons is nou so 'n paar seconds. Want, ja, sorry, ons is net verby iemand. Ja.
Oh yeah, they must have pitted.
Ja, ek het hulle in die pits ingejump. So ons het nou 'n spot opgeskuif. So ja, ons maak nog steeds progress.
Sorry, I don't know everybody in the group. Who else is driving it?
Grant's currently driving. He's a buddy of mine. They're both mainly iRacing.
Okay, cool.
Guys, yeah, and then James is a buddy of Grant's that also iRacing monsters.
Yeah, welcome guys. I heard you guys might be joining BWR.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Still there.
We're like a tightly knitted team.
Cool.
You guys will enjoy it. And we've got a bunch of iRacing acts as well. So two of our, probably of our top drivers are doing iRacing. So.
Okay.
Both cars in shot.
And I see you guys at plenty pace. Yep. That's good.
At times.
We need some quick guys. And I can see, like, yes, Mike, your times are looking brilliant. Yes, I tell you. You've definitely, like, you've improved like 100%. It's so much better.
The car behind you, it's in now.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Grant, good news and bad news. So we currently, we haven't been lapped by the next position, but the bad news is he's literally 1.5 seconds behind you now.
I think that is
So P32 is 1.8 behind you at the moment.
Braking much later.
So it's a bit of a drive left.
Okay, so what you're saying is I need to put on a quick lap or two.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 should be enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to check in with the other guys. Okay, boys. Cheers.
Right on the tailpiece of these two. He's done exactly what I thought he would do, is use the Aston Martin to bridge the gap there up into another position. Take a couple of positions back and some laps back if he can. It actually looks like the class is even quicker of the 3 cars there. What is happening there? I think maybe just
okay, we're a lap ahead of P34 now, so that's
maybe
good.
get the attention of Bauman and warn him that he's going to be on the attack. There you go. Bauman goes defensive into Clubhouse, late into Clubhouse there from Claessens as well, as he tries to capitalize on possible mistakes.
The guy that's driving for P34 now is the slower driver on their team as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so we shouldn't have to worry about them anytime soon.
See that Bentley's got great drive out of the corners, and I think the compromise that's happening there as he goes on the attack coming from Skula is not allowing him to make the part. It's up close and personal, as you see from the rear wing here. Underneath that rear wing was the Aston Martin's bonnet and splitter. Lights flashing again just to tell the driver I'm coming. And is Bauman going to give this up? I don't think so. The fight is certainly on. There's a leg dive on the inside. And Giancarlo Skula, little tag between the two, a little bit of rub. But eventually cements it and gets through. Good driving there from Skula.
Yeah, that was incredible. That pass was quite late.
I need to set
he did incredibly well to earn that position.
my fuel, my pit strategy.
Yeah, okay, so the Thames is currently 21-21.
Huge, here we go. Have a look at this. I thought we were going to go back to the replay.
Check out the sheet. So you're gonna go over to me now after this thing, right?
Diving very late into Crocodiles. I think there was a little touch between the
This is Grant's first stint.
Is it his first? Okay, so you're gonna do another one after this one.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. This is currently 21-21.
Still there.
You actually have a 21-21 stint. This is perfect. You can basically switch to strat 17, and then you should be good because you worked that one out to. Oh wait, we changed the name around. Did we? Yes.
Those pressures look about right. So when Grant got in the car, I think his front left was 27 or 27.1.
Okay.
Because we dropped the previous one down a little bit.
Yeah.
So 17.
Yeah,
Yeah,
17 was
good.
good. Those pressures look fine.
Yeah, and even if I check, like my previous stint was also 21-21. It's similar pressures compared to what we have here. So yeah, strat 17, you should be golden.
Edwards does have an Aston Martin in his way, so that may
17 is set.
favour Claessens a little bit. that he still has to get past.
And then I have a lack of triples to finish. Well, not really
Oh,
a triple.
whoa.
Yeah, I should be able to get those in 2.
Was going in a pit lane and at the last minute decided,
Maybe
no,
gain some time. Otherwise, I'll just
stayed out, possibly from
overfuel the last one and just try to do the pits and finish. They said that should work.
He goes on the inside of the BMW. The Pim goes, oh, that's why. He got caught out by the BMW.
We don't have that long to go anymore.
Blue flag.
4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Didn't indicate or gesticulate he was going into pit lane.
Yeah, that's
This one.
I think we don't really talk about how usually if the pit lane is right in front of you and you're going around the outside and the pit lane is right in front of you, they may not know that you're literally
How much time do you have left there now?
right next to them. And you could
20 minutes.
Relax, focus, keep it smooth, B32.
Not to have a massive pile up in the entry of the pits there. We are on board on the logistical Nightmare Team 1 520. He is trying, I think this is had that little tackle at the pit entry, so he has to get past that Aston one in front of him again, and he's got Tom Edwards behind him, who is busy chasing down Clausen's, but he is quite far behind. What's the gap now? 3.9. So he
come into the pits around 10 to 8.
I think Clausen's is not going to have any more trouble.
Yeah.
Fighting Tom.
Looking good so far.
He's got 2 cars, 3 cars, I think. He's also got a Ferrari up ahead of the
Be right back.
Aston Martin. So it's going to be a little bit of a struggle for Thomas Edwards. I seem to believe that he has a lot of pressure on him. He tried to keep a cool head, but it was a great pass from Clausen. It was an incredible pass, and now he has to fall behind. I mean, he's got a lot of back markers directly in front of him. Hopefully he gets past them with no issues at all. We are now looking at the leader, Michael Kondatsioglu, for the Sidemax Motorsport 1-2, the 2 full rigs of Audi in the 1-2 position, as well as Sidemax Motorworks. This could be the 3rd time, a hat trick.
Come on, get your head back into it. Keep it smooth. Focus on these lines. B33.
I think this is the 3rd ever 24-hour at Kyalami. Obviously now here being probably the most accoladed one, because they had 2 drivers that had to dip out because one of them having connection issues and another one having to sort out their family issue. So now it's just a 2-man team. 1 lap ahead, 676 laps completed. Now 677. I think Michael, he's doing incredibly well to just keep consistent. Look at his lap times, 141.652. He's being incredibly consistent. And I think that's Heineke in the 101 car coming up to on that himself. So I think that's what Michael kind of wants to do.
Left side.
I don't think
Hold your line.
To deal with back markers anymore, so he's
Still
trying
there.
to slow down a tad bit.
Still there.
Just
Still there.
To have
Clear
a less
left.
risk of a massive crash happening to him. Trottier, the Bentley 367 has done to the pits.
Left side.
Maybe for a top-up.
He's still there.
Right,
Clear left.
Change, we'll wait and see on that one. And then also the 2 South Africans, Lewis and Keeble, were also in the top 5. It's incredible to see. Let's see what the All-In Racing 367 is going to do here. I think it may be a top-up because it seems like he's all okay. Brian
Blue flag.
Lewis, he is caught in a bit of traffic at the moment.
On your right.
Ahead of him.
He's still there.
Through Barbecue, running a bit wide.
Still there.
Navigating through the Aston
Still
Martins
there.
and the
Still there.
Ferrari. He's gonna go
Right
around
side's
the
clear. That lap
also
time was
yes,
144.18. That's good consistency. Keep it up.
On the back markers just to allow him through. No crash heavy. And Royale, the 97 Sidemax Motorsport, or Sideworks Motorsport, has also dived into the pit lane. Trotty has just come out the pit, so it wasn't a driver change. I think it's just a top-up. I'm pretty sure. Zachary Royale into the pits.
Blue flag.
Seems like a field top-up. No pressure at all. And there's your race leader passing his teammate to lap him for the fourth time. He's got a lot of breathing air. He does
On your left. Clear left.
9 ahead of him, if I'm not mistaken, the Bentley of Clue, who is the next car to get past. Then 714, then 999. The BMW, who is currently in 23rd place. This is the 24-hour, the 24-hour Kyalami race, powered by Pure Storage, and obviously our sponsors NEC, Data Sciences, a lot of different sponsors sponsoring this video. It's a live stream. It's incredible to see. We have South African drivers who know this track probably off by heart, and they've driven this track in real life, going up against these alien drivers, as George G-Max calls it, who are on the sim weekly, daily, and even twice, as Greg Maloney did mention. Michael just keeping it clean. He's not going off the track. He's not riding the curves too much. He's keeping it incredibly consistent. And yes, Kevin Chartier did not have a driver change. He just topped up, I think. He's now behind the Aston Martin, the British Green Racing Aston Martin. I always love those colours. I think Greg's back now.
I am indeed. Sorry about that.
Blue flag.
The coffee went right through me, buddy. Well done for holding the fort there and keeping us entertained. Apologies for that.
That's fine.
Yeah, that first cup of coffee just decided to go right through. So it's definitely not going to make the next hour and a half of commentary. Looks like things are staying pretty much the same as when I left. So Kevin Chartier is starting to make his way through there and trying to close that gap down. It's only 27 seconds now to second place car Royale in the second of the Sidemax team cars. So the battle for second and third could potentially be on here.
And Kevin Taddy has been given a 5-second penalty.
Car left. Car left. Left side. Clear left.
Go to the pits. And
car right. Clear right.
Work on the car, that 5 seconds will be applied and it will not go to their end race time.
Did you see that?
So,
yeah, I don't think that would. Was it lag or?
No, it was. I just broke a little bit late. He broke a little bit early.
Blue flag.
I think he wanted to let the faster car pass.
Could see into the pit lane as well. Possibly going to get down.
A little bit of a love tap.
We saw that crash just before I left. And there you go. There is.
Any damage?
To the pit box to get the damage and repairs done to the car. Maybe a refuel and some new tires.
3 seconds.
On how their tire strategy is going to go. Further back here, looking at Souza in the Porsche. Going to come up onto the back end of Buerta. A sort of fight between Souza and Buerta. Buerta in the Aston Martin, Souza in the Porsche. And a possible change up here forward is going to be 28th and 27th place.
We'll just see if we get a penalty.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I guess to you, but not to me, probably.
Yeah, you got a funny number, hey.
Yeah.
You're taking a tiny bit of bodywork damage, but you won't feel it. Clear left.
On here for 27 and 28th place as they go down into the S's. The Porsche applying the pressure onto the back end of the Aston Martin.
P33.
Good ding dong here
Car
between
right.
the two of them.
Right side's clear.
Black Porsche were on board with them, looking for a way on the inside. Oh, but late braking and a little evasive maneuver. Now, evasive maneuver coming there from Souza, from Buerta to keep out Souza. So he keeps it all together. The drive down the mine shaft.
See if you can pull a move. Hopefully, defending the inside line. So Buerta's going incredibly defensive. He doesn't want him to take his 27th place away. Look at him, he's right by his rear bumper. He's right under that spoiler. Time to time. Through sector 3, through sector 2. Look at it. Oh, very close. Going to Ingwer. Look a little bit later than him. Is he going to have the run to the exit? I think he is. He's getting a little bit closer. I can see. Is he going to pull up to the inside?
Car right. Clear right.
Turn one, the kick. Well, it's not really technically. It doesn't really do much to your car. I'm going through the famous corner of turn 2 Crawthorne, and Buerta is going to maintain his spot, but the battle's not over yet.
Only just though, he's only just keeping that spot, that is for sure. It's great to see this kind of a fight, it really is. It just gives you entertainment. If you've just joined us, a big welcome. See a whole bunch of guys jumping in there, Gavin Free and Tyler Matthews, Colin Humphreys, David Bland, John Hampson, Ludovic Groenewald and Troy Cochran. have now all
Car
joined
left.
the live stream on Facebook, and a big
Still
welcome to
there.
everybody all around the world. If you have
Hold your line.
if there are any moms out
Clear
there,
left.
Fuck, there's a car there.
Car left.
as well from us here.
Still there.
Commentary box.
Clear left.
You're enjoying your day, and I hope your boys and girls, if you're a family related,
Blue flag.
have spoiled you.
Car left. Clear
very
left.
Happy Mother's Day. As we're into 4 hours and 28 minutes of racing still to go here in the Pure
That
Storage
car's-
Kyalami 24.
Fuck.
Minos, the Triple Eight Ferrari,
Confusion.
has gotten 2 5-second penalties for causing a collision.
Porsche's about to cause a collision here. Porsche means business. He once passed. There is the Ferrari, I think, that we've just been chatting about. Let's have a look and see if it is the case. Got a lot of damage on that car by the looks of things. As they come flying through. Oh, there's the move. There it is.
There it is.
Finding a way past, and that's it. Done and dusted. And Porsche is through. He forced a bit of a mistake out of Buerta. Buerta ran wide. We'll have a look at it once again here on the replay. They come down towards Crocodiles. He's late on the brakes. He takes a wide line into Crocodiles. Watch for the cutback. The Aston just ran wide all on his own. And a little tag. It was a hard tag, but of course the Aston had already won wide. The Porsche was committed to the line. So he eventually makes it stick and gets through. But maybe a bit of damage on those two cars. The left-hand side of the Porsche, right-hand side of the Aston. The tag there between the two of them. Antoine Rideau now making his way up towards Leocup. He's in 10th place.
Wow, that's
Look at that. He's on to Skula. He is on to Skula big time here. Skula has lost a lot of ground there to the second Bentley. He made some maneuvers to get through there earlier on, and now having to try and fend off the attentions and intentions of Antoine Rideau in the all-in racing Bentley.
Yeah, he's pushing really hard. He's going to do what Sosa did. No, he was on the outside line, didn't cut inside fast enough. He's going to stay on the tail end of Skua, but he runs wide, he runs all over the grass, and that mistake may just cause a position change between Rideau and Skua. Rideau into 9th place. Forcing mistakes here and there.
The forcing is an important factor. It's applying the pressure the entire time. Here comes the return of the favour though. Very late on the brakes from Skula to try and find a way through there on the Bentley. Just couldn't quite find a way through. Giancarlo Skula looking for a way through, but just not able to find it.
Left side.
A fight on now for 10th
Still
place.
there. Clear left.
Into the 9th spot. He's into single digits. He'll want to stay there. Look at he's trying to just get that gap open right from the word go. Since he's moved up to 9th, he's just trying to open up as big a margin as possible. There is a Ferrari just up the road from them, so if he can get that Ferrari between himself and the Aston Martin, that might help him out a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to be a very important factor. And also, some of you some of these guys that have done some driver registration, paid some fees, they all proceed to the Quad Para Association of South Africa of those disabled people, and we have the PWSR, I think, yeah, PWSR.
Your lap times have gone to crap. Come on,
Disabled
slow
driver
down.
has no feeling in her feet, Yvonne, who is also Olympic archer. So it's nice to see that we're racing for a
Blue flag.
We certainly are. Joining us in that race for the good cause is the Ghost Bash. Shia Jadwat has just joined us. A big welcome to you, buddy. Thanks for joining us, and we're expected to see you out here with one of your teams, but I'm sure that you'll come and join us at some point in time in the very near future, because with the success so far of Pure Storage Kyalami 24 Hour, we were chatting about it last night, we were chatting about it all of yesterday afternoon, and of course I think the e-world and the sim racing world in South Africa and worldwide will be chatting about this event, and hopefully going to be making this into an annual event, and possibly with a couple of other events to make it up into maybe a little bit of a championship, which could be really the way to go in the planning from a Solidarity E-Racers point of view. So the Bentley now has bridged about 2 or 3 car lengths over Skula in the Aston Martin, and looking to try and maybe get that Ferrari between himself and the Aston Martin, just to give him a little bit more breathing room, a little bit more time to sort of settle down after that big move he just pulled onto Giancarlo Skula.
Yep. And Ali's into the pits. He had a charging penalty for exceeding track limits, and Taddy also in the pits. He had a 5-second penalty, so he's into the pits taking that penalty. And Chartier, 10 seconds worth of penalties for those collisions we were talking about earlier.
Sure.
On your right. Clear right.
Shotier, you've got to try and stay out of harm's way now. Stay out of trouble if you can. You cannot afford to lose any more ground. Otherwise, the South African team are going to make him pay. And I think Lewis
losing a bit of time
be the case.
with the damage.
We've got to make up 4 laps, which is
How much time do we have left
and
on
hard
this thing?
task to do at this
6
point in
minutes.
time with 4.5 hours or so to go. So let's
Okay,
see whether or
another
not there is
lap
going to
or
be
two
any changes
shouldn't be
in that.
too bad.
10-second penalties, 10, 20-second, 30-second
You can
drive-throughs,
actually,
all
yeah,
of those
if
kind of
you-
penalties at this point of the race.
Because what's the
are
time
things that
now?
you don't want to be
3.
happening. You don't want to be incurring any loss of time
Yeah, you can
whatsoever.
even
Whether it's of your own doing
this
or
lap as
incurred
well
via a penalty,
if you want.
you certainly don't want to be having any
Still
of that because it just
in good
all
space.
adds up in the end. And you know, your 4 laps is possibly going to be about 7.5, 8 minutes or so. And that 7.5
Would it not be better just to do 2 laps and then,
could possibly spoil your day.
from a time perspective?
The extra, so we're currently, to be able to have one less stint at the end, we need to save another 24 minutes. So, unless something...
Well, I'm only losing maybe a second a lap.
Yeah, no, that's... No, then you can, if you want to, you can by all means stay out.
Oh,
Jesus.
jeepers, man.
Blue flag. Clear left.
If you're gonna dive on the inside, stay on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, also it's not like you didn't leave him space. I mean,
No, in fact, I went wide. I saw him coming.
You're literally on the edge of the track.
Yeah.
You just reminds me of that Hulk dude. He did the same. His was actually worse. He completely drove you off the track.
You've got 10 minutes of fuel remaining.
As I said, we were watching a little bit of a fight out there. The Ferrari moves out the way, gives him some room.
Car left. Clear left.
Yeah, I see now the temps is 22.22, so I'm not sure if you want to maybe update those temps a bit or the pressures a bit.
Yeah, I need to. No, I need to drop them a little bit, don't I?
Yeah, they need to go 1 click down on all 4. Yeah, because track and air is now 22.22.
Yeah. Opened up ever so slightly there between those 2 cars. Let's see whether or not he's going to be hindered by them going into the S's.
Yeah, they're low 27s, the pressure now.
And up the hill. Let's get the squirts on. On the inside, there you go. That's how you do it. Inside to outside. Yes.
Blue flag.
I remember it being like 6 seconds or something. I don't know what's happened over there. Now Isherwood, the retro esports house of Bentley, number 758, in clear pits.
Okay, dropping 1 click on each.
Yeah.
Looks like a bit of a scheduled stop there for him. Mulder now
Left
into
side.
the fight as well.
Hold your line.
Mulder down in
Hold your line. Clear left.
what is now 24th place on track. 2.6 seconds up the road is Lindsay Ray. Let's keep an eye on Lindsay Ray in the BMW, who's taken over the seat of that black BMW. There it is. That's kind of how tight it is between the 2 of them as they come down the hill. So that gap coming down dramatically. They're almost a second in that second half of this lap. As we see Mulder starting to close onto the back end of Lindsay Ray and looking to get into 23rd place, if possible.
Yeah, staying incredibly close, 1.2 seconds. Looking now to be, what is that? Probably less than a second now, probably like 5/10. He's right behind him, going through the final corner at turn 16 at Ingwe. Now he's going to have the run on the straight to the BMW. The BMW is a tad faster than the Bentley, so I don't think he's going to have any worries on the straight, but that Bentley is doing incredibly well throughout the corners.
Closes right up. Oh! Very up close and personal there from the splitter cam. Nice to see that and how tight these guys are getting. 4 hours and 19 minutes of racing still to go here in the Pure Storage 24 hour. As they come up onto the back straightaway now, we're seeing a possible move here from Mulder onto the back end of Lindsay Ray. Lindsay Ray could potentially be in a bit of trouble here.
He could be. He's going to be put under a lot of pressure. I think last time he got put under pressure and the driver got past him. Could be another pressure cooker, Mulder, in the BWR Griffin's car. Running out wide through the S's. I don't know what that was for. Maybe going to cut too much. Yeah, maybe just
going a little bit too hot in there. Just a little bit too hot into the S's.
pushing really
So it's just a
hard.
car in front of us.
Yeah.
Mistake, unfortunately, has cost him about 1.5
that's
seconds.
them.
So he's lost, what's it, about 10 car lengths to the BMW. So he's got to try and make that ground up. Watch in the background.
Watch inside.
There's Heineke coming through there in the Porsche. He's in 19th place, so not really fighting for position with these guys, but he's definitely looking to make up some more laps and make up some more ground. Closing onto the back end of the Lexus
Car
as
left.
well.
Clear left.
Nice little maneuver through there. Heineke closing in on the back end, and
Yeah, we
probably
did
get through
a
on the
I did
Lexus.
a
Pretty much unscathed
6
coming
hour
down
on
into,
Donington
Ingwe corner. There we
with
go. Next
Daryl
move
that's
is
currently
completely out the
driving,
way.
Daryl
Good driving
Mulder,
there.
and
back
Mark
marker, allowing
Henry
quicker
is
car to
driving
come
for the
through.
other
Staying
BWR
out of
team.
trouble.
Clayson's also
And we basically, these guys, this Heineke that's in front of you, they were in the lead. They lapped us about 6 times, and they ended up disconnecting and we won the race. Yeah, afterwards the guy messaged us and said he's never lapped someone so many times, or he's never lapped the leader so many times in a race. Or the winner, basically. Yeah, because I think before they disconnected, they lapped us about 6 times.
Clear right.
Because that Leslie Oliphant was also driving. It was him and this Chris Heineke guy. And they were absolutely flying. And then they ended up disconnecting. I think they had load shedding or something.
Lexus being very nice, just letting these faster guys through, doesn't want to cause any problems. And now Daryl Mulder, right on the back end of Lindsay Ray. It's taken a while, obviously he had that mistake through turn 9 at the S's. He seemed to capitalize on that mistake, and he's used it to just get closer and closer to Lindsay Ray.
Drive through.
How the fuck did we get a drive through?
Ignoring
driver stint. Oh.
Looks like
Watch your rear tyres, they're pretty cold.
Oh shit!
I was so busy letting the other car through, I forgot that I needed to pit.
Not sure what's gone down there. There wasn't really any cars involved in that, but maybe it was because of the
take the. How many laps can you still drive? You will be able to make the drive through. And
okay, Grant. We estimate you've got 5 minutes of fuel remaining.
Oh shit!
Oh, and speed limit.
Traffic on exit. When we leave the pits, we think we'll be in P33, really close between P28
Otherwise,
and
we might have a bit of a
P16.
problem, you know.
Looking for a way through. We did see the BMW had a
You can stop for
better
petrol
sort
and
of straight line speed than the Bentley.
I'm serving my drive through.
The Bentley was a lot closer, so even possibilities of using the slipstream down towards Crowthorne.
Yellow flag. There's traffic approaching. Watch your mirrors. Green flag. You're clear.
Penalty cleared.
Blue flag.
Yes. Okay, perfect.
If I was him, I would hang
Okay, next
tight.
lap.
maybe you can't get a stop go while you're serving your drive through.
Yeah, let's hope that stays like that. Because if you have to get a stop
Oh,
go,
fuck. Disaster.
why is the drive through? You weren't anywhere near off track.
Yeah. I completely forgot I needed to pit in that last lap. I was so worried about letting through that back marker, that car.
Daryl Mulder behind him. Said if Daryl Mulder's clever, maybe he'll wait for that Porsche. Use the Porsche to his advantage and allow it to do the blocking roll and hopefully open up a gap for the Bentley to find a way through.
Just gonna have a look on the outside at Luke. He's not gonna be able to make a move, just had a little bit of a look. Now going down to turn 12 at the mine shop. Heineke ever so close to getting past these two. The blue flags are being waved. So maybe a little bit of an issue for Heineke to get past. Obviously these two fighting for driver position. And Mulder, I think he's going to try and have a look down the inside here. No, he seemed like he could do the switchback. He could have done the switchback through the crocodiles. He's going to need to hold behind it for now through turn 15 at Cheetah. Turn 16 at Ingwe. Look at Heineke, he's right on the tail end. He has a great exit. Is he gonna fight with him? I think he's lifting off. He doesn't want to get into trouble. If these two do collide, he doesn't want to end up in it. Obviously because Claessens is also chasing him down, so he's got a choice here. Does he want to get past him now, or does he want to hold back?
Watch your speed limit in the pits. Okay, Grant, you'll be coming out into traffic. On exit, we should be in position 33. Immediately behind E6.
There from Heineke to get through on the Bentley, but I think there's a reason why Mulder let him through. Mulder was going to try and do exactly what I said. Use that Porsche to find a hole and squeeze through that hole past the BMW.
Sure, I need a piss. Do I have time?
Yeah, you put damage and stuff. Run.
If I was Mulder, I would have been right there, and that's exactly what it is. Mulder is right there looking for a way past. Can he make it stick into Clubhouse? inside line from the BMW will hold him off. But Mulder nearly able to capitalize on that maneuver from the Porsche to get through on the BMW. It's exactly what I thought might happen. Is to get that Porsche to open up the door for you and go to the open door. I know that there's sort of an unread rule or an unwritten rule that when you're coming up on back markers, you don't get involved in their battle, and the back markers shouldn't use the quicker car to their advantage. But of course, it's all said and done when you're out on track. It ends up being completely the opposite.
Stream op YouTube
now, of
open
course,
te
is a
kyk.
faster Aston Martin as well. As we get into the thick of it here, Mulder trying to find
made it.
And Brent Lindsay-Ray
How much
doing
time
a
left?
superb job
13 seconds.
to fend off the attack from
Yeah, time to spare.
Yeah. Easy game, easy game.
Quickly and then come back.
He covered off the Aston Martin from Boston. We can see
Buzzing a bit from those 2 energy drinks I drank at 4:30 in the morning.
Can imagine.
Now around the outside here, look at Ingwe. It's not going to happen. Obviously, the Bentley having a little bit less of
There's a car approaching. Don't cross the white line. Blue flag.
Kyk op die TV, maar daai tyd.
Here comes Kuchi. Starting to close in as well. One of our quicker
Ja,
cars
hy's
in
te
the
lui,
market.
daar's 'n groot delay met wat kan doen.
Looking for a
Ja,
way through here on a
hy
big battle
disconnect my van
between Mulder and the BMW there,
O,
Brent Lindsay-Ray.
ek sien ja.
Lindsay-Ray
Ek
fending
maar sê die
off the
audio
attack
laat dit deur die
from
TV
Bentley,
speel.
but he won't be able to fend off the
Ja,
attack
maar
there
dan
from Kuchi or from Quake
kan ek
Larson's
nie
just
praat as
behind
ek
that.
praat.
He's going to have to eventually give up
Jy
some
sal nog
kind of
steeds
room to
kan.
allow those
Dis
cars
net die
through,
audio
because the blue
output wat
flags
deur die
are
TV
waving.
is.
Tells me I've only got 45 minutes left on my overall stint.
Yeah, no, don't stress about that. Or what the driver time limit thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so that they clear when you get the penalty. I think we just need to log a thingy and then they'll clear that.
Okay.
The leader's pitting now.
The other people have just been messaging them in the
It's not going to
one of the
open up a
channels.
bit of a margin, but as I said, Mulder, if he's clever, will stay here with Kuchi. Try and use him to get through on Brent Lindsay-Ray in the BMW.
And the leaders just pit. Michael Kudasik is coming to the pits for the 690th lap, 10 laps away from the 700 lap to be completed with 4 hours and 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, so I think that's that post pending post race time penalties. I think that's what they're clearing.
Getting back into the car.
With that,
as they come back on track and see if there is going to be a driver change. Are they going to share these last 4 hours or so and try and do things together, or is it going to be up to Michael to try and run a little bit longer and then hand over a bit later in the race for Ryan Mead to finish it up? There's lots of traffic on the race straight away now coming across the line. Still in with a lot of drama that could unfold here.
As jy nou praat.
Ja.
Ek hou die klank van deur die mic en
Nee, ek hoor net as jy praat.
Yellow flag.
Past these bunch, and there's the Lexus letting everyone.
Tires are a bit cold, huh?
Now,
There's a
another
car
man.
outside.
Has Mulder
Blue flag.
through the Jusky
Green flag, all clear.
What cold you say? What's the pressures on now?
And Mulder, who was trying his absolute best to catch up to Lindsay-Ray, and it's ended in the wall. What has happened here? Has he been tagged?
It's the Lexus. Yeah, the Lexus. He comes straight into the Lexus.
Blue flag.
Sends him left into the Pirelli banners, and on the exit point there. Okay, so didn't quite work out there for Mulder. He's now dropped right back. Daryl Mulder won't be happy with
Oh,
that.
you know what? The Lexus in front of us is a Lexus.
Finley could be in a bit
Yeah,
of trouble there in that Lexus.
that's the only other one.
Finley or Sada. One
So
of
go
the two
get them.
was involved there in the Lexus. And,
I only saw it
sent,
there
Daryl
where
Mulder
you guys both like went wide.
off
I was like,
onto the
who's this
Kidderton
guy? Why is he not getting out of the way?
in the side
They're
And then I
blaming
saw,
me
oh,
now on the fucking TV
Tom Edwards is coming to the pits.
because they don't know which Lexus it is. Because one of the Lexus is obviously the other one.
Yeah.
Took Mulder out.
I know that's not us.
No, it wasn't us. I saw them in the bush, in the barrier,
I saw Mulder there. Yeah.
and now that they were like, "Is it which one of the Lexuses is it that's going to be in trouble now?"
I mean, there is only two. How hard could it be?
Yeah. But we're fairly close together on the track, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, they're about 4-5 seconds ahead of you on track. They're literally right there on T1. They turn left there now. So could have been anyone.
So we're getting into the thick of it here. 4 hours and 8 minutes to go here of the Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour. A big welcome there to Janko de Toy. Mariki Kruger's in the house as well. One of our drivers involved in this event, Steve Koenig, has joined us. It's a fellow commentator here from South Africa. He's just saying congratulations there to Clark and the RCI club for doing such a good job. Ambrose Bates is in the house, and so is Lee Oxy Dupree. So one of your fans there, buddy. He's giving you big kudos on the Facebook feed there.
That's nice. A lot of support backing me. Very much.
A lot of support out there for the teams as well. Anton Rideau trying to find a way through here to take up a positional change.
Okay, 87 is behind you again, so hopefully they can see you this time.
A long way to go to catch up to the back end of the Saudi, but he's done it in a relatively quick time. Gucci going through, he's sitting in
this guy looks like their slow driver
that's in now.
Say that.
Yeah, his previous lap was a 53.
Bentley can see that black and red.
And this lap now.
That's because he had issues with.
Of course, as they come through here. Further back, Rattenbach in a bit of a fight of his own here. As he found a way past, yes, he has.
Blue flag, he's still there. Right side's clear. Car right.
Leader behind you.
Still there. Clear right.
And they just push through, not waiting for anyone.
Damage on that car that's
Okay, cool. So that car is in the pits now. Other Lexus.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're carrying some decent amount of damage for us to make up a bit of a gap.
144.19.
One of the Lexus, I think that was the Lexus that came into contact with Mulder. Yeah, I agree with you. He probably has long front damage on some right damage.
The car behind's pitting now.
Massive hit on the right hand side of his Bentley from the Lexus.
Let's see whether or not it's going to affect him anymore. Schooler going well, still maintaining a top 10 there. And if I look at the gap between himself, a little issue for Seal Varson. Seal Varson with a problem. Let's have a look at it. This is the replay. Going down into Crocodiles. He's late on the brakes. Coming up on a slower car. I think he might hit the slower car. Yeah, I thought so. Slower car in the way, and he was holding his line. It should have been Seal Varson backing out of that one. Unfortunately, he came out and tagged the second coming out of Crocodiles. And that's cost him a bit of time. Yeah, they come back together again. They'll be a little bit more wary to get through on this car this time, I'm sure. And eventually seals the deal into Crowthorpe.
Radu getting quite close to Kusi. You can see on the timing 1.9 seconds is the gap, so let's watch this battle you go. I think that's Clausen's in front of them as well.
Yeah, Clausen's in there as well, and I think it might be Ricci too.
Yeah, Ricci, yeah.
He's also car. Ricci's in the gold Audi. So Ricci and Clausen's in the middle of this battle for what is now going to be 8th and 9th place. That is the 9th place car there, the Bentley, the blue and white Bentley. And just up the road, the black and red Audi.
The leader's just done a 141.75.
Now Aston Martin comes out ahead of those guys. Radu, Clausen's just going to let him through. He's going to have, is he going to go for a move at Sunset? I assume he may just go for it at Ricci, just to get past him. He wants to get Kucci. He has pulled away, but
Kucci's run right.
And I think the Aston Martin that just came out the pits has I think they may have just come into contact on the outside part of the track at Barbecue.
Well, that's going to change things up in terms of the battle we've just been watching. Kucci now dropping ninth. Rideau gifted that one with Kucci running off the track. Let's have a look and see what went wrong here. Comes down into Yuxke, up towards Barbecue. And is it going to be a touch here between the Aston? Yes, it is. The Aston coming across on Kucci, and a little tag puts them both into the kitty litter. And that's allowed Anton Rideau up into a position higher. So he now moves into the 8th position, and 9th position is resumed there by Kucci. That is definitely not what he wanted. That is for sure. And it's a costly maneuver, and very lucky to not be involved in that. Just saw the 100 Audi of Brett Lewis coming into the picture too, and he was just very lucky to avoid being involved in that incident. City in 4th place. Remember, that's our highest standing South African team in the Audi in 4th place there. Lewis at the wheel of it at the moment.
Because he seems to have a little bit of damage, I think. I don't think it's severe. They just had a little bit of a scrap into the gravel. Skula may just have a chance to catch up on QC now.
Gonna have to try and close that gap down. I don't
the lap time was at 144.00.
Got ahead of him. because now that Antoine Rideau has got into 8th place, he's dropped the hammer and pulled a 4.5 second lead over Kuchi. Kuchi, as you said, into the clutches now, just
on your left.
And watch in the back.
Still there.
Just maybe get a shot.
Hold your line.
That
clear left.
Sort of mustard and white coloured car of Giancarlo Scula, who's now in 10th place. Here he is, just coming out of Yexka in the background, so it's not too far down the road for him to close down here on this Audi.
As well as Rideau and Ricky going through Sunset. Rideau tried to unlap himself. I saw that on just the corner of my eye, getting extremely close to touching.
See if he's able to unlap himself now as they get up to the top of the hill. I don't think Ricci's going to give him too much of an issue here. If he is trying to unlap himself, he's got, 6 laps to play with, or 5 laps to play with there between the two of them. Shouldn't be too much of an issue there, but of course there is the possibility that the racing is happening out there. The Rigoli Racing EGA team of Roberto Ricci just keeping it all together at the moment and maintaining a really good margin. But he's got a bit of pressure there from the man in 7th place, and in 8th place I should say, Antoine Rideau. And of course it is a lap difference as opposed to a couple of seconds difference between those cars. So now the pressure is on, but will that pressure result in Ricci giving up the position and letting him come through to unlap himself? We'll wait and see.
I think Rideau might.
Oh,
the leader is just
I'm
141.68.
just having an absolute nightmare.
That curves a bastard.
He has closed that gap down, but hasn't found a way past just yet.
Yeah, those Red Bulls wasn't a good idea. My blood sugar's just dropped now. I'm not feeling great.
Classens, if I'm not mistaken. So a little bit of a maneuver there from Brett Lewis as he comes through. Lewis pushing hard to maybe make up a little bit of ground. We got a 10-second penalty once again to Kevin Chartier. And I said that you can't afford to make any mistakes in terms of penalties being implied to your cars, because that just adds extra time to your race time and gives possibilities to the Lewis team in the Audi, the South African team in 4th place, to maybe still be in a shout of closing that 4-lap gap down. More and more time penalties, more and more mistakes on track is not what you want to be doing with just over 4 hours to go.
Definitely. A Shorty, I think he's got to be pushing incredibly hard.
Blue flag.
I think he has been, hence the 10-second penalty. I think that 10-second is for an avoidable collision. I think Rideau may have got past Ricky,
car left, clear left.
Ricci, sorry. Let's have a look if he has done yet.
Your tyre temperatures are okay.
No, that's not good. He's also got
the leader's just done a 141.62.
Bluey and green Lamborghini.
I think Lamborghini South Africa and
Blue flag.
Johannesburg probably looking at this car going, why did you paint those wheels yellow?
Yeah.
But needless to say, it's still circulating there, and in 20th place, trying to make up some ground on Patterson. He's now taken over the wheel of the Porsche. A little fight on between, of course, Lamborghini and Porsche there for top 20 honours. And of course,
Scula's also dived into the pit lane as well, the 520 car, who is in 10th place. He's going to probably drop behind Cardinal now. I think you've lagged out there. Yeah, I think Greg has lagged out once again. Kuchi 4.9 seconds behind Rideau. Ricky is still ahead of the Bentley.
Clear left.
He needs to get past him if he wants to have a. I think if Rideau wants to have a fighting chance of staying in 8th place, he has to get past him quite quickly. But Richie is going to go down the inside. And yeah, the Lamborghini just letting it through down into the crocodiles, not causing any issues. Oh, almost
left side.
Coming onto the side
Still
of Riddell, but everything
clear left.
Fine. I think Greg's back
it is now. Apologies for that. I don't know what happened. The stream just died on me there, but I'm back again. And yeah, the battle continuing here. It's great to see, but as I said, it's not for position on track at this stage. It's kind of more for unlapping themselves and getting some laps back in hand as we're into the last 4 hours of the 24-hour.
3 hours and 58 minutes remaining.
Yellow flag.
This is the part where the drivers start to have cramps in their feet, in their legs,
clear.
in their
Incident
arms. And they've been racing so hard throughout the past couple of hours, and I think 344 has.
Mark, are you good to do 3 stints after this, or do you want me to take
Yeah,
one then?
I'm good. If you want to do one, you can, but yeah, I'm fine doing the 3. Yeah.
5.3 seconds behind Radal.
No issues.
Radal still fighting to get
Yeah, I just
past
quickly
Richie
worked out there on the
Messi,
sheets because obviously Grant said he's not feeling too well. What the minimum is for him to possibly still go through. If he can do, Grant, if he can do another 30 odd minutes, then you can come in. Then we only have 3 basically full stints left. Then, but if you come in now, we'll have a bit of a extra splash and dash at the end.
Okay.
So yeah, so just if till in game about 1:30 or 25 to 9, then you're more than welcome to come in, because then we won't be pushing over time now.
Race action here at Pure Storage Kyalami. 24-hour.
Blue flag.
Let's see who's.
Sector 3 is clear.
Gonna focus on here. So I think
the leader has just
Milton,
done a 141.53.
I think he's cemented his 5th place. He's been running incredibly well the past couple of hours, and Zeki has gone to the track at Cheetah. I'm gonna have a replay of that. Yes, we are. I think Clausen might be. Clausen's in front of him, so maybe Clausen, or did he get on the curb? I think he may have gone to. No, he just lost it on the outside. We're seeing a lot of that recently.
Left side.
Too wide and then
Clear
lighting
left.
up the rear tyres and he's spin.
He's done it on a few occasions, and that car particularly has had a few times where it's come into Cheetah a little bit too hot and got the back end to step out without clipping the curbs. So looks like Kamil Zazeki going to have to do some work now to make up that ground that he's lost after that off-track excursion and the little spin he's had coming out of Cheetah.
Lindsay Ray is now about 1.7 seconds behind Zozeki now. So the BMW still going strong. Will he be able to get that stealthily 21st place? We have to wait and see.
Well, he's just up the road. Zazeki, after that mistake, has fallen into the clutches there of Brent Lindsay Ray in the BMW. And if Lindsay Ray's team have got some communication to him, they're going to be telling him, listen, 2 cars up the road from you, and we're going to be
car left. Clear left.
21st place. We've still got a chance of making the top 20. Let's push. BMW comes out of Leocob. Oh, he runs a little bit wide there. That's also starting to feel the effects of 20 hours of racing and the fatigue, possible and potential little mistakes here and there going to be coming out of the sort of back-end drivers. These are guys, of course, that are doing it for the fun and games of it, as opposed to the serious side and the top 10. Take nothing away, they are still pushing just as hard, trying to concentrate as hard as the guys who are running at the front of the race.
So Zaki has been running up very wide recently on at Cheetah. Lindsay Ray, 1.5 seconds behind. He may have an opportunity to get past him.
Yellow flag, stay sharp. Blue
I
flag.
don't think that's the direction of the track.
Yeah.
Green flag, you're clear.
Suddenly saw a car looking towards me. I was like, wait.
Wait, when did I turn around?
Yeah. Am I going the right way?
Lindsay Ray, let's see if he can catch up. If he does catch
That's
up,
a tough place to spin there, because you literally you can't do anything.
incredibly well.
He's trying hard, I can tell you, and Lindsay Ray is probably trying a little bit too hard. He needs to just settle down in a rhythm, keep the rhythm going, because if Zazeki's making mistakes, he doesn't have
I'll
to
be right back.
put the pressure on. The pressure's already being put on Zazeki by himself. Killian Ryan Meenen is now in the lead car, so there was a driver change in that pit stop for the Sidebacks Motorworks team. And I wonder if Killian Ryan Meenen is going to try and hang in there, possibly to take it right to the end. Or will they make Michael get back into the car to finish up the race? Remember, there's only 2 drivers in this team if you've just joined us. Massive welcome to Ernie Vermark and to Carol Radloff, who've joined us as well. Carol all the way down in East London. And also a big welcome to Jeff Den, multiple SA motocross champion, joining us on our live stream. So good to have those guys here too. My queen just woken up too, so happy Mother's Day to the queen.
Blue flag.
And she's got a nice cup of cappuccino there from my queen, buddy. Hope Mom brought you a cappuccino, or did you go off quickly to make Mom a cappuccino?
No, I don't like coffee, so I don't necessarily make coffee.
Oh, no. But your mom might like it, eh?
Yeah, maybe.
It is Mother's Day, by the way, just to remind everybody. Hey, happy Mother's Day to all the moms who are out there. Carol Radloff, your son is doing a superb job out there. And great to see the support there from the Eastern Cape and
on your right, clear right.
We're going to be down your way pretty soon for the South African Endurance Series as well. So look forward to catching up with you guys at the East London Grand Prix circuit. But thanks so much for the support. This is second place. Zach Royale doing an amazing job for the Sidemax Motorworks team. They, of course, are sitting 1 and 2 on the road. Team cars 96 and 97, first and second place. 3 laps between the two cars, of course. Kevin Chartier and a 10-second penalty going to be incurred on him on his next stop into the pits, down in third place in the Bentley.
Yeah, the Sidemax Motorworks have done extremely well.
Temperatures are a bit low, huh?
Hours. I mean, 1-2 with basically no one in front of them and behind them in terms of position.
At the moment?
Except for Chartier's.
Front right is 26.9
seconds behind, but I don't think
a bit low.
Zach would be too worried about that.
Not at this point in time, that is for sure. I know that we're supposed to be handing across to our European team as well. I'm not quite sure where they're standing by. Maybe Nick can just come into our ears and let us know when that handover period is going to be. But I was under the impression that they should have actually already have joined us. Whether or not they have or not, we'll maintain the commentary until then. But Zach Royale at this point in time.
Oh, fuck, another drive-through.
Car left.
Exactly
clear left. We've just had a drive-through penalty for cutting the track. Left side, incident clear. Green flag. Still there.
Gaining time by leaving
Still there. Clear left.
Yeah.
3 laps to serve this penalty.
I went straight off into the kitty litter. I don't know how that's gaining time.
Is of course now to try and survive for the next 3 hours and 51 minutes.
That'll be.
Oh well, take it now. I'll just go through slowly.
Okay, so we've got about 5 more minutes of the voice of choice, Greg Maloney and Clark King, and then we're going to hand across to our European team of Rara Gill.
What's your speed limit in the pits?
Our ex-South African or ex.
The car behind us is like 3 or 4 laps.
Smith. They're going to be joining us from the European side of
car
things
behind
in
us
the
is
UK.
2 laps down on us, so
let's just
there's no particular stress at this point. The car ahead of us is 2 laps ahead, so.
Since we joined us, and since everybody joined us, as
there's traffic behind. Watch your mirrors. Blue flag.
The race action so far.
I mean, we've seen a lot of spins and smashes. One of them, namely, being Mulder's and Lexus coming together, just a sweep. We had a Lambo spinning around, hitting the wall. It's been a very action-packed 2 hours of the breakfast part of this place. Yeah, breakfast run.
At least there wasn't any damage to the
We
car.
did the breakfast run here, Clark. And
Yeah.
Clark and I are doing the breakfast run here. We're going to be handing over to our brunch team, and then I'll join them a bit later on to take us to the final part of the day's racing.
Temperatures have dropped big time in the tyres
We started
now.
on the dot at 12 o'clock yesterday, and looking forward to, of course, the next 3
In the
hours
front
and 50
more
minutes
so.
of race action. Other interesting fact,
Yeah,
if you
take it
haven't-
easy,
if
and
you
we'll
have just
try
joined
to
us
get
there,
some
as
temps back
Tian
into
Marais and Billy van der Westhuizen have done on the Solidarity e-race page, is
Yeah,
our
I'm gonna just
initial
put my
race leader unfortunately had some technical
brake
issues.
bias forward a bit.
GTWR team, and they have had to pull out. We have had about 10 retired cars out of the race itself, in terms of
Hopefully the
actual
brakes
positions on
can
track.
get some
So
heat into
37
the
cars
tyres.
still circulating out there of the 47 that started. The lead car, Killian Ryan Meenan, at the moment leading things up. We're watching Brian Lewis, the lead South African car there. He's in 4th place at the moment, 4 laps down on Kevin Chartier. Kevin Chartier is another man that, of course, our next commentary team will have to keep an eye on, because he's now started to pull about just over 20 seconds between himself and the second car of Zach Royale. So there's definitely going to be a possible fight for 2nd and 3rd place on the cards
How
in
much
the
is
next
left
hour
on
or
your
so
max
of
driver
action
time
that,
thing?
22 minutes.
and Rara are going to take you through. And then, of course, just a heads up that Ryan Meenan
So I think
and
if you
Michael
drive
Le
to
Roux
that,
have to go.
Yeah, that's what I was going to drive
Only
to.
2 drivers in that lead car. George Boothby had to pull out, and so did the second sort of the third of the 4 drivers. And it's up to the 2 drivers left in that car now to try and see them through to what would be an epic triple victory in a 24-hour at Kyalami. They've won 2 in a row in the past 2 events, and it looks like they're going to be up for a possible 3rd and hat-trick of victories here in the Kyalami 24-hour. Brought to you by Pure Storage, NEC Corporation, Data Sciences Corporation, Oxide, Supermicro and AMD, and of course the broadcast brought to you by an incredible team behind the scenes of Racing Club International. We are racing the Assetto Corsa Competizione, and of course it is the Intercontinental GT Championship cars that we are piloting around the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit here in South Africa. If you've joined us from all around the world, a massive welcome to you this morning from myself, Greg Maloney, and from Clark King, my fellow commentator, and the young protege that we have found in terms of commentary here in South Africa as the commentary search in the lockdown period happened, and he of course was one of our top contenders there, along with Carl Lawrence and George Smith, and they were our top 3 in that competition. So a final word from your side, please, Clarky.
I just wanted to say thank you for a blessed day, blessed Mother's Day for all the mothers, not just in the motorsport community, just around the world. I hope you have a great day. I hope you're going to be spoiled with coffees and all that. And yeah, again, we've done what, 20 hours now, 21 hours of this race, and the action is not over yet. It's still action-packed.
From my side, Clark, I'm going to say a massive thanks to you, buddy, and a very well presented job that you've put together today, joining not only myself but also of course Mike Jones and Jesse Lee at 1.2. I'm sure that they were pretty impressed. To everybody else that is out there that's watching, Michael Arlos has just joined us along with Willie van der Westhuizen. Just remember that this young man alongside me is only 12 years of age, and he has started his commentary career and his motorsport career here courtesy of the Solidarity E-Race. We've got about 20 seconds to go. We're going to be handing across to George Smith and to Ryan Gill and George Smith over in the UK. Of course, our fellow commentators. They're going to take you through the next 2 hours of race action. I will come and join them in about 2 hours' time to take you right to the closing stages and to the checkered flag. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. Take care then. Bye-bye now.
Are you holding up there, Grant?
Yeah, I'm alright. Feeling a bit better now.
Side's a bit cold.
Yeah. Front right's just a little bit cold. I put the brake bias forward a little bit to try and get some more heat in there. Okay.
You've just done a 144.89.
Jeez, that guy just got dropped on the straight.
On your left, clear left.
That was a little bit wide.
Blue flag.
I was trying to let him pass, but I didn't mean to go that wide. Are these folks fighting for position now?
They might be. Let me just quickly double check. 13, 14. No, it's not showing.
On your right. Right side's clear.
Good day to
13 and 14 aren't fighting.
No, they're like 3 laps difference.
Great day, but it does not matter. It's a great day because we are coming towards the end of our Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour session. 3 hours and 44 minutes.
There are a couple of people fighting for
plenty
position
of
around
time
the track,
for us
but
to still get some time in to talk about things. And my name is George Smith, back in the box.
The leaders got 4 laps on everybody else.
Bringing us the broadcast action on the camera side.
Between second and third, there's a lap. Third and fourth is 2 laps. Fourth and fifth is a lap. Okay, 5 and 6 in the same lap, but they're about a minute apart.
Managed to get some rest in? Or,
seventh is about 30 seconds behind 6th, so they're also quite far apart.
Good morning to everyone else out there. I did manage to get some sleep. I got about 5 to 6 hours of sleep, and I'm going to need it today. A 6-hour race at Bathurst later on in the afternoon.
You've just done a 144.88.
it. But well, let's have a look and see where we are. When we left off, Killian, well, the number 96 more specifically, was leading the way, and the number 97 and the 367 were kind of trading back and forth between that second and third place, and it doesn't really seem like too much has changed over the course of the night stint. 367 was a 10-second penalty, but most importantly for the 96 team, got a 3-4 lap lead at this stage in the race, and after we had a little bit of a chat with Killian Ryan Meaden last night, that'll come in handy for when they have to eventually put Malinowski in the car if they haven't already.
Plenty of things have changed in terms of some of the teams that have unfortunately had to retire though. I mean, in the bigger scheme of things, what is it, about 9 teams that have dropped out since we saw the start taking place. And that's about the almost the same number that we had racing live at the 9-hour last year. So, you know, COVID times and such kind of put a spanner in the works for all of that. But for a lot of these drivers, it's now sort of getting to that point where you can start to see a finishing line up ahead. Of course, wherever you are in the field, it's an accomplishment to be able to take it home to the checkered flag along with your teammates. Nobody just doing this race in a single format session, having 3, 4, 5 teammates.
Green flag sector 1.
That in itself is a management nightmare, as we see. Now, we're done with the nighttime. We are back into a nice glowing day. We heard Clark and Greg welcome us in this morning, nice and bright and early. You can see Michael Appleton just looping that Aston Martin around just slightly, coming down into Crowthorne. It looked like the rejoin looked a little bit more dangerous.
Tires are starting to go.
That perspective on the cameras, but I think big shots into the wall and had to wait to clear the traffic before he was able to.
15 minutes.
That's not the place you want to be facing the wrong direction.
Is that your stint time left?
Yeah. Treacherous to try and rejoin on here. Gets the
we'll work
car
out quite well then. So that'll take us to
on the rejoin, but I guess you have to find a spot to try and get the car back on the circuit. Maybe the stewards can have a look-see into that.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely, they either had their teammate watching the track map or they were watching the track map themselves to see when they could come back on the circuit. And, you need to make a judgment call at some point in time. You can't sit on the inside of the corner forever, and not as dangerous as we maybe thought it was on the first time by. That's what different perspectives can give you. But sure, the Bentley wasn't too appreciative of it, but
tire temperatures have dropped down.
Yeah,
a bit of a look over. I would be surprised if anything got done because it's quite an awkward position to be in your car, and with
well, they're just in 27, so they're not too bad.
On the right-hand side of your screen.
The track temp is climbing slowly. It's now 23 all around.
Well, it comes back to over 23 and then dips back down under 27. Oh, sorry. Comes back over 27 and then dips back down again.
Making good progress to catch up to the likes of Jonathan Bentz in that 777 Audi. Making sure that they try and get the Porsche up ahead of the Audi before the 3-hour mark. The pressure is starting to be put on from the yellow and black Porsche as they come through sunset. You can just see the Audi running a little bit wide, kicking up a little bit of dust. Not enough.
Yellow flag, stay sharp.
Their straightaway speed.
The 5 of them
actually. Part of the track.
After these two, you can quickly spin around.
Use too much coming through there.
Blue flag.
Carrying momentum, but up to the top of the hill into the braking zone. Time to have a look, some opportunities. I think Alan Patterson just a little bit too far
two
back
cars
to have
and then
moved
another
on
two.
this lap, but
Bit of a gap in
reeling
between.
in the 777 as they make their way
one
down.
behind them as
Incident
well.
clear. Green flag. Blue flag.
Okay. Sorted now.
Making their way through the crocodiles now and in pursuit, and this is one of the great things about these really long endurance races, George, is that we're over 20 hours in, approaching 21 hours into this race, and there's 2 cars here with completely different lineups and completely different car philosophies in the way that those cars were designed. And yet, over the space of 21, well, 20 and something hours so far. They're just separated by less than half a second so far, and it really is one of the amazing things about GT endurance racing.
Okay, what?
In general is that
Let me set the pit up.
You can load strat 18.
after such a long period of time to think you can almost be racing for an entire day. And between the two of you on track, there is.
Then I'll tell you the pressures now. You want to check 24, 25.
A lot of hard work and effort, I think, from both teams.
Blue flag.
Out. I know
Yeah, so basically strat 18, and then all 4 pressures just 1 click up.
Grit their teeth and get on with it, not having the best driver swaps and things like
Strat
that.
18, 1 click up.
Yeah, 1 click up.
Okay.
The tire
so
set
27.8. 27.8. 26.8. 26.9.
Yeah, 26.9, 26.7, 26.9, and 26.8. They should be.
Tumbling down the order, and now it's a game of redemption.
Tiny bit of aero damage there. You probably won't even feel it. On your right. Hold your line.
A lot of hard work and effort.
Clear right.
Up from being towards the back of the order and having to make your way back through the field.
Did you see that? A nice punt from Versace.
Oh, did he punch you? Oh no, it was on the sheet at that stage. I only saw when he started to come up next to you.
Okay, so 27.0 on the front.
No, 26.9. 26.9 and 26.7.
On the front.
Yeah. Front left 26.9. Which is, watch this. Oh, this guy going.
Left side. Clear left.
Okay.
Last night.
Yeah, so front left is 26.9. Front right 26.7.
How their race has gone so far.
Then
you being the lone Lamborghini in the field.
Yeah, those.
Just see Ben's making a mistake there in the Audi. That's going to allow Patterson.
So 26.7, and then
rear left is 26.9.
Porsche going to get the move done on the outside. Just have a little bit of a switch
And rear right is 26.8.
Audi, there's going to be contact, and that's Patterson around.
26.8. Okay.
Yeah. The tire set on that one, are they? Is it the white dot?
Porsche.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Perfect. And then we're good to go. Good to go then.
That as well, and well, have to get it back facing the right direction and have another go again when they eventually do catch up over the course of the next however many laps it takes.
All that hard work could be undone, and unfortunately for them, that is going to be a bit of a sad moment. You know, once you've caught up to a driver and a team, you know that you can do it again. You've got the raw pace.
Another 10 minutes left in the stint.
9 minutes.
We've said it before. Catching up is one, and making that move is another. Another team making strides in catching up. Martin Rotenbach here in their Aston Martin entry, and they're coming down a little bit squiddy. It looked like coming into Yuxke. As we jump on board to just see what happens.
Front right tire is well down,
nice little
and the
as well, just in the
rear
phase
right.
Of the Yuxke suite to just get themselves back into control. That is going to
mid 26s now, so
yeah, making up to the number 8.
Not much grip at all.
Sitting on the back end of that number 23 Lamborghini in front of them. Has
maybe
just a couple of car lengths.
Couple of good right-handers and left-handers, and
recover and get themselves back into contention.
Yeah, well, there's not really very many left-handers that'll actually generate a lot of heat. All the left-handers are quite slow corners,
except for just after the mine shaft.
Yeah.
Blue flag.
Down on the leader, Gillian Ryan Meenan, who soldiered on through the night alongside Michael Kundachoglu in the 96 Side Max car. But here is the Aston Martin, going to have a little bit of a look up towards Cheetah, thinking better of it, and definitely a wide
car left.
decision, still 3.5
Hold your line.
of this
Come on,
race
Barbara.
to go.
Still there. Clear left.
Yes. How slow was that?
No, I think he had a bit of a tongue slapper there.
Is it?
All of a sudden he slowed down right down.
Itself ahead.
Yeah, I think he might have tried to turn in too close to the curb and just clipped it.
Feeling George
Had a
is
bit
going
of
to
a
sooner rather than later
spin.
find their way past.
feel the same way. I think Martin Rotenbach, very talented driver. Been privileged to kind of see him a lot in the South African leagues. And to me, a driver that has the ability to catch up to another team and make a pass. So I don't think it's going to be too long before we see that taking place on the circuit. The ambitious but rubbish Lamborghini, that's their team name. I'm not being rude before I get called out on that, but you know, they just have to do their own work to just keep that Lamborghini as wide as they can, just hit every apex that they can focus on and try and force the mistake from the car behind them. Outbrake themselves or any of those sort of actions can take place. Rotenbach trying to see if he can get a little bit close at the top of Newport. It is a section that you can wheel other drivers in. One correct line that works above someone else making a mistake. You find a lot of time, especially on the run down to the mine shaft. A little switchback coming through. Rotenbach on the inside as he outbrakes himself a little bit here. No, not at all. Actually going to get that Aston Martin
should be another
perfect position
3 laps
to
easy.
defend against any counter attack from the
Yeah, maybe
now
2
behind him.
and do 2 and let's see after that. Don't want to push it again.
Yeah, I've had 2 drive-throughs already today.
How's the track cut warnings? Are there any there?
No.
None. Okay. Let's see if I can keep it that way.
Driver swaps go through. Maybe not wanting to risk anything at this point in time. And that's perfectly understandable from a lot of the POVs of these drivers. Quite a few of them have had to come back from disconnects or incidents that they've had very early on in the race that put them a few laps down at the start, and we have a couple of teams that are about 50-60 laps down, but they're still going in the with the intention of finishing this race and maybe with the hopes of making up a place or 2 before the end. And 3.5 hours, plenty of time for mistakes to still happen. All it takes is a brief moment. You'll often hear in the real racing world, the blink of an eye, and everything can change. And it's still very, very true in the sim racing world as well.
Blue flag.
Anything can happen, regardless of that time at the top of the stream and the broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Joining us this morning from wherever you are, maybe leaving
Yellow flag.
To, in your night time zone. It is, of course,
green flag.
Fucking corner is my nemesis.
Blue flag.
Solidarity E-Racing, powered by RaceFace.
You take your eye off the road for a second to look at the cars behind you to see how far they are, and then you look up and it's like, oh, too late.
No, that corner bites hard. Jeez.
Good job to keep that Lamborghini behind them.
On your left, clear left.
And Grant Findlay in that Lexus, getting it all wrong, catching that inside anti-cut at Cheetah, and just having a little excursion out to the dirt and gravel. Going to cost him some time on the
blue
clock.
flag.
I'm not sure that it was any positions that would be lost out.
Car right.
Cars,
he's still there. Clear right.
Just gonna make a pit stop and I'll be right back.
344, back on circuits. Very dirty car. We heard people talking about the need to have a little hose pipe out, giving them a wash. I think once this race is done, certainly going to be well worth washing off all the dirt and grime that has been endured during this long endurance race.
Blue flag.
There is something rather, I think, not attractive, but rather interesting about seeing how these cars do change in that sense of, they pick up all the
clear
dust
left.
particles if they go off the track. Of course, they pick up some dirt as well, and obviously all the insects that get stuck to the car and the windshields over the course of the race. It's not as prominent, should we say, in the sim as it is in the real world. Have you ever seen the picture of the Toyota at Goodwood? It was the 24-hour winning Toyota at Le Mans. It was brought to Goodwood Park, and they hadn't actually washed the car.
Okay, back.
It had won the race at Le Mans.
Cool.
So
this will be my last lap, I think.
an idea of what it looks like to see a car
Perfect, I'm ready.
24-hour endurance race without the good wash down. And it is amazing how these cars can go from the pristine form that they're in at the start of the race to, well, some of them are like completely different machines by the time they get to the end, but it's not stopping a lot of these guys, and they're going to continue onwards as they do. And this man up at the front right now, the dirt on his car has not slowed him down at all. He's about 2-3 laps up the road from second place Sidemax Motorworks car of Zach Royal, 96 and 97. 1-2 as it stands at the moment, and that is what Sidemax came here to do. That was their intention today. They haven't they didn't take the lead in the way that they probably wanted to, but it is all about endurance, George, and that applies to your power and internet connection just as much as it does everything else.
It's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes it doesn't go the way that you wanted, but you certainly wouldn't be overly upset that you find yourself in the lead position. We did have a little chat with Killian last night during our commentary stint.
Boxing.
We got to kind of hear from them what their plan of action was. Of course, one of their drivers having very big connectivity issues coming through, knowing that
a little lost Nick.
Yeah, I thought I'm gonna miss you. Let me say goodbye.
Watch your speed. Expect traffic when you come out. We expect to exit the pits in position 33, right behind B2.
Fuck you and have a nice day.
the number 96 doing what they said they wanted to do, build themselves up a gap and keep themselves.
The limiters on.
It can only go down to consistency at this point to have kept themselves at the front end of the stick. They came out on Twitter very early on when this event was being organized and advertised to say that they wanted to come and make it a hat-trick of victories in 24-hour race events at Kyalami. And you know, I have to give it to them. Sometimes you walk the walk, and sometimes you talk the talk. And I think they've done a little bit of both of that this weekend.
And the Sidemax team.
20 seconds.
Like I said in the lead up, very much. There's something about this circuit with Sidemax
10.
where they just seem to excel when it comes to races here.
5, 4, 3,
to make it
2,
3
1.
24-hour of Kyalami races
Go.
on the trot, the hat trick, the full bag, the royal flush, as it's called in poker. I don't do poker.
I don't know if that.
I'm not entirely sure, but you get the point. The point is that they are the masters of endurance in this race.
I think once they get up to, like, you know, 5 victories, then we can start using poker references and 5 cards.
But, I think that's fair. We'll leave it for another 2 24-hour Kyalami races.
Yeah.
But this team, I mean, you know, it does just go to show the elite level that they race at, and the professionalism of them as well. Killian Ryan said, you know, they've been here before. They know the situation. They know that they can't take it for granted. And that is the sign of an elite team, a team that has a 3-lap lead. But that doesn't matter to them. They see a 3-lap lead the same way that they see a 3-second lead at this point in time, and they're going to keep charging onwards. And they're not just going to take it for granted. Where some other teams, maybe, if they were in their position, probably would start to take it for granted a bit. Probably would start to
I'll be back in a second.
waver and have mistakes come out. But this team, they are bulletproof on a lot of occasions. When they need to be bulletproof the most, they definitely delivered today.
Making sure it counts where it counts, and this is the perfect place for them to just showcase their skill level. I think it's certainly something that we can talk about here, is just the mixed skill and variety of drivers on the grid, from those talented alien-like drivers that we've seen feature towards the top end of the very pertinent esports events in sim racing, and then a bunch of people that also aren't on that same skill level, sort of in the mid-pack, that have come through. I think a good reference last night was maybe having a pro class and a silver sort of grade race within the same race here. Of course, not being spread out and split, because everybody that came through and contributed a driver entry proceeds going through to the Quad Para Association, which is a great cause, and I think it would be unjust for them to not have their 24-hour broadcast. So it was kind of the call to try and have a big grid, try and have as many drivers and teams participating in this event. It's one of the first 24 hours that I'm aware of taking place in South Africa from a South African organization, especially with sort of the prize pool that is up for grabs, and the number of teams and drivers involved in it is something that is worth noting. So, I mean, it's a proud moment for me. I was involved in a lot of the organizational side behind it and trying to get things together. Of course, offering commentary here is my primary contributor most of the time. But for me, it's kind of cool to just see all these familiar names out on the circuits and being able to drive around with some of the very best in Europe. Of course, we have had some of the European teams also be plagued with difficulties. They haven't just come in and had an easy run.
Right, got myself a beer.
It's just nice to see that there is this level of competitive racing, and people from all skill groups can enjoy it. It's something that you can get involved in. It doesn't mean you have to come and enter into a competitive league. There are plenty of fun, friendly, community-driven races that take place. All in all, it's been a fun event to be a part of, and with 3 hours 22 on the clock, it's definitely not done just yet. I saw Brian Lewis asking in the chat. He's from that Arashi Racing team. They were sitting in P4 the last time I saw an update coming. He's asking when we're going to do a 12-hour Bathurst. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for me to just reset after this one, and maybe start to plan something for later on in the year. Keep those things considered. 12-hour Bathurst could be a lot of fun, couldn't it, Ryan?
It does, and a 12-hour Bathurst feels like a 24-hour, to be honest, of how brutal that track is. It would definitely be exciting, though, and obviously, ACC has this very fine collection of circuits. I think if you looked at the total collection that the ACC has with the British GT circuits, the Intercontinental circuits, and of course the European GT World Challenge circuits, there's a very nice mix, isn't there, George, of circuits. Of course, we've got things like Spa and Monza, obviously staples on a global scale. But then we also have things like Bathurst and Kyalami as well, and of course some of the newer tracks like Donington Park and Alton Park have been getting quite a lot of love from the sim racing community as well. So there's plenty of tracks that could go up for the offer of RaceFace's next endurance race, but Bathurst would definitely be one of those on the bucket list, alongside quite a few other tracks, I imagine. But we'll leave George to ponder on that one for a while, put all those tracks into a random number generator and maybe see what it spits out.
I think that would be the way that I'd make decisions in my everyday life. It would be unfair to not do that for the next track selection, to be honest. Do I go to work today? Random number generator. One says yes, zero says no. Okay, cool. That made my decision up. So look at Kevin Chartier here in the All-In Racing 367. They've had a good race as well, just always being towards the front end and keeping a nice and consistent pace. Of course, getting caught out and caught up by the number 97, the sister Sidemax car that is sitting in second place, Tinko van der Velde, a name that we're familiar with at the helm of that. But Kevin Chartier doing a good job at looking to find a podium for that Bentley. And talking about Bentleys, the second place Bentley, that 404 of Arno Vasaki, currently doing a great job as well. That's the Hybrid Academy, a team that's recently formed up here in South Africa, and they've got such a talented driver lineup. Daniel Rowe, of course, a real-life driver. Arno Vasaki, who's just a complete alien. Tariq Adam, who came over from the Call of Duty side and GT Sport to come into ACC and just started to blow people away with his sheer pace. And of course, Johan Bego Krobler, who's been involved in sim racing since I joined on the RaceFace side of things. So just a lot of cool drivers coming through. Like I talked about early on, it's nice to be able to highlight some of the talent that we've got here in South Africa as we continue to watch All-In Racing, who isn't from South Africa, but doing a good job at keeping the Bentley up towards that podium paying position.
They've done a fine job indeed, and throughout the majority of the first half of the race. We did see the Audis dominating the top 10, and of course there are still 5 Audis in the top 10. They were concentrated within the top 6 cars for the first half, or the majority of the first half of the race. But now we've started to see that spread out quite a bit, George. We've got 3 Audis in the top 5, and we have 3 Bentleys in the top 10, and almost 4 in fact, as the Ida Pro Esports team just sitting outside the top 10 in a Bentley as well. So the overall dynamic
It's a bit of a touch the brake and start sliding.
Of the night stint, and that is what we expected to see.
But I oversteer there.
That there would be some serious changes over the course of the night, and it is nice to see a couple more Bentleys up into top 10, but noticeably, do seem to be missing some of the cars that were high up in the order back when we were commentating. The Ferrari that we were looking at earlier on does seem to have mostly disappeared at this point in time. The 258 car looking like they have retired from the race. Not sure when that would have happened, but we did say that over the course of the night stint it was going to be the most difficult. That is when we would see the most mistakes made, and we would start to see teams drop.
It's kind of the thing that we touched on, wasn't it? That it's hard to try and get a little bit of shut-eye, and important to just keep yourself fresh so that you can continue with comms and
don't be a dick about it.
Assistance in the broadcast.
That was a dive from a long way back.
You close your eyes, you wake up, and things have shuffled around. Some of the teams that we were keeping an eye on had managed to drop away. The Arashi Racing team, for them, they found themselves towards the back end of the top 10 when we were asleep, and they seem to have made their way back up through the order. Good job from JC Frobler coming in there. Brian Lewis, of course, one of his teammates, and I believe it's Stefan Vessels, so a little 3-man team that comes through to make up that team. The MSV Racing Aston Martin in that glorious blue, adorned with more blue on the livery. We talked about liveries yesterday. We had a nice little run through. Is it another blue or is it black? I think it's black, maybe a bit of grey. I think we've come to realise that the colour.
I think every colour is blended into one, George, at this point. I think everything looks blue, red, and green to me.
So the MSV Racing team, I think they're also just a 3-man team. Simon Keeble, Jason Kellaway involved in that team. We're going to have a look at Jonathan Bentz in that 777, seeing what's being caught here on our race replay cams. A little bit of a loop, I think, coming into Crowthorne. Woo! I mean, quite a spectacular sort of drift around, making it look like...
I wasn't planning on passing there, but okay.
Keeping it away from becoming a problem for someone else, and now feeling a little bit of that pressure coming in from behind. That's the 5, is that the 505 Bentley behind? Yes, it is. So that's not going to be for position. That's Erasmus trying to maybe unlap themselves. The pace is going to be a little bit off from the 777, of course, cooking up the tires slightly, putting too much heat in them. Maybe struggling for grip for a little bit of stop go. 30-second penalty coming up for the number 32 Hawks Racing team. And for them, that's not going to be something that's going to aid in their progress up the field. Just keeping it nice and wide. You see the blue flags being waved, meaning they have to move out of the way.
Mackenzie's around the same pace as you, just doing loads and mid 43s most of the time.
Stop go 30 is going to be a little bit frustrating for them.
Well, hopefully you can get back up to that pace now.
Touching on the MSVR car of Milton Steele-Vasson, in there at the moment, up in 5th place. They're a team very much like GTWR that have kind of come into prominence in ACC fairly recently, but MSVR much more recently than GTWR. I mean, the first time I think I heard of them was back in January of this year, when they first made an appearance for the RCI World Tour, and plenty of pace in
Okay.
Carl Milton, Salvation, and Simon Keeble, I believe, competing in
The overall
RCI's new Friday
timetable shows us only one lap down on the guys in front of us.
Okay. Whoopsie. Oy, oy, oy.
Definitely plenty of
It's a right there, Mike.
Gonna be a team that's gonna be
No, I just thought I'd change up the circuit. I mean, we've been doing this
You've been going right there for fucking 21 hours.
Yeah.
You thought you would give it left a go.
Didn't work so well though.
What are we? 678.
More international scene because there are plenty of talented teams.
We are
here.
46 laps behind.
And, of course, we
Jeez.
have lost a few of those today.
It's not like we spend a lot of time in the pits either, hey? I mean, it's not like iRacing where you get 50 minutes of pits.
Yeah, of penalty, repairs.
It's great to see a lot of the local teams showing up to such a big event like this and even having the
now it's showing 3 laps again.
It really is cool.
It's the Lexus in front of us.
Yeah.
The other Lexus. We're going to finish last Lexus.
Skill levels
We're going to finish second Lexus.
Second
yeah, I was
Lexus.
about to say, we're second best Lexus. If anybody asks how many Lexuses were there, 46.
to how that's done and why it's done, just to highlight to the viewers who aren't really aware of the world of sim racing, it may be a bit intimidating to get involved with something because they feel that they won't stack up against some of the very best. How does it all work? How do you determine things
We're
like
40
that?
laps down, 38 laps down,
does
40
it
laps
work
down.
for the league racing
Keeps
that
changing.
we've seen?
Well, I mean,
And now it says
it's a relatively
P32's
simple
40 laps down.
formula in principle.
It says 1 lap again now. Now it says 3 laps again. Fuck. I don't know.
From mostly
I
what
think he's smoking something.
Yeah.
qualifying event.
Can you guys maybe check what's that guy's pace like?
Which one?
The other Lexus, because I think that's their quick driver.
So his last lap was a 45.2, but I don't think that. I think that was a. Yeah, I think he got involved with someone. He was passing someone.
You take everyone's combined
So I've seen him been doing 44s mostly.
Yeah.
First 40 are split 1, then the
But
next
they
40
are.
split 2, and you just go so on, so on, so on. So
they're on lap 682,
kind of
we're on
get
lap
this,
679.
you get
so
this
3 laps.
structure of about 7 splits in our case, wherein everyone
I think it's more like 2.5 laps,
is
but yeah.
reasonably close to each other. I mean, I'm
3
racing
hours
in
to do
split
it.
4 for the Friday Championship.
Okay, let's see.
You can do it, Mikey. Get us P32. Go, boy!
I'll tell you what, there was some great racing and it was so close in the qualifying session for the first race.
Oh yeah, I
this
forgot to
Friday.
tell you that I moved the brake bias forward to try and get some heat in the
Yeah,
front.
I changed them. I changed it back.
And when
Okay.
you've got that kind
Cool.
of element in league racing, when it's that tightly packed across all the different skill levels, I mean, we've got people from alien level, the best of the best in ACC, all the way down to rookies as well in split 7, getting involved, and that's the amazing thing is that as long as you're ready to
Gaining on the
commit,
driver
as long as
head.
you're a safe
That's good.
driver,
That's what I want to hear.
your pace is fine. We can find a split for you, and it's not impossible to be competitive. It's a great learning platform as well because it sets a goal for people. They can race in a series. They qualify, say, in split 7. Maybe they do well in split 7. They finish in the top 3. Their aim for next season has got to be split 6. It gives people a goal to work towards, and it's always interesting to put that dynamic into sim racing because I think once you have a goal in mind, it becomes a lot more enjoyable. You have something to aim towards.
I like that, and I know just locally with the RaceFace side of things, they also do a very similar thing in just seeding the drivers so that you put up against drivers that are on your skill level. So a big shout out to all the leagues that do this kind of thing. Of course,
Vandermeer.
Interested in getting into sim racing.
That's what crew chief calls them.
Yeah.
Go and start
Vandermeer.
the lower splits. You can work your way up. It's a great sense of progression. I
think
suppose,
it
as well,
annoys
as a
Derek.
driver to be able to do so.
I can imagine.
so look forward to having my rig set up again.
You should
in
just
the
write
UK
to them
line,
and
and
say,
then I made the move over. I've got a
It's pronounced like this.
will be
Yeah.
MERVER.
To get back
I suppose that's how you would spell it if you were to pronounce phonetically.
I'm looking forward to that.
Merve.
By the time I do
Merve.
that, I'll be well off the pace.
Yeah, just leave out the R at the end.
No, add an R in on the end. Merve. It sounds van der Merwe.
That's van der Merwe.
Va. Yeah. Va.
Kom maar,
I suppose you would have to spell it with an A then almost.
Yeah.
If you were to spell it phonetically.
I think they're going to go in and serve that out now.
Wait. It is interesting when you do get into sim racing, you can start out at the bottom and you can meet people that you go through some pretty serious development and relationship building with. If anyone was here for the conversation that we had with Killian Ryan Meenan last night, you would have heard that I have known Killian for his entire sim racing career, as he quoted it. Well, I mean, you and I were also in the same league at that point in time, and you know, it's one of those amazing things. We were in an ACR AMP league, I think it was, if I remember correctly, and it was kind of amazing. You know, Tinker van der Velde, Killian Ryan Meenan, Harry Conway was in that race as well, and you and I look at them now and we go, you know, they're esports level. You know, they really are. They're esports level drivers, and it's kind of it's nice to see from us, because we have a bit more of a personal attachment to those drivers, because we raced against them. We were kind of mates with them when they started out, when they were in the AM splits alongside us, and you and I quite a bit off the pace at the moment, but
yeah,
probably because we don't race as much as they do. We're often stuck in the box, but it's, you know, it's incredible the journey that someone can take in such a short space of time, and it's all the more special when you know that person as well, and you know, you feel good because you feel proud of what they've been able to achieve as someone that you probably have a positive relationship with.
Even back in those days, you know, the actual Vision League days, racing with you guys, I still found myself to the back end of those grids, and I've watched you sail away from me. I mean, even you, Ryan, you know, you still get a lot of time to drive and race, and it's always nice to, you know, for me as a commentator, to be able to commentate on some of your races. And I think for a lot of the local boys and teams that I get to see out here, boys and girls, should I say, getting into the sim racing side of seeing the progression come through. So I touch on it quite often in my commentary sides. I do like that personal relationship that I've managed to build up with teams and drivers. I think it's so important to be sort of on the ball and follow along the progress of you know, fellow drivers. And for me, it was always a little bit too much to try and do everything at once, to commentate, to drive, to work, to try and have all of that balance together. And kind of just got away from me the time that I could spend in the seat. Of course, you know, White Rabbit Gaming, my passion behind the scenes, the team that picked me up to represent sim racing, and not just as a driver, but kind of to be a voice in South Africa, to try and you know, highlight what we've got going, and just seeing more teams form up and drivers coming in and out of the lineup, our academy team coming through the ranks. For me, that was all part of the bigger picture. Just a shout out to our YouTube chat as well. Just got the comments coming through here. Richard Herring in the chat, a good friend of mine that I started doing commentary with back in the day that Monday Night Racing was around, and we were doing stuff for a league called Dominus Gaming. That was really our first touch in things. Along with Eddie Francis, he currently runs out the Monday Night Racing side and continues to give people a good dose of weekly racing on a Monday night, and that is completely amateur friendly for people to come through and do things. I see Tebo Malorto in there.
The predicted time on your thing is fucked up, eh?
Yeah, no, if you like in-game inspect it on me, it's completely screwed.
Yeah, it says you're gonna do a low 41 now.
Yeah, no, currently on a 44.9.
Oh, is yours different?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just
you're gonna do a 40.3 now.
That's the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah. 40.1. 40.1. Go boy, go boy, go boy. Get the fastest lap.
Screenshot.
39.5 now.
Yes.
39.6. 39.6. Great lap. Great lap.
Imagine that. If you have that as race pace,
yeah.
That'd be untouchable.
Yeah, we would have been leading.
Yeah, probably by 70 laps.
So many teams still left in the race, and touching on that kind of, you know, element of seeing all these people, you know, develop over the course of sim racing career in quotation marks. I'll say, but it's interesting from my side.
The fastest lap of the race is currently a 40.9, so that's almost 2 seconds faster per lap than that. So yeah, it would have been an easy drive to the end.
I mean, you know, over here.
Probably could have stopped by now because there wouldn't have been enough time to gain all the laps back.
Communities exist.
Yeah.
Not really closed communities, but rather specific communities in certain countries and nationalities do exist, but they're on a much smaller scale.
You got Vandermeer again in front of you.
In the UK specifically, where we are right now, they don't really exist at all. There aren't really any, you know, kind of small British communities, should we say, that kind of exist out there. All the British communities that exist are pretty much considered international communities at this point in time. I mean, Racing Club International, primarily staffed by British and European staff members, is an international
How am I up on this lap?
OTL, British
Okay,
founded,
I'll take
but
it.
has drivers from all over the world.
Oh, it's a 43.4.
British founded,
43.3, yeah,
43.98.
all over the world as well, and it's just kind of interesting to.
It didn't even
to
feel
hear
like a
your
good
part
lap, to be honest.
Of these kind of smaller communities that, you know, kind of build up.
That's the secret to a good lap, though. It's
Yeah.
like subtle, you know. There's nothing special about it. It's just smooth. It's just smoother and
Is fairly small, and until you wander
just
out
more
onto
in
the
control.
international level, and it's just very interesting because it's not something that.
It looks slow, but you're fast.
That I really had a chance to experience, and it's always interesting to hear other people.
So I'm trying to manage the temps a bit. They're all like right on 28.
Certainly something that you can't kind of just have knowledge on across all communities, and I'm sure, you know, if we look at things and we were to look at maybe the Australian community, we'd see something completely different. You know, if we kept an eye out on what's happening in the Asian sim racing scene, the American and South American sides, I think there's a lot of sim racing going down.
So you know what's quite cool is the YouTube stream, my YouTube stream. I've got the commentators in the background.
Oh yeah.
So you can kind of, like when there's quiet between us as a team, you've got something, they're talking about something, you know, at least it's a little bit more entertaining to watch.
Yeah, than just watching the actual race.
Because I remember during the 24-hour that we did of, where was it? But on iRacing, you know, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the guys are just quiet.
Yeah,
there's only one guy spotting, and he's falling asleep, and the driver's falling asleep, not saying anything, and there's like 2 hours of nothing. It was Daytona.
I have just received a private message from Killian Ryan Meenan, and he has told me he's dead.
It's another low 43.
He's really feeling it. He said the last 15 hours of the race.
On fire, Mikey. Catch that 32.
Charging away at that car. over the course of the night, and
So
I mean, fair play to them. They really have had to
last stint as well.
had
I
to
was
deal with it. As far as I know, there is
dipping
only
down into
one
the 42s.
team
Didn't even
that is
realize I was
driving
doing
with
it.
2
Yeah.
drivers.
No, like this morning as well, that 2 a.m. stint that I did. When I was checking, I was like doing 42.6, 42.7 lap after lap. I was like, what the hell?
But
yeah, when those temps go low, it's easy.
Michael
Yeah.
Shoglu and Killian
Yeah.
Ryan having to share the car for the last 15 hours. It's been pretty
The thing for
brutal
me
on
is like
them.
I'm not even consciously adjusting my brake points or anything like that. It's just just carry so much more speed.
Real surname. Will get in the car,
Oopsie.
but I'm pretty sure that Killian Ryan and Michael Shoglu
I'm fairly certain in real life, if we hit that curb as many times as we have here, we'd have ripped the front right wheel off.
Definitely, there would have been nothing left.
On the circuit, and just so you guys do know, I've popped a little link into
Why are
the
you
YouTube
defending,
channel
dude?
for you
Come
guys
on.
to be able to track the timing sheet live. Of course, we don't show everybody all the time, and there's nuances in racing that mean we don't catch everything all the time. So if you are following a particular team, you want to see their progress, we have popped a link in there to the YouTube channel. You just click on that, have it open in another tab, put it on another screen, open it on your phone, be able to just sort of track the progress live. A little bit of insight behind what we get to see, as well as commentators.
Not a faster car behind you.
Nope.
By Stu, our broadcaster and developer at Racing Club International. Stu also highlighting the German and French communities that we have been talking about.
Wow, that's eh?
You know, there are
How's
just
it
so many
going?
niche markets out there, and big
Yeah,
markets
we're
about.
surviving.
So
We're still on track.
not be able to call them niches.
Still
Maybe
on track.
I need to get better
Yeah,
at
we're on
German
track to finish.
and French.
At least you're not lost.
Nah,
Although,
not
thinking about
last.
it, my
Fourth last.
only language is English. I struggle at that one most of the time, so,
Hey, top 4, that's good. We'll take it.
We almost got a bottom
I would
podium.
like to be more involved
We're
in
one
things
place
like
away
that.
from a
I'm
bottom
always,
podium.
amazed by some
How many
people's
teams are left?
ability to
37.
in multiple languages.
37
In my future,
out of
I'm gonna
47,
put
so
that
10
down to
teams.
be able to do a little bit
Yeah,
better.
yeah, 45 or 46 I think
I
started.
was 46 at the start.
Maybe I can.
they
Maybe I
said
can
47.
find a Spanish community to get involved in on a somewhat regular
Another low
basis.
43. Oh,
Being able to speak Spanish.
So
It's
you're
actually been
on
a long
35th.
time since you've brought up Spain
33.
and Spanish. Used
Well,
to be,
33.
it
Yeah.
used to be my go-to.
You're
my
almost at
interview, like,
29.
count how many seconds you get before Ryan talks about Spain or
Because-
Spanish.
Because okay, so here's the reason.
You guys
why.
rested at least.
When I
Yeah, it was
lived in
I had
4 hours.
Spain,
I had about
I
3
didn't
hours
think
sleep.
much of it at the time. You know, living in Spain, I knew quite
Yeah.
a few English people.
Yeah, once that bug bites, you can't really
where I
sleep.
lived,
Yeah, you want to see what's going on. That's
uh,
my
Besides
problem.
that,
When
it
I
feels like
returned to the
it
UK,
feels like you're working for the
a lot of
paramedics.
people
You're waiting
were
for
like,
that
"Oh,
call.
I've never been to a foreign country, and a lot of them could barely speak
You're
a
on
foreign
standby
language.
and you're
They
waiting
could-
for
they-
it.
I mean, they learned French or German in school, but they learned
From
it
your
to
mod-
a
Mike.
basic level. As
Gaan
in,
aan.
I came
Is
into
nou
the
bezig in die
shops
kar
and
hierso.
said, "I
Maar
can't speak
vorder
English."
ons, vorder ons,
I
vorder.
mean, that's basically the level that
Ja,
they
ja,
learned.
ja.
And
So can I like can I
Doen
ask
jy
if we
vroukie
can
of
do
is
one
hulle uit?
commentator black
Nee, hulle ry
on
nog.
Spanish?
Hulle het baie issues dat hulle soos Thorn was gisterand een van die drywers. Hy het moerse lag en stuttery wat hy gekry het. So toe letterlik elke derde kar kan hulle nie sien nie. En dan is daar helse ongelukke wat gebeur en dis net 'n gemors, maar hulle ry nog. Hulle ry nog.
I think these people are gonna complain a shitload about that.
Yeah.
But it just
At
doesn't
least
make any
it's a bit-
sense, though, does it? Because I mean, now
Yeah.
you've got ghost cars because you've got a whole lot of high pings. The majority of the field got high pings, rather
Yeah.
than a few people with high pings. It just doesn't make
Yeah.
sense, you know.
No, it's like the other. I think it's you guys or the other group said. It's about 10 or 15 guys that's driving like a dream.
Yeah.
And the rest of the country, the rest of the world is
Yeah, and
is
there's
backing
200,
around us.
200 drivers. So now you've got 10 drivers that have got great pings and 190 that have got shit pings. The race quality is going to be shit. isn't it?
Exactly.
You know, if you got 10 guys with bad pings, that's fine. You know, it's not bad. It's not like they got shit. It's not like they got shit internet connections. They got good internet connections over there.
Better than ours, actually.
And most of the guys that are connecting are pros, so they're not going to have shit rigs. And
yeah, exactly.
Might drive the viewership up too. So Ryan,
George, some of your WRG
let's see if the next one is better.
as you call them, are saying you can't even speak Afrikaans.
Well, this was
How are you going to learn?
this was an experience.
What do you have to say to that?
I mean, this is my first ever online race on ACC. I've never done any other race. I've only ever raced AI.
Calling me out for not being able to speak
Sure.
Afrikaans, which is fair.
Oh, well done.
I think a lot of the Afrikaans community will be upset
Well
by
done.
the way that I pronounce their
It's
surnames,
just because I just haven't really.
general Afrikaans. So,
I haven't really.
you know, I can change.
I got ACC and I drove it a little bit, but then got stuck into the iRacing and
last time
just
you'll hear English on this
never used
stream for the
ACC.
next onboard lap. Over to my Spanish co-caster, Ryan Senor.
Your name is Grant, with a G.
Pues aquí vamos con el Michael Kondachoglu.
G-R-A-N-T, and your surname?
En español.
FINDLAY.
Entra into el turno 2.
Oh, Finley.
Yeah.
Y vamos aquí en el Audi número 96, continuando por el Yachtgate Suite y up towards el Barbecue Corner.
Now we got Spanish commentary.
Ahora vamos a la exida y aquí viendo el Aston Martin in front. Oh, I messed it up. Oh, I said in front instead of
Alrighty then, boys.
Oh no.
Keep it up. We're having a driver's
fine,
briefing
keep
after
going.
everything is
Keep
done
going,
in
Ryan.
Griffith's group.
Pues aquí continuamos con el Michael Kondachoglu.
It's like a cool down,
On la salida de
meet up and chat and quick what. Not gonna try and keep you up for long because I know everybody is tired.
por los SSI.
Just to
Have a quick tequila and a beer and then hit the sack.
Yep.
When you just sack, you will cringe. You will cringe. Yeah. Okay, see you guys later again.
Y ahora a la salida del U-Cup vamos down el mineshaft por adelante a la
I'm going to head
salida.
off for about an hour or so.
Venimos a
I'll
los
be back for the end of
crocodiles.
the race.
Okay, cool.
Antes de
Guys later.
llegando al
Just-
Cheetah, una de las vueltas más seguras del número 96. Y vamos a la última vuelta aquí del circuito con Michael Kondachoglu a la salida del Ingwe y adelante por una vuelta, pero ahora en inglés.
That was incredible.
I butchered a few words there. It's been a while since I've spoken fluent Spanish.
To be honest, Ryan, I've got a big smile on my face. You've made my morning so far. You delivered, and
Be back in a sec.
I hope that the stream just appreciates a little bit of our banter that we can have between each other. Of course, on the track, a lot of action taking place, but in the comms box, we're just out here having some fun. I really enjoyed that, and I think even our broadcaster Stewie more impressed than we thought that would be. I'm almost speechless, but it takes a lot to stop me from
Better than
talking.
he expected, apparently. I don't know what
It
Stewie's
was.
expectations were. But anyway, I haven't spoken Spanish fluently for quite a while. Probably need to brush up. I haven't used Spanish really. I haven't really used racing terms in Spanish for a long time. In fact, when I was in Spain, I can't actually remember the last time I went to a racing circuit. But nevertheless, we'll continue onwards. The rest of the stream should hopefully be in English.
I'm just letting you know, I'm not doing a broadcast or an onboard lap in Afrikaans, no matter what you say.
Are we not going that far?
No.
No?
We've actually probably redeemed ourselves with your Spanish.
Oh,
We'll probably just
I wouldn't
upset.
say we've redeemed ourselves at all.
We'll just upset a lot of people if I try and do it in Afrikaans.
If there were any Spanish viewers in the chat at this moment on time, I am severely apologetic for what was most definitely not the most professional Spanish.
Fridge Finlay just saying that they thought that you had hit the Google Translate button. That's how good it was. So, you know, just...
I mean, I've seen Google Translate do Spanish before. That's probably not a compliment.
I've seen people make cool songs using Google Translate, and they sounded pretty good. So we'll just have a look at Tinko van der Velde on the live feed while we continue our linguistics lesson here. Of course, Ryan doing some Spanish, George refusing to do Afrikaans.
Are we winning,
Stu
Mikey?
could come in and do some German for us.
Well, the lap times
You've
keep
got
going
32 places still to make up.
Yeah.
Come on, Mike. Pull yourself towards yourself.
Stu in and pretend that it's me, really.
Yeah, only about 60 odd laps behind.
So Zeki here in that Lamborghini doing a big drift out to barbecue and will contact with the front end of his car.
Just did a 43.0 the previous lap.
No.
43.0, wow.
These Lamborghini drivers.
Jeez, you're about to do a 38.
Yeah, I don't think that Stu would be too impressed.
A 38.2 nogal.
Far out as well. So the ambitious
That would
rubbish
be
rejoin.
Yeah. Can you imagine you see that come up as the fastest lap of the race?
In fact, you've managed to use that
38.0, 37.9, 38.0, 38.0, 37.0, 38.0.
I mean, not early, not
So
too early for you
insane,
to be playing Spanish. The chat being a little bit upset that I'm not going to attempt a lap in Afrikaans.
Are you gonna? I mean, I'm disappointed you didn't do the South African national anthem for the race. But that would have been very fitting considering the scale of this event.
We're trying to keep sponsors happy, not lose sponsors. That's kind of the name of the game here.
Is that why you made me speak Spanish?
Yes, because now we can tell them that we offered a bit of commentary in multiple languages at some point, and if they listen back to it, they'll find your little bit to be quite interesting. Would not be the same way with
2-minute sequence in the space of a 24-hour stream.
The best that I can do for myself is Giamax, and you can just see how horrible my G sounds are in Afrikaans. So for all you guys asking for that to happen, just it certainly mustn't.
I mean, you did teach me the corner names at Kyalami. Rather well. You were quite proud of my ability to say the Kyalami corner names.
Well, you know what? I will get Craig Maloney to do a lap in Afrikaans when he jumps back in for the Afrikaans fields. Because I know that Greg will be able to deliver, and he won't make us South Africans all look like me, who can only speak English. So I'll let Greg take the reins of
Ek
that.
is nie seker nie, toe ek basies meeste klaar het toe het ek oorgegee na hom toe ek basies gaan hom bietjie te gaan keep. So ek weet nie hoe sy stunts gevorder nie. Ron, were you with Martin last night or this morning?
No, I was asleep.
Yeah.
I went to sleep while you were still driving, I think.
Michael
yeah, at
going along.
middle of your second hour stint.
He does speak English.
And then you handed over to Martin. And then Martin handed over to James, and I took over from James. So I slept through both of Martin's stints and the first of James's stints. So about 3 hours.
Team just charging on at this point, just trying to get to the end of the race. And
Yeah, basically after I handed over, I just had a smoke and
as the hours keep going on, George,
chilled a bit, and then got in bed and I woke up. I think it was probably when you got in the car this morning. I then woke up and took a shower and then came down.
It's something that we have to see. They have to try and do it, otherwise their entry is going to.
Because I was like, okay, cool, I need to drive at 6:45, so shower and wake the fuck up. And luckily, no.
So we're going to have to see Malinowski coming into it, and we didn't keep an eye on things whilst we were asleep, and we haven't had an update yet to know if he has had that lap. Once Killian gives us some feedback, maybe he'll be able to let us know when they are going to sort of plan that out. Of course, they've got a big buffer coming in. Their driver went on the circuit, can't actually see other vehicles, so some very intermittent issues coming through to the server, and for them, that could be race ending. You know, if they come into contact, they just.
Why is Grobler behind me now?
So it's
I let him pass like 3 laps. Oh, there's another one. Never mind. There's two of them.
Two Grobblers. Jay Grobbler and Jay Grobbler. One he pressed Control C, Control V.
Yeah, must have.
He made a copy of himself.
Do an Afrikaans lap, considering you left South Africa behind, and Barry Mayer, I believe that is, saying that you've probably moved to the South African neighbourhood in Wimbledon. I don't think you're in Wimbledon.
I'm not far from Wimbledon though.
Yeah, you're not far.
I'm one station. I'm one station away, to be honest, and I believe we've actually got Greg joining us in the box. He might be able to do an onboard lap in Afrikaans. Of course, we're handing over to Clark and Greg in a little bit, probably about 45 minutes or so. That will be for the final 2 hours. I'll be joining again for the last hour and just joining them in the box. But Greg, you're currently muted at the moment, so I'm not quite sure if you are ready to join us and do a little Afrikaans. Oh, Greg is here. Greg is here.
Grant, can you by any chance check where that Lexus is on track?
Good, thank you, sir. You were up bright and early this morning and joining us here for a bit of fun.
Yeah, listen, I was busy making some toast and I listened to the Spanish lap, which was pretty spectacular.
Going through barbecue.
Can we do one in Afrikaans? And I thought, no, I don't know if I can do one.
Is it still funny cat driving?
Why not just give it a go?
No, it's Kutsia now.
You never know.
So we're gonna probably look for
Jay Kutsia, 2 laps down.
Grobler would be a good car to jump.
I'm not sure what his pace is like.
Okay. Okay,
It says I'm watching, but I popped onto another planet window or something like that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I did a 43.9 and I was gaining on the car head, so
I think the Arashi Racing number 100, South African entry, would be a good car for us to take an onboard lap with De Vet down in 12th place, also another car that we could have a look at. So once Greg has got himself set up, he will take us for an onboard in Afrikaans, and we said we'd deliver in multiple languages. We didn't promise it, but we said we'd attempt it.
I do love George just trying to get out of the Afrikaans pitfall trap by just getting someone else to do the lap.
Yeah, you see how that worked, eh? You see how that worked.
I'm in a managerial role, trying to find the best fit for the position, and I think that it would only do the stream justice to have Greg do it rather than myself. So before you shoot shots at me, Rai, I'm just saying that we want viewers, we don't want to lose them, and we are tasking it out to people that are better fitted for it.
Still 67 people watching, on the not on my channel, on the main broadcast.
Decent.
Mine's bounced between 1 and 6
Okay, here comes
the whole time.
Here comes the Irishman who's about to attempt Afrikaans at South African 24-hour event at Kyalami. Should be pretty interesting.
So Greg, are you set up and ready to attempt
I can give this an attempt. Yeah, why not? Let's have it a go. If we go on board here with JC, I'll take it from there. Well, dames en heren, hier is op die Kyalami renbaan, hierso met die 24 ure van Kyalami. Dit is geborgd deur die Pure Storage Company en ons het NEC Corporation, Data Sciences Corporation, Oxide, Racing Club International, Supermicro en AMD as ons borge van hierdie renbaan se racesies. Ons is alreeds hier op die renbaan en gaan deur die Jukskei en barbecue sweep aan die agterkant van hierdie racesies. Het Grobler bietjie van 'n moeilike tyd gehad eintlik en toe het hulle deur die veld van al 47 race spanne wat op die racebaan gery het en hulle is nou op die 4de posisie aan die renbaan. Hulle gaan op na Leeukop. Dit was 'n baie aantreklike plek waar Westbank die borg van hierdie baan was. Van
if there's one with a 24 ambient and a 25 track.
Damn, that's a good one, Greg.
Sure.
Hulle gaan na Krokodille. Dis die laagste punt van die renbaan. En as hulle uitkom van
24-25.
na Cheetah
Ja.
Okay, yeah, you want strategy 18 then.
Is it 18? Who was on the previous show?
That was your previous one.
Was it? Okay, cool. So that's fine. Yeah, because that's the. So I put that previous column into. That's where we would have driven, just so that I can know, like, because obviously we've changed the names on the other ones, and I don't want to just pick one and adjust the pressures, and then it's already a bit higher than what I would have, because obviously we didn't all race on the same pressure. Okay, so you say that one would have been mine.
Greg, JC Krubler,
yeah.
to the pits then to Floyd,
perfect. Well, no, it's listed as yours now, but I don't know who was supposed to be driving at that stage.
The previous driver column.
Halfway through that lap makes me feel a bit
James.
better about my muck-up earlier.
James.
Yeah, exactly. You know, when
So that's fine, because I saw our pressures were quite close to one another.
I was trying to just before you go, Greg. I was trying to convince the YouTube chat that was actually me doing Afrikaans. And then when you said Greg, then you ruined my entire little foolery. But
dis almal fout.
So say strat 18.
But thanks, Greg.
Ja, 18.
Wat ons hier op die 24 ure van Kyalami kyk uit en a massive thanks to all of you for joining us as well. I'll be back a bit later on. Thanks, boys. Just have a bit of fun with you guys. I love the banter, so I couldn't resist coming to jump in.
Thanks, Greg. We'll see you in about looks like 40 minutes. So thank you very much for jumping in. That was a lot of fun. Ryan, we've delivered.
Yeah, just quickly read back the pressures that it's on there at the moment.
I know we kind of
26.8.
The way that we did it.
Yeah.
Front left, front right is 26.6.
We had it done and dusted.
26.8 and 26.7.
The Afrikaans viewers smile inside.
26.8, 26.6.
To have a little bit of fun out on the circuit, especially.
And then left rear is 26.8.
Quite big between a lot of the teams.
And right rear is 26.7.
Sort of timing that separates them out. And for them, it's probably going to be something, if they look back at the stream, what are these guys doing? They're not focusing on our drive and our race, but we certainly have just been
keeping an eye out. Voorbij of my flash it onder.
Ja, fucking idiot.
Just give feedback on, but I really did enjoy that. So that little stint.
If anyone joined the stream in the last 2 to 3 minutes, they'll probably think they've tuned into the Afrikaans, the Afrikaans commentation of this race, as we do often see some races like SRO, for example, are broadcasted in both English and French. And fun fact for you, RCI races are also broadcasting English and French, if you didn't know that. But no French broadcast for the 24 hours of Kyalami here, with solidarity and in partnership with RaceFace as well. But yeah, it's quite amusing. Like I said, I feel a bit better from myself now. You know, knowing that Greg mucked up a word in his lap. But I have to say, it was great to hear. And of course, I haven't really heard Afrikaans much because you don't speak it. So it was that was my first taste.
What's funny?
Some raw Afrikaans.
What are you laughing at?
I have to say,
it was a commentator.
The viewers even giving me a bit of a tuning for the way that I say Afrikaans, because I'm just terrible at it. And I think I've only taught you the swear words in Afrikaans, which you're not allowed to repeat now. Just an FYI. Don't ever go that way when we're live on air. We'll be in.
It's the one word I know.
No, you're not allowed to go that way, Rai Gil. You're banned.
Well, actually,
you're not
I know
allowed.
the P word as well.
Stop. You're making me scared for what's going to come out. Stop. We can actually pull in a driver from the South African entry in that number 100 Audi. Stefan Wessels is currently at the helm, but JC Krobler, the driver that we just did the onboard lap in Afrikaans with Greg with, is ready for an interview. So we could possibly get JC Krobler to come through when he's ready. I think he's actually in the interview room now.
Knocking on the door now.
He is knocking on the door, so I will promptly drag him in. And the Arashi Racing number 100. If we could go over to their car whilst we talk about them. We've got Stefan Wessels at the helm. JC Krobler joins us in the box. How are you doing, JC?
Morning, gentlemen. Knackered. In other words, just knackered.
You have to sound more excited, though. for our stream?
I mean, yo, it's been tough for 3 drivers, eh? I'm not gonna lie. If you were in our Discord, you wouldn't even think we're racing. The amount of rubbish we're talking just to stay awake. But yeah, no, it's been a good race, eh? We've been slowly but really building up. So.
It's been a good been a good race so far. Can you give us sort of a rundown where you started, how it's gone, sort of any issues that you've had, almost like a TLDR summary of the Arashi race?
Hey, he's on the track for a change.
Audi.
Yeah. Okay, we started 5th.
Oopsie, where am I going?
We started 5th, but we were expecting rain. So I don't know if some of the other teams maybe have noticed that there's no wind and they changed last minute. But we just seem to not have the pace at the start. And we also messed up our tyre temps a little bit, so we were struggling with that at the start, leaded a couple of positions, and yeah, we just slowly fought back. I think we fell down to 11th at a point in time, and then we just slowly fought back. When Brian got in the car at night, the car just woke up and he was pulling monster still. So yeah, just I guess slow and steady wins a race.
So when it comes down to the checkered flag, 2 hours 33 minutes until we see that time. Realistic expectations, you're hoping to just hold on to this P4. Of course, you've got a big sort of gap out to Kellaway at this point in time. But is there any sort of worry that you might not be able to hold on to the 4th place?
Okay, we had a look at Kellaway. They put it right before us, I think about 10 laps before us if I'm not mistaken, so they have to do an additional 2 pit stops. We also have to do an additional 2 pit stops. So if all plays out, hope no incidents, everything should be fine. We should retain the position. We're pretty much in a bit of a empty space at the moment, not being contested from the back. And we can't contest for the
Mark,
so
why have you not passed 32 yet?
We just want to bring the
because we're 3 laps down.
A little bit of sort of.
But I'm a bit surprised why I haven't even seen them on track for the first time round.
What's it been like out
because I think James said we're about 2.5.
They're going through the S's now.
Drivers and the teams.
Oh, that's quite a big gap.
I think I had to change my underwear. Like
it's less than what it was, but it's still a big gap.
I mean, I'm proud of you.
It's showing 1 lap, huh?
That many times.
Is it showing 1 lap?
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Well, it's bouncing between 30. Yeah, it's showing 1 lap now.
Can you, while you're on drive, can you do that shift and left or right to go to their car? You'll see on what lap what they are when you're basically in their car.
It's difficult, and hats off to everybody that's still racing. It's just difficult. There's no other way to put it. It's difficult.
Was that sort of amplified at all in the night time? You know, did things become a little bit more treacherous when there was low visibility out in the circuits?
There we go. There we go. Found them. They've just gone over the line now with a 1:45.8.
On lap?
Everybody was just a bit extra
lap 704.
704, so it's 2 laps. Well, at the end of this one, yeah, so it's basically 1 lap and the section we have on track now. Because I'm at the last corner now, and if I go over the line, I'm 103.
For sure,
okay.
It's always sort of
yeah,
this,
so it's 1 lap and this couple of seconds that they're up in the road.
Big gaps between teams, guys have settled themselves.
I just did a 43, no, 45 for
and that last hour is the real push that comes through. Things start to get very exciting. Your car looking very pristine on the stream and the broadcast. Doesn't look like too much damage has taken place. Is that the case? Have you had to repair it? Or,
so it's not 3 laps, that's good.
It's been a clean race.
First distance, bit of argy-bargy with the start, like 4 seconds damage, 5 seconds damage. And then I, at the start of one of my stints...
How do you get to like a TV view?
On the exit of the SS, and I put in
what, like the outside cameras?
10 seconds damage. But
F3.
That wasn't too bad. We finished out. We still had some good pace with the damage. And
just keep pressing 3. You'll have it'll cycle through the different TV cameras.
Okay, cool.
The helicopter cam, the TV cam.
Yeah, I think we'll have a TV cam for a little bit.
Because ACC's damage is kind of weird. You can sit with 5 seconds now, and then get another 2 seconds, and just a small tap will push you over the edge where your suspension breaks. it's a bit weird in that aspect. So we're not taking chances, just resetting every stint and then yeah, taking it from the word go. But the lads in the car they've done an amazing job. Like honestly, I can't ask for better teammates.
I think there's a lot of proud South Africans that are out there. You know, I think some of the times not even realizing in the commentary side that you guys were the front-running South African entry a lot of the time. So it's certainly good to see that you guys have
we were on the stream
this. We
there.
are going to see
we're on the stream again.
Krobler, coming into contact then with that Porsche.
On the broadcast, I mean.
Of the hill and coming down towards Mineshaft. Very fast part of the track to find yourself off the circuits, and for the Bentley, that's not going to be good for the Hybrid Academy, going to possibly pick up a lot of damage from that. They've done a good job to be here, but JC, back to you, just before we see the end of the race. Are you done and dusted with all your stints, no more driving?
I am done. I think honestly we have had, like, between Brian, Stefan and myself, I think over the last 28 hours we've had like 4 hours of sleep each. Bit of excitement, anticipation for the race build up, and you don't want to go to sleep because you don't want to miss a thing. You don't want to see what happens even if you're not driving. So we're all pretty knackered. But yeah, we just want to bring the car home now, finish up, and yeah, I just want to say thanks to you guys, to Solidarity, and everybody on track. Actually, it's been a fun race so far.
Thanks, JC. Humble as always, and we appreciate the shout outs and what you guys do for us, and we appreciate the feedback that comes through all the time. We wish you the best of luck. Ryan, anything you want to say to the Arashi Racing team and JC before we let him go back and get some well-deserved rest, which he won't do because he's going to keep one eye open watching his team?
I love that, the inability to look away from the race, but I mean, only thing from my part is, you guys have done a great job so far.
Yeah, how do I do that? Okay, I'll take it.
You said the race hasn't worked out ideally for everyone, but you've always got to make the most of a bad situation, and I don't know, maybe we'll
42.8. Wow.
Over to the
cheapest Michael
side sometime soon.
And I'm 10 minutes from the end of my stint, so good size of bit fun.
Yeah.
We've never driven together as a team before, so first time driving together as a team. So
yeah, we can do 6 more laps.
Took this as a trial run, and we fully intend to partake in some international events.
Awesome.
Okay, guys, once again, thank you for all your efforts and your time, and yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful day the rest of the day.
Awesome. Thanks, JC. Thanks for popping by. We continue with that race action. 2 hours, 26 minutes on the clock. The Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour in partnership with RaceFace and Solidarity E-Race. This is going to be a very interesting finish for a lot of these teams. A lot of them just trying to get it to the line, get it across the checkered flag when that gets waved. And for the teams up at the front, of course, the Side Max Motorworks cars, they've just been having the absolute time of their lives. Maybe not as interesting as they wanted to have it. GTWR, the team that was looking to put a little bit of a spanner in the works towards it. And at this stage of the race, it's kind of sad to say that they did drop out quite early on. They had some plagued issues, and we had Jordan Sherritt come in and talk to us last night, just give us some insight there. Wasn't able to really get that position, but it looks like Johan Krobler trying to chase down onto that number 11 Audi that is in front of him. He's got some backmark traffic first to deal with, and then he can start to make his way through to that battle for position. That will be for P6 that they're trying to get their hands on, and the Hybrid Academy team will be watching and cheering on, trying to motivate Johan Bego Krobler into getting this position done. So you can just see that Bentley trying to clear this backmarked traffic. And once that's done, then you can set your sights for the battle ahead.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about how much better it feels.
I do think we should have gone for a faster car, though.
You can see the gap shrink down. The gap is 2 seconds at this point in time.
I think the Lexus is a little bit outpaced by the rest of the field.
Interesting to track along, and
The Lexus used to be very solid car to have, and then they released the bops and the updates, and they completely nerfed the Lexus. Like it used to be the best car in the rain. Now it's worse than a lot of the other cars. And the straight line performance of this thing was normally one of the top contenders.
2 hours, 24 minutes,
and
but
yet again,
certainly not
the
anymore.
reality of the
No,
situation
not in the
is
slipstream
it's quite a
with it.
small chunk of time for what has been a very, very long
The
race.
only car it can probably outdrag on
Be
the
making
straight
up
is
any
the
places now
Porsche.
to solidify your finishing
Because
position.
the Porsche has absolutely no
Wanting to get
straight
a
line
move on
speed.
with them over the next 2 hours.
Yeah, the top cars at the moment, well, the Porsche has always been a top contender. It's currently like the Aston, Bentley, and
The Audi's definitely the best on this track.
Yeah, on this track, the Audi is the most OP car.
Not sure how that works on their pit stop strategies up against that number 11 entry, but they do have some padding out to the team sitting in 8th, so it's all to win. And
Yeah, it's basically the Audi and the Porsche.
Phase,
on this
course,
track,
I say
top
that
dogs, but more the Audi.
That it
Because
can
you have
go
that
very,
straight line
very
speed
wrong.
as
We've
well.
seen them having a collision with what would have been a back-marking Porsche at the time, and that's certainly going to impact their ability to take the fight out to cars on the circuit. Hoping that we do see some on-track battles towards the closing phase of the race. Greg Maloney and Clark King will be jumping back into the commentary box in just over 20 minutes. And then that is going to be the closing sort of commentary team until the very end. Ryan, you are off to do some endurance racing yourself, I believe.
Yes, Stewie and I will be packing our bags and departing full Bathurst from Kyalami. We'll be heading over to Australia, and we're going to be racing in the 6 hours of Bathurst, courtesy of CHSR, Chris Hayes Sim Racing Community, for their CHSR Endurance Championship Season 2. And obviously you already know this, George, but I'm pretty sure you want me to say it out loud just so you can hear it again, that we are teamed up in your favourite car, the Porsche.
I've happened to see your entry for it as well. It's a splendid car. It's a good choice.
You like
I hope
it.
I hope my White Rabbit Gaming Academy team is listening to me when I say that I approve of your car choice.
Well, the car choice kind of went like this. I was going to drive with originally I was supposed to drive, I think, with Fabian.
How many laps is Pulsar ahead of us?
I think there was a bit of miscommunication there between the teams in position. I eventually got thrown Billy Octane's way for Triple R, and but then he didn't want to drive a GT4 car, so Harry Conway
Pulse 5 laps.
A Porsche with Stewie.
Yeah, that's the least likely target.
But
he was very adamant about not wanting to
the
drive
Lexus is now rounding Leo Cup.
You know, it kind of ended up that I said, okay, well, if you don't want to drive with Stewie, I'll drive with Stewie.
And so are you.
So I got put with Stewie, and then I said to Stewie, so what car are we in? And he kind of just gave me the smug-faced emoji.
Oh, you know what? I think we're on the same lap now.
We are?
So that's kind of how the car choice went.
Can you see them on the relative?
But you know what? It's a new
not
challenge.
yet.
I've never done competitive racing in the Porsche before.
Looks like we're on the same lap.
You know, it's another one to.
Well, that's
to add to
awesome,
my
but it
collection.
sucks as well because I need to.
Because you got to pit. They've probably just pitted. That's why.
Every car except the Mercedes.
Who's driving there now?
And the Lexus.
The same dude.
Good see ya.
Ticking them off the list.
Yeah.
And the Porsche is, of course, up next. And RCI Motorsport will have a broadcast of the RCI teams competing in that race. I believe we have 7 RCI teams racing.
Well, we've done over 700 laps.
Classes as well.
Yep.
So
709.
If interested to see how the RCI Motorsport teams do, you can catch that on RCI TV later today. This is a replay of Taryn Francis,
100 more to go.
number 42, 36th place at this moment in
Sorry?
time.
100 more to go, and then that's the 800 lap mark.
Yeah. Do you think we'll do 100?
Oh dear.
No.
Facing the wrong way
That's a
as
bit
well.
of a. I checked.
Not quite. Hang on, but we might get to 800.
The PWSR
You reckon?
That's only
running into the back
51.
end of,
So 51 is
MNR
51
entry
minutes
there,
plus
to,
half of
obviously
that,
just a little bit
75
slower
minutes.
than the exit
Yeah,
there, but,
we'll definitely get to that.
yeah, that's an unfortunate
To do
circumstance
another
coming down. I believe
81
Kieran Patterson
laps.
driving
81 laps, not 51.
91 laps.
and,
81
not
laps.
really
81 is 120
anticipating
minutes.
the slow speed of
We've got
that Aston Martin. Stewards possibly
130
looking into,
minutes
those
on
kind
the
of
clock
things,
left.
and,
So
might
yeah,
be a
we'll be
nice
pretty
little
close to
look here,
800 laps.
158 Bentley
Yeah.
of Emmanuel going on to
If we can
the
get to
back end
800,
of
I'll
that
be more than
666 Audi. They are
insanely
going to
happy
walk side
about
by
it because
side
I remember
up
we
to the
spoke
top of
about it in
local.
the
Gonna try it
start
round
of
the
the
outside,
race,
inside
and we were
line,
like,
will
yeah, we
stay
don't
the
even
Audi,
think
so
the leaders
gonna
will
have
get
a
to
shorter
800.
way to
Maybe,
go through
but
here.
maybe
So
not.
this is a
And now
battle
we almost
for
at
that
800.
How
ninth
far are we
place
off the
spot.
lead? 50 odd laps, eh?
6 just apexed.
Yeah,
Top of the
yeah, they should probably, they'll
managed to
definitely
hold on,
easily
just,
go past
hold their
800.
nerve. Space was given
Yeah.
158, going to try
Oh,
again around the
that
outside, coming
probably
down
almost near
into
800.
Crocodile,
Oi,
try and
oh.
cut back
No, man.
on to the inside line, but very good drive coming out from the BBR Racing 666 as they make their way through.
What was
Cheetah,
that,
both of
Pulsar?
them missing that inside apex curve. And okay,
Yeah, do it.
Cardinale.
No, he doesn't want to
just
let me
realizing
pass
that
because
they
I'm
were
now a
gonna
lap
go
down
into the
car.
pits regardless, so they're going to jump
Hier
in.
hier
That's
kom
going to
groot
just,
kak.
put that
Yeah.
battle on ice
Because
a
we're
little
4 cars into one corner.
Yeah, he's gone wide there.
So the Ida Pro Esports team into the pit lane. As we continue now onto another Bentley.
Oh, fuck it. There's another one right behind
Yeah.
And the 404 still chasing down the number 11 Audi. 1.1 seconds between the two of them. And
Appleton behind you, slow.
6th place position. And as
Yeah,
we've
there's no way I'm going to let him go
been
past.
communicating in the background about the broadcaster switch, or commentary team switch rather, happening in just about 17-18 minutes time.
Can't need a piss.
We have been told that we should start considering candidates for driver of the race, and there's probably a few out here today that could fit that role. I don't think that's going to be a particularly easy one to hand down.
No, that is going to be a bit of a difficult decision for sure. I think that's going to take a couple of votes coming in from the comms members all together to see who they feel comes forward. Do you have anyone in mind on your end that you would probably elect forward for it?
I mean, I might sound a bit biased, but I think one of the Sidemax 96 guys probably does deserve a shout out. Either Killian Ryan Meenan or Michael Kundachoglu. I mean, both of them, like Killian said, for the last 15 hours had to soldier on.
Do us.
And it's quite incredible that despite all the fatigue that they're probably going through,
Are you
just
doing?
with them having to carry the team at the moment, Malinowski, unfortunately can't drive, and George Bigby is unavailable for the rest of the race.
I mean, imagine if Formula One was in Afrikaans. Do us next lap.
Definitely within a shout. I think even though their car is retired.
Jeez. I had 7 tenths of damage for that incident of where Pulse
very well
is it?
to lead the race.
Yeah,
for as
luckily
they did
nothing.
before their team
It's
encountered
barely a fucking
issues.
scratch. Probably literally a scratch. 5, 4, 3, 2.
I mean, some of the other local teams as well, George, that I'm sure that you can probably think of who deserve a driver of the day.
No.
As we see the Ida
Yes.
team pick up a drive for penalty.
This fucking setup. No, the setup almost gave me a heart attack.
There's been a couple of good drives
because I
coming
made
out.
the stop now. It jumped to pit
Irrational
strat
Racing
27,
team,
or like
they've had a
after
good
the
showing
stop.
on the circuit. I think,
And
the
that's
Hybrid
basically a
Academy
wet
team
set.
also
So I was like,
had,
oh no, do I have
some
wet
good,
tires on the car?
progress through the field. But that's obviously from the South African side. I think those two teams just standing out from my point of view to come through. I think it would be a disservice to not sort of highlight, like you said, what the
Why is my
Sidemax
stint
teams
time
have done for that number
No,
97.
man.
They've kind of made their way back up through
What?
the field. And also just
My,
got
I have
themselves into a
14
prime
minutes. Oh, that's the
pole
overall drive
position.
time. Never mind.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, how the hell? I
It's
did make a stop.
difficult,
Why is my
it's a
stint
difficult
timer not
question
resetting?
to kind of pose, and I don't really like to be the person to make those kind of decisions. But,
Yeah, you might just need to log
I'd
it there
certainly
on
add my name into the hat and see
RaceFace
what gets
once I get
considered.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, so many drivers
The other
today
Lexus is just going through the
doing
barbecue
such a
suite.
good job, and Of course, that's not to discredit anyone else who has participated in this race as well. We have 37 teams still
So we
going
are now
in this race.
Half a lap behind them.
Half a lap down
Every
now.
one of them deserves praise for committing to this race.
You're gonna have to drive your hat off.
Seeing it through to the end.
Well, we both have still one more pit stop to do as well.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping they put their slow driver in for the last stint.
Yeah.
Multiple reported issues that just wouldn't resolve themselves throughout the course of the race, but plenty of heroes in a lot of people's hearts here today as the 888 Ferrari goes for a spin at turn 2, and that's not the first time we've seen a car facing backwards at turn 2, and it's also not the first time that we've had to see a car wait for traffic to clear itself before it rejoins onto the circuit. But the 888 have got themselves back on the circuit and down in 37th position, but still going, George.
Still going indeed. A very dirty 888 as Vivian Richards at the helm of that Maranello Motorsport entry. And for them, just trying to get to the end of the race is going to be a victory in itself. Of course, currently sitting in 37th place, the last remaining team of the teams that haven't had technical difficulties that have meant that they've ended the race. So, it's still positions made up compared to the entry list that started out. Johan Grobler now on at the back end of that number 11. The Rigoli EGA team, of course, doing a good job themselves in that number 11 Audi to keep themselves up here. But for the Hybrid Academy, the chase is on. They wanted to get themselves into P6 and certainly putting every effort in to try and get their way up there. And we'll jump on board then with Johan Grobler in that 404 as he makes his way through the right-hander of Sunset. You can just see that number 11 in front in his sights, and the Jaws music closing down for Ricky in that Audi as he feels the pressure from the big Bentley coming down.
Feeling the pressure for sure. And like I said, at this stage in the
our
race,
car could do with a bit of a wash.
Yeah, no, I've seen.
Seriously than they probably did over.
Yo, 43 dead. First lap out.
Cheapers.
Race replay here. This is the 777 up the inside of
You definitely want that 32 position.
Definitely.
Let's keep an eye on where they are.
I'm sure that the stewards will have a little bit of a look into that one. Contact with overtake.
They are just gone. They're coming into the final section in the bowl.
Not as severe as some of the incidents we have seen today, but
going through the kink.
The live scenes.
Well, that horrible sausage curb.
Yeah.
And into Ingwe now. So we are
just for the Aces now.
Yeah.
I was going to say into the top 5, but it's actually into the top 6 at this point in time. But the Bentley's doing well in the latest stage of this race, and
see how much if there's actually a difference.
That we made,
you can't see their lap times when it's on there.
If I jump into their car, I can.
When you asked me the question of is the Bentley a good
just more or less to see what he's doing now.
What's his name?
Kutsia.
Say that comes down to endurance races. We've seen these Bentleys performing.
Because he's now also basically on a fresh shape.
There we go. I had him.
Because I think they pitted about.
He's just done a 47.7.
It wasn't the case.
47.7.
Yep.
That's okay. So something about 4 seconds a lap.
Yeah, we should have them by the end of the next lap.
I said that I didn't really like the Bentley that much.
There's Francis again. Almost took me out.
I'm watching Kutsia.
Dave, 43-1.
Certainly been impressed by the endurance level.
I'll tell you what they've done, what they do now when they get to the end of this lap. They're just coming up to Leo Cup.
Out of the way there, and going to have to park it up on the outside of Ingwe, and I think looping it round on that left-hander and then getting into a bit of a spot of bother. Just looks like the wheel lock completely pointing in the right
What
direction.
the hell just happened there?
Darren Francis in at that
Darren Francis.
You can see, look at
oh my word!
Inputs here, tracking just slightly
on the live stream, on the broadcast.
Oh yeah, the final quarter thing.
Yeah. She just did a full loop. Was that you that she just missed?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, that's why I said Francis almost hit me.
Yeah, but
Okay, they are coming over the start-finish straight now.
The damage
Okay, I'm through the S's.
Steering, and it's
Okay.
always horrible when
Closing
you
the gap.
damage the car to the point where the steering isn't quite right, and you can see that quite clearly there. And it's horrible when you have to do the entire lap with a car like this. It really
Race
does
is on.
hamper your race. It's probably the worst place to have an accident is after the pit entry.
Got to go all the way back round again before you're able to go into the pit box. So it'll be interesting to see if the number 42 does indeed come into the pit box. Going to be very slow out on the circuit for the other cars to navigate as they will make their way around the
Darren
circuit.
Francis is
S is just taking it nice.
getting quite a lot of screen time now.
Okay, another 43-0.
Onto the back end of that,
Get into those 42s.
at the
Low
top of the
42s,
court
Mike.
there,
Come on.
Aston,
What's wrong with
speeding
you?
off into the gravel, couldn't get the car turned in, and just trying to stay on the outside apex to stay as predictable as possible, but certainly in a dangerous position to be as they make their way now down the hill through Mineshaft, almost approaching
This
the
lap I
pit
might
entry.
lose some time.
I
There's
think,
two
would be a
cars
good
right
time
behind me
to
now.
possibly go in and serve out that repair job that is well needed on that Aston Martin.
Penalty out for the number 64. I was just producer in my area just saying exactly what I was thinking. That is a rejoined car, number 64. As far as I was aware, that car had retired, but that car is rejoined, and it's got a quite a large penalty to boot as well, and car now gone from the list, so we do return to 37 cars. Maybe just bringing the car out the garage, thinking, you know, repaired it, driver's motivated to go again, and then maybe seeing the penalty and thinking, maybe not. Either way.
I just did a 45 and it said gaining on the car ahead. How? What times are they doing?
Continuing onwards, of course, the sister car.
Not very quick, I think.
Racing.
The
367.
They are now at Leocorp.
Both of those cars to finish
I'm
in the
going
top
through
10.
the sweep. Ooh, fuck.
Very good performance from the All-In Racing team so far.
Yeah, we're definitely, according to the timing sheet, we are on the same lap.
Inside that top 10.
Let's have a look on the live timing.
7:16 at the moment.
It is done. It's I think for the number 88, they've got about 3 seconds then, as we see the timing sheet update.
It says plus 1 lap on the live timing.
Aston Martin,
That's
should I
weird.
say. Just gonna make their way through.
When you jump in their
traffic
car,
in
does it
front of
say
them
which lap they're
as,
on?
They try and get past.
I think it does. On the left, the big number
actually
should
got
be their
past
lap.
them earlier on, just due to different timing sheets and timing updates from the pit stops. But their next battle then for this car that we're looking at now, the All-In Racing team, will be up against that
718.
Aston Martin.
718.
Yeah.
At the wheels
Oh
of
no,
it at the
fuck, then we're
moment.
2 laps behind.
And,
Are
doing
we?
a good job at just
Yeah,
keeping
I'm
that
on
gap
7:16.
between them at
yeah.
around 3 seconds. So need to find a little bit more pace.
Yeah,
does
they're 2
the
laps
88,
ahead.
And then perhaps we'll see another on-track battle.
Damn it.
An update on the timing sheet of 10th.
You're going to have to fucking floor it.
The update as we see the timing line. So for Alexander Reinhardt, certainly some opportunities to maybe get an extra spot here before the closing phase of the race.
And that's what a lot of these teams will be looking at. What places can they make up in the closing phase of the race? A few of these guys obviously a few laps down or a few laps ahead of people around them. But for some of the guys further towards the front of the grid, they do have gaps that can be closed, that can be caught up to. And of course, they will be looking at those gaps with the intention of either retaining whatever position they're in or taking another position from a driver ahead of them. And
leader's got 4 lap lead.
The 22nd, or the end of the 22nd hour, should I say. The South African commentary team will continue onwards, and they will be in until the end of the race. And George, it's been a pleasure to come here and commentate on this race. I mean, we've already documented that the race has
you're only
had
1
its
lap
fair share of
down.
issues. Plenty of teams have had their fair share of
Probably
issues as well. But you know what? Over the last 24 hours, I can't think of
only
many
1 lap down
places
now.
to have spent.
Okay, that's
Totally
weird.
agree
I
with
guess
you,
I'll see
Ryan.
when once I
wait,
get
two again now.
Out here on the circuit with you, and
They must have just crossed the line.
Thank you for coming out and spending all the time.
Yeah,
with me.
but now
It's
you're
been
gonna cross the line.
Plenty of fun out on the
Yeah.
circuit, and
I'm
great
on
to
lap
be joining
718 now.
as we
Yeah,
finish
they're
off
on
the
719.
race. Not sure if Clark is coming back in again.
Yeah, so it's this section on track and another lap.
We had scheduled him to come through.
Yeah, it's a lot of work
But,
to do in
certainly
2
know that
hours.
Greg
I
will,
suppose 2 hours is quite a long time, eh? If
Yeah, I
you're
mean,
4
this
seconds a lap.
Off a track gap, I closed up in, what was it?
Joining
About
us in here.
10 minutes, 12 minutes.
It's not to take over the last part of your commentary, but just to say
it's
to you
not
guys,
impossible.
don't forget that
That's what you
we
fucking
need
mark
some
with.
kind of insight from both you and Ryan. And if we've still got our 2 American boys listening in too, I did mention it and send it on the chat to say there is a drive of the day or drive of the race is up for grabs. It's a R1,000 prize fund that has been put together with the 24,000 Rand full prize fund for the 24-hour endurance race here on our
24,000 Rand for this prize for this event,
I need
eh?
some insight from you guys. I need you to start thinking about who you think the drive of
Plus
the day or
R1,000
drive
Rand
of the
for
race would have gone to.
drive of the race.
You know, there's a whole bunch of factors that'll be brought in. Of course, you can look at the lead.
Won't be me.
Definitely not me. It's probably going to be one of the leaders that's going to get driver of the day.
That's a big factor.
We're 33rd now, weren't we 34th? No, we were 33rd.
I know, you're chasing 32.
Anyway, we're going to chat to them. You've already chatted to some of them too. Is it possibly, you know, guys that started so far back that have ended up in the top 10? So just a little insight from you guys. It doesn't need to be broadcast just yet, but maybe just put into the chat as to who you think the drive of the day would have gone to. That also comes from Stewie, from Nick, and from Mike. To sort of give us an insight as to what they think those.
They did a 47. You did a 42.
You know, the average
43.4.
Yeah.
Comments. And
40,
go with a sort of
this is showing 42.996.
Thanks for that,
Oh,
Greg. Certainly going to be.
That's weird. On my last lap thing, it shows 43.200.
Coming into the last phase of the race,
Okay, but either way, around the 43.
Has to be off to do some endurance racing of his own. And then
I have 30 seconds left.
The American
then I'm going to
Oh,
get.
now it says 43,200. Okay.
Yeah,
it's just a little bit behind. So they did a 147. So that's 4 seconds a lap, eh?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And a lap around here is about 100 seconds. So that's 20 laps.
Yeah.
I'm open to bribery.
20 laps, that's 40 odd minutes.
Want my PayPal
Yeah,
details? I can
that's-
send them.
Oh, no, it's not. It's just 30 minutes.
No shame on
Race
Catch
is
them in
on.
half an hour.
No shame.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh no,
I can
yeesh.
send my bank details too.
Fucking hell, got some lag there.
I don't know.
Okay, I just got a 130-second penalty. Can you just quickly log it in the
I thought the British
thing you
were
said
meant
they
to be
remove it?
corrupt.
How do I do that?
Just on Discord, I think just under Discord, on the RaceFace Discord, there's a incident channel or the general channel. I'm not sure where because I remember Martin said they log it somewhere on the Discord.
Yeah,
They
general
removed the
chat. 24-hour technical support.
2 hours here.
Incident report. Okay, incident report.
Leave you on your lonesome for just a
No,
little
that's
bit while
good.
I
No
sort
problem
things
at all.
out.
You go and do whatever you need to do. I just want to say as well, I don't know if I get a chance to once again to Ryan. That's the other reason I jumped in. Phenomenal working with you, buddy, and thank you so much for the insight that you've brought from your side of things. You know, the experience that you've had in various forms of sim racing is well noticed and has
Dis
been
net
applauded
basies
on
daai
various
my
levels
overall
on all
driver
of the
time
social
limit
media
is
that we put
verval.
out.
So RaceFace of die Stuart moet net die penalty afval en dis daai wat nie moes gebeur het nie. So niks fout nie. Dis net hulle moet net hulle gat en rad kry laat ek kan sien hoeveel van my 17.
Put it under incident report, huh?
It's close to 200 km an hour in these cars, so that's a big incident that could possibly
ek's nou al 'n minuut oor my tyd wat ek
there's going to be a little bit of damage on that Aston Martin, but continue on what I said.
How do we get into the chat?
Absolute honor and privilege to have you as part
press
of the team,
enter.
buddy. And we look forward to doing more of these events in the near future, as well as into the future with you and the team over there.
Thank you very much, Greg. It's always great to be here. I mean, I
okay, cool.
started
It's cleared.
getting involved in
It's cleared.
RaceFace,
Okay.
Oh shit.
You know, just about six months ago now, 7 months ago
Okay,
now.
but now how do I
With
know
George inviting me in? He was
what my
commentating races
stint
on his
limit
own, and I
is?
said to him, "Man, you can't be doing this for 90 minutes on your own." So he invited me in.
Well, I can
you know,
just put
I
3
mean,
laps
I
before
love to
your
do it. I do
fuel.
it as a hobby.
Yeah, so normally with the fuel that I run, when I'm about 2-3 laps left, it's at about 2 minutes left on that thing.
Okay.
You know, fills me full of confidence to you know, to potentially pursue something like
so
that in the real
I'll do
world
my
in the
normal. I mean, I
future
can
as
still
well,
do 31
but,
laps on this tank, so
it's been
still
great
a
to
lot
be
of
here,
driving
and
left.
of course, whenever RaceFace is interested in hosting another endurance race, whether it be 24 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours, whatever, I'm definitely up for coming back and doing some more.
So I'll just say one more thing to you. From an Afrikaans side of things, buy a donkey. And then for your side of things, gracias, signore.
Oh, is that what buy a donkey actually means?
Yes, that doesn't mean actually go and buy a donkey. It's just thank you in Afrikaans.
Got you. So you learn new things every day. And we're looking at Sean Mumford at the moment from White Rabbit Gaming Academy in the not a Porsche, but also doing well on track for 23rd place. Going to be very proud of that. I'm proud of them. Up towards the front of the order. We've not seen too much change from the SideMax Motorworks teams, but we have seen some battles going down for some of those top 10 spots. Ryan Barrington-Smith.
They did a 51.9 last lap. You did a 45.4
in that number 18.
Yeah, I had a bit of a spin
and, some nice battles
on one of the corners
for the
on
closing
Luke.
phase of this race, Greg.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Lapper there.
Well, you still gained 5 seconds on them.
To you guys for an incredible job that you've done throughout the evening. I know you're going to join me for the last hour or so. I'm looking forward to that, G-Max. And once again,
yeah,
from my side,
137.8 you're heading for.
Brilliant to listen to you guys. To both our European and feeds that have been coming through. The team behind the scenes.
I'd retire as the best ever with that.
Incredible as well.
Fastest lap. Fastest lap ever at Kyalami in a GT3 car.
Yeah.
I'm going to just make sure we've got everything sorted out for our winning procedure. Make sure we can get the interview set
they
up
did
a
46.3.
And you know, that's important to be able to hear from them.
3.3
I'll put
seconds.
that all into place and then join you for the last hour.
Still showing 2 laps down though, huh?
Once we get the go-ahead from Nick,
yeah,
we'll
I don't know, it's weird.
You know what? It doesn't update it. There we go. 1 lap down.
Switch, should I say?
And 43.0 is just registered.
Mr. Rai, the name that I gave him a little while ago. The
few seconds behind.
Is going to be off to race along with our current broadcaster Stewie.
Good luck to
them for their endurance stint. Going to be rooting for.
Are they on track? That's the question.
So it's cool to have a team of not just we're all broadcasters and commentators by passion, but also doing some entries together, racing
they
together,
are
some camaraderie.
Just coming down the mine shaft.
Okay.
It's fantastic to have a team like that, and now just waiting for Smith to join us. He is in the commentary box with us. So
that's my first warning in almost 3 hours driving.
The heads up as to when we can take over officially. But as I said, once again, a massive thanks there to Ryan Gill and
still
to
get
George
3 before I
G-Max
get a penalty.
Taking us through the last couple of hours. George will join us once again as he gets into the last part of the race with me. I also want to send a shout out to our youngest commentator this afternoon and this evening and this morning and all through the last 24 hours. That's young Clark.
Crossing the finish line now.
Incredible job done by the youngster.
Yeah, I'm just
catching.
Nice.
More
of these things with us on the.
Yeah, they're on the same straight.
Together in events like this.
They're just going into the turn 2.
At race circuits around the country and on some live stream commentary with yours truly. So a great effort there from him. He's going to enjoy the morning with his mom, Diane, and we wish her all the very best, and of course all the moms in the house and watching us on our live stream, if there are any out there, a massive happy Mother's Day to all of you. Watching the action out on circuit at the moment, Ryan Barrington-Smith piloting the number 520 Aston Martin, and Logistical Nightmare have had some nightmares of their own throughout the race. They've definitely had some problems here and there. Here's a little bit of action replay of Matt Densham coming up close and personal with one of the racing green Aston Martins. And I think, yeah, that was not intentional.
They've just gone through the S's.
Just a little tag between the two of them. Back live here, and Densham back into the thick of it again. The 76 car, of course, is teammate to Steve Koenig, who is also one of these South African
commentators. It's just coming out of Leo Corp now.
And actually
just
got to
going
hear
out of
the
the S's
interview and
now.
a little chat that they had.
I can check you. Can check you, buddy.
Based commentators saying that Ryan Meaden was absolutely toast and probably couldn't hang on for any longer. So
actually, like they're on my relative, but it's the top line that gets cut off.
Yeah.
It's that one that they're currently sitting.
Yeah.
A 3-lap lead over their teammates shouldn't be too difficult for him.
Yeah, they are 1, 2, 3, 4 cars ahead.
On the circuit.
Yeah.
771 laps completed with an hour and 53 minutes still to go.
They're in the pits. They're in the pits.
A battle still
Have they?
Possibly in the sort of lower parts of the top 10, middle parts of the top 20.
Ooh, oh no, we got this.
Well.
Yeah, they're pitting.
They definitely have to stop again. There's no way they'll reach the
In
end.
terms of those,
Yeah, true.
okay,
We're gonna stop once and they're gonna stop once.
Yeah, so we basically now I just need to make up the gap that we currently have.
Yeah.
So, okay. Okay. So yeah, so I'm probably going to be around 40 odd seconds behind them on track now. This is about a minute pit stop if everything goes well, or a minute pit time if everything goes well.
Okay.
That's not including there's a drive in, stop,
Yeah.
30, and then drive out again. So it's going to be about 40 odd seconds that I'll need to catch on track.
Okay, well, let's see where they are. They've changed to Roebuck. And they're out of the pits. They're going through the sweep, Yuxke sweep.
Okay, I'm coming down mine
Coming out of barbecue. And they're just going into Sunset now.
Okay, I'm coming up towards Cheetah
Out of
now.
Sunset, they're heading towards Clubhouse. Down a couple of gears, left in the Clubhouse. And they're letting some cars pass. Mr. Vessels is going past.
Okay, I'm crossing the line now.
Okay, so you got 2/3 of a lap. Yeah.
Okay, and we both still have a stop to do. Okay.
Yeah. So you still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time to do it.
344, there we are. Okay. They are going through the sweep at the bottom of Mineshaft. And we are, yeah, half a lap.
Okay, I'll take that.
Half a lap behind.
What pace is this new guy doing?
32s, so you better hurry.
32. Are you fucking mad? He's gonna lap the leader in the next 10 minutes if that's the case.
Okay, they are doing. I have to find them now. They're P32, huh?
Yeah.
They've just done a 55. Oh
Okay.
wait, I can. I don't have to do it that way. I can look at the live timing screen. That'll be a lot easier.
Oh yeah, the link, yeah.
Yeah.
That will be a lot easier, yes.
The live timing screen shows them doing a 155. We did a 143.7.
Yep. Okay, so that's what, like what? Fuck it hell, 12 seconds.
Yeah. But it was the outlap though, huh?
Oh, was it the outlap?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought, I miscalculated.
We're 38 seconds behind.
38.
Yeah.
Okay.
43 seconds now.
Yeah, that thing
40.
updates the whole flipping time, and it jumps massive amounts.
Yeah, 67.
Yeah, I don't know.
65. 51. 42. Cheap as you driving quick.
Gaining 20 seconds down the month shot.
I think the only way to really tell is by the last lap. So they've just done a 46.2.
Okay. I'm coming around the final corner now.
Yeah. Ryan Meenan.
43.
Oh, they're P1, hey?
Yeah. Okay, I just did a 43.4.
43.4, and they did a
46.2.
46.2.
So it's almost 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, this lap will
it's
be
almost 3 seconds.
Almost 3, actually. Yeah, true. Okay, this lap will be a bit of a slower one because of the having to wait in the straights.
Okay, I'll be back in a sec.
Yep.
Right, I have a new bud.
Okay. Okay. Oh. Yes. See, I was like in my brain. Oh, good hell.
Right, let's see.
What's going on here now? Fuck.
Oh, fuck. Van der Merwe!
What are you doing, Van der Merwe? Fuck. Yeah, dude, chill. I'll let you go past here now. It's not my fault you guys drive like poop. You know, you better disappear. Yeah, it's gonna be a shitty lap.
Is that handwerk in front of you?
Oh Jeez. Yeah, no. It would have been so funny if it was. I think I would have probably crashed my car right here.
As I couldn't stop laughing when Derek said that.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. They are approaching the S's. And just in the S's now.
What was the last lap? I did a 45.4.
Their last lap was... Their last lap was a 43.8.
Oh, shit.
Did you lose some time there? Oh, no, they've just done a... Yeah, 43.8.
I had to go let 2 cars pass and I was stuck behind
a
a back marker.
45.4.
Yeah, I was stuck behind a back marker and had to let another car go.
And the second in front of you is slow. I passed him a few times.
Yeah.
The Ferrari. That's one car I would have never chosen.
Yeah, no, it hates the curbs. It's probably one of the best cars in the game as well.
Is it?
Over all the tracks.
Yeah.
But it hates curbs.
It's a pretty good all-rounder in iRacing as well.
Yeah. Yeah, because that one's the new one. That's the 488 Evo.
Yeah.
So there's the normal one as well, but the Evo one is a bit of a machine.
Is it?
Yeah. Okay, heading for 43.3.
Nice.
Okay,
they have just done a 44.1.
Okay, so the gap's not going to close so quickly now.
Not if you don't put foot.
Kind of big thing, that's...
You need to get back into your 42s, Mike.
Yeah, the temps are a bit warm now to easily get there. It's 25 and 28.
Yeah, it's warming up. I see these spectators are not social distancing.
Yeah, fuck all.
And none of them have masks on.
Yeah.
I wonder if the FIA are going to complain.
You're going to have to.
Hurry up, Mike. We've been 33 for so long now. I'm getting bored of seeing that number.
Yeah, no, last night when I actually went to bed, we were 33, I think.
We've been 33 for like 18 hours.
Jeez.
I see the Pirelli signs. Apparently Pirelli have pulled out of South Africa now. Which is a bit shit because I'm going to need tires for the Jag soon.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's going to be expensive one, I think.
Yeah, well, it'll only be back tires.
How wide are those?
295s.
That's chunky tire.
Yo, they're wide. They're like a baby's arm.
Yeah, I can imagine.
In fact, they're not. They're like an adult's arm. They're probably as wide as my arm.
Yeah.
From my fist to my elbow.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's
they're about $7,000 a pop.
Oof.
Because they run flats as well.
Oh, jeez, yes.
20-inch 299s. 295s.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's definitely a big boy tire.
Yeah, you don't get much bigger, huh?
No. Not on a road legal thing.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to the commentary now. They've gone.
Other drivers in their attempts to overtake other drivers.
They've gone into part 3.
Behind Grobler, back out on track, and he maintains his position in that car. Partner and teammate.
It's quite cool on the stream
Rowe.
to have the commentary in the background as well.
A whole bunch of other drivers in that team. Great to have them as part.
Because when we go quiet,
at
least you get a bit of
races for.
It's still racing happening.
Yeah, a little bit of conversation or something, you know.
Chance of his team.
Well, we don't talk about anything really.
7 and in the top 10 is where a lot
definitely
of guys
not the race.
Not anything anything informative anyway.
They are at this stage. No worries at all though for
he's just at a 1:4.89.
They've had
Come on.
Close calls and a couple of
1:48.9.
Yeah.
But on
Holy
the whole,
shit.
a pretty clean race for that team.
And your time should come up now.
Guys.
43.7.
Of course, that's the same livery as
and
the original
43.5
driver,
before.
Jordan Pepper from South Africa ran at the Kyalami 9
There
hour.
we go. 43.7's just come up.
So certainly great to see that colour.
29 seconds.
Would have been a number 7 on the side of the car, but they are in 7th place.
Yeah, we've still got an hour and 38 minutes to go.
The wheel of that car. He's got a decent margin and should be able to control easily the 9-lap lead he's got. Here's the move. Barbary getting a little bit more anxious and aggressive in his attempts to get through on the Audi.
Yo, it's actually weird thinking now that only an hour and 40 minutes left of the fucking last 24 hours.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's been 24 hours.
No. In the beginning, it was like, oh, geez, we have another 22 hours.
The first 6 hours was like, oh my god, there's 18 hours still to go.
And now I'm like, where the hell?
Once you've had a sleep and you wake up the next day, it's kind of like things happen quickly.
Barbary doing all
the even if it is just like you had a 4-hour nap, I had about, or 3-hour nap, I had about 4-hour nap.
Intentions known.
Even that, when you don't really recognize the time while you're sleeping, so when you look at the time again, you're like, oh wow, there's a lot of time gone.
Like I woke up this morning and it was still dark when I woke up. And started my stint.
To the back straight again.
But by the time I started my stint, it was just getting light. And it still feels like it's only just got light.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's actually we're an hour and a half away from lunchtime.
Yeah, exactly.
Side Max Motorworks team.
Okay, on the live timing, they've just done a 1:43.4.
Oh, they gained about half a second there.
Yeah.
No worries at all as he goes past Craig Claessens. He's been at the wheel of the car now for well over.
This is going to be a tough chase.
So possibly going to be looking to change
up. Yeah, I wonder if they're going to do another driver's swap with the next stop.
Well, they've got to pit again. So do we.
Oh, we both do,
finish line.
But I wonder, like, is it going to be this guy driving again, or are they going to put in one of the other drivers?
The
other
this guy seems quicker than the others.
Yeah.
So the other
Roebuck seen, they're definitely quite a bit slower than me, so them I'll definitely be able to catch.
Yeah.
I mean, like the last person I'll probably be able to catch them in about 5 or 6 laps.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then they can get
so
to the end.
If he stays in for the last stint, it's definitely going to be a fight to the finish.
I know that G-Max is in the background as well and sorting out our driver interviews and winner interviews. They're going to come and join us directly after the race to chat to the winners of the race, the best placed South African team, and then of course our drive of the day or drive of the race, whoever that contender may be by the end of this one. 10-second penalty being put onto the Mumford car. That's of course G-Max's team, possibly for some kind of infraction out on circuit. The Aston Martin now having to take an extra 10 seconds the next time it comes into pit lane due to a penalty being implied onto that car. There they are, coming through Sunset Corner. So what these guys are going to start feeling, especially if I look at the drivers in the cars right now, you've got Steelvassen, Cruz, Grobler, Villen, Allies, Anderson, Claessens, Heineke, Mumford and Daly in those top 23 that have all been in the car since the last time I jumped in to do an attempt of an Afrikaans lap an Afrikaans commentated lap there by myself. Didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to. Well, I've got our production team and the other two commentators having a little giggle. Certainly Ryan Gill had a lot better attempt at his Spanish lap in the morning session. Speaking of Spanish laps, well, the opportunities here for our Carlo Barbary to get through are certainly a lot better now that he's caught onto the back end of another slower car in front. This could possibly help him out. He's going to look on the inside line here. Oh, no chance of that happening as the Audi goes defensive. Going to try and drive around the outside. It'll give him the inside line for Yuxke. No, he just can't quite get that car up the inside and make the move stick. Flags waving there for the slower car in front. I think it's the Porsche that they're coming up on. Just warning, no, sorry, it's the Bentley, I beg your pardon. They've got through on the Porsche. There's the Porsche, he's moved to the side. Yeah, the Bentley they're coming up on, of course, will be now showing those yellow flags saying that the quicker cars are coming through. Here's an outside line. Watch for the cutback. Oh, the Audi stays on the inside line. Oh, on the tag! There you go. The frustration eventually had to happen. There had to be some kind of contact at some point. The Audi going the wrong way around the circuit, getting out of harm's way very quickly. Carlo Barbary has got back in. Let's have a look at that one more time. They come down towards Clubhouse Corner. Wide line from Barbary to try and find. He's going to try the cutback, but as he goes for the cutback, of course, the Audi stays there. He tags the Audi. The Audi comes back at him, and he clips the back end of the Bentley. Those two cars coming together unceremoniously, big time, as they go down the short straight to the S's. It has given Barbary 9th place. I wonder if the stewards are going to have a look at that and see who was at fault. I don't think many people were at fault there. The Bentley certainly came the cutback on the line that he had and tried to hold. And unfortunately, it was a little tag between himself and the car he was fighting with there, Kuchi, who's now dropped behind. Is that the 97 car? Yes, it is. So our second place car now behind Carlo Barbary. He's going to be given a blue flag, and he allows the second place machine, that Audi, to come through and take another lap on him. So Barbary has moved up into single digits with that move, and we'll wait and see if that's actually a fair and square move and if the stewards find anything wrong with it. I don't think there was much wrong with it there, to be honest. A little racing incident is how I would call it. Milton Steele Vassen still out on circuit for MSV Racing. That 962 Aston Martin still circulating in the top 5. Didn't think we'd see in the top 5 after a couple of incidents yesterday, but it is all about consistency and staying out, pushing as hard as you can for as long as you can. Till Vassen now going through Sunset. Can't wait to see whether or not we're going to be able to get exactly what we see on the side of this track by the end of the year for the Kyalami 9-hour. It happens here at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit for real, and hopefully with some spectator value to it as well. Right now, no spectators at any motorsport, as we all know. Although Formula 1 and MotoGP, I know, are working frantically to try and resolve that and give opportunities for spectators to come back again. Lights flashing there for Grobler as he heads across the line. Just warning the cars in front of him that he's coming. Doesn't want to be hindered too badly by any of the back markers that could potentially spoil his day. So he's given very early warning to the cars in front as he starts to close them down. Getting a little message coming through there. Let's have a quick squiz as to what's happening. All good on that side. That's great. So we continue with our action here. And now looking at the top placed South African team with Steven Wessels behind the wheel of the Audi.
Terug.
Sort of R8 has put a wheel wrong. He's had a couple of incidents here and there, that's for sure. Coming up another South African team.
I don't know why the numbers, you know, with the names above the car, the numbers are all different.
That 7.6 car. That's Steve Koenig's
got a 201 over your number.
Oh, that's the ping. That's your
oh,
ping.
is that the ping?
His attempt to get by.
Okay, you got a 201 ping, which is pretty much normal for iRacing.
5 laps.
Yeah. Yeah, normally like on the local servers, my ping is about 30, 40 around there.
Yeah.
Stranger things have happened in motorsport in the past. He dives into pit lane. This will probably be for a scheduled stop. Possibly going to be looking
iRacing is around about 200, 230.
It's going to be Wessels who will take it to the finish line. Or are they going to do a driver change? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, it's easy to spot like this.
And it's not a problem. 200 is not a problem.
Third place car that
and I
they're trying
remember
to
when
catch,
we used to like drive there as well. 200
has
wasn't
been a
bad at
superb
all
effort
actually.
from the All-In Racing team. Romain UTL in that car at the
And then
moment.
it's easy to spot like the South Africans.
Yeah.
So if you see someone with about a 200 ping and a
Nice to see
almost
that the pace has
Afrikaans
dropped
name,
off
then
too
you know,
badly.
okay, yeah,
If you
he's
look at the
local.
lap times on
It
that,
starts with
timing
Van.
link that
Yeah,
GMX
Van, then you know Van
posted,
stays. Van's
on the
here.
YouTube channel, and it's also been posted here on Facebook. Make sure that you are checking out exactly what's going down on our lap times here, as well as what's happening on the circuit. You can watch
Bit
the
of a
live
scruffy
timing,
lap this
which
one.
gives you all the drivers as opposed to the 23 that you can see on the screen. And they're now kind of getting back into a rhythm as the track temperature picks up to 29 degrees Celsius. The ambient temperature around Johannesburg here is 25 degrees Celsius in the sim world, but of course in the real world
44-0.
here on Mother's
What
Day
are
in
they
South
looking
Africa.
at now? Okay.
Still just piloting that machine around. This is Ricardo Cruz. He's of course down in 6th place for the Ragioli Racing EGA team. Gold Audi has also had a really great race, and on a few occasions was in some big scraps for positions out on circuit. Now with a nice margin to attempt to keep in control.
Let's see,
But,
what's our
as
gap?
you see, coming into an hour and 28 minutes to go, we've got a little bit of a charge coming from JC Krobler.
I'm going into the
in the
S's
background
now.
there in the Bentley. So if you see this car crossing the
Let's
line,
see, what did
you get a long
they
shot of
did a
getting down
44.2,
towards turn
you did a
2.
44.0,
That's the shot we
so
want. Just
Yeah,
watching the
a bit of a
background.
scruffy lap there.
Just in the
not your
background there,
best.
possibly into the shot, comes the Bentley there. Yeah, just in the
Oh,
back.
well, yeah, I
3
see you
cars
heading
back
for a
is that Bentley of
40.2 now.
5.5 seconds drift.
I don't know.
Could be a bit of a fight on here for 6th place.
Now a
If Krobler has,
39.6,
got any intentions of closing in on the back
39.3.
end of Cruz.
Jeez, you're into the 38s. Wow, that was a quick corner.
Lamborghini, then the Bentley
Okay,
just
let's see
behind
where
that.
they
So,
are.
That's the one we're definitely going to keep an eye on. Sean Stratham, Logistical Nightmare Team 1.
They
running in
are
11th
going
place at this
through the UXK
29 seconds back.
through barbecue now.
And a little bit of work to be done there for Stratham if
Okay.
he wants to get into the top 10. I don't know if that's doable just yet, but we'll also watch out for that. So we've got a 6th and 7th place. Final bit of contenders out there. Possibly a 9, 10 and 11.
Saying the service stats is hitting a CPU high load. That's what the problem is. I don't think it's a networking thing. I think it's a server thing.
Across the line and complete
Yeah,
another lap.
no,
That's
that's probably-
786 laps completed.
Okay, you are
We're certainly going to get
heading
way over the 800
towards Sunset.
laps completed mark.
They are
In the rain,
heading
from our broadcast
towards
team from Europe
Leeuwkop.
and the States.
They're just
in
in
the rain at
Leeuwkop now.
Kyalami 24-hour
Yeah, and
that
I'm
they
just
hosted.
past Sunset now.
There were 816 laps completed. We've had
Yeah.
dry conditions
Fuck
all
it,
the way
oh,
through.
can't you just
and looks
wait
like
a
they're gonna be
damn
dry right
second,
to the
man?
checkered flag. So certainly a chance of going a lot more
Fuzzy Zella.
laps completed in this 24-hour than what we've seen
Oh,
so
then
far.
he puts on his hazards. I don't give a shit, man.
But you're looking to close that gap
They
again,
need to be a prick about it.
trying to use some of the back markers.
Do
and
they not
contenders to get a
realize
little bit of,
we are chasing
assistance to close in?
a P32
Barbary
here?
and the Bentley.
Yeah, exactly. We're on the same lap. He's 4 laps behind the guy ahead of him, so his race is done.
Yeah.
Don't come and mess our race up.
It's down to 3.5 seconds.
He
there
doesn't.
between
He
Barbary
doesn't
and
know we're
Kuchi.
chasing the guys in front.
Barbary just coming through the foreground of that shot.
And honestly, I don't think they really care.
25
Kuchi now
seconds
comes
apparently.
To the sight of our cameraman on the sideline. Incredible to see as well
So
from a broadcast
another
point of view.
44,
Ooh,
damn
little
it.
problem in the background for one of the Astons. Just getting a little bit out of shape. But, watching out for this lap
Kom
to
hier,
be
Rasmus, jy
completed.
moet
787
volgens
laps now for Kuchi. Krobler, this is a man we're keeping an eye on because he's got a chance of course, 5.2 second gap.
Well,
down
I'm
to
out dragging
Cruz.
an Aston down the straight.
Is there going to be a chance there for Krobler to maybe make it up into the top 6? A great effort there from that team as well as they come under braking for Leeuwkop. On the inside of Lamborghini, getting through on Jordan Daly. Beg your pardon, as they come through.
So the P2 in front of you's got
down
a
onto the line
32
shaft
ping.
again.
Yeah. International bastard.
39
Bentleys
ping.
and a Lamborghini in full flight, always nice to see.
Yeah, when he passed me, it was on 40,
Daly
39,
trying to get
38,
through
40,
on that,
around there.
second Bentley. maybe Runart in the 88 machine there. He's currently in 8th place.
No, don't slide.
So that was 7th place, taking another lap back on the 8th place car and putting 10 laps between them. That must be pretty disheartening at this point in time. Trevor Anderson into the pits. 221 Aston Martin. Redline Racing League coming into the pits now. Will this possibly be their final pit stop as well, with an hour and 24 minutes to go?
Right, let's see.
So they should be stopping. No, they still have.
Gucci.
They stopped before us.
Yeah, they stopped about 10 minutes before us.
Come down slightly. No,
Gee, are they going to be able to make
really
one stop from there?
I don't know.
No.
Take a bit of a breather.
They might not, eh?
Oh,
no, it's an hour and 10. Yeah,
if they stop in the next 10 minutes, they're
to
screwed.
the limit, see if you can maybe just make up that position and get into single digits.
But that'll take the fun out of this whole chase.
Yeah, it will.
Most fun I've had in the last 24 hours is fighting for P32.
Well, you made 0.4 of a second up there.
Craig Clausen's coming in. I wonder if this is going to be for a change up in driver as well. He's been in the car for a long time.
Okay, it's time to drop back in the 43s now.
Yeah. How are the tires looking?
Tires still feel good. Temps are
do you need to know?
but
controlling things from the front.
Yeah, but it's fine. It's currently the temps are 25-29.
They didn't lead initially. They of course were on pole, but they didn't lead out
Is
initially.
there
The initial
stints
leaders
around there?
So-
I think
had
my
of their own and had to pull out.
So
technical
25-29, the
found
closest
in
one
BWR
we've got is the same stint you've just used, which is Strat 19.
Since this team at the
Okay,
front,
so
25-28.
despite the
I'll adjust the
two
pressures in a
drivers'
bit on those.
inabilities to get back in the car and leaving it to
I
two
think,
of the four
yeah, I
drivers
think
entered,
those are the.
there's still a little
Yeah,
chance here.
you'll need to adjust them
doing
because Strat
Possibly
20
unthinkable.
is
24 hours in a row, back-to-back
quite a
victories
lot
for
of
this team if they
pressure
keep it all
dropped
together
out
for
of
the
it.
next hour and 22 minutes.
Like
Yeah.
almost half a bar.
No. When
certainly
I'll
looks like that's
probably
what they wanted
get
to
on
do.
like 2-3 clicks on these ones because they're actually quite well. They're only just E28 now, so
Okay, so maybe 2 clicks on each.
yeah.
Okay, I'll read out your temperatures then.
Roman Utiel.
I'll tell you what
Let's
you
run here
need to
from him.
put.
And maintaining some good lap times that will just keep him out of harm's way. Coming up on back markers,
that's
timing
Strat's-
his taking maneuvers on the back markers
Strat 19.
to ensure that
Strat
he
19.
doesn't get into any more trouble.
Okay.
Left front
Right, mate, see, that's what you wanna be
26.5
avoiding.
is what you need to
You
make
want to be
it.
staying out of harm's way in case something like that
okay,
happens.
give me a second.
A car in front of you making a mistake and possibly spoiling your day or coming in across the circuit where you don't expect them to come
Okay,
across the
front
circuit.
right.
So it's going to be a little bit more weary driving out of the top 3, that's for sure, possibly out of the top 10. If you're into that battle for the top 20 or into the battle for the top 30.
Okay, got it. Next one.
26.5.
Maybe a lot less
Yeah.
courteous
26.4.
driving and maybe some
Okay, sorted.
risk versus reward or reward versus risk. Thoughts going through the drivers' heads. Do they go for the overtaking maneuver or do they hang back and wait for it? Patience is certainly a massive aspect of the racing right now for these guys. Back to Krobler. As he completes another lap, that's 789 laps. We're coming up to 790 laps to be completed by the leader.
Leader, 790
Too far away.
laps.
He's up towards
We are
top end of the circuit.
742.
48 laps behind.
The bottom end of the circuit right now. We're watching, of course, Krobler as he comes
Hey,
through.
how's it, James?
It's like you nearly caught up to
Chip
32.
scan barbecue.
Wow, we're
Yeah.
trying.
Appreciated with no
Trying.
issues.
that's the aim at the moment.
Bringing along the ride
That's
for the
that's
ride
where
out
our
of
race
Becky in
is
the
right
background.
now.
Yeah, that's basically what we've
Good
been
at following
focusing
him.
on for the last
They're
2
using a
hours.
line they're using. Maybe learning a little bit from the guy in front of you. It's not a bad thing to be out in the car and experience what the quicker drivers can do. We've heard it on numerous occasions, the chat about how pro these drivers are at the front end of the field. Some of them even alien-esque in their abilities to get the cars around in such great lap times.
Greg,
Exactly what they're doing. Gee, you're in the house.
I am back. I've made
Brilliant.
our provisions to make sure that we'll be able to get all our winning teams.
Was the
through
post-race
their first
penalty
place, second
cleared
place,
already?
Third place
Yeah.
interviews.
Okay.
Hopefully all lined up and ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Reach
Yeah.
the checkered
Driver
flag.
time.
And then of course course,
That's
our best place finishing
132nd
South
penalty.
African team. We want to hear from them as well. And then, of course, the drive of the day vote that we've all been sort of keeping at the back of our minds. Also going to be up there for an interview. Hopefully get all of those gentlemen and ladies, if they've got some mixed teams coming through, then to come through and have a
Looks
chat
like
with
you're
us
on a
once
good
the
lap,
race is done.
38.5.
Sounds good to me. That's what you want. Thank you for that. Much appreciated.
I don't know what's wrong with this predicted time, but it's well off on mine.
Always like that when you spectate, when you're like in the game spectating someone else or like a teammate, that thing jumps all over the place.
Try and make up on Cruz. And then the other one, of course, is Barbary and Kuchi, which is about 3.5 seconds for honours in the top 10.
We could do with the 39.2.
Which could start to become a bit of a factor. You can see the Cruz car going through there, 11 gold Audi, and that is Krobler at the wheel of the Bentley, not too far behind him. It's about the short straight between Clubhouse and S's. That is the gap that can be seen at this point. You'll see it now. There it is. There is the gap between 6th and 7th place. And it's pretty similar gap there for 9th and 10th place a bit further back. That's
You've got
kind of the
Buck
battle
in
we've
front
been
of you.
concentrating on for the last sort of 45 minutes or so.
And his mate, Antwerp.
It's all kind of to play for now in terms of getting a little bit higher up on that prize breakdown.
Buck,
I don't know.
Antwerp.
Have you sort of run down through what's up for grabs for these teams
No,
at the moment?
I have kind of mentioned that there's a prize fund of 24,000 rand in total. 3.5 of that, of course,
24,000 rand prize money for this race, huh?
Super Bowl winners, which are, of course, at this stage sitting at the front end of the field as well, so not looking too shabby. But the other factor, of course, is to bring in.
This is the first time I've ever raced for money.
Prize money is 7,000 rand for first.
Are we in the money?
4,500.
Let's
7 grand for first place, 4,000 for second.
700 for sixth place.
Is that it?
600 for seventh place.
No.
500 for 8th. 400 for 9 and 300 rand for 10th place.
300 rand for
That's
10th
the prize
place.
fund, and
So
then
it
of course
sort
an
of splits
additional
in between
1,000
that.
rand going to the team that takes the drive of the day or the drive of the race.
We're about 23 spots off, $300.
Or close to the end of the proceedings here today.
What's $300 split 4 ways?
I think from my standpoint, I think one of the best elements.
I can't even. I won't even make back what I paid for this race.
Such a long 24-hour race, 23 hours we've seen, and we've got now 17 minutes to go. So I think sort of where I would put my
let's
names
see.
forward
They
would come
have
down
just
from
done
the team
a
that probably made up the
144.7.
most positions from the start of the
Oh no,
race
wait,
to the
showing same
conclusion.
lap as us.
So I think
Have they pitted? They've just gone
over.
over.
There's still an hour and
They did a
17 minutes to go,
149.
so those teams still
149.4.
across the line before we can actually finalize
Fincham.
that kind
No,
of
that's the
vote, in my
Ferrari.
No,
opinion.
Roebuck.
Then they haven't pitted
It
yet.
has to be a
No,
team
they
that
haven't.
actually finishes.
I just did a
It won't go to a
43.6.
team that's sort of put in an effort and then at the last minute.
So they're literally just like you're up the road.
Sort of not conducive to the drive of the day, because the drive of the day needs
Oh,
to
wow.
ensure that you actually finish the drive.
Nice.
Okay.
Phantom.
So I kind of like
Between
that
9
sort
and
of,
23
approach
seconds
to
up
doing
the
it that way.
Yeah, awesome. That gave exactly what I needed.
They're 22 seconds now up the road.
It's critical then for them to see
that
the
does
checkered
keep
flag.
jumping.
Probably
Yeah,
still
it does.
hunting down this, of course, the hybrid
11
academy,
seconds now.
with
Jeepers,
Daniel
that was a
Rowe
quick corner again.
at the captain end of the field. And
The most
Arne
reliable
Visaki,
one is
Tariq Adam,
when
and,
we
of
cross
course,
over the
Johan
finish
Krabbe,
line, then that's
teammates
normally
in
a
that
reliable
car.
number.
All talented drivers, and for me, just emerging talents. I talked about
Otherwise,
it a
it's
little
about
bit
as
earlier on.
reliable
I
as a
talked about a
predicted
lot
lap
of
time.
things in this 24-hour race, but certainly a team that I want to see more coming out of is the Hybrid Academy, and good to see them up within the in the top 10, and to have 2 South African entries coming through in the top 10. This is an international event as well,
Drive through hard.
incorporating
Oh,
sort of the best talent that we could sort of attract into the event, and it's been good to see just how the
Okay,
South
let's have a
African
look on
teams
the
do
track and see
stack
where
up
they are.
against those teams.
Yeah, of course, it's a phenomenal effort that they've put in there, and no doubt about that they could potentially be looking at this as a long-standing.
They are going over the
relationship
start-finish
between
now.
all the parties involved,
Done,
RaceFace
just through
Solidarity,
Cheetah now.
Racing Club
Because there's one
International,
corner between
and
us,
of course
basically.
the sponsors involved.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, and we can keep it all
Gonna
together
make it
going
one
for all the
shitty
time,
look-
and hopefully
if
make
you
up
look all the way around the
an
corner, you
annual
should be able to
event
see
out of
them.
this. It'd be certainly well worth the effort being put in by everybody behind
Oh,
the
and he
scenes.
slowed down
I'm
to
just
let
picking up
someone
on a
pass.
few of the
Fuzzy.
sort of comments you've made about that and looking at how things stand at this point in time.
Okay, it's just gone through
One
barbecue.
team that I'm trying to see.
So you've just got the sweep
as to
behind.
where they've ended up from their start positions was, of course, the car we were watching a few seconds ago there in Grobler with his teammate Daniel Rowe.
I can do 5 more laps, but I'm going to do like
the other car,
2
of course,
to 3 or 3 more laps,
in
and then I'm going to box.
Sure if you heard it while you were working in the background, was the fact that
because I don't know how much time I have left, so I want to.
Yeah. As long as you leave an hour and 10 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, so 3 more laps from now will give us below 110.
I think it's in the 20th or 19th
so yeah, we
place
should
overall.
be. We should
Also,
be good.
must be in the running for
And then it's just a fight to the finish.
in their attempt to get back to the front of the field.
For sure, I think all of those sort of contenders are up there. The Hybrid Academy that you were talking about, they actually started in P11, so just outside at the top 10, and they've managed to just hold themselves, get inside at the top 10. PWSR, of course,
So I've been
started in
basically been
second,
driving now
then
for
fell all the way down.
this stint has been
That's the team with Heineke and
5
of
odd
course,
minutes.
the likes of
Because I started at about
Leslie
15
and,
minutes
Alan Patterson,
in the
as
negative,
well as Kieran Patterson,
and I'm
in
now
it.
about
They've certainly,
50, almost
put
50
their head
minutes.
down
And this is your second
focused on
stint.
where they wanted
Yeah,
to go.
this is the second
It's,
stint, yeah.
it's certainly one thing to have a bad
You're
race,
right to do a third?
circumstance
Yeah,
coming
no,
down.
I'm sorted.
but,
I'm ready for this
when
fight.
you look towards the
Okay.
end of the clock, it's all taken place and taken shape for them. Making sure that they can get themselves back into a position that they'll be proud of course, currently sitting in P19.
You know, I like the fact that we've just had some information sent our way. At this point in time, drive of the day, teams in the running could possibly be the Redline Racing League. They've made up 15 positions from their original starting position. We've got 13 positions from Retro Esport, 13 positions from Sonic Sim,
I can see the
13
name,
from the
the
Flying
white
Gypsies,
name on my
and
relative.
12 from the MEW Racing Works team. So
You can
car
see,
221,
yeah, they're just sticking out at the top there.
738, 91 and 85.
Yeah, the white text
Certainly
means
in the
it's
running
the same
for
lap.
the way we're looking to possibly award this. So yeah, that's nice information that's been given to us there from RaceFace and Batis Hugo. Oh, that was a little nasty there, hey. You know, Mulder.
I mean, there are a lot of GT3 cars at the top of Leeuwkop. Looking from this view
like
down at the bottom of
seconds now,
Mineshaft, it's just almost like a race in itself. But cars battling out for position, and cars, of course, trying to make it through the blue flags. You see them being waved on the sideline. Drivers will be aware inside their cars of who they're taking a battle against. But for Mulder, in that number 24 Bentley, it's 2 seconds gap down to the back of the lone BMW M6 on the grid. So trying to just catch up and see if the BWR Viper, or sorry, this is the BWR Griffins entry, if they can get themselves something done before we see the conclusion of the race. So
they've just done a 144-1.
Incredible start there from these guys. I got to say, it's now to get to the end of this race and to be in this kind of a fight.
It's not much in it.
Shows you that there's no
not a lot in it.
Even when the fact
we've still got an hour and 11 minutes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's nowhere near the building just yet, guys. Just to give you a heads up.
I'm going to do this lap, and then the lap after this, I'm going to box.
Quail in 17th place, currently making up 13 positions from his start position in the Retro Esport Alpha team. Just up the road from him will be car 22. That's car 22.
You're boxing this lap?
738 is just up the road from them. And if you look at that of course is Gray behind the wheel now of the Redline Racing League Bentley.
Other way around, Greg. The 738 was
other way around. Yeah, beg your pardon.
Correct. So the 738 would be Retro, and the 221 would be the Redline Racing League entry.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the way that they stand at this point in time, Redline Racing League is ahead of the Retro Esports Alpha team. And despite them only making up 13 positions, they are ahead on the racetrack, which is another factor that we bring in. You know, they've made up a certain amount of ground and X amount of positions from their start position on the grid. Have they finished up ahead of the other cars in contention? It's another factor that we need to look at.
I think good observations coming out as well from our YouTube chat comments. I know you're monitoring on the Facebook side. JC Grobler, of course, from Arashi Racing, just highlighting that for that Hybrid Academy team, you know, piloted or captained out by Daniel Rowe. They also had a disconnect, and that put them down a long way in the field, and they've had to sort of make up a lot of positions to get themselves up into P7. So you know, even the choice of maybe
Gaining on the
Hybrid
coil in
Academy
sector
featuring
1.
up
Good,
there,
that's what I want to hear.
BWR having to climb back through the field. You know, those two teams certainly not just based on where they started the race to begin with, but having to overcome the adversities of having
these
some
cars
of those,
ahead of me now, they're all
also
front
being,
runners
you know,
that I'm
in
busy
contention
catching,
for
and I
maybe
don't
getting
want
the
to
drive of the
suckle
day.
having to pass them now.
And certainly if they can get themselves into the top
Gonna
6, that
box
will
this
be
lap.
a firm favourite. I think amongst a lot of the drivers
Although I'm on a delta
teams in the
probably for
background,
another
and
38
they
at
would
the
kind of
moment.
attest to what you would say is a drive
No,
of the
still
race
in the
or a drive
40s.
of the day.
Still in the 40s.
40.1.
That team that we're watching right now,
Now
across the line.
39.9.
Super effort there from them as they head down towards Crowthorne Corner again, starting to close in rapidly now on Cruz just up the road. So the battle is on here for 6th and 7th place with an hour and 9 minutes to go.
An hour and 9 minutes to go. I never thought that we'd be at this stage of the 24-hour. You know, when we started things out, Greg, it was certainly something that I kind of highlighted in my head. We would get you at some point. And as we get closer and closer to that checkered flag, I know that a lot of the teams
this
here,
time.
that final push, they've been motivated for a long time of driving and swapping those cars out, giving it into your teammates' hands, putting some trust into your teammates' ability to be able to, you know, even be able to get a little bit of shut-eye if you can. We heard from JC Krobler. He came through, just let us know that they were kind of taking 30-minute power naps. We obviously haven't had all
What was that?
It's
a little wall kiss
that we have had from the drivers coming through.
Certainly has. I love the interviews that the guys are pulling in the late night shift there with yourself and Rara, and as well as with Mike and Jesse.
Okay, let's see.
Have
they boxed yet?
Have got, and of course the personal knowledge and the personal friendships that you've made over the years being involved in this world. It's like you know, when I'm on the side of a racetrack and I'm
going through sunset,
or I'm doing a live stream commentary or even live television commentary.
Says their last
the ability to sort of have that race driver's contact or a possible contact that you can find out more information
so they did put like halfway.
What's happened out on track.
Yeah,
so
they're gonna
pit.
They're gonna have to pit around lap soon,
that personal
like in
touch
15
as
laps
a
or so.
commentator to say, you know, these are just real people that just like you and I, they get up in the morning.
Well, they've
go
got
to
a
work
stint
and
limit of
they do what they do, but they can maybe
70
drive
minutes,
a car a bit quicker than we can, or get into a sim racing car and do a slightly better job than most people can.
Lap 724, so about 24 laps ago, 25 laps
ago.
ago.
On WhatsApp or on an SMS or on a straight call,
so they've got another
where you can go, listen,
probably
what happened, and you get that
15 laps at most. No, maybe more than that. Maybe 25, 30 laps at most, I would say.
Okay.
Talking about SMSs,
so I think you
get
what, around 60. No, so you get around 40 laps. 40 laps out of a tank.
Yeah, about the
42 laps. So yeah, they've got like another 15, 16 laps to go. So they aren't getting to the end.
So it's just the old school guys I'm talking about out there. But most of those old school guys,
are they going to change tires?
Have got some form of smart device now.
Don't think it
An
matters.
interesting story which I'd love to share.
Yeah,
it's going to take longer.
Depending on how late they can actually stop into the, because for an hour you'll probably still need about 100 odd liters. So if they do that, they might like win 10 seconds in the stop, because with the Lexus to fill it to the brim it takes 25 seconds that you basically stopped.
Okay.
So 100, and it's basically 2/10 per liter that you put in, so 20 liters less will give you about 2 seconds less. So they'll basically be about 23-second stop if they only fill like 100 liters.
I think it was in about 60 years. And the man who set the outright lap record
on old tires, I don't know.
Yeah, no, if they do that, then they're basically it's going to be a sitting duck.
Yeah, they'll be slow. You should be able to put in like low 43s now, or mid 43s easily.
Yeah.
On fresh tires for a while.
It's so cool to
yeah, the previous stint, literally my first lap out was a 43 dead. I was like, how is that happening?
It's always cool.
Fresh tires are magical.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes and how these things all
they just did a 144.1.
You know, from my side, It's mostly just been around this
So
gaming
43 is what we
ecosystem,
need on the
and,
outlet.
I think it's an honor and a privilege to be able to share the
Yes.
box with you. Bring a lot
As
of
easy as
insights
that.
into, you know, what happens
I mean,
in
if I
real
do
life
37s, then of
of
course.
Yeah,
motorsports,
yeah.
and certainly something
Okay,
that
I'll
I aim
be back.
to try and get myself into
Cool.
in the future.
Well, I was sad to see you step into the microphone and camera and find out that you've made the expedition and extraction out of South Africa into the greener pastures of the United Kingdom. It's certainly something that my missus and I were looking at, having been across there to do the Isle of Man event with Alan John Fenter. But needless to say, whenever you're back home, and we know this is your home, but I know that you're making a new home in the UK. When you come back to the awesome pastures here in South Africa, I can't wait to get you Mike's side at one of the events that we do around the country. And of course, with things opening up here on a bigger scale and with the more opportunities to have some more people involved, it's the likes of yourself and Clark. I know Varique got Carl Lawrence, who's just literally
That's wide, Mark. That's wide.
from my side.
I was wondering, it's the first time I've actually hit that curve.
In terms of our
Well,
commentators'
proper
search on
hit the curve.
Solidarity race,
No, I got a few dents from that.
the side of a racetrack with me.
Yeah, that was a 44-1
Take you
with
up on that,
bump over the, jump
I
over
will
the
be
curve.
back in South Africa
Okay.
as often as the time allows me to come back. You know, like
They
I said,
did a
this is my home
44-0,
and,
so
my family
it's just
still
not good enough,
is,
Mike.
very
It's
much
just not
planted
good
on
enough.
that side. So when I
Pull
do get
yourself
the
towards
opportunities
yourself.
to come back on that side, I'll hit you up and maybe we can make a
My
plan.
school
for something
teachers
like
used to
that.
say that a
You
lot
see
to
the
me.
Side Max Motorworks number 97 peeling into the pit box. Killian Ryan Meenan in the front running Side Max Motorworks car at number 96. They've just completed 800 laps here, so we have hit that 800 lap mark. It's still with an hour to go.
The leaders have just hit 800 laps.
Yeah, I think so. If you look at the first hour of this race, I think we completed just under 100 laps. But of course, that was with a lot of traffic and a lot of clean air initially for those first cars to get out front and put in some hot laps at the front. So I would say, attempting a guess, we're going to be close to the 900 lap mark, but maybe not just there yet.
Sure, they reckon
but let's see what happens in this next hour.
close to the 900
things can, of course,
lap
hinder
mark.
that progress. I am going to once again say to you,
Yeah, I'm
as soon as you
thinking
hit the
probably
ground
about
and you are in South
860,
Africa,
870-ish.
For
WhatsApp
leader.
decides to
Yeah.
your family is
Yeah,
to
they've got enough.
say what's happening on the motorsport scene. Where can
They
I
said
come and
they
talk,
hit nearly 100
like
laps
we
in the
say,
first
Afrikaans,
hour.
that, KAK
But there's
was
obviously a lot
with
less
me
traffic.
as much as possible.
Yeah.
So
I would love to do that, and you know,
I
maybe,
reckon
on this
maybe
side, I
90
can,
laps.
do some remote broadcasts out
So
to
that's
events
890
from
for the
some
leader now.
international circuits,
There's no way you can do 100
broadcasting
laps
out
in an
to some of
hour.
your Facebook pages as well.
That's
You know,
not
if you
possible.
need
That's less than a
an
minute per
international
lap.
correspondent to give you the South African feel.
Oh, you're right.
I'm certainly planning
Yeah.
to try and visit.
You're right.
Some of the,
Yeah, so they'll do another 30.
Yeah, his calculation.
Yeah.
I was listening to
All goes according to
Greg
plan, and
Maloney.
2022,
They'll probably do, I think max probably be about 850 maximum.
Well, 60 minutes in an hour. If you're doing a minute a lap, that's 60 laps. So it's
Yeah,
probably
so
closer to 30.
Because if you want to see
Because
What,
in terms of
40
the
laps,
spectacle
yeah.
of motorsport,
we do about 40 an hour.
in my opinion, there is
We do 40 an hour.
to match the
Yeah,
Iron Man.
about
So
there, close to the, yeah.
No, it's
maybe the
So that's what I'm
24-hour
thinking,
car
maybe
Prob-
like
they probably do
45.
42 maybe.
Yeah, 42, yeah. Yeah, because they're not lapping us twice an hour.
Kyalami,
5 times
24
an
hours.
hour
It's
or
been-
whatever.
It's been so stunning to see.
The ground last lap was a
these teams
43-1.
coming through
Is that
through
good?
From the start in
Let's
the
check.
midday, make it through
It's
the
only good if
nighttime
they do
stints, and
a
of course approaching,
43,
fast approaching,
a 45.
clock ending
Or
time.
They do a
Oh,
45.
they did a 45, so yes, it's good. You gained 2.5 seconds on that lap.
Spectacle like that. I think a lot
Nice.
of my YouTube history would indicate that I quite like following those things. I just
Yeah,
lose.
that's exactly what I'm saying.
So what is the gap now? They haven't come back onto our relative
you know,
yet.
When I first moved over here, I went
But
and
they need
spent
to
some
pit, eh?
time on the island of Jersey. That's where I came over for the first month.
Let's
or
have a
so,
look, see where they
before
are.
moving over to England. But you know, in my mind, I thought that the Isle of Man, being
They
Channel Island, was pretty close to Jersey and to the UK. But
Just come out of
seeing
the
that it was
yeses?
closer to the island side, I worked out that it was quite a far distance away. So certainly on my radar for a place to
They
travel.
are into Leocop now.
It is indeed. It's certainly something that you definitely want to
Aiming
miss
on the
out
drive in
even if you just
63.
get across for
Okay,
the
we'll
the
take
classic
that.
TT. or even just the Northwest 100. It's
They're
certainly
about
something
60
pretty
seconds
spectacular.
ahead.
But as I said,
Yeah.
if we, the opportunity does
about-
arise,
yeah,
with a
so-
stop
get
still to
into
make.
the final
Yeah.
hour of racing. Man,
It's gonna be
And they've
close.
had to let some traffic
59
through.
minutes
Yeah,
to
it's
go.
going to be close.
T-Max,
59 minutes.
I wonder who's going to be the driver though, because that could make or break the chance.
South Africa,
Yeah.
Johannesburg.
If they put a slow driver in there, we'll have them.
Yeah, no, then it's going to be an
Final
easy one
closing
actually.
phase, and for these drivers, it's now just
They should
trying
stop
to
in
get
about
the cars
10
across
laps.
the line. Lots of the battles have sort of been sorted out
Sorry?
in the duration
It's about 10
of
laps
the
till they stop.
24 hours of racing that, or 23
Okay.
hours of racing that they've been doing.
Because that's
I'm
For some of the
watching them.
teams, of course, there are
So they
close
might,
gaps that they could maybe
honestly,
close
they
down,
might
maybe some,
opt
pit
for the
stops
splash
that
and
are
dash.
gonna factor in,
Yeah,
where
they
maybe
might.
Because
the team is, just
they'll have
outside
about
of
40
the
minutes
strategy
left.
Yeah,
Which will only
they
be
might not
about
change
a-
tires.
certainly
Yeah,
if
which
you
will only
look
be
at the
about a
timing sheet, some big gaps
18
between the
to
teams
23
too,
odd
so
second
we
stop.
can't discount the fact that a lot of these
So
teams
they
are just putting in
can
hard
they
work
can gain
for the whole
about
race, not leaving
10
things to the last minute,
seconds
like I used to leave
on
my
us in the
Picanto
pit
work.
stop, but they might lose 4 seconds a lap again.
Okay,
Listen, G, I'm
we
going to ask you one favor.
are going through
My
Crocodile
queen is about to leave the
now.
garage, so there's going to be a bit of background noise.
They
so I'm just going to
are
mute myself
approaching
back
the
for 2
S's
seconds and let her just get
and
out
into the
of
S's.
harm's way, and I'll come back and join you in about a minute's time.
Totally cool. Having a look here at Brian Lewis from the Arashi Racing team.
Hawkins,
He's
please let me
back
go.
in That car, and
Don't
of
be a
course,
douche.
good job being done by the co-pilots and Krobler getting themselves up into
Gain
this
5
P4
seconds that
spot.
lap.
They've got quite a way
Nice.
to go to try and get themselves onto the podium.
Oh, he's gone wide.
We had a little chat to JC.
Not wide enough.
They'd be happy to just wrap things up in this sort of spot, defend it, not get themselves further down the field. Little flash of the lights coming down to the
Yeah, you
braking
need to
zone
clear
for
Hawkins.
Crowthorne, that left-hander.
Slow.
Seen many incidents take place
Car
here.
32,
Guys moving
first
around,
warning.
A couple of contacts coming
Not
through. But
paying
that flash of the
attention to
lights,
blue
if
flags.
you are joining us late into the broadcast, just a heads up to the drivers that
Oh, that's
are around.
the car in front of
Let
us.
them know that, they will
They
try
just
to
got
overtake,
they just got a warning for
when you are
not
getting
paying
blue
attention
flagged,
to blue
just
flags,
getting
but they wouldn't have got a
space,
blue flag
just
for
lifting
us.
off, being predictable.
Somewhere else.
Always the name of the game. For the Arashi Racing team, they've had a stunning
I think
drive.
it might have been
Just
with
a three-man team,
because
the
they
smallest of the
collided
teams,
with
allowed in
a
the
car
minimum
at
entry
Cheetah.
for
They
pole
collided
position and
there,
allowing them to sort of share
and
that
the other
entire
cars basically spun
23-hour
out.
stint between
So I'm thinking it might be because of
As
that.
far as we understand, Brian Lewis will be the driver that finishes off the stint.
I think it was Van Rooyen, if I'm not mistaken.
Finish things off. We're hoping to get the
Van
top
Rooyen's too
finishing
behind.
South African team in here, as
Yeah.
well as winning interviews with teams in first, second, and third. As those places stand, they almost seem wrapped up to take place.
Okay, get the drag
without
out of
them,
the
bar
last
them
corner here.
having a disconnect at some stage. We
Okay,
had,
they have just
word
done
as
a
well from our race organizer,
144.6.
Baptist Hugo in the background, that Malinowski doesn't have to do an additional lap in that number 96 lead car. He has completed 1 lap so far. And looking at
145.
this Pro Esport number 158 entry,
V8
Emmanuel
power.
Cardinali is in terms of
So we
gaps
made
behind, just
4 tenths,
1.3
4
seconds
tenths in the
behind
last
the
lap.
likes of Rideau in that number 88 Bentley. So Bentley on Bentley action coming shortly as they head down into Clubhouse.
Certainly, thanks for that one. Just apologies to everybody for jumping in and out there quickly.
You must come past, but not that other guy.
The garage door opening in the background and causing some issues on our broadcast. But once again, a thanks there.
No, it's
T-Max
definitely
for
not a
holding the
faster
fort.
car.
But yeah, there is
Sorry,
a bit of a
Jeff.
fight on, as I said. I thought it might be a bit closer there between the 666
No,
Audi as
no.
well, because it's 5.5 seconds to that car and 1.1 to the second Bentley. So kind of a three-way battle to who's going to be the final 2 positions in the top 10. Single digit up for grabs and the 10th place up for grabs here.
And I mean that prize money that comes through. I mean,
Who's the
you're outside
BWR
top 10,
Vipers?
you're not
Who's in
gonna
that
score
side?
anything.
Who's in
You're
that team?
That's basically the
splash
top
of
team,
cash
the quickest drivers.
into
It's
the back
Lionel
pocket. Certainly,
Clue,
enough to
Eugene,
just,
Kevin
have a
Barber,
celebration
and
drink
Mark
or two.
Hennebury.
But
Okay.
you
Only
know,
3
as
of them?
you look up towards the
4.
prize-paying
4,
positions, it does
Yeah.
sort of benefit you to finish higher up the order. So you're always going to be pushing, always going to try and have that drive. And right now, the Ida Pro Esports 158 Bentley making good pace on catching up to that number 88, getting that gap down from 1.3 seconds now to just short of 9/10. And as we see him coming through, looking very stable
gaining on the driver head sheet.
So
53 seconds.
You know, commentators cursing a bit of loose.
Plus a pit stop.
Back end, just
yeah, so 52 seconds. So it was just over 60 on your first lap out of the pits.
But those small little mistakes, those are the tents that can be
see where they are. This is getting intense.
Flag at the end of the race, think, we could have caught them. We could have maybe done a little bit more. But whilst you're in that
they
1
just
second
going through
space,
crocodile.
so many opportunities to get a move done.
The moves are going to be the crucial moves now. It's moves that won't cost you any more time on track or make you make a mistake that you don't want to be doing at this point of the race. Or is it a case of just waiting patiently for the mistake to be made by your counterpart and the man that you're up against? I think that's also a vital thing to be looking at right now is, do they go and make those moves? Do they go and attempt to get the overtaking maneuver done? Or do they wait for a mistake out of the car and then pounce? It's always a difficult position.
Okay, they haven't boxed this lap.
With less than an hour to go.
Can't push too hard either. You've got to be very careful of that double-edged sword. You know, you want to make up a place, but pushing too hard and making a mistake here can put your entry into
They've just gone over the start finish.
Time on making up those positions.
No, just kidding.
On
wrong car, so I was looking at the wrong feed.
So 5 seconds between them. You kind of need the 88 and the 158 Bentley to work together to catch up to this Audi sitting in 9th place.
That's a better lap time.
And for Grunwald, he kind of wants them to get into a scrap themselves and cost them time on catching up to him.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Grunwald was attempting not to happen. He wants to try and put some traffic between himself and those two hard-charging Bentleys behind him. Grunwald, though, of course, now into the last part of this race and has probably been given the duties to take it to the checkered flag. Is going to have to be very wary about the intentions being shown there from both of those Bentleys on his tail. And they'll be watching those gaps pretty crucially right now, and probably with the big microscope out there to ensure that nothing goes wrong for their potential single-digit figure finish up here for the Audi team.
Just eyes down, not looking into the rearview mirror, trying to just avoid thinking about what could potentially happen if they do catch up to you. I think that's where they're going to be focused on. And for Richard Grunwald, just doing exactly that. Drive-through penalty for Franco Jobert as
probably 3 or 4 more laps till they pit.
I think it's Franco Jobert.
I'm gonna guess they're putting on lap 762.
I heard you giving our American commentary
we gave
some
the American
lessons.
guys a bit of fun there as well, yeah.
They
gave me hell about Jose Jorge's.
Jose Jorge. That's,
yeah, so I had to go with that one.
I also I butcher that every time I commentate on someone that looks like they've got my second name or my first name as their it confuses me as well. So you know, it's difficult to get all the pronunciation right of drivers and teams. It's sort of in the nature. Once you get corrected, you can only try your best to keep them impressed. But yeah, I mean that's kind of part of commentary and mastering the art of learning drivers and names, I suppose.
But also,
their lap times are pretty matched on that.
Yeah, but I have to basically
wait, so
2 cars that has a good boss now.
Yeah, we were 0.1 down.
You know, send us vital information about
this lap
who you are,
we might also
what
be
you do, where you come from, where you're based,
sluggish.
who your teams are, where, you know, all that the sort of background information.
There's a lot of
which comes into
cars
play
coming
now,
up now
you know,
trying to lap
into
me.
the middle of the race and there's
sucks.
nothing happening. You want that ability to draw on that information, and then of course the other
you
option
can't
that
get rid of them
them
at all.
is please send us a sort of a phonetic way of pronouncing.
But
your
I
name.
think 48
So
seconds is
Cardinal
very close
or is
to
it
pit
Cardinal?
stop length.
Is it Radloff or Radloff?
Yeah, no, I
You
think
know,
at this
is it
stage we
Aaron
might
or
even jump
Burren?
them.
You know, we gotta take
Even
those
if
into
they don't
account.
change tires.
I mentioned it to both
And
Mike
if they
and
don't
Jesse
change
saying,
tires and they're ahead of
it's
us, it's
always
not
lovely
going to
to
last
hear
long.
when somebody walks up to you and says, "Oh, by the way, my name is George Smith, and you've been pronouncing it as Smythe for the last 5 years. Thanks for that, Greg." I'm like, well, have you had the ability to talk to me in the last 5 years? Yes, you have. You could have told me that 5 years ago.
It's certainly something that's happened multiple times before. I saw the Americans teaching you how to say Chamley's name as well, which for months I was calling it Sholmandili, and I felt quite embarrassed when his supporters came in and told us how to say it. So I'm glad that you got introed into some of the fun side that we've had over at the Racing Club International.
Just think about the first couple of events we've been involved in together. I mean, how many times did we get the names wrong at Kyalami? And you were one of the guys who jumped in and said, "Oh, by the way, it's I can't even remember the driver's name. Absmeyer we got right, but there were a couple of the local sort of top contenders that we got completely wrong."
We still get
lost a second in the last lap.
Name wrong.
I messed up a bit.
Got to roll it.
Okay, so there's a mayor. Could have a little roll on the R there, but there was another guy as well that was involved in our first event that we sort of had
Bruno Cadley.
That's it, Cadley. That's the very guy. That's the one. Sasha and I could just not get that right. It was exactly.
Well, I mean, to be honest, even over on the ATK Pro Series, they often get his name wrong as well, and it's a bit of fun. If you go and check Bruno's Twitter account out, shout out to Bruno, one of my pro drivers at WRG. He kind of says that no, he doesn't have Twitter, and he calls himself Bruno No Twitter, and then Bruno Cuddly is his surname there, like literally Cuddly. So
Cuddly, yes, it's C-U-D-D-L-Y.
just playing with it, and Ian McKenzie helping us out in the YouTube chat with remembering such good memories.
Ross throwing a couple out on the WhatsApp as well to me, saying, it was when we thought the two Kruger boys were brothers, but they're actually not even related. They don't even live in the same town.
They're in the pits.
So we do get it wrong on occasion, but we try to get it right as many times.
I guess this is it.
Part of the entertainment
we
that
could go past now.
24 hours. And more entertainment coming
we
away
will
as
definitely.
The two Bentleys are now
They're still driving in.
They're still sitting.
They are half.
They've just gone down.
They went to say
they're off. They're off.
I'm out.
And
already
down
passed.
to 3 seconds.
Hey!
And it's the Seder guy where I was, I think, about.
Yeah, 4 seconds a lap anyway.
Yeah. Going to be well aware that the pressure is coming down, and very shortly we'll start to see them all in shots.
It's not too far away from getting
that just like the time they spent in the pits, that just looked like a splash and dash.
The boat side of things, I know that our young
but I switched over and saw them in the pits, so they might have been there a little longer.
It's kind of indicative of the racing that happens at
driver swap is 30 seconds anyway.
Beginning of each of the seasons. We missed
they did do a driver swap, so there was a 30-second stop then,
postponed to the middle of June. But in that category, of course, we've got the legends of the 9-hour.
So they're probably on new tires, not a heavy car.
Ford Galaxies have always
So
been
probably
started
fuel
as
load,
yeah,
just
fuel load
slightly
is
racing
just
around
a slightly new tire. Yeah.
That's how big they are.
Okay.
So it's always lovely to have those sort of
45 minutes, so 46,
innuendos
52
that our commentary
remaining.
team bring in, and certain little nicknames that get thrown out to drivers as well as cars.
So the gap is now 5.9.
Always fun, and I think a lot of the Boatley names
Got
coming
traffic
from
management
the
now.
racing side, just,
Yeah.
they're pretty good in the
Trying
wet
to get
conditions.
through traffic as soon as
Drivers
possible.
here thinking that rain would come out. The Boatleys would have certainly been happy to see the heavens open up, but staying dry out on the circuits. And
change up. There's the change. It's got through. Cardinal has got through there, I think, on Rideau. Or Rideau's got through on Cardinal, I should say. There's a change up there between the two of them. So 10 and 11 swap out. Oof. It's not over yet, is it?
It's still brewing up. I think the 158 Cardinali is still catching up to Rideau, isn't it? So
he had a look though, and it looked like he got through. Yeah, they got. I think just before that there was a change up between the two of them, but it's not over yet. These two are going to go at it, and I think this is
seriously,
certainly
dude,
one of the
go.
battles we're going to concentrate on into the closing stages.
It's certainly brewing up, and
also
they're
had
still
issues with
catching
traffic,
up
so
to
you haven't
that
lost, or you've lost a little
666
bit,
Audi,
actually.
even though they are starting to get themselves into
Sorry.
their own on-track battles.
As long as if these two can
is the
disappear
gap,
off into the
is,
sunset
even a little bit of
basically,
time
or the
in this gap
horizon,
that they're having, but,
then
keeping
it's
that
fine.
gap within 5 seconds, and certainly need
Should
to
be able to
work
manage the
together,
gap.
which doesn't work out. Teams don't really care about making that progress together and catching another car. You're fighting out for pride and position, and of course Rideau sitting in that final prize paying position. They were going to want to defend that. If they don't catch up to the Audi, that's okay, but they certainly don't want Emmanuel Cardinali to be able to get through.
Let's have a look and see as they come onto the front straight on the main straight now. Heading down the hill, probably the long shot down towards the Crowthorne corner at turn 2. Possibly going to see the very first time. I saw just a glimpse of it in the previous shot of all 3 cars we're talking about. There you go. In the foreground, the red and black Audi. And in the background, and now concentrating on those 2 Bentleys coming into Crowthorne corner. First time on that previous lap and now into this lap that we're seeing all 3 cars involved in that battle. In with a chance of spoiling each other's days for those final positions in the top 10.
Okay, 4 seconds on the line.
To fight it out as they come out of Sunset and back down towards Clubhouse corner. Pressure is certainly on Rideau. A lot less pressure coming in form of this man, Emanuele Cardinale, who's on our onboard shot right now as we go through the S's heading up towards Leocup. You can see just the cars up the front end there. That of course is Grunwald in the Audi. And both of these Bentleys are trying to catch to take that single digit away from him. I wonder if there'd be any communication between these 2 Bentley teams saying, listen, I know we're fighting hard here for our own positions on track, but let's maybe work together until we get to the Audi, and then it's every man for himself. I don't know if that would be a possibility, but certainly if I was a team principal in these 2 teams, I would be saying to each other, okay, look, we've got a chance of 9th place here. We are well within each other's grasps here of spoiling the day for each other in terms of the top Bentley in this little battle. Maybe we should try and spoil the Audi's day before we go and sort things out amongst ourselves. Could be a possibility of the team principal's thoughts. Straight him into the pits, just in the background, watching him go in. He's, of course, in 11th place. And he is too far back to have any influence on the battle now between these 2 Bentleys and the Audi there for 8, 9, and 10 on track. Leader into the pits as well. Final pit stop here, possibly just for a quick splash and dash. I don't think there'll be anything major that has to be done to this car. It hasn't been involved in any incidents. And it looks like a drive-through penalty being awarded to car 24 as well. I'm quite sure, probably for exceeding track limits. It's probably reasons that those will be given up now.
The car in
as they get into the thick of it.
Here we go again.
Heading into the stewards room to sort out a couple of things, I'm sure, to ensure that we are back up and running by the time we get
just
to the
behind
end of 42 minutes of racing left to go.
So
and still a huge fight here
very much doubt
between the
that
2
we'll
Bentleys
catch
as they
them.
head up the hill. They can see the Audi now. The Audi is the next car in their sights. So as I said, I wonder if there was a bit of communication there between the team principals of these 2 Bentleys saying, listen, let's work together until we get up to the Audi. And then let's make it a 3-way fight for what is going to be 9th and 10th place, 8, 9, and 10th place on track. 2 single-digit figures up for grabs, and of course, the
Can you
elusive
guys stop
top
fighting
10
and
finish
just
for all
go?
3 cars. They're in the top 10, but it's how they're going to finish up in that top 10 now.
Sorry about that, Greg. Just having a little technical difficulty of my own there. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear again.
I can. There's a little bit of an echo, so you may just want to mute one of those inputs that you've got. There's a bit of echo there for you.
Yeah, it should all be muted up, and there we go.
Perfect. There you go. Got you 100% now.
Phew, my heart dropped as I just saw everything freeze up on my side, and thought, no, this can't be after a 24 hours.
on a
This
bombing
can't
lap,
be the
this
way
one.
things end. So I'm glad to still get back in, see that the Bentleys are still fighting. I honestly, my heart sank inside my body. I'm glad that it has come back to normal. I'm glad to see that we still got that battle taking place here between the Bentleys as they try and catch up to that 666 Audi. I believe this is the closest on-track battle.
Yeah, there he is right there. The Audi goes through Sunset, followed by the 2 Bentleys. There's literally about 1.4 seconds between those 3 cars. And the battle is on. I was just saying, when you jumped out, and I'll just reiterate it just to get your comment on it, do you think there may have been some communication between the 2 team principals of the Bentley team saying, listen, let's work together until we get to that Audi, and then every man for himself?
No, I do not think they've thought about that. So I think these 2 teams are
Van
fighting it
Rooyen,
out, and
Jason Van Rooyen.
They catch the team, but
Like,
I like
it's
to
costing
believe
me so much flipping time.
And he's doing 145s his last lap.
Car in front.
Yeah, him and the guy ahead of him are busy fighting.
Really where you want to finish when the checkered flag
But
drops
he's
down,
like
and,
a couple of laps
at this
ahead of the
stage
guy
race,
ahead of him, so I'm not
probably
sure
that
why.
communication coming down.
Why you'd bother to fight him?
Not that communication
Yeah.
either.
Van
Looking at,
Rooyen.
just up the road from this little battle as well. They've also actually closed down on Krobler.
I only noticed
Krobler might just be
something
easing off
now.
slightly to try and ensure that
Our
they get the
engine
finish
is
that they've
yellow.
got to. Moving up into
Really?
the 5th spot,
Yeah.
ahead of
That
Cruz. We
doesn't
missed
sound
that
good.
one while we've been watching this little Bentley. But
It's a
of course,
bit down
the
on
Bentley
power,
that Krobler
but
is
not
piloting there,
drastically
Daniel Rowe's
down
team
on
is now
power.
up into the top 5.
Shit, 39 minutes still
Found
to
a way
go.
through there.
Yeah, no, we
both
should be good.
Eagle in the Aston Martin and on Cruz in the Audi. So a top 5 finish.
Is there any
And now we've
repairs in the
got 2
pit
South
window?
African teams
Yeah,
in the
I
top
think.
5.
Any repairs?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Just looking at things
Nothing.
at the moment,
There's nothing.
it is certainly going well for the hybrid
Which is weird.
academy team. They've fought against a lot of adversity and getting themselves up to that spot. So a very good show.
The engine lights come on.
Look at these
Yeah.
babies going almost
Check engine
heel to
lights.
toe going through, and on the inside line will stay
Fine, just
the likes
lean out
of
the window while you're
Rideau, the
driving
number
in top
88,
bonnets
trying
and
to squeeze
fix
out.
it there.
They got to be careful coming into the S's here, Greg. They can't end their races here, and Cardinale just not quite on the line that he wanted to be. Had to tap off slightly to go through the S's, and we're starting to get some hard racing. This is going to cost them time in making up positions to Grindelwald. This is where they are going to find that they will cost themselves time. But you can see that Audi, that black and red Audi at the bottom of the shot as they come down the hill for Mineshaft. They are catching up. They are. But when they're going sort of side by side like that's when it will work in the Audi's favor.
The Audi's made up a little bit of ground there, I think, because of that little battle. It was actually a mistake out of Rideau. He ran ever so slightly wide out of one of the turns heading up towards Sunset. And of course, that just couldn't out of shape. And that gave the opportunity for what we just saw the action from the S's down to the final corner. And there was definitely some blood in the water. And I think Cardinale was looking to try and capitalize on that.
The internet says that
Trying
icon
to,
being
see
yellow
if they
definitely
could,
means there's
get
some engine
themselves up into
damage.
that spot with
Oh, really?
38 minutes to go on the clock. Now down into Crowthorne, trying to just squeeze that breaking
So,
point. We've seen
yeah,
how that
hopefully
158
nothing
does
too
manage
serious.
to
Maybe
close
start
down
short
that gap,
shifting a little
especially
bit,
at the end
Mikey.
of that start finish
Yeah.
straight this time around as they make their way through the sweep.
I would guess
Not
hitting
quite
one of the
going to be
curbs.
in the same
Yeah.
position.
Might have been
We'll
that
be trying to
where
make
It
the-
might have been me.
from what happened on previous laps. You said it was
Yeah.
coming into here,
No, I was
but,
I
actually
hit that
thinking of
fucking
around the
sausage
outside,
curb
Cardinale
on
gonna try and
Cheetah.
send it
How
to
many
see if he
times?
can hold on to the
Me and
inside
this Van
line again
Rooyen,
for Clubhouse. They are almost
on
alongside.
the second
Almost a little
turn,
tap
there was
coming
like
through
2 laps
later on the
ago.
brakes. They are going to go for the squeeze. And Redu
Where he
going to
basically,
be
I
on the
said, "Don't
outside,
hit me," and I
Cardinale.
hit that
Then in
sausage
that
there
158 going to be on the
by the,
inside line. Now the two of them
Yeah,
really
this
driving
one, yeah.
close together. This is close proximity racing, and good respect being shown from both drivers
can do
coming
is
through.
drive,
What a
so.
battle
Yeah.
between the Bentleys as they
Brakes,
still try to
brakes.
catch up to the likes of Grinvolt in that 666. 666. This is where the smile starts to happen. You see these kind of battles taking place. You have to give room to one another when you're alongside, and that can be costly. But this 158, Greg, just trying to squeeze a rate, do a little cutback maybe, a look onto the inside of Crocodile. Oh, it's a big touch, and going. Oh, and going to loop it around as well. Kind of skipped over the curb there. Both cars kind of off the racing line, but we will get a racing replay of exactly what has happened there as they make the exit out from.
This
the
guy's
top.
gonna
You see
cost
they're
us a
trying to look on
position.
the inside, and yeah, a little bit of
Because he
grass
flipping
being dragged
shoots
up,
off
the
in the
brake's not going
distance
to be
and
as
then
functional coming
buggers
through
up.
there. And
Yeah.
at least not facing the wrong direction, but all that hard work being made up between the 158 and trying to catch up to the 88, going to not pay off at that sort of time, as we see the 520 of Stradum getting allocated a drive-through penalty for exceeding the track limit. So they're going to have to serve that out, the logistical nightmare team in P11 at this stage of the race. Also a good showing from them.
Now, just behind that battle we've been watching, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, picked up on, is it UTL, who's jumped in between those two Bentleys that were fighting so
Your
hard.
fuel consumption is
with
looking
the,
higher as well.
off-track
Need to
excursion
point
there
it out.
for Rideau
I'm
and Cardinal.
guessing the engine is
down into
related.
Crocodiles. I think we might have the third place car tucked in the middle of the two of them as they head in there. I just want to make sure.
I think we need to book this Lexus in for a service.
Definitely.
Bentley. We're watching Romain UTL at this point in time.
Normally,
Yeah,
every
there is.
750
Exactly
laps we
right.
need to
Now, in
service
between
it. We've done
those two
768,
Bentleys
so
that were fighting for,
we're overdue.
the final positions of the top 10.
Kyalami is what, about 4Ks or so?
4.2.
Not a place that you want to find yourself.
Yeah,
With
that's
the
quite
cars,
a
battling
distance.
for actual position on track and
Yeah, it's
being,
over 3,000
competing in
Ks.
different laps.
Yeah, that's Cape Town and back, eh? From Joburg.
Great job
full
just
tilt.
holding down on that third podium.
There's
sitting
no
spot.
like
So
coasting
Side Max
or
works first and second, and then All In
putting
Racing
into 6th
currently
gear, cruising
sitting
at
in that
120.
third
That's
podium
flipping.
spot. We're looking at that battle
Pedal
see
to the
who's
metal
going
all the
to
way
finish
through.
inside of the top 10. Cardinale
22
in
laps,
that
34
158
minutes.
was
So
pushing, and suddenly pushed a little bit too
I
hard.
might
Missed the
need to
braking
at the
zone,
end
coming down into
go to a more
Crocodile.
fuel
That's now
saving
put them
mode. I
back
just want to
behind.
see
Also, an Aston Martin
what the
that is
times
a
look
lap
like.
trapper, so
I
they're
should
going
be
to
like
try
a
and
normal
clear
set. I
this
should be
as
fine,
well
but
as,
seeing as I'm
then
using a bit more
continue
fuel
up the
now,
field and
it
try and
might
get
be an
back
issue.
onto the back
We've got
end of the
2.8
field.
seconds behind us.
If he's
I'll do some maths quickly and let you
careful
know.
in his attempt there, I think the best option might be to climb onto the back end of UTL and allow him to do the blocking roll and set the pace to close that gap down again on Rideau. So Cardinal, I think, should be thinking that way to try and get that gap bridged as quickly as possible, because he is running out of time. You know, we were talking about an hour ago, they were so
Yeah, and I
close,
don't want to
half
go
a
to a
second, up
lower
to
fuel
0.1 of a
map
second
with
between them.
the
We've
car
got
already
34 minutes to
being
go now, and it's
a bit
moved
down
up
on the
to
straights.
about 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah,
Two
we'll
seconds.
lose out to the
Just
guys
under
behind
2
us.
seconds there, 1.8 to be exact.
2.8 behind us.
Between those two cars. So yeah, I think
I think just drive it.
We should.
Yeah. It's
Just
going to
drive
be
it.
tight, but you should have about 4 or 5 liters left at the end if you stay at 2.9.
Okay.
Depends exactly how many laps you do.
For the
We just did
MSP Racing 9.62 Aston Martin,
2.89 now.
1.3 seconds off the back
So,
of
yeah.
that Hybrid Academy
see.
404. So Grobler got a
Well,
good
I
job
have nothing
to
to
make
lose,
sure
so
that this Aston Martin
Yeah, I
doesn't
mean,
come
we've
and
got
rob
32nd
them
place
of
to
that
lose. I
fifth place.
mean,
Only
that's,
33
think of
minutes
all
to
that
go.
prize money that
And
we're,
to just keep an eye out on that.
could have bought a
Millions.
new house
Comes
with
down, should be
naught
coming
rand.
down to a timing line.
Yeah.
An update 1.31 seconds was the gap prior.
You should have either 19 or 20 laps left, depending on what the leaders are on if you get laps again.
It looks like Crubble did actually go into the pits.
You will get laps again, the leader's 6.5 seconds behind, so probably 19 laps, maybe 20.
On the timing sheets on the left side, so Keeble up into 5th place.
Will that possibly see them drop to 7th again?
I'm hoping that guy gets a bit swallowed up
take that position back if they
in
in
the
the pit lane. You
leaders.
said in one of the commentary stints that you were involved in, it's about a minute or so for a pit stop if you've got no penalties. If he gets back on track, he may just be able to stay ahead of Cruz. As he gets back on the circuit, we'll get an indication of that. I think he might have just been able to do it to the tune of 6.5 seconds. So you've got a 6.5 second gap now between 6th and 7th place cars on track there, with Robler and Cruz fighting with a Bentley and Audi. And then just behind that, that's Grunwald coming to the top
Well,
of the
this
hill.
is definitely the biggest race I've
Sorry,
ever
I
been
beg your
involved
pardon,
in.
that's Fuzi in the second car on track, similar colours.
same.
But Grunwald,
So it's
now
quite
with a
awesome.
6.5 second or so gap over Rideau, who's got 1.2 seconds.
It's nice to have
Cardinal.
24-hour
So we're in for an
commentary.
epic finish here with these top 10.
Yeah.
It is. It's starting to all line up. We said the last hour of endurance races get incredibly crazy, and we're certainly seeing some examples of that up towards the front end of the order as well. So you know, for places that are going to pay out prize money, I'm sure down towards the back end of the field as well, there's cars that are, you know, on their own strategies against their own rivals. But it's always nice to keep your eye up towards the front end. We do appreciate all the competitors that have taken place today. Of course, the Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour in partnership with Solidarity E-Race and powered by RaceFace. Our epic sponsors, NEC, Data Sciences, Oxide, AMD, Supermicro, all providing through for being able to allocate those prize pools out and, of course, cover the cost of the broadcast. It's been something that has been a long time coming, a long time in the planning, and you know, with 31 minutes to go, it's kind of like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I've used that analogy far too many times in the space of this weekend.
That's fine. It's exactly what you start to see, though. At this point in time, you're just praying that you don't start to get any cramps in your hands, in your toes, in your feet, in your seated position there, because that will definitely affect your ability behind the rigs that you're playing on. And is there going to be a chance now of changes that we're seeing? Now, that is Cruz in cruise control, but just behind him, a bit of marked and lapped traffic.
Guys are doing nearly identical
Grunwald not
lap
too far
times.
back off the line, and Cruz starting to rapidly close in on the back end of
Literally within a few hundreds.
Trying to close
I
the gap
saw
down
that
to
last lap though, yeah.
just maintaining there and staying just ahead to the tune of about 30 or 40 seconds. But that can also be brought down in the last 40 or almost 30 minutes to go. We're into the last half an hour in 18 seconds time. And Cruz is now looking to return the favor there on Grobler, who can now see.
Oh, there's a 3-hour endurance tonight, but I don't have the
Certainly
track.
some pace coming out from the number 11.
Phillip Island. No, I'm not less either.
I was a fan of their sort of social media posts or the posters that they had made coming into this. And they certainly would love to get themselves up.
I don't have the track and I haven't driven it, so there's
Hybrid Academy,
no chance I'm going to be doing it.
Finish as far up. We talked about it, we dabbled about it, had a big disconnect, had to find.
But I quite enjoy the Sunday evening endurances at 7 o'clock.
Massive drives of the day up for
it's a good way to end the week.
The Hybrid Academy, in my opinion, not just from where they started originally, but dealing with those sort of issues that have taken place and just putting their heads down.
And the 3-hour endurance after 24 hours, nothing. So it's a sprint race. Especially if you've got 3 drivers. I mean, you do an hour each. It's over before you even know it.
That they've made up from those start
but I will not be partaking in that.
No, neither will I. If it was a track that I knew and I was quite decent at and had the track, I would think about it. Might be an option because it's still in 7 hours' time.
Yeah, sure.
But
I mean, interestingly enough,
and I haven't driven for a couple of hours either.
From our POV and
so I would think about it, but the fact that I don't know the track, there's no ways I'm going to learn the track now.
Yeah, now you have to buy the track.
And I have to pay for the track, yeah.
So far, to get to about 800
so that won't be happening.
Laps, I think, by the time that we reach the end of all of this.
What time is the F1 starts?
But we did know that.
Is it today?
One of the problems
Oh yeah, it is too. There's no MotoGP today though. It's just F1.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, there was last weekend, I think.
Lap, which is the requirement for all drivers to get out and do as we continue to watch. In that number 11 Audi, trying to push up
hello.
I might not be talking to you guys, but I'm watching you the whole time.
Ek wou net van jou begin skinder het hierso.
Coming down into Crocodile.
Nee, want ek het al probeer praat as op die bank sit van die mic is hier by die TV. On the couch, the mic
that's a horrible way to look at it. A clean pass and a positional take.
Nou luister ek van die twee.
Yeah, there'll be a bit of blood on the dance floor now.
From our while you were
They're not going to be happy about it. As they complete another lap, we're going to be completing 820 laps.
Dude, just chill. Fuck it.
That's the leader.
I mean, who's he running away from? He's 4 laps or 5 laps ahead of second place. So just chill.
Yeah, he's only risking his own race.
Exactly.
And what Ron said, if the car breaks, you only have P32 to do. You've got a whole fucking 24 hours to rush it.
Who's keen for a 24-hour race tomorrow?
Tell you what, Grant, you drive the whole thing and I'll watch.
Yeah, okay, cool. Will you spot for me? I'll drive you spot.
Just making space for the on-track battle here. Cruz does lose a little bit of time in that. We saw them 0.2 of a second behind and coming through the S's. Just half a second is the gap, but certainly got the pace. Does this number 11 Audi at the top of the hill, looking to try and see if they can get the best exit that they can. A good opportunity coming down into Crocodile for a braking zone, and lights are flashing from the Hybrid Academy. They just want back markers to not get involved in this. They don't want to have to deal with lapped traffic and have to defend at the same time, but that's part of the racing. And EGA with a little cutback. They are going to almost go side by side through the cheetah.
Oh, there's the move.
Oh, it is the move. I think a good move then from Hybrid just
ja, want hy het 'n baie kakstint wat hy gery het. Dit was van 2 tot 4 about wat hy gery het. So dis is
space out to Cruz there in the number 11. The pace was there. Certainly was catching up. And a good bit of spotting coming out from Krobler there, just to see it in the mirrors and not just come across the line.
made it stick, but I think he could return the favour. He's not out of the battle just yet. Certainly trying to push it as much as he can to get up there and get back into that position, one higher than what he is right now. Dropped down to 7th place. That's where he was when I rejoined, of course, the commentary later in this morning, as opposed to the breakfast run that Clark and I did in the early sessions. But it's not over
Black
yet.
Widow
I think,
Racing.
If Krobler can just settle himself down.
The Griffins have gone up 25 spots, huh?
No,
the Vipers. The Vipers.
Yeah. They start. Where did they start?
They're in 15th now.
I think they on the grid were like 26 or something.
Yeah, but they also in the Black Widow WhatsApp group, they're moaning about the driver of the day that gained 15 spots and that the Vipers gained 25 spots, and so
My
usually the normal people that get mentioned and driver of the day. So yeah,
that it was required for all the drivers
Yeah,
to do
well.
that wasn't actually a stated rule in coming into this. So just keep an eye out.
Om heeltemal eerlik te wees, ek voel 'n fok oor enigiets van daai goed, want ek van die begin af geweet ons gaan nêrens gefeature word of op 'n wen of driver of the day nie, want I mean
ja, maar hulle weet dit mos so hoekom aangaan nou daaroor?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, we're in a different class to the top 10 guys. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
We're in a different race, effectively. The top 10 teams are professionals.
Yeah.
There's a different.
I'd even say more than that. I'd say about the top 15, top 20 maybe. Because all of those teams, the average laps of the teams were below 141s.
Yeah.
Probably even below 140s. I think the top 19 drivers were below 140 average.
Yeah.
So that's insane pace on those guys.
Spot on.
You got P32 after
24
hours
minutes and 24 seconds to go in
Yeah.
the Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour. Nick Sepnik, our
But we're not other
and this car in full frame. And I've got the shot
23 minutes to go.
To the voice of choice.
The gap is slowly growing,
24
but
minutes, 24 seconds to go.
I'd rather just keep pushing than settle down.
Pure Storage 24-hour. And that's how much time we got to play here. So I'm going to put that up on my page, and
It's,
I hope everybody
fucking
enjoys that.
Thursday we race again.
Nick was going to go to the lead car at that point. I didn't care who was in the shot, but as I went
Nee,
to,
wat ek moet ry.
Killian.
Ja, hulle maar geopskyf totdat terug na
It's not a great photograph of any nature because it was taken on my mobile.
Weird. It's like the first 6 or 8 hours took forever.
Yeah.
And then it just shot through. Like the middle of the night just goes. Like next minute it's like sun's up. Hey, and then
That slipped of mine this morning as well. It was like it went by so quick because I was just like lacquer driving, cruising around, getting the lacquer lap times, and all of a sudden Martin shows up. I was like, oh, wait,
yeah,
what?
But you had a split stint though, so you had the 1 hour.
Yeah, but even now this morning, I mean, I feel fine.
Let me introduce you to my little friend snipping tool in my life multiple times.
I need to see that. I'll have to chat to you.
Hello.
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 21 minutes.
Yeah.
We still see the lights.
You mean 23 hours and 38 minutes.
And 26.
What you have driven here.
Yeah.
In the number 97, the second Cymax Motorworks.
There's a little comment for you guys on the live stream, eh?
Team. I chatted to Killian.
There's a what?
There's a little comment for you guys on the live stream.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
From the Black Widow Racing.
Yeah.
Lekker. Thanks, man.
I wonder who posted that.
I would have a guess, and I would say you.
Maybe.
Shit. Maybe.
Oh, well, James and Grant, welcome to BWR.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome to stay.
Yeah, thanks.
Ruffle your feathers here with us.
Yeah, this is my first ACC race that hasn't been against AI.
Great.
So yeah,
At least you have driven something real in your life for now.
Yeah, no, but I'll go back to the R racing, I think.
Yeah, no problem.
No, I'm just used to the iRacing. It's quite different, but I've quite enjoyed it. I must be honest.
No, it's something totally different ball game.
Yeah, and this is a big race, so it was quite good to be part of it.
Glad you enjoyed it, and I'm glad you enjoyed it with a proper team, at least.
Yeah.
Luckily, this is a team that's been building since 2018. So.
Okay. How many guys have you got?
I'm gonna tell you now. 51 members, but minus about 6 bots.
6 bots?
Bots.
Bots.
I think 6 or 8 bots that we have.
Okay.
Make sure, yeah.
That's quite a few, eh?
We started, I started off with 4 guys in 2018.
Wow.
We've got all the racing engineers here and proper Motec guys and proper pro drivers.
Okay. So I normally race, I used to race Lotus 7s, and so I was a member of the Lotus Club. And so I mainly race with those guys.
Okay.
We do an online thing every week, and we have done for about a year now. We have between 10 and 13 guys every week. And yeah, we have a different championship every month, except for this year we're doing Formula 1 replication. So we did our first one this week, and then we'll catch up the ones we've missed in the weeks off.
It's been great.
But yeah, so I don't know, there are about 30 guys.
Sure.
So yeah, we normally do the iRacing endurance, the VRS sprints, VRS endurance races, and then the odd. No, they're not 3 hours, but there's 3 on a weekend, and then, but then we did the 24-hour of Daytona, and we did.
So much so far in his young
Daytona's a lekker short track.
Yeah.
So I hope, Greg,
you guys were actually amazed by the pace on Kyalami, eh?
Yeah, these oaks are quick though.
But everybody were amazed.
The top oaks here are pros though.
Sidemax, it's now 3 times in a row that they're taking the 24 hours in ACC.
Yeah.
These guys are phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, they're 3 laps ahead.
Yeah, and they've done 826 laps. There we are. It's a shitload of laps. My God.
Yep.
How this is going to finish up, because a lot of times in an endurance race, there's always that question.
Well, do you guys ever race ACC? Maybe we should have a TLR Lotus Registry against the Black Widows.
Yeah.
It depends.
And do that,
and do like a one-off race. Maybe you get 10 against 10.
We can do that and organize that.
Yeah.
We've got 39 servers running currently, so we might as well change one of them over.
Do you guys only race on ACC?
They do AC as well. There's also quite a few on iRacing as well, yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll do a challenge race. Black Widow Racing versus TLR. And we'll do like we'll see how many numbers we can get, and we'll obviously have to match the numbers.
Yeah.
And then we'll have a race evening with like maybe 2 sprints and an enduro or something. 1 hour enduro and 2 sprint races.
When that timer runs out, the flag comes
You can organize that, but I think if you...
Nee, ik zal niet zoals Vinnie. We'll survive.
Je bent goed gerecover, hè?
Hallo?
Baie well done.
Hallo.
Hallo.
Ja, maar ons het weer DC gehad. Alweer ons gaan het.
Is het?
Bring allemaal nou hierheen.
Ja, ons...
Paar met baie moeite, dankie.
We finished our 24-hour about an hour ago. Are you guys still right?
Dis is stadig ons is.
Jeez, that's fast, eh?
We finished our 24 hour and 23 hours.
That's like qualifying in Formula 1. If you're out first, it doesn't mean you win.
Yeah, that's a guy that munches ball once.
Wie is moeg?
Ek is fucking moeg.
Who isn't? Put it that way. I'm going to say this politely, but for sake.
Sim, of course, in ACC, coming into contact with other cars that are
Wanneer was Rolf hier, ja?
Ja, dat is pak lekker, man.
Well done to everybody, though, guys.
But Lionel, well done for you. You had a great recovery card.
When you've raced for 24 hours.
I'm particularly proud of you guys. I've left a comment there on the live stream as well if you guys want to go and have a look.
I have read it, yes.
Hey?
I have read it. Oh, sorry.
Well, we have to for Lionel to keep him in the team. That's why he's so good.
Yeah, we were doing quite well, and then Daryl started to drive.
They've even renamed the sausage curb at Cheetah after me.
I was fighting for that name though. I tried my hardest to. I left half the car underneath there.
It's my sausage.
You should be proud, it's quite a big sausage.
Yeah.
Last night, Neil had no problem handling that sausage.
Jeez.
If you guys want, and later go and check some feedback on 17 hours 40, 17 hours 45. From there, you can watch. Sam Wright gave us a good comment about our liveries and what we drive for.
Oh, that's good.
So if you later on, after you have slept your ass off, then have a look. 17 hours, from 17 hours 40, I think.
Yeah, they spoke for quite a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very, very cool.
Very nice. Big up to you guys.
Hey.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So.
If it was for you, it wasn't for you. It could have been 4 laps.
Yes, maar die laaste 15 minute voel fucking lang hoor.
Ja, nee,
Derek's gonna fall asleep.
Yes, that is shoulders are killing me.
Hallo Barry.
Hallo almal. Ek sien Hannes ry. Hey.
Hallo Barry.
Hannes.
Ja, ek sien naam op Hannes van Wyk. Ek nou replay, kan jy dit nou glo?
Barry's got a new nickname, boys.
Jy het hom in slaap in Barry, wat gaan aan?
Nee, ek tog hy
Wat
ry.
is daai demente delirio? Wat hom nou nie?
Hy het obviously na 'n ander play toe gegaan. Ek sien Hannes van Wyk is ek soos
Hoorie, wat beteken die klein rooi kolletjie op my brieke?
Ja, die breakfast is klaar. Hulle is nou 12 ure.
Yeah,
Hulle
it's
is
about
besig
12
om te
hours.
gaan.
So jy moet mooi
Take
ry.
it easy.
Gaan put
Try
change
and
it.
move your brake balance forward more. Is it your back brakes?
Ja.
Yeah, just move your balance a bit forward.
Nee, as ek is gaan put ek eerder.
Yeah, you should be fine though.
Ja, ek fokker ry goed dat hulle rooi raak.
Well, they went into the pit, Miller. You see, Miller's in the pit. They mistimed it by 5 seconds.
Yeah, we knew that.
You can go pit if you want to.
Yeah, we're good now. So go change your brakes just to rub it in.
Yeah. And put ones on so you can put in the fastest lap.
Take the extra point.
Imagine if that first 13 guys disconnects now.
Oh,
Then
imagine.
we would still only be second.
We won't, because they're 30 laps ahead of us, and we have 10 minutes to make up
And
30
they
laps.
restart the race.
Yeah, maybe
Ja,
that.
dat fuck, ek sal nie weer ry nie.
Where's Mike and them?
At the back.
32.
32 nou.
Okay, nice. Nice, you guys coming up.
Die laaste 6 ure se Lexus gechase en ons al finally verbygegaan.
If it wasn't for Mike being so slow, we would have been a little bit.
A little bit higher. Yeah, but these things happen. It's fine.
Everyone's got a Daryl in their team.
Actually, you meant to say everyone's got a Jason because he couldn't get a 142 yet.
Oh, see, that's just like low.
Ja, nee, julle raak net persoonlik.
I'm in my 143, so he's not alone. Okay?
That is true.
Let's count drive-throughs.
No, it's fine. It's not necessary.
I only had one.
Daryl?
No, why did you stop the stream, Daryl?
I might win it. I might win it with 2 drive-throughs.
Ek dink dat iets met Daryl gebeur, boys.
Daryl's squad. Wie het Daryl quad gemaakt?
Daryl went into the pits.
Hoorie, Neil,
Hy is een quarterback.
Jy moet stil bly oor Daryl.
Ja, kyk hoe kwaad het hy. Dit is
jou
wel
skuld.
aan.
Kan iemand stream na so?
I'll need to log in.
Ja, so log in.
Yeah, what I need to.
Yes, guys.
If you log in, it doesn't matter if somebody else logs out.
Yeah,
Hopefully when you log in, the first 10 will disconnect.
Let's hope somebody in front of you crashes.
Ja, Daryl is offline.
Ja, ek het gedink dat dit so krag.
Closing 10 minutes now. We go into
I probably ran out of data. Luckily, we didn't make him drive.
You imagine.
Imagine that.
0.7 of a second there between those two cars fighting for the final part.
No, it's because Neil cucked him out. That's why. Because Neil told him what a terrible driver he is.
Hi Neil, hoop eerlik wees van die mense. Sit daar hy fucking rekenaar se plak af, papa.
It's risk and reward time. You know,
Gaan nie meer die kak vat nie.
Either 500 or 400 rand. Let's go for it. Why not?
Why not put it down? It's more than just the prize money as well. For these
4 minutes,
drivers.
boys. I mean, done.
The pride side of things, being able to take
4 minutes.
4?
Hi?
It's a fucking race kyk jy.
Waarvan praat julle?
Ons tog 8.5 minute of 8 minute 50 hoor.
Hy is nog steeds op hy replay.
Ja, die is verduidelik.
Ek dink sê 11:57 AM. Dit sê 3
Nee,
minute.
maar as 8 minute oor van die reis.
Hulle het later begin, hè.
Massive shout out to all the entries.
Sorry. Ek het dit nie geweet nie. Ek dog geëindig op die kop 12 uur.
Nee.
Ja, hulle het laat begin want Bert het so lank gepraat.
Yeah,
Ek is julle
it's not a RaceFace thing if it starts on time.
Okay.
Daryl, why you mad?
I'm mad. Discord was like, fuck you, but
Hulle sê hy's 'n kwaad vir hulle.
Yeah, we're just glad you're not driving.
Discord made a motion on Daryl's behalf, that's all.
yeah, imagine I get disconnected at the end.
You'd be seeing a three-way fight here. Foreground of that shot. Fortunately, the Aston Martin in the foreground of that shot has got a lap in hand over these two behind him. But had he not had that lap in hand, there would be a three-way battle here.
Did you connect, Neil?
Almost 5 minutes to go. With
Why am I hearing an echo? Someone streaming the main stream.
close, to be honest with you.
Okay, sorry, I'll put off my stream, alright? I just wanted to listen to Greg Maloney.
No.
Okay, sorry.
Ek
Ek is jammer. Ek is jammer, stop my.
Ek hou my back liewer.
Could be me.
Ons het hom net gesê ons gaan op 'n beklei, maar net nog iemand weer 'n Daryl kry. Stop dit.
Where's Daryl Sabado? Oh, there he is.
Hello?
Oh, you're back.
Okay, Neil's in. Cool, as long as you're streaming it, I'm going out.
Yeah.
It's been fun from the front to the
problem.
middle to
Where
the
you
end. You know, the different places in the pack. We haven't obviously been able to highlight everything that happens on the circuit. You know, we've done what we can, and sticking with what are the closest battles towards the closing phase of the race is important. On board, then with the number 8 All-In Racing, Bentley kind of gets a feel for just how close they are getting to that 666. Audi in front through sunset as they make their way around here for the final couple of times in race time. Just about to go to 12 o'clock. 6 minutes on the clock for us to see who concludes this positional change. And the number 8
Kevin,
keeping that pressure on
Hello.
to the 66.
Are
I
you
wonder
still
if
gonna leave
they
us?
do get side by side, if that
Get on
does
claw.
allow Cardinal to
Yes.
get involved in this in that 158 behind him. 5.9 seconds down the road. Top of Leocorp getting very close to the back end for the hairpin left-hander on the run down now. Good place to kind of be on the run down to the braking zone for Crocodile. Kind of loses out a little bit in terms of car width and lengths as they come down through the long sweeper fast left-hander and onto the
But he's
brakes
up close
again.
and personal there.
That Bentley just has the ability to use that inside curb
It's a
for
matter
a
of
right-hander,
perspective,
and then both of them just
That's
avoiding the
where you're gonna-
anti-cut. A
the
little bit
RaceFace
wide
shot.
going Redu just to do a little
technical
corrective
way.
steering on that steering wheel, but
Apparently
this
they're
is
gonna
a good
restart the
place
server
to now
with
be.
1 hour left.
666 with 6 minutes to go, and in a fight of note for 6th place, 7th place, and 8th place. They're not going to catch Cruz, I think, but 7 and 8 is definitely up for grabs here. As they get into the closing stages
We
here.
have to give Barry a chance.
Under 6 minutes of racing to go. There's a move. Late braking coming out of the road for a way past. And just missing out there onto the back end of Grunwald. Grunwald is in big trouble here. Grunwald is having to fight for his life, and I think the man in the pound seats is definitely in the Bentley as opposed to in the Audi. Sitting and chasing as opposed to having to defend is always an easier thing to do. And take nothing away from the ability of both of these drivers. They've gone at it now for almost 45 minutes, and on a very similar vein in terms of the gap that was there. Remember, we did have Cardinale in there as well for a little while, and then a small mistake from him dropped him out of this race. But it's certainly not done just yet.
Oh, I promise you, when we had a live chat on a video when we wanted to do the stream, we still had a beard.
5-second gap to that
shouldn't be something.
Het was obviously baie rof geweest.
Last night Peter's video, you can see he shaved his beard.
Oh my word.
That will certainly add that number 158 back into the mix. Blue flags waving, of course, just indicating that drivers in front of these two cars are coming up for a lapped position. And now into the braking zone for that right-hander. This is where the mistake between the Bentleys was made, but that is a very close place to be in the Bentley as they follow themselves through. So onto the splitter cam, you can just see the dirty back end of that Audi. The 666 wants to stay defensive. Oh, the lap traffic getting out of the way there and forcing Roux to try and have a look up the inside, but the Audi slamming the door down, saying this is not the place you're going to do it, mate. You're going to have to try harder than that.
He's having a great battle.
How much harder do you want him to try? This man alive, is he trying hard?
Okay, you guys must check if they're going to call us for drive of the day team.
They
won't be any of our team, I don't think.
They're gonna call
B32.
That'll be probably under Versace because of his amount of positions he made up.
Yeah, they're gonna.
If they don't give it to Vipers.
Like he was with them at the back.
Yeah, it'll probably be someone in the top 10.
What about the Kieran's team?
Nah,
Patterson works. Okay.
Oh my god. No, I mean, under Versace, he was in like 32nd or something like that. He was behind me, and he came past me, and I still let him go. And
he's run up like 27 places. Why did you let him go?
If you hadn't let him go, you could have been, up there.
Jason let him go. Jason let him go.
Who did I let go?
Saki, remember there in the first go? He was behind us, and we let him pass. No, he doesn't remember because it was. I think it was me.
So you're remembering or not, Jason?
I'm not remembering. It was too long ago. And yeah, all a blur and very little sleep.
You guys should have taken him out.
We tried to. That's why he was at the back.
Didn't try hard enough.
I mean, we took out Jason Gray for you a few times, but you're still behind him.
That was a DC, dude. Not driving.
Yeah, we hit him at least once. I remember that one.
Are you serious?
Yeah. That was Derek. I think you hit him up the arse, eh?
That black Ferrari at the back, number 888. Two stints in a row, drove into the back of us while we were forcing our way past them, lapping them.
Do you know that Appleton in 30? Yeah, those two guys, they were bad. I hit him once in the arse because he slapped on he came to a dead standstill right there after the Yuxke sweep.
He took us out as well.
Yeah, but there's just two guys in the team driving the old 24 hours. So that's go sleep in the grass somewhere, not in the middle of the road. And then you got that other guy, Fraser, that kept parking the car facing the wrong way. Oh, that guy's for 9.
Where's the race leader?
Going across the line now.
I'm sure he's on you.
He's in front of that now.
Yeah.
Wat was het voor many ghost cars hier altyd?
Oh, we got hit. Apparently, we were a ghost car.
Yeah, we saw you guys were still in the pits or something.
Kan want ek het die een gesien nie.
Brilliant stuff here from them. Absolutely amazing stuff as they came through into Crocodiles. And once again, it is the Bentley who's made it stick and is now going to try and hold on to it as they're going to start possibly the final lap.
What a move coming up through the S's to make that stick from that 88 Bentley. I also like the defensive maneuver coming down into the Crocodiles, just making that Bentley very wide. Saw the Audi coming from the outside of the track, trying to see if they could maybe get a cutback. The way that Bentley positioned themselves just didn't allow for that opportunity to come through, and now trying to put pace in a little bit deep, actually coming down into Crowthorne might give some opportunities back as Killian Ryan Meenan in that number 96 Sidemax Motorworks car, I think, has gone onto the final lap here. I think they crossed the line.
Those guys were irritating
the final
the
lap
shit
the
out
drivers get
Who
to
can
get
make an
things
animated
done.
icon?
And I mean that was a battle that was interesting, and I'm glad to see we saw
because
it heating up, and
they
we got
were
to see
driving
Harps
super
coming in
slow.
from
We
the
lapped
Racing
them,
88.
and then
They'll
they
be
decide,
chuffed
no,
to
now
get
we're going to
themselves
drive our
up
normal
into
pace
8th place.
again. And then they come and fight behind us and block.
Nick is probably watching out to see whether we're going to catch
very
the checkered flag there for the 96 car. We're watching the battle as it continues here between Rideau and Grunwald.
Yeah.
Grunwald, as
Yeah,
I said,
no, I got left.
up close and personal there.
Hey, the time is over, boys.
But making mistakes like
Yeah,
that is going to be
finish it.
He's
Yeah,
not going to be able
24
to
hours
get
done
that
and
pass
dusted.
made if he keeps running wide and not hitting
You
the
have to
line.
finish the line. You have to cross the
Get back
line, eh?
ahead of Rideau
Cross
before
the
the
line,
checkered flag
cross
comes
the
out.
line.
It's going to be a tough ask.
It is going to be a tough ask. You see that race timer has hit 0. And here we go
look at this
for the
formation
Sidemax
flying.
cars. Side by side, they'll come over the line. First and second place goes to Sidemax. What a photo finish coming out. Taking home the victory in the Pure Storage 24-hour of Kyalami. What a finish coming out from Sidemax Motorworks.
Can you please get that special app of yours to take that shot, please? And get an instant replay. Here we go to the line between our two battlers. It's been a phenomenal battle. They put on a really good show into the closing stages, and they crossed the line with Rideau beating out Grunwald. Second flag eventually coming out for the two of them.
Lack of slope. Bye-bye.
Do we get SA points for this?
You get SA points.
Yeah, safety rating.
I got 10 from doing the race, even though with all my wild
You
laps
lose
and
10.
I got 10, man.
Oh, you got 10.
Yeah, you know, I was on the track more than off it.
I got 0
Makes sense.
from the fucking back markers.
Kerels, jullie allemaal wat gereden. Well done, boys.
Yeah, well done.
Well done, everyone.
Well done.
Well done. Very goeie race, Eric, Jason. Daryl, thanks. Barry. Oh, Barry's gone.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. It was lekker.
Kevin?
Yes?
Yeah, Kieran Patterson was very aggressive in overtaking me on a number of occasions.
Yeah, and then when we were faster than them, they would block the crap out of us.
Yeah.
Of course.
And they were a lap car. They would technically supposed to let us go, but yeah.
Not bad, 28 laps behind the leader.
We were more than double that.
Better than 50.
They were 3 laps ahead of second, so.
Yeah.
Wow. That's... Oh, okay. Anyway, that's enough for it. We'll do this here.
That echo is awesome.
Stewie and of course
Wow,
Mike
the
Jones
echo.
behind the scenes is our production team.
Alright.
Our fellow commentators there, Jesse.
Recognize that echo.
You guys have me one. Hello, hi guys, how are you? Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, man.
Sure. Yeah, the echo is from the speaker. I'm on my phone. I've gone to the mouthpiece, so it's a lot better now. Well done, guys. We'll see you on the next one.
Lionel.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hoe het julle tot by 46 gekom? Ek is gou besig hier met Bertus met iets.
Good to join all of you here. I'll jump myself out and just go and try and have a little setup. I know that we've got Side Max in at the number 96 ready to have an interview.
Fantastic stuff there, George. Thank you so much, buddy. So let's just run through that in terms of the unofficial results. As you can see it on the left-hand side of the screen. There's Sidemax Motorworks and Killian Ryan Meenan who take the victory. Fuzi comes through for second place there in the 97 car in the second of the Audis. And then it's Utiel, Chartier and Kral that come through in the Bentley Continental there for All In Racing. They're in third place. Lewis Krobler and Vessels, your top South African team. They will get best SA team as we've seen some formation donuts on the front straight. If Toby Fenter could see that right now, there'd be a lot of trouble. But of course, this is not the real Kyalami. This is our virtual Kyalami at ACC, Assetto Corsa Competizione. Keeble in third place for the Aston Martin Vantage team. He was a great driver there to finish up the stint for Steele Vassen and kill away the teammates. Then it was Cruz, Ricci, Bettini, Kevin Tade, and Centorini that made up our sixth place team. Seventh place, Krobler, Daniel Rowe, Fasaki, and Adam. Second place, South African team, and possibly, I'm just waiting to get confirmation on it, but possibly the winner of the ride and drive of the day. Rideau, Mahmoud, and Runart coming through there for eighth place for the Bentley Continental team and beating out Grunwald right in the closing stages there. An epic battle that took us to the checkered flag for 8th and 9th place on track. And that was a super dice that literally went on for about 45 minutes between Rideau, Grunwald, and Cardinale, who were, of course, your 8th, 9th, and 10th place positions. And that, of course, is for the money. We've got 7,000 Rand going to team number 1, I beg your pardon, and 4,500 Rand to team 2, 3,000 for third, 2,000 for fourth, 1,000 Rand for fifth place, and then 700, 600, 500, 400, 300 for 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10th place on track. Just outside of the top 10, Stratham, Barrington Smith, Vermeulen, and Schroeder doing a superb job for our third South African entry there. A magic job from them, beating out Heron, Villan, Lagarde, and More. Finish up in 13th place with Gray in the Bentley Continental, Isherwood, Buerta, Hall, and Ansel, Mark Ansel there in 14th place. Then you've got Kluwe and Lochrenberg, Barbier, and Henbury, Mark Henbury, sticking with his guns of the Bentley Continental in 15th place. Ali's, Buerta, Kutzer, and Lucas finish up in 16th place ahead of Quayle, Anderson, Fox, Webster, and Wahlberg in 17th. Sean Buck, Janssen van Rensburg, Van der Merwe, and Pullen finish up in 18th place with Chris Heineke, Leslie Oliphant, Kieran, and Alan Patterson with DeSantos in that mix as well. A valiant effort from them. They were definitely in the running for drive of the day after all the disconnects that they had. Finish up from